Our story kicks off in a hospital scene, where our main guy, Jack, is trying to kill time by playing on his console. The dude was totally zoned into the game, which he had been unsuccessfully trying to beat for quite some time. But unfortunately, luck wasn't on his side that day, so he lost again, and now he was pissed off. In a burst of anger from yet another loss, he tossed the console aside, not wanting to keep trying. In the silence of the empty ward, Jack sat down and started thinking about how no matter what game he played, he could never find anything original or interesting. One day, while browsing the internet, he finally found a new simple game with pixel graphics called Dungeon and Stone. Bored out of his mind, he decided to give it a shot despite his dislike for pixel games and games only available in English. The game offered a choice between a human, a blacksmith, a fairy, a barbarian, a furry, and one yet unknown character. Thinking he'd get bored of it quickly, Jack randomly picked the barbarian without giving it much thought. Surprisingly, the game managed to impress him, showing him stuff he hadn't seen in games for a long time. Maybe that's what hooked him, because right after, the hero didn't even notice how day and night flew by while he was still playing. The game also had an interesting death mechanic, which meant that once your character was defeated, the game would reset to the very beginning. Pretty soon, he was so captivated by the game that he started losing touch with reality, and even yelled across the room at the nurse because of another loss. The guy apologized for that, but quickly got back to the game, since nothing else interested him. Many years passed, during which Jack left the hospital, graduated from university, and found a good job. But one thing never changed about him: his addiction to that same game he downloaded back in the hospital and still unsuccessfully tried to beat. And then one dark evening, the guy sat in his chair and smiled, because luck finally smiled back at him. Jack, ready for the final battle, reached the boss room in the game, which took him 9 years of his life. Only the lights on either side of the doors illuminated the passage in the game as brightly as the player's confidence that he would beat the game. The guy was incredibly happy about this, because his efforts finally paid off and he made it to the last challenge. He'd spent so many hours, days, and years gaming that he couldn't help but be proud of himself and his efforts. Nothing seemed amiss. The game obediently popped up a choice window asking if the player wanted to enter the room, and the guy agreed right away. But then a second window appeared, warning that once he entered the boss room, there was no turning back. The guy ignored the game's warning and eagerly awaited the room to load. The loading of the final challenge began, and the player continued to wait, lost in thoughts about everything related to the game. The main character realized that in all these 9 years, he had never reached the boss, and this would be his first and last time. He started planning his strategy against the boss, and his confidence that he could beat the boss in one go grew. A window popped up on the computer screen announcing that the training was complete, and everything before was just the beginning. The guy was seriously surprised by this twist, since he thought it was a real game. When the game's language switched to Korean on its own, the player began to realize that the game had some hidden traps not mentioned anywhere, and he got really mad about it. Jack started feeling annoyed, realizing he'd spent all 9 years of his life on training that he could have completed even faster if he'd gotten the Korean version of the game. Suddenly, a bright blue light started emanating from his computer, filling the entire room. Soon, the light began to absorb Jack himself, dissolving him into the air and leaving no trace of him. Eventually, he disappeared, and the light returned to the computer screen, leaving the room ownerless. When he came to, he found himself among a massive crowd of barbarians in some dark cave. The oldest of the barbarians, their elder, began shouting his speech to the crowd. Jack was still trying to figure out where he was, why this had happened, and what was going on overall. The longer he looked at the barbarians around him, the more he realized he didn't belong here. His gaze fell on his hand, which had changed since arriving here. It became more muscular and was covered in strange tattoos. And that's when Jack realized his body had changed and he had become a real barbarian among others, which didn't bode well at all. The main character felt confused when he realized that just recently he was only playing as a barbarian, not actually being one. The elder's voice snapped the guy out of his thoughts as he started shouting out the names of the barbarians one by one. The first barbarian confidently walked up to the elder and stood on a platform, eyeing the weapon rack in front of him. The man approached the rack, grabbed a double-sided axe and lifted it high, showing his choice to everyone around. The elder continued to shout out other names one by one, and each person began approaching him to pick their weapon. The guy put all the pieces together and realized that this gathering was an initiation ceremony for the barbarians. All the brave ones who came up to choose their weapons and then raised them for all to see were being initiated as true warriors. After the initiation, the barbarian elder shouted that the blessing of some Raphonia would be with them. It was at this moment he covered his mouth in astonishment, realizing what a mess the main character had gotten into. For some reason, Jack was stuck in the game he had been trying to beat for the past 9 years, with no clue on how to get back. Jack freaked out when he realized how serious the situation was, and it turned out he wasn't the only one. A voice from another shocked player, in a barbarian's body standing next to him, snapped him out of his thoughts, wondering what this place was and how he ended up here. The main character tried to figure things out based on everything he knew about the game, while the other player was super nervous and biting his nails, trying to calm down. They didn't have long to think, though, because suddenly an elder appeared before them and asked who dared to speak during the ceremony, first looking at Jack. He quickly denied it and shot the other player a disapproving look, because it was his fault they got noticed, and that definitely wasn't good. With an angry expression, the elder stared at the nervous barbarian, stating that it was indeed his voice, and the tension continued to rise. The redhead tried to get out of the situation by asking with his trembling voice if this place was part of the game. The elder thought the best response was to talk with his axe. So without another word, and with a swift hand movement, he chopped off the redhead's head, leaving no chance for survival. Some of the blood splattered on a shocked and scared Jack, who was standing right next to the headless body, which had just been asking lots of questions and trying to find answers. The body fell to the ground, and the elder looked just as sternly at Jack, sizing him up from head to toe, while Jack clasped his hands behind him, trying to contain all the horror to avoid meeting the same fate. The barbarian's face gave nothing away, so the elder calmed down a bit and said that one of the warriors was possessed by an evil spirit, and everyone should forget the questions the evil spirit had asked. The elder tucked his axe back and started heading back to the platform to continue the ceremony, leaving Jack alone with his thoughts and new information about this world. The main character made 3 conclusions about the place he had ended up in, and now realized even better that here, players are called evil spirits and are exterminated, so he can't let them catch him. While other barbarians dragged the headless body away, the ceremony went on, and the elder began to call out other warriors' names for the initiation. The hero realized he didn't know his name here, as there were no clues about what it might be, and if they called him and he didn't respond, it would only raise more suspicion, if not lead to instant death. The main character decided he would look around to see if anyone else would step forward, and if after 2 seconds no one moved, he would step out towards the elder himself. There it was, the moment when the elder shouted the name Bjorn and started waiting for the name's owner to step out of the crowd of barbarians. Silence fell among the newly minted warriors, as none of the barbarians took a step toward the elder in the past 2 seconds. Deciding to take the risk, Jack started moving out of the crowd, memorizing his new name by which he would always be called from now on. The hero stood opposite the elder, still tense from the whole situation, and both exchanged quick, suspicious glances. But the tension quickly eased when the elder dropped his suspicions and, with a smile, offered the warrior to pick a weapon for his journey. The main character approached the weapon rack and started evaluating the comfort of each weapon, drawing on his 9 years of gaming experience. Soon enough, he picked his weapon and lifted it high, showing the crowd a shield instead of a hammer or an axe, and with it, he embraced his new name. The main character's room remained empty, with only the computer screen displaying information about Bjorn and a notification that all this game character info would be sent to the admin. The main character tells us how at the beginning of his game, he tried to equip the barbarian with 2-handed swords, double-sided axes, and battle hammers. But no matter what he tried, his character died too quickly and too often, which really wore Jack out, prompting him to look for alternatives. Even considering the highest survivability among all characters, it was impossible to make normal progress due to the barbarian's frequent deaths. And then one day, while passing by the weapon racks, the main character took a good look at other gear options, specifically shields. He got the idea to try out a shield, realizing that nowhere was it written that a barbarian must only use a sword or hammer for battle, and what he really needed was to increase his survival time. Soon enough, the shield paid off, and Jack made significant progress in the game, defeating much stronger opponents in no time. After the initiation of all the adults, Bjorn had no time to think, as the bridge to the gates in front of them started lowering, allowing the barbarians to enter the city of Raphonia, where their target was located. Bjorn knew exactly where they were headed, so he started to get nervous because they were going to the city center to get into the labyrinth. The bridge finally lowered. The elder blessed his clan for the journey, and the whole crowd of barbarians ready to fight anyone rushed forward, kicking up clouds of dust under and behind their feet. Bjorn ran in the front rows, trying not to get trampled by his comrades, still trying to figure out what to do next and how to make their way through Raphonia as smooth as possible. They all ran after their leader, who was ahead. The main character decided to follow them, as he didn't want to attract extra attention, even though he didn't trust how the barbarians knew the city. Turns out his mistrust was justified, because the first leader led them into a dead end instead of to the city center. The crowd started yelling at the leader, and Bjorn began to realize the stupidity of the barbarian race and the seriousness of their problem. A barbarian named Einar, who looked quite confident in her ability to lead the people through the city streets, decided to take over as the temporary leader, and the crowd quickly accepted her. Even Bjorn noticed her confidence and placed his hope on her to find the way to the city center as quickly as possible. But even she couldn't find the right path and failed the task, while the crowd continued to argue about who would be next. Bjorn realized that they wouldn't make it to the city center, let alone on time, if he didn't do something about it. But the guy wasn't about to risk his secret, so he approached the very downcast Einar, wanting to give her a hint on finding the way. He asked her to keep quiet and quietly shared his plan with her, giving her a chance to redeem herself with her kin and lead them. He advised following a group of other races who definitely knew how to get to the labyrinth and were also heading there. It's worth noting that this introduces us to how the races treat each other, as the whole group of strangers turned out to be arrogant and didn't even consider the barbarians as equally smart, openly mocking them. Ignoring their blatant mockery, Einar quickly agreed to Bjorn's proposal with fire in her eyes, glad to be given a second chance. It was time to act and lead the horde to the city center, so without fear of judgment, Einar ran up to the group to lead them again, and to the main character's surprise, no one objected. They only praised Einar, just like the first time. This purple space hole turned out to be a passage to the labyrinth, or a world inhabited by various monsters that these volunteers had to defeat to earn some money. As the moment of the labyrinth's closure approached, since it only opens once a month for 10 minutes, Bjorn grew increasingly terrified, having never fought monsters with his own hands before. He realized that even in his real world, all he had done was lay in a hospital under observation for most of his life due to illnesses, and fighting someone was out of the question. But the main character had no other choice, and neither did the other barbarians who came of age, since they all had to pay taxes in Raphonia. This mechanic was also introduced in the game and was a mandatory part of life for any living creature that turned 20 in this world, and dodging the tax was punishable by the guillotine. In this game, there are only two ways to earn money to pay the tax, either fighting or doing ordinary odd jobs, which were not an option for barbarians, as they were constantly looked down upon for their immense strength and somewhat dim-witted nature. Bjorn knew that there was no other option besides fighting, so he tried to convince himself to enter the labyrinth as soon as possible before the entrance closed, and he had to wait a whole month for it to reopen. As time passed, the entrance began to shrink, with just 5 minutes left until the only chance for the barbarian to survive closed. Bjorn tried to muster up the courage and finally step through the portal into the monster's den. The problem was that even with a warrior's body, he couldn't overcome the fear of death that came from his real brain, making even the first step incredibly hard. The main character would have sunk into despair and signed his own death warrant if it weren't for a female voice and a hand on his shoulder. It turned out to be Einar, who noticed how deep in thought Bjorn was, to the point that it became a problem for him. The girl noticed the guy's confusion, so she decided to come over and help him hurry up, as the portal was about to close, and they would be stuck here for a month without means to live. Gathering some courage, Bjorn told his friend to go ahead first, and he'd follow right behind, which she quickly agreed to. Before stepping into the portal leading to the labyrinth, Einar turned around and looked at him with a confident smile, thanking him for the recent help in finding the way to the city center. That thank you and praise were the first he had ever received in the game world, and it not only surprised him, but also gave him a bit of confidence. Einar respected his wisdom and wanted to be just as wise. So, with her hands on her hips, she asked Bjorn if there was any way to become smart, intrigued by his answer. Before revealing himself with an honest answer, he thought for a moment and said that one needs to learn to think before doing anything. Einar accepted the answer with the same beaming smile, saying that if they both survive the labyrinth, she'll definitely think of a way to repay him for the advice. Einar's words threw him off balance, as he hadn't expected such a decisive and calm discussion about death, forgetting that such insane resolve was always typical for true barbarians. Wanting to delve into the girl's response, Bjorn suddenly asked with a serious look if Einar was afraid of death. The girl didn't expect such a question, and hesitated a bit before replying with a question. Is it strange to feel fear towards the inevitable? Soon enough, the smile returned to her face, and she explained that even though she's afraid, she has no other choice. So she's not even thinking about backing down. She knew death was coming for her either way, but she wasn't about to sit around doing nothing, so she chose to enter the labyrinth where there was a chance to earn enough for the monthly tax and survive. Bjorn really admired her determination, even though he knew it was because the barbarians had no other way to make a living. So from childhood, they learned to face their fears and meet death head-on. Filled with a sense of bravery, our hero jumps into the portal at the last second, ready to fight monsters and survive. But what he wasn't prepared for was the complete darkness of the labyrinth's first level, where the crystals that were supposed to light up the cave were missing. Recalling the game, the main character explains that it usually wasn't dark on the first floor because of those same crystals, so you didn't even need a torch to navigate the level. But it seems that for some reason, instead of being sent to the start of the level, our barbarian was thrown into a dark zone, a place on the first level where there were no crystals to light up the area. With no one around, Bjorn had free hands, and he tried to summon the game window, inventory, stats, menu, or action window by saying their names out loud to try and make survival easier. But nothing worked, which made the barbarian quietly rage, realizing that the game was no help at all here. So he was left with just his food and shield, and if he was defeated, there would be no restart. Staying put wasn't a good option because of the monsters roaming the first level, so the guy started moving forward in search of companions and food. But just a few steps later, he didn't even notice as he walked into a goblin trap and screamed in pain from his right leg, falling to his knees before the trap. After getting scared, Bjorn quickly got his act together, covered his leg with a shield, giving himself time to calm down and pull his leg out before the local goblins gathered around his screams. Bjorn looked up, trying to come up with a plan of action since he already heard some rustling not too far from him. Turns out, goblins are first-level labyrinth monsters. Small, green, and pointy-eared creatures that love setting traps for warriors, and then wait in the dark until their prey weakens and dies. That's exactly how the game works, which the main character knew, so he had to act fast, quietly pulling his injured leg out of the trap, noticing that the trap was poisoned, which only made things worse. The main character stood up, shield in front, ready for anything, and started thinking about escaping when his right leg, the one caught in the trap, gave out. The player's cunning kicked in, and Bjorn came up with a plan to move forward, pretending not to notice that a goblin was nearby. While distracting, Bjorn, like a true barbarian, started hurling insults at the goblin and his entire family, from his mother to the goblin himself, reminding them they're goblins, not some other monsters. The pain gradually subsided due to the poison, which badly affected the barbarian's condition, almost making him collapse unconscious. But after a while of taunting the goblin, it finally showed up behind Bjorn, seemingly wanting to make Bjorn eat his words. The sound of footsteps echoed through the huge cave they were in, and the main character quickly looked back, ready to defend himself. But it was pitch dark. The goblin gave no signs of presence, hiding from the barbarian's sight and waiting for the right moment to strike. Next, the guy tried to run from the monster, pushing himself to the limit and as much as his injured and numb leg would allow. But every time the player stopped, the goblin did the same, and when he had to run, the goblin was right behind him, not letting the distance increase or decrease. Bjorn started to wear out and realized this wasn't a chase, but more like a game of cat and mouse, with him being the very mouse that was getting tired. But the goblin was only too happy about this, wanting to continue the game and watch as his prey collapsed from exhaustion, ran out of strength, and died in fear, while it stood by smiling. Bjorn refused to head towards the goblin and turned around, attempting to leave now as he had neither the strength nor the chance to fight. But the wounded warrior didn't get far before he collapsed to the ground like a stone, trying to play dead, which was his plan. The goblin got interested in this turn of events and continued to watch the barbarian's corpse, intrigued, sensing some trickery in the whole situation. To test his suspicion, he threw a stone at Bjorn's head, which slightly agitated the latter while he was trying to play dead. But the plan worked, and Bjorn managed to deceive the goblin, who then started to quietly approach Bjorn's body, planning to rob the player. Just before the goblin could touch his shoulder, the guy quickly turned around and caught the goblin off guard. Putting all his strength into it, Bjorn struck at the goblin, who managed to jump away from their attack zone, far from the barbarian. But just before losing all hope, his body took control and struck again. This time, it worked, and the guy grabbed the goblin by the throat, throwing him against the nearest wall and continued to beat him for a while, using all his strength. And here it comes, the final blow, where the guy crossed his arms and smashed the goblin's head with full force. Just like that, with some effort, he managed to finish off the annoying goblin, and it would have stayed down completely beaten if not for one thing. The goblin's body started to disappear, turning into swirls of glitter and light, while Bjorn leaned in closer to see if anything was left of it. Instead of a body, a small, lonely crimson crystal was left on the ground, which is another type of currency in the city of Raphonia. The guy picked up the stone and sighed heavily, considering he spent so much time and effort for just one little crystal. Bjorn put his hand on the wall, leaning on it as he got back on his feet, because it was time to keep moving. In this world, there are many different types of monsters inhabiting the labyrinth world, each one stronger than the last, and each disappearing after death, leaving behind some items and crimson crystals. Outside the labyrinth lies the big and wealthy city of Raphonia, where all races live together in safety. But even if this is all just a game world, he can never again see his reality as just a game. Time passed, and Bjorn was still trying to find a way out of the dark zone, this time crawling on the ground, which was a plus since he didn't have to use his injured leg. But just like that, it was only by taking small steps that he could dodge the traps, spotting them right away. The main character felt damn tired. Sweat started dripping from his forehead, but he kept crawling, hoping to find help. The road was long, he was losing more and more blood, didn't meet anyone along the way, and the barbarian was out of hope. When everything started to double in his vision, the exit was within arm's reach, even for the nearly dead protagonist. This gave Bjorn strength, and he continued to crawl toward the light source, hoping to find someone who could treat his leg before his demise. But against these thoughts stood his realistic alter ego, or one of his personalities that realized the full burden of life as a barbarian, who weren't exactly beloved. It tries to convince the main character to give up, since he's neither a genteel man nor a beautiful woman to be rescued, which means he can't expect help from people in such a situation. But Bjorn isn't about to lose heart when the exit is so close, and he keeps crawling forward despite feeling like crap. Eventually, luck was on his side, and he ran into his first group of adventurers. Actually, a diverse bunch of folks from different races, exploring the labyrinth just like him. One of the adventurers noticed the dying barbarian and reported it to their leader. The squad leader crouched down next to Bjorn, suspicious about how a newbie, especially a barbarian, got to this place before the experts who've been here multiple times. But this situation worked in his favor, as he could get some info from the newbie who might just die without their help. The blonde guy turns his head towards the team and asks their priestess if she can heal the traveler, while the main hero is quite stunned by their luck of having a healing-capable priestess among them. But even considering the hero's terrible condition, with only 2 health points left out of 100, Priestess Ursina calmly says no, refusing to help Bjorn, which even the goblin's victim found surprising. But this doesn't bother the squad leader much, and he turns to another team member, Patsarin, to borrow a special case healing potion since the priestess's magic won't cut it. To make the potion work, they had to pour it on the hero's leg, which was caught in a trap, and as it touched the wound, the potion started emitting something like steam. Although Bjorn's health began to rapidly recover, the feeling was, to put it mildly, far from pleasant, making the barbarian scream in agony, unable to handle the intense pain. Soon the pain subsided, and with it, all the poison that had affected the guy from that same trap evaporated. His leg was ready for action again, so the guy started to slowly get up, still trying to calm down after feeling such a near-death experience. Now, not from the poison, but from the sensations the potion caused. Using the rule of quid pro quo, the blonde guy tried to buy information from the main character about how he, apparently a newbie, got into the dark zone before them. Bjorn wasn't surprised by this turn of events, and was even slightly glad, as selfless help would have been more suspicious than interested help. But still, he replied that he knew nothing and had been there from the start. It turned out that people call this spatial instability, because of which one can end up directly in the dark zone only once every few centuries. Bjorn was surprised, as they were so experienced that they even managed to include a mage and a priestess in their team. But in their very first journey, Bjorn encountered something they had never faced before. Anyway, their group did their job and hurried off, and the blonde thanked the barbarian for such an interesting story and told him not to worry about the price of the potion and that he was free. While he should be glad he survived, the situation left a scar on Bjorn's soul, as he disliked how they just pitied him, even spending their precious time in the labyrinth, which was as valuable as gold. While the barbarian was recovering, the group of adventurers decided to follow the bloody trail of the guy and see where it would lead. So during their journey, they got to talking about how lucky the newbie was to have met them, and how fortunate it was that Drouse the Blondie was the one who spoke to him, not Patsran, who even refused to give him a healing potion, claiming there were tons of guys like Bjorn in this world. While touching on this subject, Patsran asked the priestess Urson if he wasn't right about it, to which she just silently looked away, not wanting to answer that question. Another girl jumped to her friend's defense, throwing in the fact that there's a rule in the temple that doesn't allow healing just anyone. And if it weren't for that rule, Urson would have healed the barbarian in no time. She didn't forget to tell Patsran that he should take a leaf out of Drouse's book and sugarcoat his intentions, since no barbarian could stand being helped by an outsider. It hurt their pride. Drouse himself couldn't help but notice how the girl defended the barbarian, which he found amusing. But the conversation quickly shifted when Drouse asked when the bloody trail left by the wounded main character would end. We learn that the Blondie is pretty familiar with the map of the labyrinth's first floor, so he's their guide in the dark, which according to Urson makes exploring the floors much easier. Their destination turned out to be a large room with a strange stone slab in the middle, and Drouse noted that it seems they were the first to find this place, so they needed to hurry. A light touch on the stone slab was enough to open a huge white door, whose light quickly filled the room they were in. This door turned out to be a portal which, as the blonde himself says, should lead them to the second floor of the labyrinth. But before they entered, the girl with brown hair looked aside and called out to the guys, drawing their attention to one corner of the room as she spotted something quite interesting. Turned out to be a goblin's trap, and right next to it was Bjorn the barbarian's blood-soaked sandal, meaning he had either been here before or just arrived. The mage agreed with the girl and raised his hand to create and use light to illuminate the path and see if the same bloody tracks led here. A beam of light obediently followed the trail and, as it turned out, they led right to this very trap. This is where they started. The group was quite surprised and tried to piece the puzzle together, attempting to understand how he could crawl so long with a wounded leg. Drouse made things worse by estimating that following the barbarian's trail without any shortcuts would cover 15 kilometers. Which astonished the mage even more. While the mage kept trying to figure out how Bjorn not only survived, but also had the courage to crawl into the darkness, Patsran leaned towards thinking the barbarian was crazy, because not everyone can crawl into unknown pitch-black darkness. Slowly putting the whole picture together, the guy remembered that the wounded man had stretched forward his right hand, where his only crystal lay, which, to Patsran's great surprise, he not only remembered but also tried to offer as payment for help. This made the guy rethink and take back his words about there being many like this barbarian. But Bjorn was more. He was a madman who wasn't easy to kill or break, because a warrior will fight to the end. After his near-death experience, Bjorn kept running into goblins in the cave, continuing to fight them and hone his skills, as it was much easier to do in the light. The traps were randomly placed on the ground, but now that they were visible, they no longer posed a threat. This time, even if a goblin attacks the barbarian from behind, he'll be able to fight back since the attacks have become predictable and the cover obvious. There's just one problem left, which is the hero's hunger and thirst, since he hasn't eaten since he first arrived on the first floor of the labyrinth. Bjorn remembered that the chief had given him some food to carry, and he started to pull out a food bag, but crawling turned out to be a bad idea as the bag tore and most of it was lost, so he'll have to eat as little as possible. The game used to have this mechanic where hunger only appeared in the labyrinth, and there was no need to carry water since there was no thirst mechanic. But this is no longer a game, and there's no help coming from anyone, so he's got no choice but to accept the harsh reality and try to find some source of water. While searching for water, he finally found a source, and nearby was another adventurer, or simply put, a person. Even though it was their first meeting, they avoided each other as if there was an unwritten rule that said you shouldn't interact or talk to other travelers without a good reason. After the person left, the barbarian decided to stay and count his crystals, which he had earned up to that point, totaling 43. But the problems didn't end there, as all those battles with goblins were terribly exhausting. So he decided to go for a walk and try his luck in finding a night ally, a companion who would watch over him while he slept, since God wasn't the best option. But his life, it seems, didn't even know the word luck, as his bloodied body, tall stature, and deep voice kept scaring all the travelers away, making them try to get their legs moving as fast and far away from him as possible. But maybe this quick selection was for the best, since it's a labyrinth. You can't be sure that the ally you found won't kill you in your sleep, and Bjorn seemed exactly like the type who'd off all his knightly allies for resources. So he ended up alone, as everyone turned him down for various reasons, with the barbarian still being the source of it all. The guy was just about to give up when another dude from behind called out to him, offering to be his knight ally. Bjorn was really surprised because it was the first time someone approached him to become knight allies. In the game, this was called a knight companion and was a plus, but in real life, Bjorn couldn't fully trust the guy who just reached out for a handshake and introduced himself as Hans. The handshake was a bit unconventional, and while Hans seemed to be trying to tempt Bjorn into sin from the way he talked, Bjorn kept a stern and serious expression, not planning to engage in that matter. The handshake was where it ended, but both had a good question: who would sleep first, and decided to play rock, paper, scissors to settle it. The game ended in the first round with Hans winning, meaning he would sleep for the first 2 hours. Hans lent the main character his pocket watch and pointed to the time when the barbarian should wake him up, still thinking he was dumb enough to use it. Bjorn was a bit puzzled by how barbarians are underestimated here, seen as very dumb brutes. But maybe he could use that to his advantage if played right. Night fell, and Hans was the first to hit the sack, falling asleep instantly without a second's hesitation, which intrigued Bjorn, who kept watching over his companion, though there was no apparent danger yet. 2 hours passed, and the barbarian started waking his still drowsy friend so he could get some rest himself, even though the idea scared him. Bjorn tried to sleep and began snoring, not really trying to fall asleep, just to make sure he wouldn't die in his sleep, and Hans didn't even notice the barbarian's trick. Even though the barbarian was exposed, the man didn't move an inch, and after 2 hours, they switched places, with Bjorn sitting on a rock feeling down and sleepy since he'd been watching Hans the whole time. But Bjorn couldn't bring himself to trust a stranger he had just met, who had approached him offering to stick together for the night, and he still didn't trust the guy, which made him think he might die of exhaustion sooner. Soon, his eyes also started to close from all the fatigue accumulated from surviving, fighting, and searching for a nighttime companion. And finally, his eyelids shut. But he had to wake up pretty soon, not to something peaceful, but to Hans's scream, who stood there smiling as if nothing had happened. And indeed, nothing had happened while he was asleep, so Hans said everything was fine and forgave the barbarian's sleepiness, without any intention of scolding him. This took Bjorn by surprise, and he pondered the man's words seriously while he apologized and offered to keep watch again. But Hans was totally against it and allowed the main character to go to sleep, which seemed very odd to him, and it looked like this time it wouldn't be easy either. The character fell asleep thinking about everything Hans had done. Seeing as he seemed friendly, the way he approached when the barbarian was in a tough spot, he wasn't mad when his buddy fell asleep too, and even refused compensation for the mistake at the end. But in the game, Bjorn knows there are no good guys, and the sudden snap that woke him up proved it. Hans was sitting over the barbarian's head with a maniacal grin, asking if he had woken up already. The next moment, he offered another option for the main character to sleep longer, meaning getting hit in the head with a hammer and dying. That scenario didn't sit well with him, and the guy quickly dodged the blow, getting to his knees and stepping away from the hammer. Hans was also surprised at how Bjorn dodged the blow just in time, and that only made the liar realize that he wouldn't last long, as the barbarian had figured it all out. Just the sight of such an enraged warrior was enough to say that the hammer's owner shouldn't hope for mercy, and his eyes showed pure fury. Hans tried to defuse the situation, still thinking barbarians were dumb enough to believe his lies. But no one was listening, and Bjorn charged at him full speed with his shield. One punch to the jaw wasn't enough to shut Hans up, and he tried again to bargain for his life, saying he'd tell everything if the barbarian spared him. So the barbarian hit him with the shield twice, throwing his body against the cave wall with incredible force. Before delivering the final blow, Bjorn decided to ask Hans why he wanted to kill him in the first place. Might as well talk now, thought Hans, and confessed he wanted to steal the shield and crystals Bjorn had acquired. But there was something else he preferred to keep quiet about, like a fish. Sensing something fishy, the main character kicked the guy in the jaw, then pinned him down with his foot on his chest and demanded to know what else he wanted to take from the barbarian after killing him. Turns out, it was the barbarian's heart, which in this world was worth its weight in gold for alchemy and potion brewing, being a key ingredient in crafting some powerful potions. Hans tried to beg for forgiveness for his murder attempt and tried to convince the barbarian that sparing his life would be a decision he wouldn't regret, as if he believed he still had a chance to come out of this alive. But his decisions had sealed his fate, and Bjorn fully agreed, so he lifted his shield over the guy and struck with all his might, killing him in one final blow, which in turn boosted his mental strength. Even though the encounter with Hans ended pretty badly, the guy couldn't help but note that it was still useful, as he managed to find a lot of useful stuff that now had no owner. Among the items, he found many useful things that not only made exploring the level easier, but actually gave him a chance to stop being a savage, since he finally had water at hand, as well as a clock to tell time and a compass for navigation. He found irony in the fact that right after his first kill, he became wealthier and could start living like a true civilized man, not the savage that barbarians were often called. The hammer he also took along was immediately tested on goblins that kept popping out from different corners. One swing of the new weapon was enough to kill them. While pondering that he still felt like he was in someone else's body, he also remembered that it was the second day, which meant goblins started showing up in pairs, not alone, though it didn't really change anything. He was still easily dealing with the goblins, now thanks to the power of his hammer and other stuff that boosted his combat strength, and his progress was much faster and greater, which was definitely a plus. But the problem came back, as due to the incident with Hans, the guy just couldn't sleep, and the exhaustion only grew each time he fended off the goblins. He had no choice but to sleep alone and leave his life in the hands of the gods. So he leaned his back against the wall and crossed his arms, ready to try and catch some sleep. But no one said sleep would keep the goblins away. They tried to approach as soon as our main guy closed his eyes. Angry Bjorn swung his hammer at them and yelled about how they were driving him nuts, scaring the goblins off. Extremely tired, the guy stood back against the cave wall and closed his eyes, hoping he had killed them all and could finally sleep in peace. But the goblins decided for him when he felt a sharp pain in his chest and saw a goblin who had unexpectedly attacked while he was asleep and stabbed him with a small spear. This pissed the guy off, and he punched the goblin in the face so hard that it flew past its brother, who was just thinking about attacking Bjorn. Bjorn couldn't stand it anymore and wasn't about to, as he turned into a killing machine again and dared the next goblin to come closer and be the next one he'd kill for disturbing his sleep. But a warning in the form of a dead friend was enough for him, and the goblin started screaming, running away as fast as he could, while the barbarian watched him go, not even bothering to chase the green guy. The longer the main character stayed up, the more he realized he needed sleep, or else he'd be defeated by something he'd normally notice. So right after treating his wounds, the barbarian decided to look for another companion for the night. But the guy decided that the best companion would be another barbarian, and he immediately dismissed the people who started finding him and offering to spend the night together, even though they suddenly became visible at every turn. But even here his luck didn't help, as according to another adventurer, most barbarians were already on higher floors, and there were definitely no more than 100 on this one, which made the barbarian think twice. He couldn't risk another sleepless night, so he decided to completely change his plan and team up with someone who wasn't human. After an hour of wandering around the first floor, he finally found someone, specifically a lone fairy who could become his ally. The fairy noticed him too, but she didn't seem as happy about the encounter as he was, and immediately tensed up, expecting something worse, like a fight. When Bjorn asked if she was alone, instead of answering, the fairy just took her bow and arrows, not trusting the stranger, and got ready to defend herself. But Bjorn didn't mind, understanding that anyone wounded would be scared of a suddenly appearing barbarian. A bit later, during the silence, the main character noticed that the fairy had a side wound, and it definitely wasn't made by a goblin's knife. As soon as Bjorn noticed, he asked if she got the wound from a human, while trying to get a closer look at the girl and noticing that her sleep situation was even worse than his. But she wasn't about to answer that question either. Suddenly, the girl fell to her knees, clasped her hands together, and tearfully pleaded with the barbarian to help her, understand, and let her go. Bjorn, who still thought of fairies as cold creatures, was quite surprised when he heard her plea and tears, which were totally unexpected for him. She still hoped to stir a bit of compassion in him and get out of this alive, so she stammered about having a little brother at home who definitely couldn't survive on his own. Bjorn realized that his perception of fairies was wrong, even though in the game all fairies were indeed cold and had tough personalities. Realizing his mistake, he sat down next to her to clear up the misunderstanding and smiled to calm her down, and it seemed to even work. But no matter how sweet the words were, his facial expression quickly ruined it all, making him look like some maniac who plays with his victim before killing them, which only scared the girl more. The smile of a maniac didn't help at all, so the girl started to cry even harder and looked for a way out, becoming more nervous, and even mentioned during the conversation that he was a barbarian, which might mean that the real issue was about race. This threw the main character off even more and made him constantly question what kind of reputation they had, where some see them as simple people, while others are terrified to death, even if they behave calmly and don't hit. Regardless, the situation needed saving, so Bjorn decided to act and gave her bandages and Liko plant leaves to treat the wound, then stepped aside, waiting for the moment she would finish so they could talk properly. When the fairy finished treating the wound and used the bandages, she became more open to talking, feeling a bit calmer when, instead of mockery, she received some medicinal herbs for her wound. Bjorn sat down opposite the fairy and asked for her name while introducing himself. The fairy finally introduced herself as Erwin, still feeling a bit awkward. Right after meeting, Bjorn decided to ask why she was so scared of the fact that he was a barbarian, and Erwin explained that it was because of a long-standing feud between the fairies and barbarians that had been going on for ages. At this, Erwin quickly added that she held no grudge against barbarians, as the war had ended 10 years ago, and she definitely didn't want to fight with the main character just like him, since she wanted to become companions for the night. It didn't take long, and Bjorn was the first to suggest they become night companions to benefit from a good rest, as both were clearly tired, which she considered. Erwin remembered that barbarians highly valued warriors' honor, so she asked Bjorn to swear by his warrior's honor that he wouldn't do anything while asleep, and she would swear the same, but in the name of her clan. The deal was struck, and both simultaneously swore that they wouldn't touch the sleeping companion during the duration of the oath, that is, for the night. Bjorn volunteered to sleep first, making it a fact, so he started laying out a blanket and pillow on the ground, handing his pocket watch to Erwin and asking her to wake him in 2 hours. With nothing else to do, the girl agreed to watch over her companion, while he suddenly realized that after his encounter with Hans, who almost killed him, falling asleep would be much harder. So he decided to close his eyes and keep an eye on her. But it wasn't even 5 seconds before he was awakened by Erwin's sudden scream. Turns out, 2 hours had already flown by, and he didn't even notice when he lay down and quickly fell asleep, which made the barbarian feel lucky that he hadn't asked Hans for a blanket and pillow, or else he wouldn't be alive now. It was the fairy's turn to sleep, so he gave her the blanket and pillow so she could get some good rest after her tough day. At first she was against it, but it seems the warmth and softness of the blanket quickly made her change her mind and accept the sleeping arrangements. The blanket was so magical that it awakened a true, deep fatigue in her, causing Erwin to immediately collapse to the ground and wrap herself in it, while Bjorn sat on a nearby rock and kept watch. The only companion had been asleep for a long time, and thoughts began to drift back to the real world. Questions about what was happening there, whether they were looking for him, and if there was anyone for whom Bjorn mattered and who noticed his absence. But Bjorn quickly dismissed all these questions and closed his eyes, fully aware that no one in that world was waiting for him, and such thoughts would only break his spirit and make him give up, which our hero definitely didn't want. Almost 2 hours had passed, and in 10 minutes they would need to continue their journey through the caves alone, right? The barbarian looked at the sleeping Erwin, pondering his next move, because if he wants to find an ally here, she might be his last chance. Erwin is a great archer and the best ally. As you can take a nap with her and still survive, she can be trusted. And with more goblins showing up, the choice was clear. But at the same time, if he agrees, his share of the crystals will decrease, and he can easily handle 3 or 4 goblins on his own, so he had to keep wrestling with this decision. His thoughts were interrupted by the footsteps of 2 men who, upon spotting the main character and the girl, headed their way. These 2 immediately seemed suspicious and were apparently looking for Erwin, as they started whispering about her, clearly pleased with their find. One of the adventurers approached the barbarian and started questioning him about his relationship with the fairy, to which he honestly replied, a companion for the night. But instead of answering the next question about how long their alliance would last, Bjorn intimidated them with his fierce look and told them to get lost. That did the trick and scared the guys, who were actually after the fairy for some reason of their own. The strangers quickly backed off, not wanting to anger the barbarian, so they smirked evilly and hurried away, which Bjorn found even more suspicious since they definitely didn't just wander here by chance. There was clearly a catch, so Bjorn hurried to wake the girl while there was still time, but she refused to wake up, just turned away and continued to sleep, not wanting to part with the warm blanket. Soon, the main character realized that she was only pretending to be asleep, so he had no choice but to grab her by the shoulders and lift her up to prevent the girl from slipping away. And he asked why the fairy was pretending to sleep. Irwin eventually shared that she didn't really want to part with the barbarian because he was kind and made her feel safe, so she continued to sleep to prolong their time together. Reflecting on her words and the facts he left the moment of alliance unanswered and simply started getting ready, telling her to do the same. Instead, Bjorn asked Irwin what had happened with those guys, since the two of them knew about the girl. At first, the fairy said nothing, but then she thought it over a bit longer. The girl speculated that these two might be from the same clan as the guy who shot her, because they had the same emblem, belonging to the Crystal Union, which owns the first floor. Information about the group could have been crucial in deciding between cooperation and going it alone. If Bjorn hadn't looked at Irwin and noticed how nervous she was, and that she didn't have much chance of surviving. That's when the barbarian decided to keep the fairy close to him, if she would tell what actually happened between her and that clan. The fact that Irwin wouldn't be alone really pleased her, and her smile brightened up again. On the way, Irwin explained that she was unlucky enough to meet the clan director and become his night companion, as the guy tried to use and kill the fairy in her sleep, and it was a miracle she managed to escape, even though she got wounded during the escape. Bjorn was surprised by the fact that they still continued to chase her, even though she had fled to another part of the dungeon without a trace. To that, Irwin said that in their arsenal were local prototypes of radios called stone transmitters with a range of 300 meters, allowing communication over distance only with prior synchronization with each other. Leaving the girl alone was as bad an idea as staying in one place for too long. So they pushed on, and the main character asked why she was being chased, to which Irwin replied that she supposedly accidentally cut off a certain part of the clan director with a knife. This surprised Bjorn so much that he called the chase not mockery, but pure karma, though he didn't say it out loud. But in some way, the fairy's answer cleared up all questions about the chase. Since she felt calmer being with someone, Irwin admitted that the situation with the knife only amused her, and she told with a laugh about rumors that no potions helped the director reattach it. They kept running when suddenly the girl noticed and told her companion that someone was chasing them. So the best bet was to not look back, but to keep running and figure out a plan on the move. Irwin told him the distance was about 150 meters, and the hero noted that you couldn't hear anything from that far. But the girl wasn't lying, so the barbarian leaned towards the theory that this was yet another fairy superpower, distinguishing their kind from other races. They decided not to waste time and sped up in their attempts to break away and hide from their pursuers. But the distance remained exactly the same, which could mean that their movement had already been reported to the others. Given the situation, they could have taken them out themselves if it weren't for the clan focusing specifically on the barbarian's companion, adding risks. So he tried to ask Irwin about her combat skills. Besides being a sharpshooter with a bow and having excellent hearing, his companion could also summon spirits, specifically the element of fire, which was a rare addition among fairies. Bjorn was glad to hear such an answer and asked if she had ever killed before, to which she replied that she hadn't done so in the past, but was indeed capable of it, which increased their chances of survival. During their escape from the pursuers, the main character proposed they officially become allies, which delighted Irwin even more, and she agreed without hesitation, even though she was only entitled to 10% of all the crystals obtained here. They continued to run at full speed, but the distance began to decrease, so they decided to improvise and hide in the darkness of a cave, waiting for a better moment to attack. With a quick wave of her hand, Irwin summoned the fire spirit and they delved deeper into the cave, where Bjorn noted he had been before and certainly hadn't thought he'd return. The girl canceled the summoning and the fire vanished, leaving them hidden in the darkness. But even so, their pursuer followed them and stopped nearby, as if trying to sniff out their trail. There was no time to think, and Bjorn quickly ordered Irvin to shoot to kill or else they'd be spotted. The arrow was released immediately and hit the pursuer in the head, causing his body to lifelessly fall to the ground. Bjorn praised the fairy's accuracy and bravery, noting that if she had hesitated, they would have been in great danger, and he approached the body, trying to find something interesting and found that very stone transmitter. The main character grabbed the transmitter and started listening to the evil director, who had just realized that his ally was dead, and ordered everyone listening to this broadcast to gather in the goblin area to capture the barbarian and the fairy. The guy decided to check if there was anything interesting on the dead body, but found nothing unusual, just 2 knives, a bag of stones, and a health restoration potion. But there was a plus for the girl, who could take his clothes and wear them since it was leather armor. And, as the barbarian noted, the fairy's aura also changed for the better after changing clothes. After figuring out how to turn on the stone transmitter, they listened to another message from the director, who already knew where they were, so he ordered everyone to search and set a reward of 10,000 zlotys. This turn of events only scared Irvin, as now they couldn't trust anyone. But Bjorn assured her that everything would be fine if they started moving in the darkness with the spirit of fire, and then made it to the passage to the 2nd floor. The girl was a bit scared by the plan with the 2nd floor, since the 1st and 2nd floors are completely different from each other, and Irvin had never been there either, just like Bjorn, who reassured her and said that they made a great team, so there was nothing to fear. But the idea still didn't inspire her confidence, as it felt like they were walking into an orc's den to escape from goblins. But the director's increased bounty on her search quickly persuaded the girl, who wanted to stay alive and unharmed. Before moving on, Irvin stopped Bjorn and pointed out a new trap that he hadn't seen in a long time, signaling that goblins are rare in the dark, which made the barbarian doubt his luck even more, especially recalling how he stepped into a trap right at the beginning. The pleased fairy, still trying to repay the main hero for his kindness, took it upon herself to deal with the trap and rushed over, while Bjorn insisted that she shouldn't use her spirit power as they would soon need it. Reluctantly agreeing, Irwin was about to clear the trap when suddenly 2 goblins jumped down on her, ready to kill her on the spot. But she didn't lose her cool and shot them both, then stood among their bodies, which began to turn into glowing dust, expecting some praise from her companion. Bjorn truly complimented her, calling her an excellent archer, and looking at her happy face, he noted to himself that Irvin was much quicker and stronger than he had expected. But that was actually for the better. Irvin handed over both crystals to her companion, and with a smile reminded him of their agreement, where out of 10 stones she was entitled to 1, so she said she would work harder as she promised her younger brother to buy him something. Bjorn quietly agreed that they needed to fight more to get more crystals, but he wondered to himself if she was trying to corner him by repeating the terms of their deal in such a context. As time passed, they continued moving through the darkness, and the bounty for capturing the fairy had doubled. This time the terms were much simpler, dead or alive, which only worsened Irwin's mood as she became even more nervous. They later realized that things were going too smoothly, as there was no unity in the Crystal Alliance and no one wanted to go after them. But by the time the barbarian thought about this, the fairy had already sensed the trick. The barbarian was never short on luck, as they stumbled upon enemies stronger than goblins, called ghouls, which should be in the south, not the north where the only portal is and towards which they were heading. In the game, Bjorn knew there was this weird mechanic where the experience needed for leveling up only dropped when a player killed a type of monster for the first time. No XP for kills after that. So the barbarian quickly got it and suggested they team up against the ghouls, with Irwin taking on the distant monsters and the barbarian handling those up close. The ghouls had this thing where they'd only start attacking adventurers when they entered a certain area closer to the monsters. The guy just stepped in, and that single step was enough for the monsters to swarm the main hero. These monsters were faster and stronger than goblins, but still ranked 9th, meaning they were still weak, with attacks that were simple and predictable, so Bjorn didn't even bother when a ghoul tried to sneak up on him from behind. But soon, Irwin shot the ghoul, making the main hero realize he made the right call teaming up with her instead of splitting up after the night as they had initially planned. The fight didn't last long, so they collected the crystals and continued north, when suddenly, on the 3rd day, Irwin spotted a blood trail leading north, stirring the barbarian since it could have been his trail. Turns out, this trail of blood and breadcrumbs was indeed his, as it led right to the same trap where his slipper was lying next to. And deeper in the room, a portal shone, meant to take all adventurers to the next floor. This absolutely infuriated the barbarian, who slammed his hammer into the ground and yelled, scaring the girl, because the hero had gone through so much pain, so many goblins, and all this time the portal was right behind him. Irvin put the pieces together and tried to guess what the main hero had been through and why he was so enraged. But her guess fell flat, and she concluded that the barbarian had lost a comrade, also assuring that the fallen friend surely made it to heaven. The barbarian pretended not to hear that, since the only partner he had lost was Hans, and asked the fairy if she was ready to follow him to the second floor, to which she nodded affirmatively and smiled. Staying put, especially on the first floor, was pointless and dangerous, so without further ado, they ran and jumped into the portal leading to the second floor of the labyrinth, the Goblin Forest. The portal literally spat them out in midair, so Bjorn's landing wasn't smooth at all. He just hit the ground without managing to tuck and roll like Irvin did. The main character crouched and looked around, trying to figure out if there was any danger nearby, while the fairy looked around in amazement, as this floor was a forest with grass underfoot and a clear sky sprinkled with stars, something unseen on the first floor. Irvin noticed that she hadn't heard about a forest being on this floor, and was told about one of the zones on the second floor, as they vary greatly from each other, and each zone can be accessed through portals on the first floor, located in the north, west, east, and south. In the north of the second floor, where they were, lies the Goblin Forest, teeming with goblins and their variants, which are even more agile than when they were in the caves. To the east is an area called the Beast Den, where various beast-like monsters dwell that look like beasts but are even stronger. To the west live the same ghouls, and their territory is called the Dead Zone, a name that speaks for itself since the place is full of restless souls eager to taste adventurers. And finally, if someone wants to test their sword or hammer for crushing stones, the Stone Mountains in the south are perfect, where every stone is a formidable opponent capable of burying you with the rocks they are made of. Bjorn got back on his feet and asked Irvin if she knew how they would return to the city from the labyrinth, to which she nodded and replied that after a certain time, the labyrinth starts ejecting people itself. And that was the right answer, and the time after which the labyrinth ejects adventurers varied for each floor, so on the first floor you could only stay for 168 hours, but on the second floor, it was already 240. Their plan was to spend these 168 hours on the second floor and roam close to the portal itself, since the Crystal Union couldn't reach them due to their inability to work as a team, while the main characters went on a little recon. The forest was pretty quiet, and Bjorn wasn't in a rush to talk, so Irvin took the lead, casually sharing how the forest reminded her of the fairy forests, her girlhood home, even though she realized it was just nostalgia, and that the forest was actually full of goblins. It wasn't even 2 minutes before the guys stumbled upon the first trap, hidden under the leaves of the tree where it lay and where the fairy had pointed. The barbarian noticed nothing, but the girl's keen eye was already trained to spot such simple traps, so she picked up a stone from the ground and prepared to throw it into the leaves. Irvin's words turned out to be true, and with a swift movement of her hand, she accurately threw the stone into the trap, activating it. Proud of herself, she asked her companion how he liked her accuracy and sharp vision, hoping to hear another compliment. She deserved one, and he knew he could rely on her, but his mouth gave a completely different response, asking her how she could throw stones so poorly, unwilling to praise the girl. It would be a lie to say she wasn't puzzled by such a response from her ally and was quite upset, even after he appointed her responsible for finding and destroying traps. But a bit later, he tried to reassure his companion and said that she shouldn't worry about such a trifle, as he considered her an experienced adventurer, and her mood immediately lifted back up. Irvin tried to hide how thrilled she was to hear such words from him, simply closing her eyes and smirking, while Bjorn quickly noted that the fairy was still naive and easy to manipulate. They didn't have to stand still for long and moved on, until Irwin noticed that although goblin traps were set and they were in a goblin forest, she couldn't sense any monsters around, as if they were non-existent. This seemed strange even to Bjorn, who realized that they might still run into trouble later with groups of goblins, 10 in each, possibly including archers and swordsmen. Also, the deeper they went into the forest, the more high-level goblins they would encounter, which could worsen the situation for the newbies. But that info was irrelevant now since they decided to stay near the portal and clear the area of traps. Destroying the traps went smoothly thanks to Erwin, who spotted each one and tried to earn her companion's praise again, and he played along, indeed praising her, calling her an experienced adventurer. The sweet moment didn't last long, and the girls spotted a whole group of about 10 goblins, including warriors and archers, 50 meters away. But they hadn't noticed the adventurers yet. Soon, the duo found the entire group of goblins, and the fairy stealthily moved closer to the pack, ready to act according to the plan they had agreed on. Erwin was to make the first move, shooting in their direction, trying to hit at least one of the goblins. But Bjorn heard nothing and couldn't tell if the arrow hit its mark. The barbarian immediately rushed forward, ready to start the fight, signaling the fairy to stay behind him, which she agreed to, running off to a safe distance, constantly looking back as he engaged in battle with the goblins, wielding both hammer and shield. Among these goblins, stronger than the previous ones, there could also be mutants, a fact that should have scared Bjorn. But the warrior's heart he gained in his rebirth only began to flutter with the thrill of the new battle. It actually worked out for him, and he jumped into the fight, sparing neither himself nor his strength, slaying goblins one after another with both shield and hammer. The hero had no time to rest, as other goblins rushed to avenge their fallen brothers, and that's when the barbarian realized the problem was the number of monsters. There were 10 goblins in one group, but if there had been no more than 5, Bjorn would have easily handled them. Injuries in this battle would have been unavoidable if it weren't for his ally, who had already taken position and started shooting at all targets, aiding in the fight from a distance as planned. The battle was over, and the main hero counted that he earned 11 crystals at once, whereas he could only get 44 in a whole day on the first floor, which was a huge difference. He gave 2 crystals to the fairy, because even though 1 crystal couldn't buy much, 2 could definitely buy bread, which made Erwin both happy and proud as her work was paying off. Once they stepped 3 meters beyond the portal area, goblin packs started appearing every 5 minutes, meaning more money earned. Among this group was a goblin archer who could suddenly disappear, a technique known in the game as camouflaging. But the camouflaged goblin was no trouble for the barbarian who continued to fight, scattering them in all directions with his hammer. To avoid getting hit in the head by an arrow from the goblin archer, all he needed to do was spot him, and dodging would be a piece of cake. The goblin finally dropped his camouflage, giving Bjorn the chance to attack and kill the cheeky bugger, tossing him up in the air with his shield with all his might. Every minute was a battle for the whole 15 hours the allies fought, and both were pretty exhausted, so they decided to rest near the portal to keep out of sight from other goblins. Erwin asked for a blanket and a pillow and fell asleep quickly due to the fatigue that had built up over those 15 hours of fighting monsters. But she was so tired she even started snoring, which surprised Bjorn. While they fought the goblins and during breaks, the companions met other adventurers who roamed in groups of 3 or 4 creatures, including members of different races. Along the way, he realized that adventurers were even more dangerous than goblins, especially now that the barbarian had someone to worry about, since Erwin was pretty enough to catch someone else's eye, and she woke up happily when she heard the last part. The next day, the situation was unchanged, and they continued to encounter other groups of goblins and dealt with them, earning even more rewards than before. On the 5th day of their stay here, they also hunted and rested well, with nothing unusual happening. On the 7th day, they met more adventurers, but they didn't want to join any groups at all, considering their past experiences with people, as they were almost killed by those who agreed to watch over them while they slept. By the end of the 8th day, they were tired again, but it didn't matter because it was time to return to the first floor, and from there, head back to Raphonia where they could finally relax. On the way back, they noticed that traps had reappeared, indicating that the goblins had respawned and were roaming around, waiting for inexperienced adventurers. And that was indeed the case, as just 150 meters from Bjorn and Erwin, there were 10 goblins, including 2 archers, all having some interesting conversations in their native goblin language. Even though the monsters didn't bother anyone, their luck was short-lived, as an arrow suddenly hit one of the goblins while the others got scared and stood up to spot the threat. The threat was right in front of them, towering like a mountain, which scared the small monsters even more, and they lost any desire to start fighting the barbarian, although he was ready for it. After all these battles, our main hero became a master of combat and even started comparing himself to the Hindu figure of Avalokiteshvara with his 1,000 arms and eyes, considering his calm and quick reactions. Irwin got used to it too, knowing exactly when and whom to shoot, so even though she said there were 2 archers in the group, no arrow flew his way. He knew he could fully trust the fairy, and this time he praised her work, asking why she didn't immediately tell him how she dealt with the archers, to which she replied that she wasn't sure if she had killed the second one. But the battle went great, and Irwin even realized when it was better to keep quiet, showing her growth as a person, which made Bjorn very proud of her as his ally. Suddenly, the fairy called the barbarian over and pointed to the corpse of the goblin archer, which started glowing bright blue, an unusual thing for monster corpses. It turned out to be a character enhancement through the powers and additional characteristics of its former owner, a chance occurrence that was nearly zero, known as essence enhancement. Bjorn, amazed by such luck, lets Irwin take the archer's essence and explains that while it won't turn her into a goblin, it will add extra traits and improve her basic ones. Bjorn wondered if the stranger who had been searching for them on the first floor might have used the essence of a beast-like monster to gain similar hearing and smell, which almost led him to them. Irwin, all pleased, double-checks if her buddy needs the essence and proudly claims it for herself since the main hero doesn't mind. After all, a barbarian won't get much use out of an archer's essence. The fact that the essence has appeared still bugs the guy, and he decides he'll let her absorb it under one condition. But they couldn't come to an agreement, as they heard footsteps behind them and turned around to check out the uninvited guests. Turns out, these guests were other adventurers with a crossbowman on their team, who spotted the light from the essence and wanted to snatch it for themselves. This ended up being a lucky break for Bjorn. And while Irwin was trying to claim her right to the essence, the barbarian put his hands on her shoulders and told her to keep quiet because he had a better idea. The best move was to push her into the essence, letting her absorb it before the other adventurers could, giving all the necessary powers to Irwin alone, and now the essence couldn't be taken away. But what's done is done. The barbarian and the fairy were much quicker and secured the enhancement for themselves, which really pissed off the adventurers. Bjorn decided to play on that, challenging them to attack since he immediately noticed they were underestimating him. So it was time to take advantage of their swift moves. A few minutes later, our heroes kept running straight for the portal that would send them back to the city, this time not wasting their precious time on goblins. The barbarian's agility scared the group of adventurers off, and they ran away, screaming for mercy. The guy knew they'd have to face each other again since these adventurers also planned to return through the first floor. Irwin sniffed out a new group of goblins about 50 meters away, but there was no way to avoid them since they'd already been spotted. Trying to dodge a fight, Bjorn ordered the girl to turn around and run in the opposite direction. But their attempt was cut short by a crossbow bolt that would have hit the fairy if the barbarian hadn't pulled her away. The guy figured out it was a scheme by the adventurers they had met earlier who were still trying to get their hands on the essence, using the goblins to lure the heroes into a trap. They needed a new plan, so he immediately told the girl to use the power of the essence, which could be activated at will, boosting her stats by several points and adding unique abilities like camouflage. Bjorn handed over his stuff to his friend and ran ahead, ordering her to track down the crossbowman but do nothing until he gave a signal, which they hadn't discussed. After a while, he easily took down half the goblins without Irwin's help. But then a second group of monsters showed up. Since the adventurers didn't show up after the shot, they'd probably appear after he'd killed all the monsters, so he had to keep going without a break. Eventually, he started to lose vigilance, and a goblin managed to land the first wound on his back, which he responded to by sending the creature flying with his shield. No matter how hard the main hero tried, the wounds kept piling up, and he was left without the girl's help, though he hoped she had managed to find their crossbowman. He noticed arrows flying towards him from both sides, one from a goblin and another from a crossbow, and had to choose which one to defend against. He chose to block the crossbow bolt, but the arrow from the bow hit his elbow and poisoned him with the venom it carried. He also had to choose between the hammer and the shield since he couldn't use his left hand anymore, which went numb. But the decision was clear, and he dropped the hammer because the real trouble was the adventurers, not the goblins. This didn't dampen Bjorn's fighting spirit, and he kept thrashing everyone wildly, fending off more and more goblin attacks until the victorious end. The last pair of goblins got so scared of how the barbarian looked that they ran away as fast as they could, marking the end of the first battle and the beginning of the second, this time with the adventurers. They approached with smiles on their faces and tried to friendly find out where Irwin and the essence had gone. The barbarian's favorite response was to attack, and he made it clear once again that he wasn't going to give up the girl. But the group leader persisted with a wicked smile, reminding the main hero that he was quite injured, and then promised to let the barbarian go if he revealed where the fairy with the essence was. Bjorn didn't like that idea one bit and asked himself who this redhead thought he was, assuming he'd betray his buddy just because of some injuries. Since the negotiations failed, it was time to grab the sword and show that the redhead wasn't joking around at all. But the main character had a different goal in mind, specifically to give Irvin a subtle signal that only she would understand, without the others catching on. Thanks to the game being set in a medieval-like era and him being reborn from the 21st century, the hero had one gesture in his arsenal, the middle finger, which he had been wanting to show them ever since the adventurers first spotted the duo. The guys didn't get what the gesture meant, so they were a bit thrown off when the barbarian calmly raised his injured hand and showed it to them. Whether Irvin got the message or not, he'd have to find out later. For now, to divert their attention, he needed to start a fight with the adventurers themselves. After the first strike, the redhead couldn't handle the barbarian's strength, so he called over his stronger buddy to fight, while he tried to catch his breath. Suddenly, the group fighting noticed an arrow flying towards them, and everyone tried to guess whether it was aimed at Bjorn or the redhead. The arrow could have hit the team leader if the guy with the shield hadn't stepped into the battlefield just in time, since earlier he was just standing aside, as if waiting for Irvin's arrow. Bjorn didn't like this move and decided that since his companion couldn't help, he'd have to do everything himself. After a brief speech about how the group wasn't just fighting a barbarian but a huge monster, two of the free men tried to attack the main hero from different sides. The leader was the first to get it in the jaw, sent flying a meter or two away from the enemy and his allies by the barbarian's powerful punch. At that moment, the second guy tried to stab Bjorn with his katana, and man was he surprised when Bjorn managed to dodge at the last second. After a few backward jumps, Bjorn kept dodging and striking at his enemies. A new arrow flew towards the katana guy, but it was intercepted by a dude with a shield, whose main asset, the shield, immediately burst into bright flames, definitely Irwin's handiwork. This was a chance to strike, and the barbarian charged towards the two still living adventurers, while the shield guy was pulling out his sword, gearing up for an attack. Just then, the hero's companion outpaced them and drove her arrow through his shoulder, disarming him for a while. The only one still able to fight charged at Bjorn, who expertly blocked his attacks with his shield. The tide of the battle wasn't in their favor, so their leader ran off the battlefield trying to find Irwin, which slightly spooked the barbarian, but ultimately, he trusted the girl and turned all his strength and rage onto the last two. Next, he tried to hit the enemy facing him, but the guy arched his back and dodged, though his shield-bearing ally couldn't manage that, leaving the man and the barbarian one-on-one in the fight. To knock down the last warrior, Bjorn had to pull a maneuver. He grabbed the shield, feinted a strike, but instead, he threw the shield at the adventurer who fell to the ground. No mercy was expected when, in a fury, the barbarian clutched the old man's throat, tore off a chunk of flesh, and finished off the adventurer. After the battle was over, Irwin rushed over to her companion, relieved that he was alive, and handed him a vial of healing potion, so the barbarian could drink it instead of treating each wound separately. It felt even worse than the first time, as his insides started boiling from it. But the main character changed the subject and asked what time it was, to which the fairy replied that only 10 minutes had passed and there was still a chance to make it to the first floor. But they had to hurry, so the barbarian and the fairy agreed to only grab the weapons and backpacks, leaving their clothes behind as there was no time to take them off. Nearly 30 minutes later, they finally reached the portal and jumped into it at the last moment, transporting themselves to the first floor from where they could exit to the outside world. The portal spat them out just like the first time, and although Irwin managed to stay on her feet and felt joy as their adventure was coming to an end, Bjorn fell again, but at least not from a bird's flight height like the first time. At the last moment, the fairy remembered that the guy wanted to ask her something, to which Bjorn replied that he wanted to see her tonight at the Black Whale Tavern when they all get out of the labyrinth into the outside world. And so they moved back one by one to the city of Raphonia, where they could breathe a sigh of relief as it was relatively safe there. Time in the labyrinth didn't flow like in the city, so he immediately set his watch to noon, because no matter how long you spend in the labyrinth, you return at noon the next day. The voice of another barbarian besides Bjorn rang out in the street, and it was Karak, the main character's loyal ally, who began to warmly greet his friend. Soon after Karak started the conversation, More and more people began to gather around him, happy that Karak was still alive, while our main character stood aside and silently watched. The company quickly decided to have a showdown at the checkpoint, where the whole gang of warriors, along with Bjorn, headed, shouting various things halfway down the street. At the checkpoint, they were tallying up all the crystals collected by the adventurer during their time in the labyrinth, and luckily for this woman, the showdown was just a counting contest where the one with the most loot wins. It was Bjorn's turn, and he put his several bags on the table and waited for the final count, and it turned out the woman was a master at quick counting and soon announced a total of 18,000 crystals. The whole horde of barbarians started shouting his name and calling him the best warrior, since his crystal count broke all previous records, and after all, he came back with other additional items too. The barbarian realized he was the first of their kind to enter the labyrinth as a wild man and leave as a sophisticated member of society, complete with boots and a hammer, so influenced by the crowd, he perked up, celebrating his own success. In the oldest traditions of the barbarians, they started tossing him in the air and praising him, which Bjorn was still pretty pleased about, and nobody even noticed the bystanders who were baffled by what they were doing. Bjorn decided to move on, but for now, just sit and wait with the other barbarians for those still at the checkpoint, not to miss any important moment that he might not know about. Suddenly, Bjorn noticed Irvin, who had met another group looking like sophisticated and aloof fairies, and was already sharing her adventures in the labyrinth, as it was her first experience. The company the girl found herself in seemed way smarter than the company of barbarians, which even made him feel a bit jealous of her and her luck. After exchanging a couple of glances, they quietly agreed to meet up that night and both whispered about it, making sure not to be overheard. But both sides noticed it, and one of the fairies asked if Erwin knew this barbarian, to which she replied no and tried to change the subject. Kanak asked Bjorn the same thing, trying to get a glimpse of the fairy, and the main character responded even more sharply, but it still meant no. The tension between the races got so high that even regular folks were scared to walk by, just to avoid getting smacked by any of them, while Erwin and Bjorn just silently watched everything happening. Luckily for the guy, all the barbarians at the checkpoint left, and the barbarians managed to leave without a fight between the races, and they left while the main character looked around observing the other people. The boy hugs his father, who just returned from the labyrinth with tears in his eyes, and both are happy about the reunion. Others were just as happy, like two brothers, one of whom had also just returned, and just like that, a grandma greeting her son, equally thrilled that he was still alive. But on the flip side of that same coin, there was sorrow, despair, and sadness for all those who died, like for the husband who will never see his beloved again. So many lost brothers, sisters, children, or even parents, and each mourned for those who were no more. The guy walks past all the grieving people and notices that such suffering brings him a strange feeling, although he's seen it 100 times through a 2D graphic screen. But in reality, it feels completely different. Very quickly, the somber mood was replaced by drinking and joyful shouts from the barbarians all over the tavern, simply glad to have survived. The main character wasn't big on drinking because he thought he might miss some essential ritual, so he stuck around just for that reason. But it turned out that the only necessary step for the barbarians was just plain old drinking. This really pissed the guy off, and he slammed his hands on the table trying to calmly say that he was leaving because he was in a hurry. But the group couldn't do anything and just saw him off with cheerful shouts, praising the new strongest warrior Bjorn who tried to sneak away, which, to put it mildly, didn't work out. Walking through the city streets, the main character couldn't help feeling some emptiness inside, because over these so-called 7 days, he got used to always being on guard. But in Raphonia, different rules apply and no one's out to kill you for a quick buck. Bjorn bought himself a shirt and went to a hotel to get a room and finally rest after all these adventures that could have cost him and his companion their lives. To freshen up and rid himself of nagging thoughts, he decided to take a shower, but even the warm water didn't help him relax. Right after the shower, he collapsed on the bed and sighed, feeling an immense fatigue that should have shut off his thoughts and let him sleep without worrying about anything. But one thought had already taken root in his head and continued to torment him for a long time. And that was the desire to get home, even if no one was waiting for him there, even if they weren't happy to see him, and even if living there would be worse than here. At 9 in the evening, he woke up and clasped his hands together, waking up, and later figured he had slept for about 4 or 5 hours, since he had left the labyrinth at noon, and now it was time to meet Erwin at the Black Whale Tavern. A new problem arose out of nowhere, and it turned out that such a tavern hadn't existed for 10 years because the owner's son got hooked on gambling and lost the tavern. Turns out, the game time and the time in this reality were indeed out of sync, and now the place Bjorn knew from the game as the Python's Path, and the fact he could read that sign made him sure he needed to hit the library for more info. As soon as the guy walked into the tavern, he was greeted by a lively atmosphere, great drinks, and soon noticed Erwin and another fairy his companion had been chatting with earlier. The woman was clearly not pleased to meet him, keeping a serious face as she sized up the barbarian from head to toe. Bjorn introduced himself first, then asked the stranger her name and how she was related to his ally. Turned out she was Erwin's older sister and introduced herself as Tercia, reluctant to give her full name. The barbarian asked why she was here, to which the older sister put her hands on the table and leaned closer, questioning why he'd brought such a young lady to a place like this, especially at night. Tercia quickly reminded him that he was the one who asked Erwin to come to this tavern, and now he's asking why she, as an older sister, is sticking up for her kin. But what really threw our hero off was her mentioning that he had called Erwin last night, not this afternoon. Completely lost in time, Bjorn turned to Erwin and asked how many hours ago they had left the labyrinth, to which she replied it was about 30 hours ago, not the 4 or 5 he had thought. Meaning, without even realizing, he had slept through an entire day and missed the appointed time, which is why he felt so rested, and it bummed him out since he was the one who insisted on this meeting. Eaten up by guilt, he immediately apologized to his partner, admitting he overslept, which startled Tercia, as she didn't expect a barbarian to apologize, considering they're supposed to be enemies with the fairies. Tercia quickly brushed off the moment and asked why the barbarian had even needed to call her younger sister here at night, already thinking about changing her opinion of him. But instead of a proper response, he just spat on personal ties, stuck his finger in his ear, blatantly showing his disrespect for her, and then added that if she was so curious, she should ask Erwin herself. That really soured her mood, and she went back to her usual mode of hating barbarians, thinking he wasn't too bright for not even wanting to answer her question properly. And so their bitter hangout continued, this time throwing jokes and accusations around while Erwin tried to calm them both down and keep the situation from heating up, clearly struggling in the middle of these feuding friends. This could have gone on forever since both sides had plenty to say about each other. But Tercia broke the cycle by placing a bag with 350,000 crystals in front of the barbarian, his share from what Erwin made selling the essence. But Bjorn didn't accept such a generous gift, which made the girl ask why he then needed the fairy's younger sister, to which he turned to his friend and asked what she thought about it, and Erwin couldn't come up with a good response. The main character explains that the deal, which got her the essence, was about them continuing to work together if Erwin helped him gather the needed amount of crystals. Tercia explained to the guy that now the girl would be going with her sister into the labyrinth, as this plan had been brewing for a while, and no matter how much Erwin appreciated Bjorn's offer, she couldn't change her mind and thus apologized to Bjorn. Trying to keep the conversation going, the main character asks if this bag is half of all the profits, to which Tercia nods, and Bjorn reminds that according to their agreement, he's entitled to 90% of the total amount. The elder sister was prepared for this too, so with a sly smile, she placed another bag full of crystals next to it, while Bjorn starts to realize why barbarians aren't too fond of fairies, as he almost got tricked himself. Erwin bursts into the conversation and asks her sister to give the girl a chance to say goodbye to the gentleman, as they had spent quite a lot of time together and she would like to thank her partner for everything they went through. Tercia finally remembers that her little sister isn't 5 anymore, though she's only 21, and agrees to give them some free time. But before she leaves, she almost orders the barbarian to swear on his warrior's honor that he won't sleep with her sister, which surprises her just as much as it does the main character. The request doesn't scare him, though. He's never cared much for warrior's honor, so he swears easily that he won't do anything bad, joking in his mind that according to Tercia herself, everything else is allowed. Eventually, Tercia, satisfied, stands up, turns around, and leaves, having fulfilled her sisterly duty, now leaving Bjorn calm and Erwin disturbed by her sister's behavior to have their talk. Before leaving the tavern, the girl decides to be kinder to the barbarian and thanks him for not abandoning Erwin and even saving her. And to prove her sincerity, she repeats his full name. Now that the former allies are alone, the main character assures his friend that Tertia isn't mad at her sister for going against her will for the first time, and suggests changing the subject. Irwin puts a couple of more pouches on the table, explaining that she took them from the backpacks of the crossbowman and the redhead, since the stuff ended up with her and there was too much to bring here, so she suggests going to her place tomorrow to pick them up. Meanwhile, the girl reminds her friend that she promised to repay him for saving her life and asks if he has anything in mind for that, while the barbarian finally realizes why the older sister came at all. Tertia was just worried the barbarian would ask for something outrageous. Since he had no ideas, the main character suggests grabbing something to eat, but the girl wasn't hungry, so she declined the food at this tavern. Turns out, she plans to share her first alcoholic drink with Bjorn after getting out of the labyrinth, as this was a first for her. Hence, the tradition was called the first return drink. When Irwin found out she could actually share her first celebratory drink with Bjorn, since it was his first adventure too, they exchanged compliments and started drinking to their first labyrinth expedition. After a while, the girl started to feel tipsy, while the guy kept downing booze without any consequences, thinking about how the fairy could repay him for saving her. Later, he came up with a plan and told Irwin about it, but realized it was better not to do it in the tavern, or they might get followed, so she suggested going to the barbarian's room and he happily agreed. But a romantic evening was only in the fairy's plans, while the barbarian started trying to twist her arm off, but eventually realized he was using too much strength and gave the girl a break. As she sat down, worrying and repeatedly asking if her arm was still alive or if she had died, Bjorn thought about how the +4 flexibility trait was almost unnoticeable in this reality. The 3 main traits in the game he ended up in were strength, spirit, and endurance. But there were a whole bunch of other traits too, the meanings of which distinguished warriors with the same numbers in the main traits. The essence that Irwin absorbed boosted several of her traits and made her stronger. But there was one trait, obsession, whose effect he couldn't understand. The main character asked Irwin if anything had changed after returning from the labyrinth, and she mentioned she ate a ton of cookies, even though she never really liked them, which made Bjorn think that obsession enhances desires. The investigation could have continued, but the fairy started feeling tired, so she asked the guy to lie down and sleep, and he couldn't refuse her. And so, the two of them fell asleep in the same bed, while the barbarian thought about Thursia's words, who warned him that the hero should not sleep with Irwin, but he figured she probably meant something else by sleep, so he drifted off peacefully. The night was calm, and both had a good sleep, after which they managed to bring all the stuff from the slain adventurers into Bjorn's room, planning to sell most of it except for the leather suit and belt, because Irwin decided to keep those for herself. A few minutes later, they sold everything at good prices and together made 1,450,000 crystals, which both found surprising and pleasing. As much as they enjoyed each other's company, it was time to part ways. But the main character suggested they walk together a bit longer since they were heading the same way, while Irwin was already missing their battles together. Walking through the city center, they noticed a huge crowd gathered in front of the guillotine for reasons unknown to the barbarian and the fairy. It turned out that at that moment, people were being executed who hadn't killed, looted, or done anything bad, but were unable to pay the taxes of Raphonia, which is why they ended up here. We learn that the city of Raphonia is the last place on Earth that somewhat survived after the witch's curse, but it was cut off from resources in the outside world, so the only way to earn something was the labyrinth. When the first guilty person was beheaded, the crowd, out of their minds, rushed forward to the site of the killing, bread loaves in hand. Reaching the guillotine, people started smearing the bread with the blood of the deceased and ate it as quickly as possible, not even moving away from the spot. This scared both of them, and Irwin asked why people were doing this, to which Bjorn replied that there's a belief here that the blood of the slain would lead to financial wealth. The guy asked his friend what the tax was for the first month, and the amount turned out to be 700,000 for non-humans, with the tax increasing by 100,000 the next month, plus a commission added when transferring the amount. This technique was specifically designed to reduce the number of hungry mouths, so such executions were always a thing, and the rest had no choice but to enter the labyrinth and fight to survive. The barbarian decided that next time, the best plan would be to make it to the 6th floor to earn more and not worry about his future, or escape to reality while there's still time. After a while, Bjorn headed to the library to gather more information about this world, and as soon as he entered, he caught several surprised looks from people who didn't expect to see a barbarian in a library. But he wasn't the only one, as at one of the tables, his old friend, the barbarian Einar, was already sitting and sleeping. Bjorn woke the girl by placing his hand on her shoulder and tried to find out what she was doing there. Einar quickly grasped the situation and smiled brightly, loudly telling her friend how glad she was that he was also alive, drawing attention from others. But she didn't care. She explained that she remembered Bjorn's words about thinking things through and came to the library to read a book, and as it turned out, she didn't even know how to read. But the fact that she tried was already commendable. Einar sighed and also shared that her situation with other adventurers hadn't been lucky either, so she decided to start learning and was now heading to the temple to learn how to read and write. Bjorn wished her luck with that, and the girl remembered that she wanted to repay him for his wisdom and told him to come to the Angry Bull Tavern in 2 days, where Einar would do everything possible to help him, which Bjorn was damn happy about since he really needed the help. Now, left alone with the library, he wondered where to find the books he needed, as the place was simply massive and without help, he wouldn't be able to find anything. Looking around, he noticed a girl who was asleep at the table, paying no attention to anyone, and Bjorn had to wake her up. Luckily, there's a librarian in this world too, albeit a sleepy one. So before she dozed off again, our hero approached her to ask for a book. Without waiting to hear him out, the girl muttered a strange spell, and light appeared in her hands, which also touched the barbarian's chest as if she was using her power on him. But nothing seemed to change, and the girl, yawning, said that the best bet would be to roam around the library and surely something would turn up. She also repeated that books can't be taken out and must be put back after reading, and then she fell asleep again. Turns out, the girl's magic did work. It highlighted the right book for him with a soft purple glow, impossible to miss, so he picked it as his first read. The first book told about a fallen world, a world that suffered from a witch's curse and was unfit for life, with the only city that remained intact and survived the disaster being the city of Raphonia. Due to many dying from a lack of resources, the strongest mages created a portal to the labyrinth world, giving a chance to earn money and survive with their families without worries. The second book on alchemy described ways to turn crystals earned in the labyrinth into pieces of bread, metal, or gold, which seemed useful to the main character, though confusing. The next book was more interesting to him and talked about a phenomenon called evil spirits, which are the souls of players moving into barbarians' bodies for unknown reasons and taking control, and the government was constantly fighting against this phenomenon, so Bjorn must not let people discover his true identity. The penultimate book helped the barbarian understand the time period he was in, as the game started with the death of the immortal king, Revision III, whereas here, 150 years had passed since the events of the prologue, explaining the discrepancies between the game and reality. The last book talked about spatial instability that can occur when closing a portal, sending a person to the dark zone of the first floor. This suggests that Bjorn ended up in the dark zone because of his own actions. Only then did the main character notice it was really dark outside, so it was time to head back home. The guy got home, lay down on his bed, thinking it had only been 3 days since he returned from the labyrinth and that a month here lasts 30 days. The portal opens on the 1st, so he's got 27 days left, and tomorrow he'll start looking for allies to avoid going alone again. In the morning, he was woken up by the painfully familiar voice of Erwin, who was standing outside his door, knocking to wake him up. As soon as the barbarian opened the door and asked why she came, a very strong wind hit him in the face, something that just couldn't happen indoors out of nowhere. Erwin herself was to blame, revealing she had managed to make a contract with the spirit of wind and could now use its power in battles, considering that fire and wind are great allies when together. She did this using magical contracts, which are expensive and only have a 10% chance of success. Erwin spent 10 of these given to her by Tercia. Although it was good news, Bjorn asked her to recall the spirit, which made both the spirit and the fairy sad because they hadn't shown him everything yet. And he already had something to show in return, specifically the room that was now a complete mess because of the spirit of wind's powers. The girl quickly realized the situation and apologized, saying she would recall the spirit and clean up his room, which she did, and rather quickly at that. Now that they could actually talk, the barbarian congratulated the girl on her new successful contract since it was a solid boost, and then asked why she keeps coming here every time something goes down, even though they haven't been allies for ages. The barbarian was her first partner and first friend, so the fairy felt a connection and always rushed to him to spill the beans first. So Bjorn decided to just roll with it and keep up the friendship. Another day passed, and by evening, the main character headed to the Raging Bull Tavern, where all the barbarians, including Einar, whom he needed to see, were staying. One of the barbarians tried to convince Bjorn to move in with them since it was way cheaper, even though it meant sleeping 5 to a room, but he dodged the offer, saying he just came to check on Einar. The girl noticed her friend too and came over to ask why Bjorn was looking for her, to which he replied that he wanted to train with Einar to improve his skills since she was way stronger than him. The only problem was that the training field was already packed with other barbarians fighting each other. But Bjorn wasn't bothered and said he'd like to spar with her right then and there. The main character wasn't planning to lose, but Einar literally beat him in a couple of minutes, and he didn't even realize he was lying on the ground, totally wiped out by the girl who was stronger than him. But that just meant he had a lot to learn from her. So the barbarian wiped the blood from his nose and asked for another round, and the girl was game. The second time was no better, and he dropped his shield when she started striking, and he lost again. Next time, he managed to fend off her attacks a bit and lasted longer, still lost, but asked for a rematch. So they fought the whole evening until night fell, and both were completely worn out, so they decided to continue tomorrow after they've rested and can resume training. Before saying goodbye and leaving, Bjorn asked Einar if she had any allies for the next trip to the labyrinth, to which she replied that she wasn't even planning to form a team because of financial issues. Bjorn thought it would be a sin not to seize the opportunity and offer himself, noting that he would take 80% of the loot but would also cover the team's expenses. The girl wasn't great with numbers, let alone percentages the guy started talking about, so she quickly shut him up and shook his hand, saying she'd be happy to collaborate with Bjorn in the labyrinth. He liked her attitude, and the guy said he was also looking forward to working together, as Einar was definitely smarter than the other barbarians and surely wouldn't betray him, so now he could relax, having found a great ally. The next day, the two barbarians returned to the temple to the Elder, whom Bjorn didn't particularly like or respect because of the incident with the evil spirit during the warrior initiation ceremony when Einar and the hero both turned 18. The Elder guessed that the barbarian decided to follow in Einar's footsteps and learn to read and write. But the main hero responded that he came for the spiritual seal called the Immortal Seal, which was a prerequisite for easy progression in the labyrinth. The Elder was suspicious, as rookies and inexperienced warriors rarely know about this spirit seal, so he bluntly asked the barbarian where he learned about it, to which Bjorn prepared and answered that he read about it in a book about the war between fairies and barbarians, where this seal played a huge role. The lie worked, and the Elder even patted the guy on the back, expressing his pride for him and Einar, who were becoming smarter day by day, a thirst for knowledge not often seen among barbarians. But before handing over the necessary seal, the Elder demanded 800 stones for it, setting it more as a challenge, as he immediately asked whether he could handle such a price. And Bjorn was ready for this, which really surprised Einar because newcomers don't usually make that much, especially from just one trip to the labyrinth. But the barbarian stuck to his plan and handed the Elder a bag with 500,000 crystals and 3 bags of 100,000 each. The Elder, not expecting this, asked again how he managed it, which made the main character very happy, as he had even come up with a believable story that played on the barbarian's hatred for fairies. He started with the truth, telling how he found a lone and wounded fairy hiding from other adventurers, and the barbarian took advantage of this. He made her his slave and forced her to fight, then took all the stones, leaving nothing for the fairy. The climax of his plan was the moment with the essence, which he gave to Erwin, and then forced her older sister to pay for the essence. The story turned out to be not only believable, but also exactly to the taste of not just the Elder, but also the other barbarians who gathered to hear about it. This same story made the Elder think and give him 200,000 crystals as a gift, acknowledging the guy's potential, which really pleased the main character and made him start to see some charm in the barbarians. The spiritual seal is one of the ways to enhance a barbarian's body, involving the use of specific tattoos to improve certain characteristics. You can choose a spiritual seal only once, so the shaman asks Bjorn if he's ready and sure about his choice for good, but the barbarian isn't backing down from his plan. But the tattoo brings the same pain, especially when the shaman started using a bigger needle than the main character had ever seen in his world. A few hours passed and the tattoo session wrapped up, So the barbarian thanked the shaman and was about to leave when he heard a chuckle from behind and automatically asked what was so funny. The shaman replied that he had never heard or seen anyone thank a shaman for a tattoo before. This moment freaked the main character out because the last thing he wanted was to stand out or draw attention. So he silently left the shaman's hut, trying to figure out if saying thanks was actually a bad thing. The next day, he headed to the market to gear up for a new adventure in the labyrinth, since the hammer wasn't working for him, and training with Einar showed that the sword was even less suitable, so he settled on a medium-sized mace. Along with the weapon, he also picked up a cheap custom helmet and a breastplate to fight better and worry less about his protection. Days went by, turning into a pleasant routine, and every morning he woke up and went down to have breakfast with Irwin, who still happily runs to him despite living far away. He spends time in the library until 4 o'clock searching for information, while constantly wondering why the librarian is always sleeping on the job. After 4, he has a free hour, and he visits new places while listening out for some news in search of interesting information for himself. Then after that, Bjorn heads back to the Angry Bull Tavern where he continues training with the other barbarians to improve his stats like endurance, strength, and even flexibility. Weeks of battling with Einar were enough for him to start fighting and even occasionally beating the other barbarians, including Einar herself sometimes. In the evening, our hero heads back to his hotel, freshens up, and meets Irwin again, who fills him in on everything she's learned and asks about his day. At the end of one such day, she said goodbye and wished him luck for tomorrow in the labyrinth. And Bjorn realized just how quickly time had flown by. It was only one day until the portal opened. So the next day, Einar and Bjorn got ready and headed to the researcher's house, where they requested a sacred bond for 2. The sacred bond is a one-time effect that links 2 or more people, allowing them to appear together in one place in the labyrinth, even though it costs 150,000 crystals, which could buy a whole mountain of meat. During the conversation, the woman called the barbarians 9th-rank adventurers, so Bjorn asked how she figured that out. She replied that the main indicator of rank is the amount of essence in the soul, but she didn't elaborate and let them go. To celebrate the start of their adventure, the main hero splurged on the most expensive dinner in the tavern for 800,000 crystals, which totally surprised and delighted his new allies so much that she asked 3 times if she was dreaming. The new favorite food of the barbarian's companion became cream pie, which she devoured like there was no tomorrow and continued to be as happy as a kid, making it her goal to always earn enough to afford such dinners. When dinner was over, they immediately headed to the portal, which had just started to open, so they had some time before they could enter. Nearby, a second group of barbarians appeared, newly initiated warriors about to go through the labyrinth for the first time. This brought back some nostalgia for Einar, something Bjorn couldn't grasp since their own initiation was just a month ago. Finally, the portal to the labyrinth was opened and adventurers could enter, but the main character suggested the girl wait a bit and enter later. Although Einar didn't understand why it was necessary, her trust in him was strong enough that she agreed to wait a while. They ended up waiting longer than Einar expected, and the passage began to close up. Imagine her surprise when the wise one said it still wasn't time to enter and they needed to wait even more. Then it was announced that the portal was starting to close, so they both sprinted from their spot and ran through the night into the portal to get into the labyrinth. As it turned out, the instability of the space helped them land in the same spot where the main character had been thrown the first time, which was into darkness. Luckily for Einar, Bjorn had brought a torch, so they were able to make out a stone slab in the dark, which turned out to be a button to activate the portal that hadn't been used yet. Since Einar and Bjorn found the spot first, they had the honor of opening the passage, so a simple touch of the hand to the slab was enough, and the portal to the second floor opened, allowing them to pass through. The portal took them to the second floor, but to a different area called the Lands of the Dead, where various unrestful souls like ghouls, mutants, skeletons, and similar monsters dwelled. Suddenly, Bjorn felt something strange coursing through his veins, a sensation he'd never felt before, and he asked Einar about it, who explained that it was a sign of a soul level increase, or character level. The girl was puzzled about how his level increased before he had killed anyone, so the barbarian explained to his companion that finding the portal first was an achievement, an experience that contributed to the level up. What was called experience for a player here had a different name, achievement, which also had its quirks in the mechanics. Namely, you only get experience when you kill a monster for the first time, and you don't get any for killing the same monster again. Bjorn asked his ally to keep quiet about their secret way to get straight to the portal, and they decided to move on since there was no real reason to stay. To free up his hands, Bjorn tied a torch to his helmet, still grappling with how odd the situation felt, even though all adventurers have been doing this for a long time. Einar didn't mind it, and actually remarked that it was indeed a great idea, especially since the torch was magical and wouldn't burn anything. In the lands of the dead, you encounter all sorts of monsters that are tougher opponents, more numerous, and varied from one another. But even if the enemies were stronger, it didn't stop Einar from quickly dealing with the whole crowd of ghouls that ran at them. A little later, they heard a strange hum coming from afar, which the frightened girl called a bizarre scream that made your blood run cold, while her companion was just surprised at her fear. Fear made her tightly hug the guy around the neck, but she couldn't stay scared for long because of the crowd of skeletons that rushed at them from several directions, forcing both to take action. Einar tried to make up for her mistake to Bjorn and ran towards the skeletons with her sword, while her ally advised her to aim for the core located between their ribs. But her attacks were strong enough to smash each skeleton into a pile of bones without aiming for any specific spot. During all the time they were here, they got acquainted with ghouls and their elder brothers, who were more powerful than the ghouls themselves. Turns out, the skeletons were just rotten monsters of different kinds, yet they still had some weapons on them. This is where our main guy really got to test the power of his upgrades, which changed the tide of the battle and let him fight even more aggressively since he didn't have to worry about his safety. And just like that, he was helped by a tough barbarian girl who could take out several enemies with a single strike. They turned out to be a great team, and he enjoyed being with another barbarian more than with the fairy who couldn't keep up with him. At one point, Bjorn noticed that the ground had changed from being wet and sticky to dry and hard, signaling a meetup with an 8th rank monster, a rank higher than the monsters they had fought before. And just as the main hero remembered the 8th rank monster, they spotted the death demon who had closed in on them, which was odd because such a huge monster couldn't have gone unnoticed for long. They had no other choice but to fight the demon together, so the guy immediately said that their main target was the monster's head, since hitting the rest of the body was pointless due to its toughness. Einar immediately jumped and tried to reach the demon's head, but it used its hand to block the strike, so everything fell into Bjorn's hands. But he also missed the right moment and had to jump back as far as possible to avoid getting killed. Einar used this moment to deliver a powerful blow near the death demon's neck, trying to inflict a deep wound. But the creature's body was too tough, so the sword didn't even get stuck in its neck, it just left a tiny scratch. The girl also took a hit from the demon, which sent her flying right towards Bjorn, and she somehow managed to land on her feet. This monster was too tough to just puncture, and the wounds they inflicted healed very quickly, only making things worse. The next moment, the demon let out a roar louder than before. Bjorn and Einar were not only scared, but also noticed how the creature used an active skill thanks to its roar. This skill summoned a whole crowd of ghouls from underground, who ran towards the main heroes just like the demon itself. This time, Bjorn decided he would distract the demon while Einar dealt with the ghouls, so he ran forward, dodging the monster's attacks. He dodged again the second time when the death demon tried to strike him with its hand again. The next moment, several blows whirled around the demon and Bjorn, killing all the ghouls in no time. It turned out to be Einar, who had handled her part of the job and tried to help him with the main problem. Einar managed to hit him in the head again, grabbing all the attention and giving her ally time to strike. Reacting just in time, Bjorn grabbed his mace and hit again, this time dealing more damage than he could with a hammer. The monster started losing balance while the barbarians tried to deliver the final decisive blow, but its regeneration was too quick. So the demon managed to strike the barbarian first, sending him flying back and landing on his back, realizing that such a hit could easily kill a goblin, but not this death demon. The monster quickly continued to heal and was about to attack both barbarians again, while Bjorn remembered that things weren't this tough in the game and tried to come up with a plan to destroy it. Einar outran the monster and grabbed its leg, trying to bring it down so they could finish it off with less effort. Bjorn really liked the idea and shoved the demon's other leg, making it fall to the ground. Now the demon was helpless and struggled to get up and fight back the two adventurers, still screaming in rage. But feeling victorious and angry from all the hits, the barbarians already raised their weapons high and prepared to beat the hell out of the demon. Their joy was boundless, and both were smiling as they pounded the monster's face, comparing the sensation to how the main character and his friends used to beat rice cakes on school trips. After the demon's body disappeared, the only thing left was that crystal, just bigger, as it was an 8th rank crystal. Einar picked up the stone to take a closer look, while Bjorn was amazed by the fact that one such crystal was worth just 100 regular ones. And together with the ghouls, the barbarians made all 300, which still didn't justify the risk with their lives. The girl continued examining the stone and asked her friend how much he paid for that weird white cheese, which actually turned out to be a cream pie, and he replied that it cost about 300 crystals. The taste of the cream pie turned out to be not only a great motivator to fight, but also a nice way for Einar to do the math, saying that she'd need to kill 3 such demons to buy the pie. The hunt continued, and they started hunting only death demons, as they already knew the tactics against them, which made their job much easier, as it was enough to knock them down first and then hit with all their might. Simply bashing the demon's head like a punching bag brought them indescribable joy, and Bjorn even said he felt his childhood traumas healing when Einar cried out in joy. After that, they decided to find a spot and lie down to sleep, while the main hero started reflecting on how lucky he was to meet another strong barbarian, as they made a great team. The next day, the demons started appearing in pairs, intending to devour Bjorn and Einar. Just knock down the first demon, then do the same with the second and finish them both off, but the main thing is to defeat the death demons in time. Otherwise, the barbarian and Einar will have to run again from a double crowd of ghouls, which they won't find so easy to defeat. By noon, demons started to increase in numbers and began moving in groups of 3, making it even harder for adventurers to hunt, so they decided to look for another spot. As the second day drew to a close, the hunt came to a complete stop, and our heroes found a great spot to camp for the night, already starting to set up their gear by this wall. But right then, they were met by 3 other adventurers who were also looking for a place to rest. None of the adventurers spoke a word. They just gulped down some water as soon as they spotted 2 massive barbarians. Bjorn decided to take the lead and tried to scare the adventurers off with his serious and intimidating voice. But his words quickly faded under the fierce Einar, who immediately reached for her sword, threatening each of the adventurers as she did. The girl's words and appearance scared the whole group, and they ran off as fast as they could, not wanting to mess with the hot-tempered barbarian. This couldn't end well, so Einar immediately said that staying in one place was dangerous now that there are adventurers who know about them, and she was the first to suggest finding another spot for the night. Bjorn noticed that Einar was even smarter when she expressed distrust towards other explorers, as he had only heard about achievements from other barbarians before, making the main hero ponder why the girl couldn't trust others in the labyrinth. So they spent a whole hour searching for a somewhat hidden spot. But doubts began to plague Einar about whether they could find anything even remotely similar to where they had planned to stay. Their chat was cut off by a sudden scream, not from the adventurer attacked by monsters, but likely from his mates, other adventurers. They decided to run closer to see what exactly happened, weapons ready, since they still didn't know what danger awaited. Soon they spotted a girl in a cloak waving at them, beckoning them to come closer. Bjorn quickly assessed the situation and noticed 4 corpses behind the girl, 3 poisoned with no visible wounds, while the last one had a bloody stain on his chest. This made the barbarians even more cautious, and they took a defensive stance, watching the girl who remained calm and just kept talking. The sight of the horror and the bloody knife in her hands was enough to tell that this girl was none other than a professional marauder. Here, marauders are those who willingly kill people instead of monsters for loot, their crystals, their weapons, and their belongings. The girl clearly looked skilled in her craft, and she couldn't be executed in Raphonia because no one knows what happens in the labyrinth. Einar starts to panic and grips her sword tighter, telling her friend that this girl would be an even more dangerous opponent and definitely not to be trusted. Bjorn glanced at the corpses and noticed that among them was a high-level mage. Such adventurers could easily make it to the 5th floor and wipe everyone out. But here they were, killed by a marauder on just the 2nd floor. Bjorn asked the girl if these were her comrades, to which she replied that maybe these adventurers really did consider the marauder a friend, while she reached for a sword from one of the dead adventurers and left her back exposed because she wasn't afraid of the rookies at all. As she kept talking, the main character and his friend looked at each other, wondering whether they should fight her or better try to slip away while she wasn't looking, since there were no guarantees they'd survive. The second option seemed safer, as the barbarians figured, So they quickly ran out of sight and away from the marauder to keep her from reaching them for at least some time. Staying on this floor was a bad idea, and they ran towards the portal, following the marks on the stones left by Bjorn just in case, which really came in handy now during their escape. But their path was blocked by 4 other adventurers, who were themselves surprised to find 2 barbarians here. Einar didn't trust any of them and kept her hand on her sword just in case, while Bjorn tried to ask these adventurers for help, as running from the marauder was a doomed effort. The strangers agreed on the condition that if they kill that marauder, they would take all of Bjorn and Einar's belongings, and one of the adventurers told the barbarians to get closer to use the dwarf's skill, which could disguise all living beings within 3 meters. The barbarians agreed, and only then realized that they had fallen into a trap set by marauders just like them, and now they couldn't move. The other 3, who didn't receive the effect from the abilities, started circling around the group of newcomers, checking them and their belongings, while discussing how well the barbarian's hearts sell. One of the adventurers was ordered to kill the barbarian immediately, so he unsheathed his dagger and aimed straight at Bjorn's throat, who still couldn't move or say anything, just watch. The ability's effect was easily removable, as all it took was a minor injury for it to wear off, which the main hero exploited by getting a knife slightly inserted into his throat. In the nick of time, the guy leaned back to minimize the damage from the dagger and to prevent it from going any deeper. The other marauders, shocked by the newbie's survivability, froze for a bit before ordering to kill him while they had the chance. Bjorn pulled the dagger from his throat and tossed it at Einar to slightly wound her and remove her effect. But the main hero couldn't fight himself because of the injury, so he left the rest to the girl and started slowly collapsing to the ground. Einar quickly and effortlessly took down 2 adventurers, almost slicing them up with her strike. However, one managed to escape, which didn't upset Bjorn's companion, as they needed to stick together now, especially considering the trouble they were in. As soon as Einar turned to her companion, she was shocked by his condition, not expecting the situation to be so dire and that he was actually dying, while the game awarded the main hero an achievement for having just 1 health point left. Luckily for both, a healing potion was at hand, so the wound was quickly treated and healed even faster. But still, the hero was left with a small scar on his neck. Einar wasn't bothered by this. In fact, she congratulated him, because not every barbarian has a neck scar, and now he could boast about narrowly escaping a deadly fate. Bjorn sighed and looked ahead, saying they needed to catch up to that marauder who used the dwarf's ability on them, because he could be useful. They quickly found the runaway, and Einar was about to smash him, but the hero reminded that the adventurer's ability could help them hide from the female marauder. They were just about to agree when a poisoned dart hit the marauder in the neck, narrowly missing the girl's hand as the distance between the hand and the dart was small. The lifeless body fell to the ground, and the barbarian stepped back in horror, where the female marauder stood calmly, her poisoned dart having killed the adventurer. While the female marauder was praising the barbarians for their fight, they realized that escaping wouldn't be successful. They had no other choice, and since escaping wasn't working out, they had to face the enemy head-on, which our duo did by jumping at the female marauder. Einar decided to strike first and swung her sword, trying to wound the female marauder who ducked at the last moment. Bjorn tried to hit her from behind, but she quickly dodged and blocked his attack with her knife. The hero suddenly threw his weapon and tried to flip the enemy, hoping she would lose her footing and the barbarians could win. With a swift hand movement, the female marauder pierced his breastplate and stabbed a knife into his back, causing the guy to fall to the ground. Einar tried to attack from behind too, already swinging her 2-handed sword at the adventurer. The next moment, a knife blade slid across her skin, leaving a deep cut, and the marauder jumped back a few steps from the barbarian. When their allies were worn out, the marauder suggested they surrender, as the basilisk poison had already begun to spread through the bodies of the wounded. Suddenly, the girl gripped the knife tightly and thrust it at Bjorn's chin at high speed, leaving him terrified for his life. The marauder explained that she didn't plan to kill them, so there was a chance they could all get out alive if the rookies kept quiet about what they saw. She never intended to kill barbarians because they had once done her a favor, and she had promised to preserve the lives of their race in return. Einar called out to Bjorn with her raspy voice and advised her friend not to trust the marauder, as she might potentially lie. The barbarian took his friend's words seriously and asked the girl what would happen if he refused to keep silent about what he had seen. The answer was clear, and the marauder said that then she would have to kill both barbarians, as she wasn't about to risk her own life. Bjorn tried to ask who she had promised to preserve the lives of the barbarians, but the stranger quickly interrupted and said it was none of his business. He had no other choice and swore on his warrior's honor to keep quiet about the incident and not tell anyone about her. The girl sighed, got up to hide the knife while saying he was different from the other barbarians, which caught his interest. The marauder said nothing more and poured some healing potion on his neck, bringing warmth back to his body. The stranger asked what Einar had decided, who was still lying in her pool of blood and refusing to take the oath. So she exclaimed that she refuses to stay silent about everything their companions had seen just minutes ago, puzzling both the stranger and the barbarian. The marauder approached the barbarian woman, raised the knife high while quietly saying goodbye to her, ready to strike but waited a few minutes. Bjorn calls out to Einar and asks her to set aside her barbarian pride and swear to keep silent, as surviving is what matters now. For a while, she refuses to accept this and says she'd rather die than beg for mercy from other races and people. The main character yelled at Einar, reminding her that she promised to trust him and follow his orders, so she must swear to preserve her life. The puzzled barbarian thought for a while and closed her eyes, grating out a vow through her teeth to keep the marauder's secret. While Einar was recovering from her wounds and glaring at the marauder, Bjorn asked how far the stranger had reached to gauge her strength. The girl just turned around and walked away, saying she had made it to the 8th floor, which really shows the power gap between her and the rookies. They silently watched the marauder walk away, while the main hero pondered her words and decided that next time they met, things would be different. Considering they didn't want another run-in with the marauder and fighting demons was tough, the barbarians jumped into a portal and returned to the 1st floor. This time, the hero managed to land smoothly on the ground, while Einar face-planted into the stone floor and whispered that the landing hurt. Einar's mood was sour because she had sworn on her warrior's honor and now wasn't a warrior, so she couldn't even complain. Bjorn tried to comfort her and said that true warriors must avoid death at all costs, and they'll get their chance to strike back in the future. Einar perked up a bit and replied that she'd try to stop hating herself and try not to kill herself while they wait for their moment of revenge. The guy didn't respond as he tried to understand his friend's feelings, since he still wasn't a true barbarian and their problems were foreign to him. On the 1st floor, they found a good spot to sleep, and Einar went to bed first while Bjorn reflected on how he also felt pretty bad. He didn't take the situation to heart, but the player still felt an emptiness inside because of the pity shown to him again. He realized he was still a newbie and couldn't believe he wouldn't need help, knowing he was still weak and should be glad to be alive. The feeling of shame after being pitied for the 2nd time motivated him to come up with a better way to level up. So the barbarian woke up Einar and asked for her opinion on a more effective yet riskier plan to improve their combat skills. Einar was all for the plan and responded that it was better than nothing since they could die anyway, and this way they could get some practice. Therefore, Bjorn stood up and declared that they were off to find the rift to practice fighting various monsters. As the main characters walked, they managed to defeat 3 new 9th-rank creatures, from which crystals also dropped. Soon their journey ended, and they arrived in another room where there stood a memorial to the mage who first discovered the labyrinth and became the first adventurer. Bjorn noticed that the same description of the memorial was also in the game, meaning the hidden mechanics related to the memorial hadn't changed either. Before starting the ritual, the main character again asked Einar to keep quiet about how they got there, what was about to happen, and she agreed. The rift is like a labyrinth within a labyrinth, which can only be navigated with a specific team. Bjorn decided to place crystals from 4 different monsters and 1 death demon crystal on the memorial to open the passage into the rift. A huge and ominous portal opened before them, and the two quickly ran into it as time was short from the get-go. These portals are capricious and can appear on various floors of the labyrinth, visible to everyone or hidden in complete darkness. They have a reset cycle during which no portals appear, so explorers found a way to bypass the cycle and summon a portal. The main characters appeared inside the rift, which turned out to be a ghastly place resembling a destroyed world, called the Blood Citadel. Einar was here for the first time, so her fear was evident, and Bjorn noticed the eerie atmosphere and commented that it gave him goosebumps. A new portal opened behind them, signaling the arrival of their new, yet completely random ally in the rift. At this moment, on the 1st floor, Tertia is teaching Erwin how she needs to defend herself with just 2 knives, without a bow and without spirit power. Erwin admits that she's much more comfortable using spirit power and arrows, to which Tercia tries to explain to her sister the importance of conserving energy. The younger fairy sighs, remembering Bjorn, and says that according to him, you gotta focus on what you do best and trust your partner. That answer didn't sit well with her older sister, who grabbed the younger one by the shoulders and said that partners aren't that important and you need to know how to protect yourself. To change the subject, Erwin suggests they head to the second floor as there might be a lot more to find up there. Tercia replies that they're not in any rush and it would be great if they could explore the first floor and find a portal to the rift. The sisters agreed and set off, chatting about how not everyone manages to find a portal and usually a reset takes 8 months. Tercia reassures Erwin, telling her that if she follows her older sister, it won't even take a year for her to become a professional adventurer. Just then, a portal to the rift appeared in front of them, interrupting their sisterly chat. There was no time to waste, and Tercia ordered her younger sister to run for the portal, which they did. Unfortunately, the portal closed too quickly, and the sisters didn't make it into the rift, so they stayed on the first floor of the labyrinth. Meanwhile, in the rift, Bjorn and Einar were getting to know their new allies, one of whom was a dwarf. Right after him, the rest of the temporary team came out, including a mage and a guy who just carried her stuff. The dwarf was surprised to see a mage here, thinking they hadn't been on the first level for a long time. But the girl just smiled back. Einar recalls and tells Bjorn that while she was in the library, she noticed another mage who was always asleep at the table. The main character explained that mages like the librarian are a valuable resource for the city, and only the strong venture into the labyrinth. He also said that if the girl is here, it means she's strong, which the mage took as a compliment and smiled at his wit, calling herself Raven. The guy standing behind her bowed when she also mentioned his name, Jadran, and explained that he's just a guy carrying her personal stuff. The dwarf decided to continue the introductions, calling himself Hikuro Murad, while offering a handshake and sharing that he's been exploring the labyrinth for 3 years. While Bjorn was introducing himself and shaking hands with the new ally, Einar was delighted by the meeting and introduced herself with some enthusiasm, hoping to make friends. Bjorn decided to ask why such experienced mage and dwarf were on the first floor, to which they didn't reply, just talked about their reasons. Now that everyone was acquainted, Raven decided it was time to take charge of the team and lead them, which the dwarf couldn't disagree with since the mage knew best. Bjorn decided it was best to agree since it was the mages who backed the government in wiping out evil spirits, and standing out wasn't a good idea. But Einar disagreed, immediately suggesting her friend for the guide role, which really worried the guy. The mage and the dwarf were taken aback and tried to calm the girl down by saying everything was already decided, but the barbarian woman kept on yelling that Bjorn was better. While Einar was listing all of Bjorn's merits, the mage and dwarf were quite scared by her determination about the matter. Bjorn just rubbed his face with his hand and stayed silent, watching as his plans to stay unnoticed started to crumble because of his friend. Hikuro was good at changing the subject and said that he now envied the main character, because it's hard to find a wife who praises you all the time. Einar desperately tried to prove to the short man that she wasn't his wife while he kept fanning the flames, but they were interrupted by the mage. Without any further ado, Raven led them on and said it was time to head to the castle to cross the rift. The dwarf was surprised by the haste and asked if they shouldn't first learn about each other's abilities to devise battle plans. Raven replied that she and her carrier were strong enough, so they didn't have to worry about anything since she would handle everything. The dwarf didn't like that outcome since it didn't inspire any trust at all. Right at the start of their journey, Raven decided to mention her desire to keep whatever drops from the Guardian for her research. The dwarf didn't hold back and challenged her, asking who she thought he was if she wanted to keep all the loot they found for herself. Caught off guard, the girl froze, silently trying to figure out a way to turn the situation to her advantage. Bjorn thinks that such situations are common in the Rift, because for mages, research comes first, and for dwarves, it's all about the money. The girl tried to defuse the conflict by saying she'd give him all the monster crystals since she didn't need them. The dwarf wasn't sure the deal was fair, to which the mage added that there's a huge chance they'd get nothing from the Guardian, so it was all fair. Eventually, they reached some sort of agreement and forgot that there were also 2 barbarians in their team who wanted their share. So Bjorn stepped forward and looked them both in the eye, saying they should give him the Rift Crystal and nothing else. The situation didn't improve as he was met with disapproving looks from both, and they added that it was too much for a newbie and he wasn't needed. So Bjorn decided to claim 2 essences from regular monsters, because he sure didn't want to head back to town empty-handed. The mage and the dwarf exchanged looks and agreed to his plan, settling the argument right there. It wasn't even a minute before the mage and dwarf forgot their grudges and started promising each other that everything would go as planned, while Bjorn stood behind them, quite surprised. He realizes that being a newbie doesn't do him any good, so his desire to get stronger grows even stronger. Just like the second floor, the rift is divided into 4 main zones, one of which is a hanging bridge. After the hanging bridge comes the battlefield near the outer walls, which serve as the castle's first line of defense. Right behind them is the dungeon area, where many villains once served their sentences. The last zone holds a demon statue, as it's a place of worship located right in the center of the rift, in the ruler's room. Right at the start, the team encounters a pair of gargoyle statues, which are actually 8th rank enemies. They usually sit motionless on their perches and only attack when they spot an enemy, which is exactly what they did just now. Suddenly, Bjorn's legs started turning to stone, a clear sign that the gargoyle's weakening spell was at work. Einar was about to rush to Bjorn's aid and help him escape the trap, but Raven blocked her way with her staff. The mage used her staff and began casting a spell to weaken the effects, aiming the staff at the main hero. The stone shattered and Bjorn was free to move again thanks to the mage's power. A gargoyle that can't use its weakening powers isn't much of an enemy, so the barbarian grabbed his weapon and charged at the monster. Bjorn managed to defeat the first one by smashing its head with his mace, while Einar struck the gargoyle from behind with her sword. The dwarf could handle it alone as he attacked in his style, from below upwards, and chopped off the gargoyle's leg. The final blow was delivered with a hammer to the gargoyle's head, as the monster could no longer use its petrifying power. All the gargoyles were defeated, and all the team members were satisfied. The man smiled and praised his allies for such a great battle, which he was glad to witness. While Bjorn was pondering the dwarves' combat tactics, Einar, who was standing behind him, noticed something. One of the stones left from the gargoyles started glowing weirdly, and then it even began to move. It turned out to be Raven's spell, who had already agreed that she would collect all the crystals, and at the end, they would share them, which made the man very happy. The stone doors didn't budge, so the dwarf had to use his hammer again to break through and clear a path to the first zone of the rift. The dwarf noticed it was damn dark in this place, to which Raven offered her help lighting up the hall. The girl read another spell and raised her hand upwards, creating a beam of light that would illuminate their location. As soon as the light hung from the ceiling, everyone noticed strange creatures called the Dead, who have no rank, yield no experience, and drop no crystals. Fighting them with the wizard's magic would be impractical, so the group decided to go through using physical strength. As soon as the Dead noticed the newcomers, they ran towards the team, hoping to devour each of them. Bjorn, Einar, and the rest charged straight at them, weapons ready and prepared to fight. Einar sliced the first one in half without a second thought. The dwarf continued and smashed one of the Dead with his hammer so hard that its head sank into its neck. Bjorn managed to take down 2 at once, kicking the first with his shield and finishing the second with a mace, sending them flying and dying. The fight was over pretty quickly, and the main character noticed something left behind by the Dead. It turned out to be a huge horn of the Dead Lord, which you can blow into. Einar was the first to ask what the horn was for, and the dwarf replied that she'd soon find out. The doors ahead were also closed, so the mage approached the door and offered to handle it herself, then told the others to back off. The girl cast a new spell that summoned the power to destroy the door in seconds. When the light from the spell faded and the dust from the destruction began to settle on the ground, the mage was already standing in front of the destroyed doors, suggesting they move on. Right after these gates, they found the first zone of the rift with a raised drawbridge, without which they couldn't move forward. The mage turned to Einar and suggested the girl blow the horn to see what happens next, and the barbarian agreed. The girl stepped forward, brought the horn to her lips, and a loud sound blared out, seemingly changing nothing at first glance. Right after, the bridge began to slowly descend towards them, catching Einar off guard. The barbarian also noticed the water level starting to rise rapidly, which surprised her even more. It turned out the reason this place was called the Bloody Citadel was because of the dead bodies in the water, which began reaching out at the call of the horn. Raven noticed her friend's confusion and reassured her by saying they were just corpses and easy to handle. But Einar wasn't comforted by these words. A few seconds later, a corpse's hand clutched the ground, ready to rise and attack them. The entire team found themselves surrounded by corpses craving fresh human flesh. Raven called everyone closer to her, saying her spell was ready and she could start attacking the area. The girl raised her staff and chanted the spell, waving the staff through the air, tracing something in the air. Her powers scattered in all directions, attacking every enemy in sight, knocking them down and then killing them, without harming any of her allies. They stood amidst a pile of dead bodies, which for now lay still and motionless. The dwarf couldn't help but express his amazement at the mage's strength, to which she just chuckled softly and remarked that it was nothing special since they were just dead bodies. Bjorn is still trying to figure out how to act around the girl, trying to suck up to her. The mage adjusted her hat and noted that all they had to do now was wait for the bridge, which continued to lower. Finally, their wait came to an end as the bridge touched down, and the heroes could cross to the other side. They decided to move on and enter, as Bjorn pointed out that the first zone of the rift was ridiculously easy. They quickly crossed the bridge of the outer wall, which was the first line of defense, and headed towards the inner castle. They were still chased by various monsters, but Raven's area attack was killing almost all of them as it began to weaken. Some small and large monsters survived, so they had to deal with them by hand. The death demons survived too, thanks to their quick regeneration, and were already closing in on the adventurer team, ready to kill them. The mage decided to leave all the other monsters to her allies, and they charged forward, ready to slaughter the creatures like cattle. Bjorn and Einar ran towards the death demons and grabbed one by the legs, just like before. After that, the barbarians flipped the monster over and got ready to smash its face in. The dwarf silently and fearfully watched the duo as they beat their victim with the most joyful and malicious grins on their faces. A bit later, Raven managed to prepare another spell and activated it with a wave of her staff. This power weakened the death demon's instant regeneration effect, making them even easier targets. The dwarf didn't fall behind the barbarians and continued to kill the monsters one after another. After a couple of minutes, all the stones that remained from the monsters started moving towards the girl's backpack and stacking in the side pocket. While the mage was talking with her friend, Einar told Bjorn that she now understands why mages are held in such high regard in Raphonia. The dwarf agrees and throws in a compliment about the mage's talent in battles, which Raven overhears. Pleased with the praise, the girl turns to us and says that mages always study and practice hard. But yeah, she's got talent too. Raven also asked for help gathering some materials for her research, stuff that might interest her later. The team decided to move on, and Einar joined them, starting to calculate how many pies she could buy while Bjorn stood behind. He wondered if the mage knew about some secret spots here, and if so, why she wouldn't just go and claim the treasure. He was talking about a statue that in the game gives you a reward if you interact with it. Every player, if you find something that looks weird, you gotta interact with it and something will pop out. Bjorn would love to approach the statue and get the reward, but he might hurt the mage's feelings since he's a newbie and knows more than she does. The main character dropped the idea and followed the band of adventurers as they continued their journey towards the rift's center. They pressed on and entered the second line of defense, known as the inner castle, which was now destroyed. The dwarf said they'd hardly find anything here since there are no monsters around, to which the mage agreed and suggested they move on. Bjorn went off searching for a secret passage into the dungeon while the dwarf and an anxious raven awaited his report. The team managed to find a secret passage, and the barbarians started descending into the dungeon first, with the others following behind. They ended up on the first level of the dungeon, a place called the Dungeon, whose gloomy atmosphere made Einar wary. Delving deeper, Hikuro approached the mage and asked what kind of monsters they might encounter on this floor, and the girl described several types. One of the mentioned monsters was a corpse golem, which the dwarf had never fought before since this type is only found in the rift. Raven smiled and replied that it would be a wonderful new experience, especially if everything went smoothly with the mage's power. Bjorn still couldn't figure out how just a minute ago the mage and the dwarf were fighting over the loot they'd get, and now they're walking together like friends. Einar stayed by the side of the main hero and asked, pointing at a rat skeleton, what this creature was, and the barbarian was eager to answer. But the mage cut him off, reminding him that it's the rat skeleton she had already mentioned. But Einar wasn't satisfied with that answer and asked Raven to keep quiet. The girl got upset and puffed up her cheeks because she wanted to stand out again, but it didn't work. A minute later, the barbarian heard the heart-wrenching scream of the monster they had heard on the second floor. Overcome by fear, she ran up to Bjorn and grabbed his hand, tearfully noting that the creature could be nearby. Raven was only too happy with this turn of events and kept spooking Einar with her tall tales, making the girl even more flustered. The girl, joyful, marched ahead, leaving Einar trembling in fear, while Bjorn mentioned that mages have spells against them too. Raven, surprised by the barbarian's wisdom, agreed with him and took a step forward to deal with the monsters. The mage raised her staff and directed her power at one of the creatures whose voice Einar had feared. Then, out of nowhere, 5 more of the same monsters attacked Raven, and they were about to touch her and pass on the curse. But another spell quickly subdued them, and the monsters began to blaze in fire. The mage turned to the team and reached out her hand, saying they could continue their journey to the Guardian's Hall and no obstacles would stop them. Raven's smile didn't help the situation. It just scared the guys even more as they silently watched her kill with a single swing of her staff. During their journey, the team of adventurers encountered gnomes and a fierce beast, enemies of the 9th and 8th ranks respectively. Later, they managed to meet the Lord of the Undead, who was still ranked 8th and was easily defeated. The allies entered a room that looked just like a typical movie lab with its weird tools and corpses. The dwarf didn't like the scene, but he noticed Raven was unfazed, so he asked how she could remain so composed. She replied that she had dissected people many times before and was used to worse than this room, while she casually felt around the wall. Eventually, they found a secret door and stood in front of it, wondering what could be behind the bricks besides a corpse golem. Raven suggested they leave all their belongings outside, so her carrier, the dwarf, and the barbarian placed their backpacks near the wall. The girl also immediately warned that they would need light, so Bjorn raised his hand to his magic torch and lit it. When the door opened, they were faced with a huge, dark room filled with mountains of human corpses. They decided to move forward while Bjorn thought that if he were his real self, he would have freaked out and puked by now. The first to give in was the porter, who bent over and, leaning on his sword, tried to hold back the urge with his hand. Raven had the same reaction. She, too, soon bent over trying to stop throwing up, but the stench of corpses was just too much. Hikuro, Bjorn, and Einar were the only ones who were okay, so they continued on their way to check out the room. Right in front of them, there was a massive pile of corpses from which some strange noises were initially coming. A bit later, the indistinct sound turned into a human voice saying hello, scaring the barbarians and the dwarf out of their wits. As soon as the voices started screaming, begging for help and death, some began to melt away, revealing a single red eye among them. That was the corpse golem Raven had mentioned earlier, and Bjorn realized there was no time to waste, so he decided to act. The main hero turned around and looked at the dwarf, planning to discuss their strategy for destroying the corpse golem. But Hikuro was frozen and silently clutching his hammer with fear in his eyes, looking ahead, so no help was to be expected from him. The voices of the bodies that made up the golem started merging into a massive choir, wishing death upon Bjorn's allies. The fairy who dissected people multiple times and the dwarf who explored the labyrinth for 3 years quickly became useless. The main character was definitely not happy about this turn of events, as now he had to deal with the monster himself. It was just him and Einar left, who had to hold off the enemy and protect the others at the same time. The main character tells us that one of the interesting aspects of the game were the very realistic images. But once again, Bjorn faces the fact that reality always looks more vivid, which scares him because the golem didn't even talk in the game. Einar wasn't doing any better in this situation, as she too was seriously stressed out, hearing the screams of the practically dead. Suddenly, the golem spat out one of the bodies, which flew towards Einar, and she turned around, ordering everyone else to back off. Bjorn heeded the advice and jumped back, while Hikuro couldn't even move a finger from fear, something the girl quickly noticed. The barbarian reacted lightning fast and sliced the body above her head in half, preventing it from flying past her. But the corrosive blood of the corpse got into the dwarf's eyes, causing irritation and only making things worse. Bjorn ordered Einar to grab Hikuro by the arm and run to the mage to protect them from potential attacks. Without hesitation, the girl agreed and pulled the dwarf towards the mage and her carrier, while the barbarian ran towards the corpse golem. Starving for living flesh, the monster and the human corpses within it reached out towards Bjorn in an attempt to grab and devour the barbarian. But our hero was no fool, so he successfully jumped back just in time, realizing that getting too close to the monster was a bad idea. During the monster's downtime, Bjorn seriously considered that he also couldn't stray too far, otherwise the golem would attack his allies. The only thing the barbarian could do was to distract the golem, saving his friends' lives. Raven finally woke up from her nausea and saw the mess they were in, so gathering all her strength, she decided to take action. The girl grabbed her staff and pointed it at the golem, reciting a fire spell whose power immediately struck the monster. Bjorn silently watched what was happening to the corpse golem while Einar ran up to him to help and take in the spectacle herself. They silently watched as the monster's entire body burst into flames, its voices first screaming in agony, then slowly fading away. But it wasn't the end, as the half-decayed hand of the monster still emerged from the pillar of fire, continuing to try and grab the barbarians. Soon, the skeleton of the still-living beast appeared, marking the second and final phase of the corpse golem. With only a little left to do, the hero ordered Einar to follow him and aim between the monster's ribs to destroy it. The barbarians reached the chest cavity of the corpse golem and struck its core, which turned out to be its heart. The monster died and left behind an essence, which Bjorn and Einar gazed upon. Bjorn explains that such a rift is a treasure chest, as it spawns monsters not found in the labyrinth. The main feature of the rifts is that the chance of dropping essence is significantly higher compared to the labyrinth. Einar asked what they planned to do with the essence, to which Bjorn replied that it would be fair to keep it for themselves since they defeated the monster. Initially, Bjorn wanted to get 2 essences from the Death Demon and the Wicked Beast to boost his stats in the desired direction. But meeting that corpse monster was the first time they managed to snag an essence, which got Bjorn thinking about absorbing it. Actually, it wasn't a bad idea since the essence strengthens bones, gives adventurers resistance to poisons and physical damage. The problem was with the skills, one of which caused massive damage by exploding a part of the body, costing some health. Another issue was a skill that made the carrier's blood poisonous, turning any wound potentially armor-shattering. The main hero sighed heavily and told Einar to not touch the essence for a while, so they decided to turn back and head to their allies. The dwarf thanked them both for the rescue and shared how his fear had paralyzed him, unable to move as he stared death in the eyes. The man tried to wriggle out of it by saying he thought he had seen it all, but he was wrong, while Bjorn looked at him with disdain. The mage was still feeling sick from the stench of the room while her loyal carrier sat beside her trying to support her. It was a perfect chance to talk about the reward, so Bjorn approached the girl and laid out the fact that the barbarians had done most of the work. Raven tried to change the subject and recalled how she cleverly used a spell, visually boosting her contributions. The main character wasn't backing down and made it clear that he wanted the Rift Stone as his reward. Silence fell over the team as everyone waited for the mage's response, who was trying to wiggle out of the situation and keep the stone for herself. Hikuro broke the silence first, saying he completely agreed with Bjorn's stance, since thanks to Einar he was still alive. The girl wasn't planning to give up the stone and only mentioned that he might have a chance to get the Rift Stone at the end. That answer didn't please him, so he decided to play his only trump card, which was the essence of a corpse golem. As soon as the dwarf and Raven heard this, they both turned towards the barbarian in surprise, all ears. The mage explained that the essence of a corpse golem is even rarer than the keeper's items, hence even the guilds don't know the essence's nature. The main character agreed on the condition that he'd be guaranteed to receive the keeper's items should they actually appear. The girl asked if he really wanted to risk that much, to which Bjorn nodded and replied that he was ready to sacrifice the essence. No persuasion was needed as Raven smiled brighter and said she fully agreed to the deal. The satisfied hero was quietly rejoicing when Hikuro asked how Raven planned to capture the essence since mages can't absorb them. The girl replied that she brought a special, very expensive vial with her to the rift to collect the essence. Hikuro notes that the item is very expensive, to which the mage explains that she only has one of those in her arsenal. Once the essence was collected, Raven happily announced that they could get out of this place and continue their journey to the center of the rift. As they walked through the dungeon corridors, the team started noticing strange statues that resembled gargoyles but weren't alive. While talking with the guys, the girl walked up to a statue and lightly pressed its nose, after which everyone heard a weird noise. It turned out she triggered a mechanism that shot a book with a strange, agony-faced cover down from the ceiling. The book rose in the air, and they saw blue and black light emanating from it. Bjorn thought it was a book of black magic. The girl said she'd keep the book for herself, and Hikuro responds that the others don't know the spells needed to carry the book out of the rift. Raven gave a strained smile, which Bjorn took as a sign that the mage didn't know that some relics could disappear when leaving the rift. Hence, there are spells to keep them intact. But the main character had a different question. Did she not check the statue in the garden out of ignorance or on purpose? On their way forward, the team encountered various monsters, and soon they ran into a mid-boss called the Bone Rider. The mage noted that they were really lucky to encounter one, and the barbarian agreed. There are three types of bone riders, each representing sorrow, anger, or, in our hero's case, desire. The mage quickly used her magic to remove the monster's regeneration, and Bjorn along with Einar jumped into the fight. The enemy was defeated, and their second essence formed on the ground during the journey. Without a hint of doubt, Bjorn trusted Einar and offered her to take the essence for herself, as he trusted her the most. From his gaming experience, the main character could confidently say that the essence greatly enhances characters with huge swords. A happy Einar thanked her friend for it, while he thought to himself that her personality wouldn't give her a reason to betray the main character. Einar, without a second thought, takes the essence in her hands and absorbs it, after which her body changes beyond recognition, something she herself can't understand. The girl looked at the barbarian and noticed how quickly and strongly he had grown, and how Hikuro wasn't as short as he used to be. Bjorn gathers all his strength and explains to his friend that she has become shorter and her muscles have disappeared, which makes her realize the problem. Raven adds that it's just the effect of the essence, which is actually very beneficial and not something to worry about. Unfortunately for the mage, Einar wasn't even willing to listen about the benefits of the essence and started crying, falling into despair. The girl clasped her head with her hands and shared how tough it was being among warriors because of her gender, and now she's not even considered a warrior. Raven tried to cheer her ally up by saying that she had become so beautiful, she could easily be mistaken for an aristocrat. But this only drove Einar deeper into the depths of despair, while the main hero sat next to her, trying to calm her down with words that she was still a warrior. Behind the barbarians, a dwarf laughed about his height, while Raven suggested checking on Einar after they returned, and Bjorn criticized them. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a death demon appears, interrupting the guy's attempts to calm his friend. The main hero suggests Einar try the power of the essence to lift her spirits, to which she reluctantly agrees. The girl sighed heavily and grabbed her sword as the monster was about to leap at the barbarian. Whispering the name of the barbarian goddess Einar, she made a very fast and powerful strike against the enemy. The dwarf and the mage noticed this and were surprised, as the monster immediately fell and began to vanish. Surprised, Einar silently watched the monster's corpse while Bjorn rushed over and cheered her up, telling her she hadn't lost a thing. With tears in her eyes, the girl turned to her friend and asked if she was still a warrior. The barbarian happily reassured her and declared her the greatest warrior, urging their allies to leave. After so many adventures, they finally reached the hall where the last guardian was. Hikuro and Raven exchanged kind words about each other at farewell, saying they would miss this adventure. Bjorn was also glad the story was ending, but his instincts told him that it couldn't be that simple. Remembering his first life's failure, the hospital, the main character asked himself if everything in his real life had been that easy. The second fail was that after getting discharged from the hospital, he planned to meet up with the girl who cheated on him. The third fail was still the tough situation of his barbarian character in the game, who everyone wants dead. His thoughts were interrupted by a dwarf who had already grabbed the doorknob and was about to pull it open. Bjorn noticed something and in a panic ran to his allies screaming not to open that door under any circumstances. But he was too late, and the doors swung open, revealing their mistake while the game indicated that the Guardian had changed. Surprised, Raven noticed something was off, not to mention that she had never encountered anything like this before. In the middle of the blood-toned room stood a throne, and on it sat a vampire, who was also a mutant. Seeing the uninvited guests, the vampire lifted his sharp fangs and a long tongue hung out of his mouth. This vampire was bigger than the others, and Bjorn decided it was none other than the real owner of this place, Duke Cambormir. The vampire, smiling, sat on his throne and asked the adventurers what their purpose of visit was. Humans classify all monsters into 4 groups, with mutants like swordsmen and archer goblins being the first. The next group includes monsters that are on a lower floor than their rank should allow. The third group consists of mimic monsters that blend easily with the environment and are very hard to spot. The last group represents all the intelligent monsters that have their own names, known as named monsters. They started running like hell from there while the dwarf tried to figure out what that creature was. Raven also picked the worst time to ask and wondered how Bjorn knew the enemy inside was stronger. The main character replied that it was intuition, although he actually saw this boss on another player's stream. The girl reminded him that if they can't beat the last guardian, their way back will be blocked. In response, the main character suggested she keep quiet and run for it, to which she retorted that she wasn't even running. In fact, the reason the barbarian noticed something was off with the room was because the doorknob was painted a different color. The dwarf ran after them but spotted something ahead and immediately stopped everyone. Right in front of them stood the vampire Cambompier himself, who didn't want to let the team go at that moment because he was quite hungry. Raven reacted quickly and used her staff, ordering everyone to close their eyes so they wouldn't be blinded. After a bright flash, the monster disappeared, leaving nothing behind, which really surprised Einar. Bjorn thinks they got lucky with the mage's reaction, since it was the vampire's spirit form, while the Duke's body remains on the throne. Suddenly, Raven felt really sick, and blood started trickling from her mouth, which scared Tarjan even more. Bjorn realized he didn't know all of Cambomir's abilities, since he hadn't looked for more information beyond the streams. To buy more time, they needed light, so the main character tells everyone to run to the exit right now. The dwarf asks how they'll get there if only Raven knew the way, to which the barbarian shouts that he'll lead them himself. So they started running through the familiar rooms and corridors, trying to escape certain death. Luckily, Bjorn had a great memory, and soon they reached an exit that stood out with its light in the darkness. The vampire kept catching up and almost got them, so they were seriously short on time. Bjorn was the first to burst out onto the street, followed by the rest of the group. The sunlight greeted the living allies who managed to get out safe and sound. That same light scared off the monster's spirit form and drove it back into the dungeon, keeping it from reaching the adventurers. The team managed to get a break while the sun was still shining. The dwarf tried to figure out how the barbarian managed to remember the entire route from start to finish in one go. Einar spoke up for her friend and said that Bjorn is a wise warrior, since he even reads for 4 hours a day, which surprised Hikuro. The main character approached the team and explained that the sun would still be out for a while, and they needed to find some shelter. Tarjan didn't like the idea because the mage still needed to rest and recover. The barbarian wasn't even about to listen and asked if the porter wanted to die and be buried with them. The guy thought about it for a while, but the words about his duty to protect her with his life brought him back, and he agreed. The group moved to the outer walls and decided to stay there until they figured out what to do. There was no other way out, so Bjorn offered to go scout somewhere himself while they could hang out here. In fact, he was already standing in front of the statue, breaking its neck to see if there was anything inside. He was right, and in the barbarian's throat, he found something called the goddess's tears, which can heal well, but only once. After hiding the vial in the sole of his boot, the main character returned to Raven, who finally came to. Bjorn asked the girl what she felt when she started feeling ill. The mage sighed and explained that it felt like the effect of sharing pain, which the vampire possessed. Bjorn also asked how long she would need to recover, to which she replied 20 minutes. The last question about whether she had any solar-type spells was rejected, because it's rude to ask a mage about their power. Bjorn might have been an evil spirit, but he was still a barbarian, so he casually picked his nose. He flashed a weird smile, as if to say he's still a barbarian who couldn't care less about chatting with a king. Raven quickly got the main character's hint and shut up, amazed by such barbarian ignorance. After an awkward pause, the girl shared that she could use a skill called the Sphere of Sunspots. This spell was like a huge fireball, but of the solar type. Bjorn agreed and asked how long it would take to cast the spell, and the mage explained it would take another 10 minutes. The main character looked away and told the girl she wouldn't be joining the fight and should save her energy to create the sphere. At first, Raven agreed, but then she hesitated and decided to ask something. She was surprised and alarmed that Bjorn was acting like the team leader, even though no one had mentioned a change in leadership before. Hikuro quickly explained to the girl that he fully trusted the guy because when Raven was unconscious, Bjorn saved them. Soon the sun set and night fell, so the dark forces made their way to the outer gates. Out of this darkness, the Duke emerged, talking about how he couldn't understand why he couldn't control his bloodlust. The team was already prepared, gripping their weapons tightly with the plan in mind that the mage desperately needed time. The vampire screamed loudly and also got ready to fight, spreading his huge wings and growing long claws on his hands. On Bjorn's command, the porter took Raven aside so she could get ready for the battle. The first to engage in battle was the dwarf, who blocked the monster's attack with his shield and kept holding it. Hikuro was weak, but he held the shield tight, making the main hero wonder if the dwarf had used essence. After a moment of observation, the guy realized that Hikuro Murad had the essence of a wild boar, which allowed him to hold on. To help hold off the vampire, Bjorn and Einar ran to join the fight from other sides. The girl attacked him from the right side, already swinging her sword to strike. But the Duke noticed her, and at the last moment, he He jumped back from the barbarian, escaping without a scratch. But even there, he was caught off guard as Bjorn suddenly appeared from behind and struck the monster in the back. Just as the main character was about to strike the vampire in the chest, the monster managed to shield its weak spot with its hands. Seizing the moment, the barbarian struck the monster and threw it backwards, but it managed to slow its fall with its claws. Suddenly, the main character's arm started to hurt badly, a result of the pain-sharing effect. But there was no time to think about it as the vampire's body quickly crumbled and turned into a flock of fanged ravens. The flock flew towards Bjorn, Einar, and Hikuro, who shot at them with their blood while fending them off. Some of the blood couldn't be blocked, so Einar and the dwarf ended up marked with a special symbol. The main character also came into contact with the blood, receiving the same mark known as the victim's choice. Using the spell, you could harness the marked one's traits and boost your own strength with them. So the Duke charged forward and managed to strike Hikuro, sending the dwarf reeling backwards. Einar noticed the man's situation and told Bjorn about it, who advised her to stay alert. Just then, the vampire tried to hit the main hero too, but he managed to defend himself with a shield. Right after, Bjorn ordered his friend to take Hikuro and head back to the mage to protect them, and she agreed. The main hero was left face to face with the vampire and tried to come up with a plan on the fly to hold off the monster as long as possible. Driven by bloodlust, the Duke didn't plan to wait long and immediately lunged at the barbarian, aiming to deeply wound the guy. Bjorn couldn't defend in time, and the vampire pierced him through with its long claws, dealing a fatal wound. When the monster looked at his victim, he saw the main hero already drinking a healing potion that kept him from dying. The other adventurers just silently watched the whole situation, trying to figure out what their ally was up to. Raven, totally shocked, starts talking about how she's never seen anyone fight like that before. The barbarian's whole plan now was to let the vampire wound him since he couldn't dodge all the attacks. Even in such a state, he drank enough healing potions to start steaming all over. With these developments, Bjorn might soon die from shock, but he kept protecting his vital spots from the vampire's strikes. And no matter how many wounds he got, the barbarian kept fighting as if nothing happened. The mage recalled a saying about barbarians, that it's the strength of spirit, not brute force, that's most valued in them. The porter asked the girl if they should leave, to which she replied that there was nowhere to hide. Raven thought long about what was happening and felt quite naive compared to Bjorn. This couldn't go on, so she ordered Tarjin to go to the dwarf so that Einar could go help her friend. The mage opened her backpack and started rummaging through it, trying to find something useful. She found her vial of essence and realized she had no other choice but to use it. After a brief moment of thought, she called out to Bjorn and tossed the vial to him. The vial hit his breastplate and the essence poured into our main guy. He absorbed the essence and the strength of a corpse golem, enhancing his combat abilities. When the vampire tried to stab Bjorn in the chest, the barbarian quickly crossed his arms and blocked the attack. The kill didn't happen, and the Duke jumped back a few steps, gearing up for another strike. This time, Bjorn attacked first, but the vampire managed to land a blow across the adventurer's chest. The main character didn't die thanks to a healing potion thrown to his back by Raven. The hero grabbed the Duke and started moving away from his friends, dragging the vampire with him. The monster began clawing at the barbarian's back with its long nails, inflicting deep wounds and trying to loosen his grip. Bjorn's blood splattered on his snowy white skin, dealing damage thanks to the golem essence passive skill. The Duke finally managed to break free from the barbarian's grip, but Einar had already rushed to help. The girl tried to wound the monster with her sword, but it managed to jump away from her. The main hero took his turn to strike, aiming to hit the creature in the face, but it dodged at the last second. Then the vampire hit the barbarian hard in the stomach, forcing him to spit out droplets of blood. That's when Bjorn realized time was up and Raven was ready to use her ability. He quickly jumped on the vampire and grabbed his neck with both hands while the monster hissed and continued to fight. The main hero gathered all his strength and threw the Duke towards the statue. Next up was Hikuro, who started using the essence to generate an electric discharge. The lightning, harnessed by the dwarf, shot straight at the vampire, paralyzing him and leaving him in a shocked state. While the effect lasted, Bjorn bent down and started to pull out a vial with the goddess's tears he had luckily saved. The hero rushed to the vampire and shoved the vial into his mouth, and the goddess's tears began to work. A bright glow started emanating from the beast, a result of the goddess's tears weakening it even more. Finally, the mage yelled at Bjorn to back away from the monster, as she had created a sphere of sunspots and was ready to use it. The magical orb flew towards them just as Bjorn hadn't even managed to run far enough from the vampire. A deadly silence fell, and there was no sound to be heard anywhere. The main hero woke up first and wondered why it was so quiet and if Duke Cambermere had died. The vampire's body lay on the ground, its skin gone, wings torn and arms ripped off. It turned out that at the last moment, the vampire managed to protect his heart and was now starting to regenerate, coming back to life. Behind him, the barbarian saw his friends who lay on the ground silently and unconscious, unaware of what was happening. Bjorn was the only one left who could do anything. So he got up and clenched his fists, raising them above his head. He hit the vampire with all his might, who had managed to recover a bit, which only made things worse. The main character had no other choice, so he sighed and used the corpse golem skill to blow up his hands. It wasn't a pleasant feeling as he began losing both hands, then silently watched them. But his instincts told him to keep going and finish off the scumbag that was preventing him from returning to the labyrinth. He started losing himself and falling into despair, repeating the flesh-ripping spell over and over, afraid to stop. Losing more and more health points, his voice grew much quieter, but he kept at it until there was nothing left of his hands. Bjorn wasn't sure if the Duke was really dead, so he decided to use the rest of his body parts to finish the job. The barbarian uttered the spell one last time and exploded, his body lying on top of the vampire. All his health points were spent and he began slipping into a dying state as the countdown to death started. The vampire was also defeated, after which a strange light began to emanate from the barbarian's body. In Bjorn's room, the computer displayed a message that information about the abnormally fast level increase would be reported to the administrator. A few moments later, Bjorn managed to open his eyes and saw that he was still alive. He was lying on his knees by Einar, who was glad to see her friend alive and well, even though he had slept for 4 days in the rift. Not expecting such a turn of events, the barbarian gets up and sits, processing in his head the fact that he had slept for so long. Meanwhile, Bjorn notices that there are no scratches on his arms or legs, which he found very odd. But then he looked down and almost screamed when he realized he had no pants on. Einar explained that they had to be ripped off, but she wasn't the least bit embarrassed by this fact, just reminded him that Bjorn is the best warrior. The main character asked what happened to the others, to which the girl replied that they had left 3 days ago. The guy realized that it was only by the miracle of the Guardian's essence appearing that he was able to survive. As Einar told us, the mage had no intention of giving the Rift Stone to the barbarians, even though that was the deal. Hikuro didn't want to get involved and suggested Einar handle the situation with this girl herself since he was out of it. Raven argued that the exchange was more than fair, given that the main character took something way more valuable than the Rift Stone. Bjorn realized that Raven was the only one who knew he could absorb the Guardian's essence. Einar, on the other hand, wasn't ready to accept the fact that they left the barbarians here all alone. Bjorn thanked her for being trustworthy, which she was happy about, and said she'd never betray him. Einar asked if it was time for them to head back home to the labyrinth. The main character replied that there's still some unfinished business, so they needed to stay in the rift a bit longer. Soon, the barbarians managed to return to the first floor of the labyrinth, and from there, they were thrown out into the city of Raphonia. The guy was glad that the journey had come to an end, and hoped that the number of crystals would pay off. The girl counted 141,000 crystals, which didn't exactly thrill the barbarian since he was hoping for more. Just as Bjorn was ready to get his hands on the money, the girl suddenly clutched the bag tight and took it for herself. Bjorn asked what the problem was, to which the girl replied that such an amount of crystals was too much for someone of the 9th rank. The main character tried to figure out what the problem was, since there hadn't been one before. But at that very moment, knights arrived who were there to arrest the barbarian. Meanwhile, Erwin had just made her way out of the labyrinth. Fighting monsters of the 7th and 6th ranks had worn her out. Standing in line at the checkpoint, the girl pondered whether to run to Bjorn to tell him about the new essence. She couldn't wait and wondered if he would check her stats like last time, breaking her arm in the process. The man at the checkpoint told Erwin that she had received too much for a 9th rank explorer. But she explained that she was only let in because she was with her sister, a 6th rank researcher, who was on his list. Pleased, Erwin got dressed up and set out to meet Bjorn at his house. But at the hotel, she heard that the barbarian hadn't been seen today, which made her worry about her friend. The worst thoughts started creeping into her mind, but she tried to push them away, hoping Bjorn was still alive. A whole week passed, and there was no sign of the main character in that hotel. That evening, Erwin came to check if Bjorn had arrived and noticed the owner entering his room to collect his belongings. She didn't like that one bit and approached him, asking what right he had to touch her friend's things. The man sighed heavily and explained that since the barbarian hadn't shown up since the labyrinth a week ago, there was no point in waiting for him. This deeply hurt Erwin, and she concluded that her first friend couldn't survive the trip into the labyrinth. Night fell, and the rain started pouring down the city streets while Erwin sat under the hotel's roof and Tercia searched for her sister. The elder fairy reached out to the younger one and shared that she also knew about the hero's demise, so she wanted to help. In despair, Erwin tells Tercia that he wants to become stronger to protect everyone dear to him this time. At the same time, Bjorn is extremely unhappy with his situation, as he's locked up on suspicion of looting. During the first interrogation, they presented a crossbow to him and asked where he got it from, and he said the original owner attacked him first. The man, unwilling to give up and with a sneering smile, asked who exactly attacked first, which made Bjorn think about his words. The man replies that a few days ago, to reduce the number of looters, they decided to introduce a check for adventurers and asks again where the crossbow came from. The barbarian insists on his story and describes in great detail his encounter with the looters. But Bjorn didn't mention the female looter who almost killed him in Einar on the second floor. The man asked about the scar on the barbarian's neck, saying he couldn't see anything, which angered Bjorn and made him try to feel for the scar. But luck wasn't on his side again, as the wound had healed after he absorbed the essence of a vampire guardian. So Bjorn had to spill the beans about the rift, which the guy totally didn't buy, just laughed off the barbarian's wild imagination. The main character insists he's innocent and suggests the guy should bring a mage to read his memory. At first, the man dismissed the idea, but soon decided to consider the guy's suggestion and left the interrogation room. Next time, the man brought a 9th-rank mage, and luck wasn't on Bjorn's side again because his mental defense was too strong for that magic. The man says he won't call any mages higher than 9th rank since he sees no real need for it. After the mage left, he kept pressuring the barbarian, trying to get him to sign a heartfelt confession. In the third interrogation, the man brought in a stone transmitter, which Bjorn had taken from a guy who was chasing him and Erwin. The stranger assured that he had checked the transmitter against the Crystal Union's database and gathered all the info, so now he just waits for the execution. The main character was thrown back into the dungeon, and on the other side of the bars, they placed a guard who had long fallen asleep. Bjorn realizes the only way out of this is to prove his innocence, so he grabbed the bars. Right then, our hero used the flesh explosion to blast his way to freedom, tossing the guard aside with the shockwave. With no obstacles left, and the guy approaching the guard while he was still trying to figure out what happened and call for help. But before the knight could do anything, he was knocked out by a barbarian, who was still waiting for his hand to regenerate. Once his hand was healed, Bjorn looked around for the guard and found a whole bunch of keys to the other dungeon cells. The dungeon prisoners, hearing the fight, cheered for the barbarian and begged him to set them free too, craving for the freedom they all desired. Bjorn knew some of them might be real criminals, but the innocent barbarian didn't care, so he freed them all. The joyful prisoners burst out of their cells and ran towards the main exit of the prison, giving Bjorn the nickname Barbarian of Freedom. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the research guild, nothing seemed amiss. Suddenly, the guard heard a strange noise on the other side of the doors and turned around to listen more closely. But the enraged group of prisoners burst in at that very moment and started causing chaos throughout the guild. One of the women offered the adventurers a deal to capture all the prisoners for a cash reward. Most of them liked the idea, and they charged with shields towards the uninvited guests, who only had sticks for weapons. A brawl broke out across the guild, so Bjorn could easily slip away from the chaos among the explorers. The main character wasn't about to just run off to freedom that easily, so he dashed up the stairs, taking advantage of the time he had. But on his way to the guildmaster's office, he was already awaited by the guards who wouldn't let him pass. Without missing a beat, the hero used his hand and detonated it above the heads of the explorers. Some of them started screaming because the blood was hot and poisonous, and familiar marks appeared on their foreheads. The marks powered him up enough, and Bjorn decided not to wait but to attack first. He sprinted towards the first guard who was already swinging his sword to strike, but the main character was stronger and knocked the poor guy to the floor with a single blow. Another guard rushed to help his buddy and tried to hit the prisoner too. This time, the guard aimed for Bjorn's head but only managed to slice his arm with his sword. The wound didn't last long and started healing at a crazy speed, which surprised the guard. The second guard didn't even get a word out before he got punched in the face and sent flying to the door. The others started trembling and wondering how such strength could reside in the hands of a ninth-rank explorer, and a barbarian at that. The final blow hit both at once when Bjorn clenched his fist and struck with all his might. Finally, all the enemies were downed, and it was time to enter the guild leader's office to put an end to the accusations. When the main character calmly opened the door, he just noticed that an ambush was already waiting for him. The man stood up slightly and managed to sneakily wound Bjorn with his sword. He couldn't help but smile at his luck and said it was the end for the barbarian. But as soon as the blood hit the man's face, he squatted down and started screaming in pain, while the main hero stood over him, reveling in the moment. Suddenly, he hears a woman's voice behind him and realizes that this whole time, there was a girl there, the daughter of the guild leader. The man warns Bjorn that if he lays a finger on the girl, he'll soon regret it deeply. But it wasn't even a minute before the guy collapsed unconscious on the floor, so it was time to move on to the next plan. The girl started talking about how calm the barbarian was, which meant he was prepared for this event. But Bjorn, with a quick and strong hand, shut the girl up, suggesting she keep quiet for a while. During the action, the main hero asked the guards to bring in the mage, the director of the Crystal Union, and the man who was handling his case. And while they waited, Bjorn took the girl out to the balcony and decided to try another tactic. The barbarian yelled at the top of his lungs, drawing attention from all the adventurers nearby. He announced his name and began repeating the fact that he was framed, though he is innocent and doesn't deserve to be executed. Meanwhile, we're shifting to the tower where all the mages of this world are located and trained. A man is talking about how someone caused a stir in the guild and now they're looking for a certain mage. The listener turned out to be Bjorn Raven's acquaintance, who was also researching items obtained from the rift. She decided to check out the person who orchestrated the prisoner's escape and was more than willing to help. But the meeting turned out to be not so joyful, as Bjorn bit his tongue and stayed silent the whole time he was looking at the mage. Raven herself wasn't pleased with the encounter either, unable to speak up and condemn the whole situation that the barbarian had caused. A disciplinary conversation started, where everyone tried to defend their stance, and Bjorn admitted her help would be timely. In return for the service, Raven asked for a promise that he would do her a favor once everything was over. Bjorn quickly agreed, so the mage calmed down and began to assist her former ally. She reached out to him and recited a magical spell trying to read his memory, and he didn't even resist. Raven pulled her hand away and asked if the barbarian was pulling any tricks, but he claimed he was totally clean. Behind them, they started hearing men's voices. One of them, handling Bjorn's business, brought a flask of potion and helped another guy come to. The next moment, someone called out to Bjorn and he noticed that both were now here and all right. The man with brown hair wiped his face and reminded everyone that Bjorn claimed he was framed by someone else. So he's asking the investigator if that's possible and who could do it. The investigator dodges the question and adds that he's gathered a lot of info against Bjorn from a member of the Crystal Alliance. The main character says the information wasn't verified with magic, and the branch head asks why there was no verification. The investigator keeps blaming the barbarian and claims that Bjorn lied even about the scar on his neck, making up that it disappeared after using vampire essence. The man adjusts his glasses, thinking the barbarian's end is near and there's no one to refute these claims. But at that moment, Raven spoke up, who had been with Bjorn and could confirm the fact that the vampire was there. Both were shocked and caught off guard by this info, since no one had ever seen a vampire keeper in the rift before. Raven continued to defend Bjorn, stating that her status didn't allow the investigator to use memory magic, so they should just take her word for it. The guy doesn't believe her and tries to hint at it without hurting the mage's feelings. But the girl stood her ground and asked if the investigator thought her knowledge was dumb or mistaken. Such an attitude towards mages was dangerous, so the investigator immediately fell at her feet, begging for forgiveness for his doubts. In this world, there are 5 schools of magic that have united into a tower to protect their rights, so you don't mess with mages. The branch head says that no one has seen vampires in the rift before, and he has his doubts about Bjorn. Raven agrees with him and adds that it's true, no one has ever seen vampires there before. But with those same words, she points at the branch head and says that he has no right to dictate what exists and what doesn't. After all, the Guild of Explorers still doesn't know about many monsters that hide in the shadows from adventurers. Bjorn notices that the girl is pretty confident in herself and her abilities right now, so she's not backing down. Once part of the conversation was settled, a third person decided to join in. A man entered with 2 bodyguards behind him, acted pretty calm, and introduced himself as Niall Urbans. The barbarian's captive was just as surprised as everyone else and called him father, something Bjorn quickly picked up on and realized that Niall was the head of the district. All branches within a single district are united under the wing of the district head, and there are only 13 of these heads. They are considered secondary, as above them sits the guildmaster, who leads all their districts. The next moment, some guy was thrown into the room on his knees, clearly not expecting to be found. Niall calmly looked at Bjorn and explained that this was a member of the Crystal Alliance, whom the main character was looking for. As soon as the investigator noticed the Alliance member, he immediately feared for his own skin, realizing that now all the lies might come out. Bjorn starts talking to the man calmly, making sure he really is Hearts Jr., who gave false testimony against the barbarian. The main character reminded Hearts that a Union member had given false testimony about the stone transmitter. The guy tried to justify himself and cover up the lie, but Raven used her magic on him and straight up told him he was lying. This only made the guy try harder to defend himself, until Niall sighed heavily and declared Bjorn innocent. Bjorn got his way and released the girl while asking what happens to the liars who framed him. Hearts will be jailed indefinitely while Niall and the others check the rest of the Union members. The investigator was suspended from his job, which he didn't like at all, and he started arguing that he did nothing wrong. But convincing the district head was a no-go, and he said that if any mistakes were found in the investigator's case during the review, he would be executed properly. They barely managed to remove the investigator, but it did lighten the mood, so Niall Urbans decided to talk about compensation. Bjorn got his belongings back and was told that anything broken would be replaced, and his rank would be raised to 7. The last point didn't please the main character, and he started demanding a different compensation, much to the district head's dismay. Bjorn wanted to prove he was strong enough to take down a 7th-rank adventurer, while Niall tried to say it was the first time something like this had happened. Raven calmed them both down and agreed with the district chief that indeed, a rank situation like this was a first for them. She reminded them that Bjorn had absorbed the essence of a 5th-rank vampire, so a rank increase was naturally expected. Raven wasn't exactly playing in Niall's favor, which obviously upset him, but there was nothing he could do about it, so he asked about the compensation he desired. Bjorn had already chosen what he wanted and replied that he wished to get at least 5 million stones and ASAP. The branch head was about to refuse, but Niall, knowing the mage was standing right there, interrupted his friend and agreed to pay the price. Raven also asked to add another 1,000,000 stones for her services as a mage, so Bjorn noted that she really is a mage through and through. All matters were settled, and the main character followed the girl who, after today's events, took him to her laboratory. Raven handed her friend a strange liquid that looked like water in a flask and suggested he drink it, which surprised him. But the guy quickly noticed that the flask probably held not just potions but also other people's heads before, so he dropped the idea. Bjorn sat down on a stool and looked at Raven, asking why she'd brought him to her lab. The girl smiled and reminded him that he had promised to do her a favor after she helped him survive and clear his name. She wants to study the essence he absorbed, since no one fully understands its abilities, just like Bjorn himself. She points out that the deal isn't bad for the hero either, but then he realizes that this was the reason she wanted to keep his essence and name a secret. Raven turned away, trying not to reveal her true answer, but the guy totally gets that this is indeed the case. The mage quickly recovers and says that anyway, she'd like to see him here once a week for the next 6 months for research. Bjorn disagrees and says he's willing to come for 3 months if she also shares her findings, which she didn't like. Raven explained that he owes his life to her, so he should be more grateful. But that didn't faze him, and he stood up. Only a fool wouldn't stand his ground, so the barbarian kept standing over her, rejecting any other options. Bjorn pressed on and told her she owes him money since she used the corpse golem's essence without his permission. But Raven wasn't about to give up and reminded him that only a fool would get upset about being fed such a rare essence. The argument continued, as the barbarian refused to admit he needed the golem essence, and the girl wouldn't accept that she should pay. Eventually, Raven decided to prove him wrong and contacted another, more experienced researcher through a magic orb. When a guy named Patsran came on, Raven immediately asked him how he'd react if he was fed an unwanted essence. Patsran says the answer is pretty obvious, catching the attention of both the mage and the barbarian. The guy answers that he wouldn't be happy at all, because if you're fed an unwanted essence, you can't absorb another one. The offended girl asked what the guy would ask for as compensation for this incident, while Bjorn smugly rejoiced. Patsran quickly explained that the best option wouldn't even be 10 million crystals, but 15 right away, to go to the temple and destroy the essence. Raven asked one last time what Patsrin would do if he met the culprit, to which she got the reply that he'd chop off his head. Bjorn notes that only experienced researchers talk about essences like that, so he just got lucky. Their little argument gets interrupted by some guy who just walked into Raven's lab and straight up admitted he'd been eavesdropping. Turns out, the old man is Raven's teacher and mentor, and also the guy in charge of the top 5 floors of the Mage Tower. Bjorn was both surprised and scared when he saw this man, realizing that mage teachers rank higher than regional leaders. The mage didn't share his name, but it was clear he was the head of the Artemion school, managing the tower's 5 floors. Raven was stunned to find out he had disabled her soundproofing magic, especially since the teacher took an interest in the Barbarian. Bjorn was intrigued by his response and asked what was so interesting about him. The old man gave a sinister smile and said that usually they only bring in either dead barbarians or just their hearts, not the living ones. The gray-haired man tried to lighten the mood, saying not to take it so close to heart, which surprised the main character. But the barbarian's spirit wasn't about to lose, and he joked back, saying he really wanted to rip off Raven's teacher's head. Suddenly, the mage started shaking, and Bjorn almost felt bad for making such a harsh joke. But luckily, the teacher was easy to talk to, so he just waved it off and praised the barbarian's sense of humor. However, the main character knew that the teacher was actually pretty pissed, especially after being called an old man. They had to drop the jokes because the teacher was there to help Raven with compensation for Bjorn. He pulled out a strange ring that had its own number, albeit a low one, as the teacher noted while preparing to hand it over to the barbarian. This ring turned out to be one of many numbered relics that drop from guardians and are highly valued. The teacher explained that the ring could dissolve the unwanted essence of a corpse golem in his body, but Bjorn knew something more. The deal was done, and Raven reminded her friend to come back twice a week for research. When the barbarian left, the girl apologized to the teacher about the ring, to which he replied that the thing was useless and not worth a dime anyway. Meanwhile, Bjorn remembered the situation with the statue in the rift and started to suspect that even the mages in this world don't know everything. Deep night fell, and the main character returned to the hotel where his belongings were left before he was taken to prison. Turns out, they weren't expecting him anymore. His room was given to someone else, and the hotel owner had tossed his stuff to the dump. This really pissed off the barbarian, and he tried to keep his cool since he actually had another week left. He started thinking that he needed to act right here and now because you can't let them think they can do whatever they want with you. But then he stopped and thought about everything that had just happened in his mind. His personality began turning into a real barbarian, as if his true consciousness was merging with the barbarian's body. But he figured it was for the better and demanded compensation for all the stuff that got irreversibly sold to other people. As compensation, he demanded 800,000 stones, to which the hotel manager replied that his belongings weren't even worth half that price. It turned out the guy had sold his stuff instead of throwing it away, so Bjorn started to intimidate the hotel manager. The intimidation worked, and our main guy got a fancier and more luxurious room, where he could live like a normal person. Now that everything was sorted, Bjorn decided to visit Einar tomorrow, whom he hadn't heard from in a long time since he was locked away. In the hotel, Einar was nearly in tears when she saw her ally alive and well. She immediately ran up and hugged him, telling him how worried she was, even though she knew he was a wise warrior and everything would be all right. The girl also decided to ask if the hero knew about a new and very fresh legend that she wanted to inquire about. But a crowd of barbarians interrupts them and starts talking about the same freedom fighter who saved all the prisoners and caused chaos. Worried about the consequences of such actions, the main hero asks if anyone knows the name of this barbarian. Luckily, no one knew the real identity of this celebrity, but everyone was happy to be in the same clan as the barbarian. The next day, Bjorn and Einar head to a town called Carmelby, home to middle-class people. Right in front of a store, the main hero gave Einar 800,000 crystals because she deserved it. The girl accepted her money and pointed at a stall selling cotton candy, which also caught the guy's interest. As a result, Bjorn treated her to some cotton candy, and she couldn't get enough of the sweetness of this cloud on a stick, as she called it. After that treat, Einar just had to thank Bjorn and shared that now everyone in the clan was avoiding her because of her body. What scared her even more was that strange men on the street started to cling to her, wanting to be around her. She didn't see this as a compliment or anything, but instead, she asked Bjorn if she had become so ugly. Eventually, Einar admitted and yelled that she no longer wanted to go to the labyrinth with Bjorn. And just like that, Bjorn was left without a partner again. The main reason for Einar's departure turned out to be the Elder, who noticed her potential and decided to train her himself. Bjorn asked if the Elder could join them, but she replied that he needed to stay in the temple, and that's where their training would be. The guy knew something about this kind of training, but didn't spill the beans, keeping the mystery unsolved. Einar resigned herself to the fact that she couldn't return to his team, but promised to become much stronger so as not to fall behind him. The main character realizes that he can't keep her against her will, and especially not force her into the labyrinth. He realizes that using the oath to save her and just watching others fight while doing nothing broke her. Bjorn isn't mad at her and starts thinking that it might be time to find another ally, or maybe venture into the labyrinth alone. The first candidate for an ally he considered was Raven, whom he approached hoping she would agree. She didn't know about his plans yet, but was happy to see her friend again, as she's still interested in his essence. But science waits for no one, and to ask Raven to become allies, our hero must endure her tortures. The mage made it clear that she has no intention of joining Bjorn's team, as she believes he needs to reach the 6th rank of explorer first to be on par with her. After some arguments, she handed him a copy of the document containing all she had gathered about the essences. Bjorn noticed that it only contained generalized information, lacking only precise figures. But he knows them, so he considers the paper useless and crumples it, realizing how much he has grown recently. Before letting her friend go, Raven asks him about the item he gave to the vampire Cambermere in the rift. But the barbarian had a knack for dodging responsibility and literally ran off, claiming he got hungry. Raven wasn't about to let it slide and started looking for clues among the library books. In one of them, she found the name of a sacred relic called the Tears of the Goddess, but she needed more information. Another book detailed how, years ago, Saint Adrian used the Tears of the Goddess and 2 other relics to save the Holy Pope, which made Raven skeptical. Another member of the numbered relics is the Golden Mask, which drops from named monsters. Bjorn got it after a fight with a vampire and remembered that the mask can change the wearer's face for 30 days, so he decided to keep it. At the bar that same evening, Tertia was sitting at the counter, eavesdropping on other researchers' and adventurers' conversations. One piece of news made the girl turn toward the speakers and silently observe. 3 guys were talking about how a huge group of scammers called the Crystal Union broke up overnight. Tertia was pleased with this outcome, considering what they tried to do to her younger sister, and she got up from the table, ready to leave. As the fairy was leaving the tavern, she overheard something about the Freedom Barbarian trying to clear his tarnished name. That's when Tertia started to think this could actually be Bjorn, and then his disappearance would make sense. Then the girl heads back home and hesitates as she's about to open the door. In the empty, dark room sat a very weak and sad girl, with 3 little spirits flying around her as if cheering her up. Just one look at the weary and sad Irwin was enough for Tertia to wonder whether she should share her suspicions with her sister. The next day, the main character went to the Explorers Guild to find new allies for the labyrinth. Someone asked about the main character's preferences, and he requested allies no lower than the 7th rank. To confirm the search, Bjorn placed a wooden plaque on the table, which turned out to be his ID. The man began to examine the barbarian's documents, narrating the information aloud. Suddenly his face changed and he was shocked, exclaiming about some 5 stars that were awarded to Bjorn. The guy tried to ask the man about it, but he just dodged the question and immediately handed over the list of candidates. Bjorn gave up, deciding that either way, those stars had earned him some respect from the man, so he grabbed the list. Surprise also hit the main character when he spotted a chillingly familiar name right near the top of the list. It turned out to be Hikuro Murad, who was also happy to see a familiar face and even more to work together. Bjorn sat down next to the dwarf at a small table and asked who they were waiting for, to which his friend replied that he had managed to find a mage for their team. The main character was surprised by such luck, as it's rare to find a mage willing to enter the labyrinth, not to mention their arrogance. Right then, Murad interrupts the new ally and greets the new team member, while Bjorn silently watches. A short blonde guy with glasses and green eyes walked into the tavern and introduced himself as Liori Vob Dwok. The dwarf started greeting the mage and asked if he was here to join them, and the mage replied that it would be rare to see him just hanging around. Hikuro is surprised by this fact and double-checks, while Bjorn confirms that Dwok is telling the truth. The mage shakes Murad's hand, announcing his rank, while the dwarf introduces Liori as an 8th rank explorer and a mage from the ruling family. Hikuro's words scared even himself, and the main hero explains that Dwalki isn't working for either the Mage Tower or the Research Guild. Dwalki notices the barbarian's sharp mind and admires it, casually asking the name of such a smart guy. Bjorn didn't quite like Dwalki, so he quickly gave his name and told him to sit down at the table. The main hero, never known for his eloquence, bluntly asked why Dwalki wants to join them since it's rare for 8th rank mages to do so. The mage adjusts his glasses and decisively talks about how he wants to become the best explorer and bring glory to his barren lineage. Hikuro is seriously surprised, while Dwalki calmly explains that he is actually a distant relative of the ruling family, specifically the ruler's brother-in-law. Right then, Dwalki waves his hands and reassures his allies, saying he won't act arrogantly around them. Dwalki is a mage who can use daily and administrative magic but lacks labyrinth experience and is also dishonest and arrogant. Even considering these factors, Bjorn realized that the mage would be great bait for attracting strong warriors, so they'd have to take him on the team. 3 allies kept working and looking for suitable candidates to join their team when the main character stumbled upon someone interesting. Hikuro was happy about it and decided to review the application, adding that he was surprised when Bjorn decided to accept it. A bit later, the barbarian managed to buy better gear, weapons, and a shield with the money he had earned. The librarian, who was watching his actions since he entered her library, was not impressed. Not fully understanding why someone would come in armor to a realm of books, the girl asked what it was all about, and Bjorn was only too happy to explain. With a childlike joy, he began to talk about how he bought a shield, breastplate, and a lithium backpack, considering it a success. But the uninterested and slightly annoyed girl stopped him, asking him not to bring weapons to the library anymore, or else there would be complaints. Unable to impress the girl, the main character wandered around the city, pondering everything that had happened. Suddenly, he heard some noise and decided to check out what it was. Just a few meters from him, between the buildings, lay a curled-up barbarian, which seriously scared our hero. Bjorn noticed the stranger had no weapon, though barbarians value them more than their own lives and always keep them close. To find out what happened, the main character calls out and wakes the strange barbarian who had just opened his eyes. Waking up was far from pleasant for the barbarian when he saw the fierce and terrifying face of another barbarian standing over him. Bjorn, whose hobby was scaring all new acquaintances, asks with the same face what the barbarian is doing here, especially without a weapon. The stranger quickly says he just sold it and now lives here, while the hero silently sits down in front of him. It wasn't even a minute before Bjorn suddenly smiled and offered the barbarian to come with him, also asking what his name was. The barbarian calms down and agrees to go along, mentioning that he is Tarakan, son of Lien. Tarakan was already sitting in some tavern, stuffing his face with food, while thanking the main character for such treats. Meanwhile, Bjorn contemplates how much the barbarian reminds him of an evil spirit, since he doesn't even know the traditions of the barbarians. Most likely, Tarikan ran away from his friends back when they went through the ceremony because he was afraid to enter the labyrinth. So he went around the city looking for jobs, but faced failure everywhere since nobody liked barbarians here. Bjorn couldn't help but wonder if there's no guarantee that all evil spirits are necessarily players, especially since Tarakan didn't even know the most basic rules of this world. As time passed, the main character asked what the barbarian did next when the labyrinth opened again, and the guy answered that he got scared again and didn't go. The experienced player wasn't terrified at all and blurted out if Tarikan had lost his mind, to which he yelled back that he definitely wouldn't go without a weapon. Tarikan continued to share how he was kicked out when he ran out of money, while Bjorn kept anxiously asking himself how this barbarian was still alive. Also, the barbarian mentioned that he tried to join other barbarians, but they avoided him for reasons obvious to Bjorn. The main character pondered that he too could be starving now if he had just stood and been scared during his first entry into the labyrinth. Tarikan, reacting oddly and with a smile on his face, asked Bjorn if he felt sorry for him. He started saying that he knows the labyrinth like the back of his hand and was ready to guide the guy if he would help him. But the hero immediately refused and said that he wouldn't take Tarikan along, but could help him out somehow. He hands over 3 coins to the evil spirit and says that's 150,000 crystals he can keep for himself. Tarikan is surprised by such generosity and double-checks if Bjorn really intends to donate that much money. Bjorn was serious about it and replied that he asks for nothing more, but suggests buying weapons and heading to the labyrinth. The pleased barbarian bolts off and keeps talking about how he'll find his way back here later to repay his rescuer. But the main hero cuts off his joyful exclamations, calling out his name and leaving the barbarian stunned. The hero says that under no circumstances, even if he wants to repay, Tarakan should not seek out Bjorn. Bjorn was serious about his intentions and suggested they should no longer cross paths, immediately leaving the tavern. Later that evening, the barbarian reflects on how he met another evil spirit, one who knew nothing about this world. He realizes that he acted quite foolishly back then, maybe because of the memories flooding back about being shown mercy in the labyrinth. Bjorn recognizes that his action was either foolish or too small, but it was the only right thing to do. The main character looked ahead, hoping that Tarakan could survive and enter the labyrinth. The next day, the portal to the labyrinth was open, and as soon as the squad entered, Dvalki couldn't help but start examining the crystals. An 8th rank mage with no experience in the labyrinth was described by Bjorn as a complete dunce. Behind Dvalki, their second ally appeared, also serving as a guide through the labyrinth, named Brown Romuler. He said that if they kept moving forward on the agreed path, they could reach the portal the fastest. The third member was Hikuro Murad, and Bjorn introduced himself along with him. A girl with ears named Misha Karlstein, a 7th rank researcher, also followed them and suggested fighting the monsters. The dwarf wasn't surprised at all and called her a princess, but the girl sharply reacted, reminding him that she had asked not to be called that. It would have continued like this if Braun hadn't noticed and suggested they keep moving instead of standing still. The squad agreed and continued following the guide, each lost in their own thoughts. 10 hours later, they reached the portal, which was already open. Brown sighed and mentioned that they took the quickest and most optimal route to the portal, but still weren't the first ones there, which bummed him out. Anyway, there was no time to waste, and the squad started entering the portal to the 2nd floor. As they moved, Bjorn thought about how, if he were with Einar or Irvin, he could have used the spatial instability to their advantage. They emerged in a canyon, part of one of the sectors on the 2nd floor known as the Beast's Den. Hikuro noted the sharp, scary smell around them and asked if the mage was okay. Dvalki started feeling sick, which didn't surprise Murad, who patted him on the shoulder, while Misha jumped back and hissed in disgust. Bjorn decided to check on Brown and asked how he was feeling, knowing he had a sensitive nose, but Brown said he'd gotten used to it long ago. Brown also reassured the main hero by saying he knew the way and would guide them, which was definitely a relief. The canyon is essentially the whole Beast's Den, where there aren't many shortcuts left. While passing through the canyon, the squad encountered various monsters but managed to deal with each one. Now every night, Dvalki's magic acts as an alarm system against monsters. Dvalki asks why Hikuro isn't going to sleep, but he replies that his magic might work on monsters, but not on other explorers. The mage was clueless, unaware of the real dynamics among the explorers, realizing he couldn't trust anyone. He began to grasp how bad things were and agreed to Murad's suggestion to keep watch that night. Bjorn was eavesdropping and thought that this journey might be Dvalki's first and last with their team, as he's still naive. The next day, they continued to follow Braun, who said they'd reach the portal location in 10 hours. The 1st floor had 4 portals, each leading to one of the 4 zones on the 2nd floor, whereas the 3rd floor is a single zone. Bjorn ponders that even though the 3rd floor is one zone, the portals lead to different parts of it, so he prays they don't end up in some weird place. Suddenly, Misha asks how long it took the main character to find the portal to the 3rd floor last time, and he replied that it was the previous time. The girl started thinking about how she spent 2 years looking for the portal to the 4th floor, just like Hikuro. Misha mentions that she has more experience in exploring, but for some reason she ended up with a lower rank than the dwarf, which pissed her off. Brown sighed and told both explorers to shut up so they wouldn't waste precious time in the labyrinth. Bjorn notices such a sharp reaction to the background noise, but dismisses the thought and decides Brown is just used to working alone. After 10 hours of trekking, they reached the portal and went through it to the next floor. But just as they were celebrating, Bjorn ordered Brown to jump back and raised his shield, noticing something strange running towards them. A monster, looking like a boar named Enro, slammed into the hero's shield with all its might, pushing the guy back. The dwarf wasn't so lucky either. A second Enro attacked him and tried to break through Hikuro's defense. Gradually, the wooden shield began to fall apart, unable to withstand such an opponent. But Murad didn't let his only defense break down immediately and used a spell to repair it. The shield flared up with blue flames and soon restored itself, so the dwarf could keep holding his ground. Bjorn noted to himself that Hikuro already had the essence of Enro, which helped them survive in the Blood Citadel. And it was thanks to this essence that the ally could hold back the monster and prevent it from reaching the mage and the scout. Suddenly, parts of Entro's body started foaming and disintegrating under the weakening effect used by Dvalki. Hikuro seized the moment and charged forward, gripping his hammer tightly. With a decisive blow, the dwarf struck the monster on the head and pinned Entro to the ground, dealing additional damage. Bjorn felt someone's foot on his backpack, but then someone quickly shot up into the air. It was Misha, who clenched her knife and leaped onto the monster from above, aiming to strike it. She struck Entro's body and bounced off the monster, hoping to obtain the essence. Entro screamed in pain and began to vanish into glittering dust. When the fog cleared, Bjorn wondered why monsters had appeared near the portal and asked Braun about it. Romuler tensed up after Bjorn's question and seriously pondered it, realizing the problem could be a big one. Without waiting another minute, the scout used his Pathfinder skill to check if there was anyone else around. The skill showed the temperature of the surrounding world like a thermal radar, but there was nothing suspicious. The Pathfinder looked at Bjorn and explained that he didn't notice anything suspicious, which made the barbarian even more wary. Bjorn asked who could set such an ambush, to which Braun suggested that they had become targets of real marauders. Misha heard their conversation and with a menacing look suggested they follow the trail and find them, as there could be a good bounty on marauders. While the Pathfinder explained that the scent was gone and they couldn't track them, the longer Dvalki listened, the more depressed he became. The situation that his allies had been targeted for murder, and now they wanted to catch and kill people, started to weigh on him. Soon they had to move forward since there was no time to waste, and everyone followed the Pathfinder. At one point, Misha mentioned that during all her time exploring the labyrinth, she had only encountered marauders about 5 times. Bjorn was really surprised and said that in his first 3 trips to the labyrinth, this was already the 2nd time he had run into marauders who wanted to kill him. Both the cat and the dwarf found this hilarious and started making fun of the barbarian, saying it was probably because of him that they ended up facing killers. Bjorn was puzzled, increasingly realizing how unlucky he was, feeling like if something didn't go wrong, it was bound to. Romuler approached the main character to defend him, mentioning that he too often found himself near marauders, which was supposed to cheer Bjorn up. But the feeling of being completely out of luck only weighed down the main character more, while the others tried to check if everything was okay. After a few more hours wandering the 3rd floor, Braun led the allies to a spot where they would spend the night. Once everyone had settled into their temporary shelter, the dwarf noticed that Dvalki wasn't quite the same as before and asked if everything was all right. The mage sat down on his blanket and began to tell how he never expected that all his ideas about exploring the labyrinth would end up in ruins. He explained that he had hoped for a cozier atmosphere, where everyone could help each other out, even if they weren't allies. But all his hopes crashed when he realized that in the labyrinth, a human life isn't worth a dime, so murders were inevitable. Bjorn decided to extend the topic and warned his ally that someday he might have to kill and asked if the mage was ready for it. Initially, Dvalki nodded firmly and replied that he was now ready to take such measures for the sake of his allies. But at the same time, he realized that when murder becomes necessary, the mage might get scared and fail to do what's needed. Hikuro tried to support his friend, but the mage just responded that he no longer even felt like exploring the labyrinth like he initially wanted. Bjorn finally lost hope in Dvalki and decided for himself that he wouldn't cross paths with him again after they return. Romuler, however, smiled and praised the mage's chastity, saying that one shouldn't overestimate their own abilities. Also, the guide came up with an idea to lift the whole team's spirits, which immediately caught Dvalki's interest. Similarly, Romuler's idea intrigued the rest, and they agreed to take a walk somewhere before going to sleep. They wandered over the stony ground for a few minutes, and at some point, everyone stopped. The whole crew was mesmerized by what they saw in front of them, while Braun just smiled and watched their reactions. They were treated to an aerial view of the city of Raphonia at night, surrounded by light particles falling like dandelion fluff without the stems. Bjorn was enchanted by the sight as well, while Misha noted in amazement how beautiful it was. The guide explained that this phenomenon could only be seen from the 3rd floor and only at this time of day, but no one knows why. Even Dvalki was captivated by the view of Raphonia from above and couldn't take his eyes off it. At that moment, Braun asked the mage if he really wanted to stop exploring the labyrinth, which still held so many mysteries. Dvalki seriously pondered this question, deciding his path from that moment on. Soon, the group returned to camp and everyone went to sleep, while Bjorn stayed awake to guard their slumber. The main character looked towards Dvalki and noticed some movement under the blanket. It turned out the guy couldn't sleep after what he'd seen in the labyrinth that night, still overwhelmed by the experience. Bjorn just smiled silently and noted to himself that Bronn really knew how to lift the team's spirits, which was definitely a good thing. The next day, the main character and his team continued their journey towards the portal on the 4th floor. Bjorn realized that the group couldn't head straight for the portal on the 4th floor, so they needed to work together first. The guide stopped the group, telling them they had reached their destination. They found themselves in front of a strange area, fenced off with simple gates. It turned out to be an orc lair, and like the other monsters of the labyrinth, they weren't happy to see explorers. But the orc lair was on the way to the portal, so the company moved forward. At one point, the dwarf stopped his allies and suggested they first learn to work together to make fighting monsters easier. But this wise thought was interrupted by a whole crowd of orcs who had already spotted the group of adventurers. The heroes readied themselves for battle and took their fighting stances, while Bjorn and Hikuro rushed forward to protect the rear. Ice crystals started appearing out of thin air, flying towards the orcs. Each crystal targeted the orcs, hitting them in the heads and killing one at a time. The barbarian and the dwarf, like those using shields, held the front line, protecting the attacking team members. Meanwhile, Misha kept attacking the orcs, slicing through each monster's body with a swift knife movement. Romuler also stood behind Bjorn and Hikuro, fending off orcs with his crossbow. At one point, Bronn noticed something odd and shouted, alerting the rest of the allies. Among the orcs, there was a shaman, a different kind, who began casting his spell. The monster absorbed the orb, which boosted it, specifically increasing the orc's resistance to physical damage for 10 seconds. With that enhancement, the orc warrior easily slipped past both Bjorn and Hikuro, who didn't even notice the breakthrough. It was only later that the main hero ordered Romuler to protect Devalki before it was too late. The guide grabbed everything on the fly and threw his ally behind him, covering them both with his shield. The next moment, the orc slammed into Bronn's shield with all his might, but couldn't deal any damage to him or Dwalki. The monster started to wonder where all his extra strength, which he got from the spell, had gone. But Misha interrupted his thoughts, reminding him that 10 seconds had passed and jumped onto the warrior orc with a blade. The monster fell to the ground dead, and soon after, the cat landed on her feet as well. The orc shaman was left in astonishment and quickly realized he had lost one of his defenders, so now it was his turn. The shaman didn't have time to come up with anything and got whacked in the neck by the main hero, who had managed to sneak up and strike from behind. A couple more minutes passed and they managed to wipe out the horde of orcs, and now they stood talking about the joyful experience they all shared. Bjorn started thinking about how they would have to continue fighting on the 3rd floor because of the time it takes to kill a group of orcs. Dwalki was recovering from yesterday's talks and was overjoyed about his killing of the orc, which the others were also happy about. The company kept slaughtering orcs as they moved deeper into the monster settlement, even lucky enough to encounter a great orc. But things couldn't go smoothly right from the moment they heard someone's voice casting a weird spell. A huge sphere fell from the sky onto the hero orc and exploded, killing the monster faster than adventurers with Bjorn could. The sphere left a massive crater and a dwarf barely missed getting hit, while the main hero and his friends looked ahead. The man who approached them and suggested they should clear out right now claimed this territory as the property of the Zarvi clan. Bjorn explained that in the game, some things were inaccessible until a player could establish their own clan. The clan leader urged them to leave again, while Bjorn questioned the man about the clan and stood humbly before them, still unwilling to comply. Hikuro was puzzled and mentioned that usually the Zarvi clan is found on the 5th floor, not the 3rd, which was suspicious. The clan leader explained that they had their reasons for settling on the 3rd floor. The dwarf replied that labyrinth lands aren't just handed out left and right, and the Zarvi clan didn't have enough merits to own the settlement. With each passing minute, the situation got more intense and worse, which only frustrated the main hero, who was already thinking of an exit plan. At one point, Bjorn felt Misha hide behind his back and start trembling, which intrigued the barbarian. The girl could have stayed hidden and silent if she hadn't heard someone call her stupid. Karlstein realized she couldn't stay silent anymore and whispered the name Tyron Orafting, who was standing behind Zarvi. The guy with red hair wasn't pleased that the cat girl addressed him in such a manner, and he made that clear right away. Zarvi turned towards the cat and asked if the beastmen knew each other, to which Tyron replied that they were brother and sister, adding that it was temporary. The leader suggested making an exception for Misha and letting her into the clan, but the guy rejected the idea, adding that his father wouldn't mind if she left. Then the mage agreed, but decided to use the moment to explain why the clan was here, so the adventurers would leave. The old man explained that the only reason the clan had taken over this territory was to get the essence of the Great Orc. Bjorn understood that the essence of the Great Orc wasn't rare enough to seek it, which made him realize their real reason. Zarvi interrupted their thoughts and suggested the adventurers leave since they couldn't hunt here because of the Zarvi clan. The main character wasn't happy about the situation, but remembered that in this place, the strong make the rules, and it's better not to stir up trouble. The barbarian sighed and agreed to leave the territory, wanting to end this and get out alive. But someone wasn't ready to give up and stepped forward to deal with the situation, which didn't please the hero. Full of hope, Dwalki tried to talk to the mage and introduced himself, treating the old man as an old friend. Unfortunately for the young mage, Zarvi was not pleased at all by such an unexpected encounter. Zarvi didn't recognize the blonde and told him that he was only disgracing mages in the magical tower. Following that, Zarvi not only refused to acknowledge Dwalki, but also stated that he had no right to call himself a mage in any sense. This plunged the young mage into sorrow and confusion. As Bjorn noted, the bitter truth was spoken bluntly. Unluckily for Bjorn, Hikuro couldn't stand it anymore and suggested the old man apologize for such rude treatment of Dwalki. A squabble broke out between Zarvi and the dwarf, and the clan leader suggested they leave. But Murad was already fired up to smash them all for insulting his friend. The angry dwarf didn't hesitate for a minute, raised his hammer, summoned a lightning charge, ready to strike at Zarvi's clan. With a battle cry, the dwarf took a step forward and lunged to attack, not willing to admit defeat. The clan leader wasn't pleased with this stunt and grimaced before taking action against the rowdy dwarf. But in a split second, Bjorn grabbed his ally and slammed his face into the ground to calm him down. Neither Misha nor Dvalka liked this way of pacifying, while Bronn just sighed, knowing Hikuro had it coming. Bjorn told his buddy to cool it before things got hotter and ordered him to leave the orc settlement right now. At one point, the main character got nervous and realized how close they were to death because the dwarf wanted to protect his friend. The spiteful tongues of Zarvi's clan and he himself suggested that the defeated Murad thank Bjorn and God for having such an ally. Soon, the meeting ended, and the group left the clan's territory, with Hikuro gathering courage at the gates and apologizing for his outburst. Brown didn't sugarcoat it and told his ally the hard truth that they almost signed their own death warrants because of him. The main character stood aside, thinking about the guide's cool-headedness, who even now didn't start yelling at Murad and kept his composure. But later, Romuler gave in and agreed with the fact that he too wanted to say a few kind words to the leader who had offended their mage. The barbarian was furious about how, in his opinion, having a robot in the squad was negatively affecting Brown, making him sentimental. Misha also apologized for the situation, taking the blame, while Dvalki tried to calm her down, believing he was the reason for the quarrel. This strange but sincere consolation was quickly noticed by both Hikuro and the girl, who praised the mage for it. The situation started turning into tearful consolations, which made Bjorna feel nauseous, and he couldn't figure out who was the odd one out. Misha explained that she didn't want to mention her family because she was the only one who couldn't make a contract with the spirit beast. Spirit beasts are a type of enhancement for beast folk and are highly valued in combat. When making a contract, there's a chance to gain the ability to use the monster, its powers, or to transform into the beast during battles. Contracts aren't always easy to seal, but the real issue is that Misha Karlstein is the direct heir to the Karlstein family. Even before everyone had their contracts sorted, Misha had a great relationship with her brother and sister. But as soon as no spiritual beast chose her, the whole family turned their backs on her and started shunning the disgrace. Even her father didn't dare approach her, only calling her a half-blood and a true disgrace to the Karlstein family. The girl grew up grieving and resenting how quickly her family, who should have supported her, turned away. Not wanting to endure such treatment, she embraced the rules of the game and left her family, dedicating herself to exploring the labyrinth. She was confident that one way or another, she would become a renowned labyrinth researcher and earn the recognition she deserved. Hikuro couldn't hold back his tears and tried to comfort her by talking about how painful the topic was for her, while she just wanted some solace. The dwarf was not opposed to this response and decided to follow in Misha's footsteps and share about himself. While Bjorn was trying to figure out what was going on, the dwarf race has always been known for their blacksmithing craft, which Murad also tried to learn. But no matter how hard he tried, he always ended up with these weird pieces that just screamed their life was about to end. It's been 10 years since Hikuro first picked up a hammer for training, but nothing's changed, which pushed him to look for something else. Inspired by his allies' stories, Dwalki decided to take up the baton and comfort them by saying he's an even bigger loser than they are. Every mage in this world wanted to gain more knowledge and power in the Tower of Mages, but not everyone made it in. Dwalki was one of those with absolutely no natural talent, so all his attempts to start studying at the tower were doomed. Under the influence of the warm and friendly company, the dwarf began to calm his friend by calling him a great mage, and Zarvi a fool. Bjorn and Romuler were, to put it mildly, not thrilled about the situation, which led the barbarian to dig deeper into himself. The last straw was when Braun also got emotional and said it was brave of them to share their past. He honestly talks about how he never thought about how tough it can be for mages, dwarves, and beastmen since they're not human. Misha and Hikuro remind us that humans have more paths, even if not all of them have magic or other special traits. Murad became the group's psychologist, keeping his cool by reassuring the guide that he was doing a great job. That's how they started chatting, realizing they were all a bunch of happy-go-lucky losers. It wasn't a second before they remembered that the only one who hadn't shared his tragic tale was their barbarian, Bjorn. The main character realized the gravity of the situation, as he needed to say something without revealing his true identity as an evil spirit. Gathering his thoughts, he opened his mouth to tell his sad, made-up story on the fly. The first cry revealed that the barbarian had no mother to watch over his growth, to love and support him. The first fib scared and made Hikuro and Dwalki sympathize with the main character and his life situation. But he thought it needed more drama, so he added a story about his mother dying at his birth and his father dying in the labyrinth. Silence fell among the group, while a breathless and satisfied Bjorn silently watched, hoping his story had worked. The fib worked like a charm when he heard the sympathy from a crying Misha and the consolation from a saddened Braun. Dvalki started watering the ground with his tears. While still able to hold back his emotions, Hikuro offered Bjorn to become his son. The idea of having a short dwarf as a new dad didn't exactly thrill him, and he yanked his hand away. That didn't make things any better, and three crybabies started to sympathize with the main character even more, while Braun tried not to get carried away by their emotions. The main character couldn't help but smile, happy about how the player's wit once again saved him from an awkward moment. But at some point, a crisis of identity hit him hard as he realized that 3 months had passed, and the barbarian was still teetering between life and death. Misha noticed a change in the main character's face and hurried to ask if everything was all right. Bjorn was already spiraling into depression, questioning why his life was so miserable that not a single day went by without a setback. The barbarian got caught up in strange thoughts and started pondering, while Misha and Dvalki tried to calm him down, and Braun suggested they head to the witch's forest. The main character noticed the argument about their next stop and started to recover when Hikuro asked why they couldn't just go to the 4th floor instead. The dwarf wasn't about to agree with the guide's plan and said that fighting in the witch's forest would be even tougher. He reminds us that he's seen plenty of seasoned explorers die in the forest because they didn't prepare enough. The barbarian understands his friend's feelings, as he himself knows that you shouldn't venture into the witch's forest without a damn good reason. Usually, there are 7th or 8th rank monsters there, and sometimes even 6th rank ones that you'll encounter after 4 days in the forest zone. And even the main character himself lost many times because he went into the witch's forest unprepared. Learning from his mistakes, Bjorn approached his friends and explained that the witch's forest is an extremely dangerous area for their team's composition. He also reminds them that he and Murad can create enough time for a getaway from a 6th rank monster. Sure, they lack damage, but that's not a big problem since they have a guide and a mage. For some reason, Dvalki and Misha doubted the barbarian's decision and started to ponder what to choose and whether to trust him. Of course, Bjorn didn't appreciate this mockery and started getting angry at them, already baring his teeth. After a vote, the decision was almost unanimously made to head straight for the portal to the 4th floor. After 10 hours, Brown stopped his allies and declared this spot their camp for the night, saying they'd continue after some sleep. Hikuro argued that they still had enough energy to push further, suggesting they could go beyond this point, but Brown insisted, explaining that they wouldn't find a better spot than this, so it made sense to rest right here and now. As everyone started unpacking, Bjorn thought about how they decided to rest at the same time as last time. He realized that Romuler had used the map to set their resting spots based on the squad's pace, which was quite satisfying. The main character began to settle in too and asked about tomorrow's plan, learning that by noon they'd reach the witch's forest. The guide also noted that the barbarian needed rest too, since moving through the forest would take a lot out of them. The fire was lit and began illuminating the camp, where the whole squad managed to lie down and drift off into what seemed like a peaceful night. But the peace didn't last long as someone woke Bjorn up, making him instantly alert and open his eyes. It was Romuler, who had stayed on watch and was clearly not pleased about something. Bjorn asked why he woke the Barbarian, and was told that there are both monsters and marauders around. This made the hero get up and ask what made the guide come to that conclusion. Brown reminded him of the incident near the third-floor portal, where marauders set a trap and lured monsters to them. The man explained that he smells the same scent here, so even Hikuro decided to double-check, not expecting such a twist. But soon, fast steps of 3 wounded adventurers were heard in the distance from the camp, fleeing from someone. Misha grabbed her daggers and asked about the next steps, already understanding that these 3 were the marauders. The main hero put on his helmet and suggested the team trust him and not interfere if they weren't sure about his plan. As the marauders approached their camp, the main hero stepped forward and reached for his weapon, showing his mistrust. The likely leader of the adventurers realized they were unwelcome and began to beg them to help his team before it was too late. Bjorn pushed his shield forward and said he wouldn't help until they handed over their weapons to his squad, which confused the adventurers. They reminded the main character that a mob of angry orcs was chasing them, ready to eat them alive. The barbarian stuck to his guns, suggesting they either hand over their stuff or scram, but the strangers weren't planning on leaving. The hero noticed that indeed a crowd of orcs was following the adventurers, but they weren't attacking, just observing their next moves. This worked to the main character's advantage, and he could keep blackmailing the marauders, leaving them with the choice to either give up their weapons or die. The leader of the squad gave in and ordered his men to hand over all the weapons they had. Soon all swords, blades, and shields were lying on the ground between the 2 groups of explorers. Bjorn seized the moment and asked Romuler to gather all the weapons, and the guide obeyed and started collecting. The orcs realized that the adventurers had teamed up, so they decided to leave and let the company be, annoyed by the outcome of their hunt. The barbarian briefly pondered the orcs' cunning. Then a female voice called out to him, thanking him for his help. It was a priestess in tattered clothes, who clasped her hands in gratitude and introduced herself as Eliza. The priestess's clothes were torn in all the interesting places, something Hikuro immediately noticed, and he introduced himself to the girl, already lost in his fantasies. Once the threat was over, the other 2 squad members introduced themselves as Irit Tyson and Hans Argot. The main character instantly recalled a meeting with the first bearer of the name Hans, which ended badly. The new Hans explained that the name remains popular and asked Bjorn if he was familiar with anyone by that name. The barbarian agreed. Eliza continued to praise the rescuers and casually mentioned that this luck might be tied to the protection of the goddess Ridlis. Braun was the first to react to the girl's words and asked if she really was a priestess. Eliza explained that like any priestess, she worships the goddess of light, Ritlas, who protects explorers in the labyrinth. Bjorn wasn't buying any of that nonsense, and watched as an ally approached the priestess and asked her to heal his wound. But then something happened that the main character totally didn't expect from them. Eliza indeed started using light magic to heal her friend, and did so quite confidently, calmly. Hikuro was the first to be surprised while the barbarian stood silent, and Misha turned to Romuler to double-check if he was mistaken. Braun couldn't figure out where the mistake was, since Eliza was a holy and pure priestess, and the people were naturally devout beings, not marauders. The 3 researchers took advantage of the confusion and suggested that their weapons be returned, as the danger had already passed. But the smile soon faded from the girl's face when the priestess got a negative response and tried to understand why. Bjorn took advantage of the fact that the barbarians followed a completely different religion and said they should thank their rescuers. The girl sighed heavily, saying she had heard of such practices and asked them to name the price they had to pay. The price turned out to be 2 million crystals, which stunned the priestess, and she tried to explain that they didn't have that kind of money on hand. The main character wasn't about to let them go and said that if they didn't have the stones, they'd have to give up their belongings. The barbarian added that Irit and Hans's armor would perfectly serve as repayment for the debt. Hans didn't resist and began to remove all his weapons, suggesting his friends do the same since their lives were more valuable. The plan went smoothly, and the main character managed to snatch as many items and armor as possible from the adventurers, leaving them unarmed. Once the job was done, the barbarian moved on to the second phase of the plan, clutching his mace in his hands. Bjorn raised his hand over the girl, intending to kill her while reminding himself that in any game, you kill the healer first. Eliza didn't have time to say or do anything before she received a brutal and deadly blow to the head with the mace. As the girl's body flew away with a loud noise, Hikuro screamed out what the barbarian had done. Devalki and Misha were even more shocked by the turn of events, asking themselves the same question as the dwarf. Irit and Hans were just as frightened when their ally was killed out of the blue. Bjorn continued to frighten the group by saying that his hand slipped because he thought they might be marauders. The marauders froze and started to panic, saying that now they were definitely going to die because of the idiot barbarian. When the screams died down, both looked down in even greater fear, and this reaction intrigued the main character. Suddenly, blood spurted out of Irit's mouth like a fountain, scaring Hans, who tried to step back from his friend. An unknown force started to choke the guy. Hikuro asked if it was Dwalki, but the mage shouted back a no. When Irit fell dead to the ground, the others heard a devilish laugh behind Bjorn, where Eliza's mangled corpse stood. The barbarian looked towards the corpse as soon as he was addressed. The creature, calling itself Eliza, was healing from fractures and asked what helped him realize that she was the real enemy. The body began to move unnaturally, as if a demon had entered her and started blaming Bjorn for the death of her good helper Irit. The main character watched the girl and realized that he had seen this phenomenon among priests before. Misha and Romuler were stunned by how the girl remained alive and even started moving as if nothing had happened. Bjorn ordered his squad to stay back and let him handle the creature himself. Without another word, the barbarian rushed at her and struck her head with all his might, and quickly enough to not give her a chance to defend. The body of the fake priestess hit the ground, and Hikuro was trying to figure out what just happened. The dwarf tried to ask his ally why he attacked the girl, and so rudely for the second time in just a few minutes. Bjorn just switches to barbarian mode and says that he was sick of her holiness and all her talk. In reality, he knew that Eliza was indeed a priestess, and at least a 5th rank one at that. Otherwise, she couldn't have turned to the path of corruption and become a priestess of Karui, who uses both light and dark magic and can be reborn. But being a priest of Karui was a dangerous game. One reason being that if anyone found out, the priest would be killed instantly. Another problem was that Karui's power needed to be maintained by sacrificing people. A lot of souls had to be consumed, which might explain why Eliza turned into a marauder and how she got so good at it. It seemed like the Karui priestess was already dead, but some unknown dark force started to choke Irit's partner, Hans, draining his life force. A new corpse fell to the ground, and a soul flew towards Eliza, who by then had already managed to heal and set her bones right. The priestess wasn't happy about how Bjorn caused the deaths of both Irita and Hans, who had been a great help to her all this time. The main character just sighed and guessed that Eliza's parents didn't really raise her. He reminds her that the guys didn't do anything, especially the barbarian himself, and she's just trying to shift all the blame onto him. Bjorn was only too eager to vent and tell her everything he thinks about her, while Misha and Romuler just couldn't understand his actions. Soon, the conversation stops when the dwarf turns his head and notices the dark force beginning to enslave the bodies of Hans and Irita. Both bodies started to move and growl, and soon they rose and began moving towards the Hikuro squad. The enslaved bodies ran at the squad at full speed and were about to attack them. But the living were quicker, so the main character and Hikuro ran to meet them and pushed them back with their shields. The creatures were tough, so Misha Karlstein also tried to help and jumped over Bjorn with a dagger in her hand. The dagger turned turquoise, signaling the use of a poison skill, and the girl struck Irita. Dwalki didn't just stand by either. He tried to fend them off with ice spears he conjured from the air. 2 spears flew at Hans, who cried out in pain, but Hikuro wasn't about to drop his shield and kept up the defense. And that was a smart move, since the undead turned out to be resistant to magic, so none of the former explorers were harmed. Bjorn turned to Bronn and asked when his weapon would be ready, and Romuler cheered, saying it was all set to go. A bottle resembling a Molotov cocktail flew towards Irit, whom the main hero managed to push away. The undead immediately burst into flames, and a scream of agony echoed through the forest as the barbarian retreated, shield in front. But the priestess didn't give them a chance to win and cast a new dark spell that began to suck all the fire into it. The dark orb absorbed almost all the fire, and Bjorn realized that as long as Eliza was here, defeating the undead would be tough. So the barbarian, along with Murad, continued to hold the line and ordered the others to attack Priestess Karui. Irit's lifeless body tried to break through, striking at the hero's shield, but to no avail. Meanwhile, 3 freelance researchers dashed towards Eliza, ready to battle her. As they got close enough, dark creatures called shadow guards began to appear around her. The team fought them off, trying not to let them touch and curse them. Rommler stood the farthest back, fighting the shadow guards with his crossbow. Meanwhile, Dwalki was on the other side, fending off the darkness with his staff. Suddenly, Eliza stretched her hand forward and directed her magic towards one of the researchers. It was Misha, who was temporarily immobilized and couldn't fight. Right after that, 2 shadow guards attacked her, reaching out to curse her and knock her out of the fight. But at the last moment, Hikuro rushed in to help and killed both entities with a single swing, allowing Misha to move again. The dwarf quickly explained that Bjorn had told him to run here and help his allies against Eliza. During the battle, Karlstein processed the info and asked if that meant Bjorn was left alone. Turns out, that was exactly the case, as our main guy was fending off Irit with his shield, having already knocked Hans to the ground and pinning him down with his foot. Annoyed by her defeat, Priestess Karui tried to call her minions to protect her instead of fighting some barbarian. But Bjorn was tough as nails, holding both firmly in his grasp, not letting anyone escape or strike. When Eliza saw this, she got even more pissed off by her fairly quick defeat. The priestess screamed that she would remember them and never forgive this betrayal, then soared into the air, her body enveloped in dark mist. Bjorn tried to come up with something, realizing she was about to escape and leave them empty-handed. Lastly, she threw a furious glance specifically at the barbarian and threatened that he wouldn't make it out of the labyrinth alive. And just like that, the priestess transformed into a huge dark orb and drifted away into the sky, far from the hero's squad. Bjorn was dumbstruck watching as the nearly beaten marauder escaped from them, and they couldn't do anything about it. Not to mention that they'd probably meet again soon. But the focus quickly shifts to him when he feels a lot of negative sensations, and the game states that he's under more than 15 curses. This number really makes itself felt when the main character looks at his now trembling hand, then feels a heaviness and fatigue. Hoping to get rid of them as quickly as possible, Bjorn approached Dvalki and asked him to remove all the curses, only to be met with confusion. Puzzled, the barbarian double-checked whether the mage could lift these more than 15 curses that Eliza had left on him. Dvalki awkwardly responds that he can only apply his own statuses or effects, but definitely can't remove them, especially not ones this strong. Bjorn was stunned when he realized that an 8th rank mage couldn't help him in this situation, and now he would be under the effect even longer. The disappointment was quite big, and the main character tried not to hit his ally for such a blunder. The squad began to flee from the scene in an unknown direction, which the dwarf tried to figure out from Bjorn, but he remained silent. The main character reflects on how if it weren't for the vampire essence flowing in him, he would have collapsed long ago from the strength of at least 15 curses. As it turned out, the others also received 2 or 3 curses each, and they were still somehow able to keep running at full speed. But the priestess used all her tricks on the barbarian alone, making him lag way behind his buddies. The main character remembers that if a character's energy dropped below 10%, they would stop and couldn't move anymore. Brown was running next to his friend, talking about how they were almost at their destination, which clearly pleased Bjorn. But as soon as they caught their breath and stood still, the barbarian's eyes widened in surprise at what he saw before him. Under the purple sky with black clouds, crows were already loudly greeting the explorers. In that same dark sky, 3 pink clouds appeared, resembling someone's sinister smile. This smile greeted them at the entrance to the cursed place, the Witch's Forest, where no one goes unless absolutely necessary. A few hours earlier, when the fire was still burning in their camp, the heroes reflected on everything that had happened. Brown stated the fact that Eliza was indeed a priestess of Karui, and that's the only reason she survived the barbarian's fierce blows. Bjorn looked away and thought about what they would do next after encountering the marauder. He says if they had run into her alone, they all could have been killed, and even in this fight, some nearly got hurt. Misha couldn't hide her admiration for the barbarian and started talking about how smart he actually is. The girl began to mimic how he looked from the outside and paired her gestures with talks, which cheered up the hero. The main hero wanted to follow Eliza, but Brown dismissed the idea, explaining that she left no traces. The barbarian pondered that the priestess might try to kill them on their way out of the labyrinth. But Dvalki wasn't scared. He was confident in their squad's strength. And Bjorn, looking intimidating, asked what they planned to do if monsters from the labyrinth itself attacked them along with her. That's why the barbarian suggested they gather and head to the witch's forest instead of going to the fourth floor, which kinda spooked the mage and the dwarf. The thing about the witch's forest is that it's mostly inhabited by monsters with spiritual bodies, against which warriors are powerless. At some point, the game notifies that all curses lose their power in the forest zone, so Misha notices changes in her body. She exclaimed joyfully that she feels lighter, a sentiment Brown agrees with, mentioning that it's also a feature of the zone. And just like that, the guide noticed it was kinda odd for a newbie barbarian to know such a detail about the witch's forest. Bjorn quickly made up an excuse, saying he learned it in a library and found the information there, which Romuler didn't quite buy. Misha and Valky didn't pay much attention to his knowledge and laughed off the idea of a barbarian reading books since they hadn't heard of such a thing. But the brief moment passed, and another effect of the witch's forest was applied, which Misha noticed pretty quickly. At that moment, all the trees around them grew faces and tongues and started cursing each member of the squad, constantly hitting sore spots and wishing death. These same trees started calling the main hero a motherless guy. But Bjorn remembered that it was nothing more than auditory hallucinations. Not everyone could hold up like he did, especially Misha, who was here for the first time and didn't expect even the trees to hate her. The girl couldn't understand how the barbarian managed to keep his cool and ignore the insults, even if they were hallucinations. Bjorn wasn't the only one who had developed an immunity to insults in the forest. Hikuro and Brown also didn't care what the hallucinations said. Dvalky had the worst luck because of the pungent smell in the witch's forest, making him so nauseous that he couldn't hold it in. While the barbarian was lost in thought, he noticed something else that looked like a zone effect. Trees in the path began to distort beyond recognition, as if the hero was viewing the world through a warped mirror. Bjorn asked if Dvalky could use magic in such a state, to which the mage nodded, and the barbarian wondered why all mages have such weak stomachs. The dwarf suggested taking a break here and setting up camp, which everyone quickly agreed to. Hikuro offered to keep watch this time, so the already exhausted main hero immediately collapsed to the ground. The barbarian couldn't help but think that someday he might not be able to continue and just wouldn't go into the labyrinth. At that moment, Murad sat down next to him and decided to bring up the topic of the priestess Karui, who had almost killed them all recently. The dwarf shared that before entering the labyrinth, when he was just assembling the team, a girl had clung to him and bombarded him with questions. She had the same golden hair and the same face, which made Hikuro think that it had been Eliza all along. He also reveals that back in the Blood Citadel, where he and Bjorn met, the dwarf managed to acquire the guard's handcuffs, which boosted his rank and might have caught her attention. The guard's handcuffs are a personal relic found on the fourth floor of the rifts and above, not to mention their value and rarity. Bjorn realized he was losing his nerves and was tired of working like a horse for something decent, while the others wouldn't lift a finger but got way better gifts. The evil protagonist asks why Hikuro didn't suspect that the girl was Alicia, to which the dwarf explains that her clothes were completely different. The barbarian realized that the girl could have overheard their plans back in the tavern before they even reached the labyrinth, which is why they ran into each other. Hikuro said that treasures always bring trouble, referring to Eliza, and Bjorn suggested his friend stop passing the buck. The dwarf who was figured out wished his ally good night and immediately left, leaving the hero wondering what's wrong with this squad. And even in the witch's forest this time, Bjorn couldn't catch a break and was again woken up by several voices, forcing him to open his eyes. He was already awake, and standing over him was Misha, who couldn't understand how he could sleep so soundly, which even Brown, standing behind, found surprising. The barbarian got up and put on his helmet while asking where the monsters were, to which the guide pointed ahead for both. It turned out to be a crowd of flying monsters called fairies, which turned out to be pretty harmless. They're 9th rank and pose no threat since they don't even attack, but their pollen can cause damage. Bjorn asked if they'd be fighting another monster nearby, which got the dwarf thinking. Eventually, when Dvalky felt better, he decided to agree and lure the monster himself, which he did. Hikuro used a lightning bolt and struck towards the fairies. They got hit and immediately started dying, falling dead to the ground, turning into nothing. Someone's huge eye was watching this, and its owner was not pleased with the death of these little creatures. Soon, a silhouette began to emerge from the dust of electricity, getting closer and closer to the adventurers. The first thing out of the mist was a muscular, huge hand, clinging to a tree off to the side. Following the hand, Its owner appeared with a long nose and ears like a goblin, but he himself was a gray monster. This monster is known as a half-troll and ranks 7th in strength, and he likes to follow and watch over large groups of fairies. The monster immediately spotted the adventurers and grabbed his club, charging at the imposters' squad full speed. The dwarf took the first hit, capable of holding off a half-troll but not expecting such force. Hikuro was thrown back and tried to get up, but a sudden pain engulfed his body, leaving him no chance to continue the fight right away. Bjorn tells us that increased physical pain is also an effect of the zone, and it's exactly why he couldn't pass through the witch's forest. The dwarf recovered from the pain and ordered Dwelke to shoot the half-troll right now while there was time and no one else was under attack. Without hesitation, the mage agrees and uses his staff to cast 2 spells at once, the first enhancing the attack power of the second. Taking advantage of this, the mage fired an ice spear at the half-troll, dealing more damage. The spear quickly and easily pierced the monster's heart, and it squealed as a prelude to its death. As the half-troll's body began to disintegrate, Hikuro remarked on how it was a pity the monster was tough and no essence dropped from it. Brown checked his watch and suggested to his allies to continue to the 4th floor, as the witch's forest zone is no place to rest. But at some point, they spotted weird silhouettes hidden in the fog of this forest. Right in front of them stood a crowd of people, looking just like real fellow explorers. They heard a painfully familiar voice that recognized them too. It was good old Eliza, who pointed at the hero's squad, accusing them of killing her companions. The crowd of other explorers immediately stood up to defend the girl and drew their weapons, ready to fight. The heroes realized they couldn't take them all on, so Bjorn looked at Hikuro and ordered him to use the item right now. With no other choice, and at the last second, Murad noticed his bracelet suddenly starting to glow, signaling its activation. His hand moved on its own, and Hikuro struck forward with all his might using the Guardian's bracelet. The item created a barrier and pushed back all the other explorers, also removing some abnormal effects and zone effects. During their escape, Misha turns to the main hero and asks if it shouldn't be safe here and how Eliza managed to find them again. The Barbarian figured the girl lost track the moment they entered the witch's forest, so she went to find some helpers. Clearly, Priestess Kari made herself look like a victim of marauders who killed her allies while she managed to escape. But now, she's trying to throw all her helpers face to face with Bjorn's squad to take them out all at once. Bjorn didn't say anything about it, just ordered to run as far as possible, since they only had 5 minutes before the handcuffs effect expired. And right when he mentioned this, a notification popped up saying time was up and all the negative effects were still in play. Luckily for the hero's squad, they have Braun Rommler, who's an excellent guide. At first, his skills might go unnoticed and not fully understood, but it all truly unfolds in the witch's forest. The trees started talking again, holding their conversations and distorting as they moved towards the portal on the 4th floor. But guides can navigate well using their sense of smell, which Braun had also enhanced before. He turned to the side and mentioned he could already smell the portal, as he had managed to boost his skill with some essence. Rommler explained that their pursuer's scout is also pretty good at his job, trying to close the distance whenever possible. So, the squad unanimously decided to pick up the pace to shake them off and hide. But trouble hit at the worst possible time, as everyone was starting to get tired and could soon collapse. Just like Misha. The witch's forest decided everything for her, so she didn't even notice the stone under her foot, which made her trip and fall. The girl managed to minimize her injuries by tucking and rolling before her head hit the ground. Bjorn noticed that the girl had fallen behind and rushed to help her, as she had injured her leg and couldn't run anymore. The Barbarian made the only right call and threw the girl over his shoulder, ignoring her protests. They were about to follow in the footsteps of Braun and Hikuro, but their trail had long gone cold. Misha asked why they were standing still and started to panic while the main hero was trying to come up with a plan. The girl still didn't grasp the full extent of the problem and began hitting him on the back, trying to get him to move, or else they might be the first to die. The Barbarian wasn't about to give up and said they'd try to wait for their companions right here, and for now, they just needed to wait it out. An hour passed with no sound, nobody came, and it seemed like nobody was going to, which freaked both explorers out. At some point, they heard their ally Hikuro's scream not too far away. The main character got scared when he realized it was indeed his ally, who seemed to have gotten into trouble along with the others. Misha was also scared for her friend and started to panic, suggesting they head towards the scream to help since they might be in danger. Bjorn disagreed and took off in the opposite direction, hoping to avoid any encounters with the explorers and to survive. Briefly, the barbarian thought about how the only thing keeping him alive was his spirit, which kept his mind clear. As they ran, the girls started to panic even more because they couldn't even help their allies. The main character tries not to succumb to panic and keeps running as far as possible, even though it's in a direction unknown to both. The girl began to lose her sanity and started blaming herself for their split, fearing now part of their team might be dead. The barbarian didn't share the girl's feelings and yelled at her, telling her to keep quiet so they could hide and lose their enemies. His words snapped Misha out of it, and she started apologizing for her emotional outburst, this time speaking much quieter. After running for hours through the witch's forest, they finally stopped near a small rock and decided to rest there. Completely worn out, Misha just shared her unpleasant experience with using potions while riding on the fast-running barbarian. The main character asked if the girl could fight with her injured leg, to which she assured him she could and nodded affirmatively. They decided to make a fire and sit around it, while Bjorn thought about how they had been in the forest for 4 days and it wasn't going to get any easier. What made things worse was the fact that the duo had to last another 11 days here before they were thrown out of the labyrinth. In the witch's forest, most monsters have a spiritual body, making Misha's daggers and Bjorn's mace useless in combat. After thinking over the plan for a long time, the barbarian looked up at Misha and asked if she was married, which surprised her, but she said no. He then asked another weird question about whether she had any beliefs that prevented her from showing her bare body to a man she barely knew, which confused Misha even more. Pleased with the answers to his questions, the main character smirked mischievously and took off his helmet as he moved closer to his ally. The barbarian had already reached into his pocket to pull something out, while a frightened Misha immediately tried to make him back off. At the last moment, she wrapped her arms around herself and started pleading with the main character not to do it, as she wasn't even ready. But Bjorn just extended his hand forward and opened his fist to show her the ring he had obtained in the Tower of Mages. He didn't hesitate and slipped the ring on the girl's finger, saying he had kept it long enough, trying to find the right ally. The barbarian moved closer to her face and swore to always be by her side, on her side, and then asked for the same vow in return. This scared the girl, so the fur on her ears and tail bristled as she tried to figure out what exactly he was getting at. The unsuspecting hero just squeezed her hand tighter and swore on his warrior's honor that he would never leave her and would always be there. Misha made a rather ambiguous statement, trying to explain to him that she had not expected such a confession. A bit later, she started to blush and stutter, trying to explain that she had never thought of Bjorn in that way. Suddenly, Misha hissed and started yelling that she prefers skinny guys, while the barbarian was trying to figure out what he had to do with this. The girl put it simply that he just lacks a man's sense of smell, so it's not a confession, but her first rejection of the hero. Finally, it clicked for the barbarian, and he tried to explain that there was a mix-up and she got it all wrong. Misha calmed down a bit when she heard these words from him and realized that was indeed the case. She tried to make herself look less foolish while the main character assured that she could refuse, but would have to return an identical ring or 15 million. Misha started to protest, saying that the ring couldn't possibly be worth that much since it looked so plain and useless. Bjorn decided to argue with her and grabbed her hand, saying that the price was actually low and the ring was indeed useful. This ring can grant wishes, and Misha is the best candidate to make use of it. The ring of the snow beast has a low number among other named relics and can encapsulate the essence of an unwanted monster. But its true power only shows when the ring is broken, because that's when something begins to awaken. If it weren't for nearly a decade spent gaming, the main character would have never realized this unique feature of the snow beast ring. This feature can't manifest unless specific conditions are met. This time, all conditions were met and someone started calling out to Misha. Suddenly, the eyes of the unknown beast, cold as chunks of ice, opened and scanned the surroundings. The ice beast, summoned by the ring, approached Misha and offered to make a pact with her, becoming her spirit beast. Surprised but confident, the researcher smiled broadly and didn't hesitate to agree. She moved closer to the spirit beast and touched its nose as a sign of the successfully sealed pact. Right after, a strong frosty wind blasted Misha, and the beast turned into tiny particles, merging with its new mistress. The girl looked at her hand and pondered about the ring that summons the ice beast, something she had never heard of before. The existence of this ring made her wonder why her father never mentioned it. Bjorn calmed his girlfriend down and explained that even many mages aren't familiar with this relic's unique feature, so her dad definitely didn't know about it. Misha just had to ask where then did the main character learn about how the ring works and that it could summon an ice beast. But the barbarian managed to dodge the question and suggested she wait with her question since she was undressed, and it would be better if she got dressed first. All of the cat's clothes were lying nearby, not to mention the new gear they got after encountering the marauders. When Bjorn turned away from her, the girl noticed that he had managed to snag some stuff for himself too, which she couldn't help but be pleased about. Misha asked her ally why she was undressed when they encountered the ice spirit beast. The hero simply and calmly admitted that he undressed her while she wasn't looking, which stirred and angered the researcher. Bjorn's impassive face remained the same as he explained that her clothes could have been torn one way or another, so he took some action. Outraged by such actions, Misha asked why he hadn't told her about this part, but Bjorn brushed it off, saying there wasn't enough time. At some point, the main character decided to end the argument and hinted that there was something she needed to tell him. Still fuming and hissing, Misha muttered something indistinct, catching the barbarian's attention. She smiled and repeated that she was grateful for his help, since she could never have dreamed that a girl could make a deal with a beast in an instant. Bjorn didn't like the thank you and suggested she stop mumbling and just spit it out honestly and quickly. She just smiled, but her playful look quickly turned into a gloomier one. Misha smiled sadly and shared that she came to the labyrinth not just because she wanted to become a famous explorer and gain recognition. Even before the labyrinth event, she had tried to end her life, but was saved at the last moment by her own father. The main character doesn't see what's so bad, but Misha just keeps walking forward, saying it's not as simple as it seems. After that incident, she recovered and decided to go to her father to apologize for the incident and maybe even get some support. But her hope crumbled to dust when her father turned to her and suggested she die in the labyrinth, where no one would see and she wouldn't be able to disgrace the family again. Bjorn was upset by her father's response and called him not just selfish, but a crazy old man. After that incident, the girl realized no one there welcomed her, so she decided to flee here and prove that she could be a great researcher even without a spirit beast. But as the barbarian points out, Misha was also running from the malicious gossip blaming her for all the troubles, never letting her live a day in peace. She hoped to prove her strength to her father and become a renowned researcher without a spirit beast. But now she's unsure if her family will accept her back, even though it's a joyful occasion. Misha bowed to the main hero for helping her in this situation and promised to always be there for him. She also vowed to never forget his deed, keeping it close to her heart and repaying him someday. The main hero smirked and asked if she was planning to swear by her patron god. Misha smiled brightly and swore by her patron god that she would remember his kindness and repay him. Misha quickly learned how to use the power of the ice spirit beast in practice, which was encouraging since it was their only weapon against the monsters. And every time she felt that very beast standing right behind her, aiding her in battle. Bjorn quickly realized that not only did he find the contract favorable, but Misha did too, who could fight against hordes of enemies. But sometimes her power still scares her, because in moments of fear, she felt like she wasn't the one controlling her own fist. Bjorn explains that contracts with spirit beasts can be enhanced and elevated, just like the seals used by barbarians. But right now, they can't elevate the ice beast, so fighting hordes of enemies isn't always possible. Like this time, they had to run from a crowd of ghosts, which were too many for just Misha and her initial stage contract. The main character notes that even though they managed to get some weapons against the monsters, things are only going to get worse from here. 11 hours passed, during which they continued to attack small groups of monsters and earn experience and crystals. By that point, Misha was showing signs of fatigue, but there was no time to rest, so no one paid it any mind. Luck was on their side, as they hadn't yet encountered a 7th-rank monster, and Eliza hadn't shown up. But the problem was something else. The ring was the only thing blocking the essence of the corpse golem, but now it's broken and the essence has begun to act. The hero's blood turned acidic and kept eating through even lithium armor, which is going to cost a ton to fix. Soon, they faced another issue as they kept wandering around the forest for quite some time. They spent more than half the day here, which allowed the zone's negative effects to grow stronger. Both of them were running low on energy, so the hero suggested Misha tie a rope around her waist so they wouldn't get separated. At one point, the game alerts them to a new effect called Witch's Eye, and Bjorn realizes they can't stay still for a second. Witch's Eye is another negative effect that triggers when the bearer stays in one place too long, summoning Canivaro, a 7th-rank monster. 3 days into their forest stay, Misha and Bjorn still hadn't found the way out, and the Witch's Eye had intensified to level 5. Both are exhausted, but they can't rest or they'll fall prey to Cannavaro, who now needs just 10 minutes to appear. Despite the Barbarian slowing down, the rope tightened, and Misha couldn't cope with the exhaustion and lagged further behind. At some point, Bjorn realized her condition had finally worsened since she couldn't even keep up with his snail's pace. Because of this, the main character turned to her and offered to give her a piggyback ride so they could continue their journey. Misha tried to reject his idea, saying that their ally was way more tired than she was. But the strength of a barbarian lies in his spirit and resilience, so he immediately grabbed her by the waist and lifted her up. Bjorn slung the girl over his shoulder, leaving her no choice but to listen to what he was saying. 17 hours had passed since the main character started carrying Misha on his shoulder, amid curses and screams from the trees wishing him death. The only thing that worried the main hero was that he was also reaching his limit, so he was increasingly hoping to find some item. At one point, he hears a female voice asking him if it wouldn't be better to let Misha go. Bjorn recognizes the voice and instantly freezes, unable to move or say anything. The girl continued to insist that he should drop Misha, since he had already solved her biggest problem in life. In the same way, she tries to manipulate him by asking if he really won't even try to seduce his ally. The barbarian ponders how she's nothing like a forest effect while the girl presses on him, talking about his fear of being alone. Bjorn realized she's the spitting image of his ex, but now here, in the labyrinth, and he started resisting the urge to touch her. As the barbarian thought it was just his memories, his ex came closer and started talking about how he wants to know absolutely everything. She doesn't think it's good at all and asks if it's really honest if he knows everything, but never shares anything about himself. Bjorn notes that they are similar in this way, and the projection of his ex starts to pout, reacting to his thoughts. She adjusted her hair and asked if the main character thinks he has thoroughly explored every part of her body and therefore knows all about her. Bjorn felt like he was under her spell when she placed her snow-white hand on his cheek. The girl continued to play with his imagination and said that, just like before, he still likes these tights. And the main character begins to quietly panic, realizing he's getting aroused by his ex in this situation where he could die. The girl approached the barbarian and hugged him again, suggesting he ditch the beastman Misha and go with her, because he should choose her. Soon enough, Bjorn's briefcase was lying in the dirt, and the girl's hands started roaming his body, which was still in shock. His ex started convincing him that he should choose her, because no other woman would understand him and his needs. The ex looked at him provocatively and said she'd be more than happy to give him lots of pleasure. But at the last moment, the ex got punched in the jaw by Misha, who was trying to get through to Bjorn. The girl flew back a few meters, but didn't seem too upset about this twist. The punch snapped the main character out of it, and he began to realize that he had been a hair's breadth from death without even knowing it. Misha didn't spare what pretended to be the ex-barbarian and kept kicking her as hard as she could. Later, the girl turned to the main character and snapped him out of his daze, asking how he was feeling. A joyful Misha ran up to him and told him to get it together since she had already dealt with the triad. That's when Bjorn realized he had been under the negative effect of a charm used by the triads. They're rare 8th rank monsters that look a lot like trees. The barbarian thought it was just an illusion coming from the monster itself, which made it so strong and realistic. The guy thanked Misha for saving him, and the girl proudly rubbed her nose and smiled. But trouble came from where they least expected, and Misha was the first to notice. In front of the explorers stood another, larger group of adventurers. They all started to wonder when they met Misha and Bjorn and seemed pretty friendly. The hero, having learned from past experiences, didn't plan to trust them and began devising an escape plan. For now, the group of explorers started asking the two if they had lost their team, and Bjorn nodded. An excited Misha ran up to the barbarian and asked if they were safe, but he just told her not to jump to conclusions. The woman noticed this and tried to calm them down, saying they had kids Misha and Bjorn's age, so they wouldn't harm them. But the guy flat out refused the offer, sensing there was a catch. The woman said she had a few kids her age back in Raphonia, which really supported the main character's theory. The theory that they just wanted to tear apart and kill the barbarian and the beastman, since they had way more mouths to feed. A worried Misha asked what was wrong, since this group could help them, but the main character told her to be quiet. He himself thought about asking them to lead his squad out of the forest for a price, which he wasn't opposed to. But he was wary because he didn't understand what kind of people they were, so he decided to start with his name. The first to introduce himself was a man with red hair and a beard, calling himself Hans Stowe, the team's guide. The barbarian was taken aback when he heard the name and almost emotionally asked again, surprised at how common the name was. In his mind, the hero docked a few trust points from him since the name was sinister and both its bearers had tried to kill the guy. Also in this team were one guide and two archers, as Bjorn noticed. And that just made their situation worse and more dangerous, which started to freak out the main character. Bjorn whispered to Misha, asking if she trusted him, to which he got a nod of approval and permission to act. Then the barbarian declared that they would move forward without any help, which puzzled the group of explorers. They needed help, but the main character's instincts told him that now was not the best time, so it was time to leave. Bjorn didn't plan on staying any longer, so he suggested Misha turn around and leave immediately too. Just then, out of nowhere, an arrow flew. The barbarian managed to block it with his shield, so he and his ally remained unharmed. As the guy expected, it wasn't even a minute before the wolves showed their fangs and decided to attack openly. The quiet archer asked a woman named Fian why she did that, to which the girl replied that he must be blind if he can't see it. Her face suddenly changed, and saliva started dripping from her mouth as she talked about the latinium armor Bjorn was wearing. The same guy tried to stop Hans too, who had already drawn his sword and was ready to back up Fian in the fight. The archer didn't want to play by the rules and tried to talk them both out of it since they were fellow explorers. But no one cared about that anymore. A knight with an axe joined Hans and Fian, realizing just how valuable the barbarian's gear was. A scared Misha suggested an escape plan to Bjorn, but he turned it down because the explorers had a guide who could quickly find them. So they decided to play it smart and stall for time, which the girl quickly agreed to. The barbarian spoke first, trying to make a deal for his armor and his backpack full of stuff. But he was interrupted by a crying Misha, who started yelling about being held hostage and being a beast-folk princess, so she could repay them. The guy was totally surprised by his ally's behavior, and could only hope it was nothing more than a simple trick. Hans was beginning to doubt his intentions, but Fian quickly got him back on track, saying if they don't kill both, they could betray her squad. But the knights had no doubts, and noted that the princess might have a lot of valuable stuff. So nobody was waiting anymore, and everyone dashed towards Bjorn and Misha. The barbarian knew they couldn't delay any longer and lifted his shield, stepping in front of his ally, thinking they had done all they could. They really had done everything they could and needed to, because right after the researchers wanted to attack, Cannavaro jumped out of nowhere. The marauders didn't expect such a twist and started to retreat, wondering how long the two heroes had been there. Bjorn seized the moment and told the girl to grab onto his neck because it was time to run. Right after that, the barbarian ran straight at the monster as if he was going to attack it with his shield and start the fight. But at the very last moment, he changed his path and circled around Cannavaro, still running forward. Hans and the others just noticed that the barbarian and the girl on his neck were rushing not just towards them, but right at them. But they couldn't dodge in time, and a few adventurers got hit in the head with the shield. Suddenly, Cannavaro used his special ability and created a whole minefield around himself and all the researchers. All the explorers froze in place until Fian got close enough to the injured Hans and tried to help him. The monster quietly approached those nearest, while Hans ordered to kill Cannavaro first, then go after Bjorn and Misha. The main character calls his guy a tank for a reason, as only his luck allows him to step on all the mines in a row yet be quick enough to avoid the effects. The longer Misha hung around his neck and watched, the more she was amazed and scared for him. Cannavaro realized his main target was slipping away, so he decided to take action. It only took him a couple of seconds to summon the hounds, which then ran towards each of the explorers. Each hound immediately pounced on its prey, just like what happened to Hans. He was killed very quickly, and the dogs instantly dashed to their next target, giving no time to defend. Those who tried to run met no better fate as they were shot down with a crossbow. At one point, one of the hounds caught up with the main character and clamped onto his leg. But at the crucial moment, the barbarian used an explosive flesh technique below the ankle, sending all the other hounds away from Bjorn. Right then, he realized he couldn't feel anything below his ankle at all. The game alerts that an untreated wound could lead to serious consequences, forcing the barbarian to come up with a different plan. He quickly exchanged looks with the girl and decided to leave the fight with Cannavaro to her, and she agreed. With all the strength he had left, the guy threw the girl like a Pokemon at his enemy, declaring his choice of her. Misha, already in midair, bared her dagger and grabbed it to deliver one decisive strike. With a swift but powerful hand movement, she delivered the final blow to Cannavaro, and he began to crumble into dust. She became curious about what happened to the other explorers and then heard someone's voice. On the ground lay the only living Fian, who noticed Misha and tried to crawl towards her. The woman begged for help and tried to appease the beast woman by promising to repay her after escaping the labyrinth. But Misha's response was clear and simple. A dagger plunged into the woman's back. Some time passed. They moved away from the scene and managed to set up their camp, where Misha expressed concern for Bjorn's leg. But his leg started healing right after he drank a few vials of potion, which both amazed and scared the girl. She began to question the guy about who he really was, especially since he didn't even feel pain from the potions. He calmly replied that it all depends on a barbarian's mental toughness, which can dull the pain. The guy was glad he hadn't lied, because the same was told to him by Einar, who could down potions by the bucket during a single battle. Later, the hero suggested they continue their journey before Cannavaro showed up, and Misha asked how he knew the researchers were enemies. Bjorn shrugged and said that one of the adventurers was named Hans, and ever since his first day in the labyrinth, he disliked that name. The girl noted that she was upset by how Fionn behaved, as she seemed such a sweet and naive woman. The barbarian said that if it weren't for their clothes and the fact that they were in the labyrinth, Fionn might have befriended them. Misha didn't quite get what her friend was saying, so he clarified by asking why she even goes to the labyrinth. Reluctantly, the girl admitted that she just needed the money, which the main character totally agreed with. He says that in this world, money is a chance to protect yourself from being executed for something like tax evasion. Fionn told them she had several kids in her family, so it was obvious she would do anything to get more. Bjorn thought about it and said he'd definitely rethink a lot after this adventure, and Misha agreed. At one point, the girl looked aside and realized there was something interesting there. When she took a closer look, she called her ally over and showed him what she found. Bjorn was just as surprised by her keen eye and was also thrilled when he saw it. With nowhere else to go and having found what they wanted, the barbarian approached the item and reached out, touching it. A white light transported them both to the world of the witch's hut, the place they were looking for. Grass is growing all around, flowers are blooming, and the sun is shining, blessing even the warm and cozy little house. Misha was ready to jump into the grass with joy and just sprawl out to relax, but Bjorn stopped her. He suggested they hold off on resting since there were clear signs that they weren't the first ones here. The girl asked what they were going to do, and the barbarian suggested they start by looking around. Right nearby on the grass, they noticed someone's helmet and axe, which could indicate the owner was still around. The barbarian stood silently, observing the scene before him. A worn and beaten explorer, whom they had seen among a crowd of researchers, from which the main hero's squad had fled. Misha recognized him immediately and asked what they were going to do next, and the hero suggested knocking him out. The blow was too strong for the man, something even Bjorn's companion noticed and mentioned that he needs to know his own strength. And so, all three of the researchers who had arrived before them were tied up and placed in the center of the witch's hut room. Misha pointed out that they had no chance of escaping, let alone in their current rough shape. Bjorn opened a vial of potion and poured it over the head of one of the tied-up guys, instantly waking him up. The pain from the potion started affecting all three of them, and they began begging the hero and his ally to let them go. The barbarian sat down opposite the man and immediately asked what happened to Bjorn's squad and what the man was doing there alone. Not wanting to get hit on the head again, he spills everything exactly as it is, without any additions or exaggerations. He explains that they soon found Bron and his friends, which made them incredibly happy. One of the crossbowmen managed to immobilize the guide with a shot to the shoulder, causing Hikuro to shout out. The next moment, the dwarf uses a guardian's cuff that throws enemies away from them. And the mage isn't slacking either, successfully attacking a couple of enemies with ice spears. After that, the group tried to move forward and maybe find another part of the main hero's team. Eliza was with them, which gave her the chance to act, so she quickly kissed a stranger, applying her skills on him. Right after, she started to drain the man's soul and create shadow monsters, catching the attention of the others. Priestess Karui remained unchanged, only scoffing at how people tried to escape or confront her. The man tried to shift the blame onto the priestess who had deceived them, but Bjorn wasn't interested in hearing any excuses. The man switched tactics and promised to pay full compensation if spared and allowed to return to Raphonia. Misha didn't hesitate and immediately said she'd understand whatever choice the main character makes, who's now deciding what to do. It's his third time entering the labyrinth, and each time some marauder finds him. But just the same, they can pay the compensation in the city, and hey, they didn't kill the guide, which is a relief. Choosing a response felt like being in a council chamber. listening to the opinions of a barbarian from this world and a malevolent yet humane spirit. The nature of this world told him that killing a couple of people wouldn't be a bad thing, especially since they had harmed him and his team. The evil spirit tried to convince himself that killing a person over a minor slip-up isn't right since it can always be fixed. The main character realized the discussion hit a dead end and snapped back to reality to weigh both options and their consequences. Before that, Bjorn asked Misha if she had anything on her mind, and it turned out there was indeed one thing. They can't be trusted, so leaving them alive is not an option, as they might betray them or worse, kill them next time. Finally, the barbarian made up his mind and was ready to deliver his verdict. He gripped his club, remembering that each world has its rules, and if you don't follow them, you might pay with your life. Without a second thought, the guy raised his weapon high, ready to kill, accepting the rules of this world as his own. In just a second, his weapon was stained with blood, and all three were dead. Misha noticed that the main character couldn't fully accept the rules of the game and asked if he was all right, to which he responded with a nod. He realized that now his only and rightful name, his way of behaving in society, belonged to the barbarian Bjorn Yandel, not to the man named Jack. Once all the gear was collected from the soldiers, the main character started dragging one of the bodies, which Misha noticed. She asked what he was doing, and he replied that he was doing what was necessary as he stuffed the dead body into the house's fireplace. The body began to char, and the game notified that this sacrifice allowed the cabin to remain open for an additional 8 hours. He silently watched and remembered that the same mechanic existed in the game, which he couldn't help but find pleasing. Frightened for her friend, Karlstein asked him again if everything was all right, but to him, her question just sounded like background noise. Once the barbarian took off his helmet, he asked why Misha hadn't gone to sleep yet and if she wasn't tired, only to be met with silence. He didn't wait for an answer, so he just flopped down on the bed like a log and tried to fall asleep. The main character recalls his own phrase and realizes how realistic it was. The more he renounces his humanity to be a barbarian, the more these laws seem to resemble something human. The barbarian dreams of times he spent with his girlfriend in the real world. They loved hanging out at cafes in the evenings to grab a drink, have some snacks, and chat about whatever popped into their heads. They also spent the night together, even just falling asleep in each other's arms. And that was enough to call themselves happy. The memories stirred the main character, and he immediately opened his eyes, waking up in a cold sweat. He was still in the witch's cabin, with Misha's head resting sweetly on his leg. The barbarian got up and pondered what he had just dreamed about and why. He realizes it was just a dream, and that living in a monstrous body and fighting beasts is his new reality. Soon, the first corpse burned in the fire, leaving only a charred skeleton behind, indicating that the hero had slept for 7 hours. Bjorn also noticed Misha, who was sleeping with her head on his leg, enjoying her dream. The guy sighed and told the girl it was time to wake up and get moving. But all he got back was a request for 5 more minutes of sleep. He didn't take that joke well and got mad as soon as he heard and understood her response. Misha's scream, while Bjorn was shaking her trying to wake her up, got the whole house on their feet. The next day, nothing had changed, but the cabin was about to be closed and kick them out. The barbarian and the girl, satisfied, could rest and fill up, so they were ready to leave the witch's cabin and survive another day. They returned to the witch's forest, but something strange happened as a blood eclipse greeted them in the sky. Bjorn and Misha looked up and fell silent, trying to figure out what had happened. The barbarian started to guess what had happened in the witch's forest while they were in the cabin. The computer screen started burning bright red, alerting that 7 offerings had been made in the cabin, which was a special condition. A special condition to awaken the true master of the 3rd floor, known as Lord Chaos Riakas. The main character shared his thoughts with the girl, who couldn't grasp how a myth turned into reality. Then Bjorn realized that fighting the floor master was pointless, and they needed to avoid him at all costs. Figuring out where Riakas wasn't hard since his aura killed all the monsters in its range. Also, Riakas's power far exceeds the other monsters, as he alone can temporarily close all the portals on the 3rd floor. Misha started to panic and asked why the Lord showed up just now, and Bjorn replied that they might well be the reason. He explained that the summoning required the sacrifice of 7 people in the cabin. The girl got mad at the barbarian and started blaming him for their likely death due to his blunder. The guy tried to ask his friend to keep quiet about it, but she was already panicking, repeating that she couldn't get back home because of the stupid barbarian. Eventually, they came to a unanimous decision, so they decided not to linger and moved forward. The duo of the Barbarian and the Beastman decided to return to the familiar Zarvi clan, where they could ask for protection and wait out the storm. The main character realized that meeting Lord Riakis could end in their death if they didn't join the clan. Bjorn pondered that survival chances weren't a sure thing since only part of the clan was here, while Misha noticed how many researchers were around. At some point, the adventurer's attention was caught by a man in armor, standing on a rise, getting ready to speak. None of the people or races planned to listen to him, and they tried to blame the clan, seek its protection, and ask to open a portal. As the noise grew, Bjorn and Misha decided to keep their distance from the angry crowd. Suddenly, one of the priestesses clasped her hands and brought them to her lips, starting to recite a spell. A golden, semi-transparent shield appeared around the entire Zarvi clan, covering all the researchers present. The man took the initiative again, drawing attention to himself by saying that it was now safe and they just needed to hold out for a day. He also added that by that time, the agreement with the royal family would be fulfilled and all the survivors could leave. At the end of his speech, he added one but, which was that if anyone opposed their rules, they would be expelled from this place. The main character silently admired the military leader's ability to calm the people, saying nothing unnecessary, just sticking to the point. The priestess used a spell called Warning and Evil Annihilation, which destroys monsters the moment they touch the barrier. So far, there was no talk of driving anyone away, which pleased Bjorn, but both decided to stay alert. The Barbarian asked how confident his ally was about her ears, and got the reply that all the kids loved them. Only then did he realize he phrased the question wrong again and rephrased it to ask how well she could hear. Misha quickly responded that she hears quite well, so he told her to listen in on conversations and speak up if she hears something interesting. The Barbarian himself tuned into the researchers talking about how Riakis hasn't been awakened for about 10 years. Adventurers call the guy who summoned the monster crazy, but aren't worried about being near the Zarvi clan. Bjorn notes that if the clan came here for just one little thing, their chances of survival might skyrocket. He was about to ask Misha something, but she had already sweetly fallen asleep on his shoulder. The world's kindest barbarian moved his hand away from the girl, and she started to fall to the ground. Misha woke up after hitting her head on the ground and asked what was wrong. Bjorn told her to keep a close eye on the researchers. There's a whole crowd of new researchers here. Definitely no less than 500, while our clan has only a couple dozen. This could negatively impact how the clan controls the situation, so Misha and the Barbarian decided to watch things closely. The man stepped forward to speak again and said everything was going great and they were safe. But there's a catch. According to him, the priestess asked the researchers to show proper reverence to the god and pay 1,000,000 crystals per person. The main character noted that this is a pretty good way to keep control over the crowd, since not everyone can cough up that much. The man added that if they can't pay up now, researchers can hand over their armor instead of crystals. He was quite candid in his remarks and assured that there's nothing to fear for adventurers near his team. The Barbarian understands they have reasons to worry, as the priestess's spell is strong, but it's nothing compared to the power of the Lord of Chaos. Either way, they need to hold their ground here with the clan, so Bjorn suggested Misha gather all the unnecessary stuff they found in the cabin and give it away. The girl grabbed a bunch of stuff and was about to leave, but the guy handed her a helmet from one of the explorers. Everything seemed cool with the clan's plan, but soon enough there were shouts from those who didn't want to give up their stuff. Bjorn just sat silently under a tree, watching as people soon started to leave the clan in groups. Soon after, Misha came back with her task completed, and the main hero praised her. The only thing that worried the Barbarian was how easily Zarvi made at least 300 million stones. All we can do now is pray to the heavens, because if Lord Chaos Riakis gets here, they're all doomed. Both those who stayed and those who left try to keep optimistic, but it's always smart to prepare for the worst. With only 5 hours left until the labyrinth closes, a black rain began to fall on the explorers' heads. Bjorn sighed and realized that the floor's master must be close by, since they were affected by his aura. The Rain of Despair not only deals continuous damage to the area, but also creates erosion that removes all effects. Under the prolonged Rain of Despair, you can end up confused, just like Misha did when she started calling for the hero. And it wasn't just because of the rain, since the clan's defenses were down, and the Lord of Chaos himself appeared, ready to kill everyone without hesitation. The frightened researchers began to panic and ordered the Zarvi clan to start doing something, anything. The leader watched as Riakis continued to approach the camp, ready to smash and destroy. The man wasn't going to wait any longer and ordered all troops to use everything they had prepared back in Raphonia. Warriors began to harness the power of sacred scrolls, boosting their speed, energy recovery, or endurance. The leader himself used a numbered item, specifically the Banner of the Sun Ruler. Bjorn thought about how only a few seconds had passed, yet millions of crystals had been spent. The man raised the Banner of the Sun Ruler and ordered his soldiers to spare no supplies as they must make it out alive. The main hero finds it amusing that not only he was prepared for the worst, but also how they plan to confront Ryakas. The Barbarian realizes that only the best of the best are here, those who've learned from experience that you always need to be ready for the worst. The squad leader shouted and ordered everyone to take their positions for the battle against the Chaos Lord. The main character wonders what sets a real raid apart from a game raid. In both cases, it's the people in this reality who risk getting crushed by the floor's master. Ryakas opened his mouth and started firing lasers at anything that moves, so the warriors didn't dare to counter his attacks. They decided to dodge the attacks and only then strike back. Melee attackers try to avoid clashing, but they don't always succeed. But some were unlucky too and ended up getting crushed by the monster's massive paws. None of the warriors stay out of the battle for long when wounded. They quickly recover and return to their position. But there are many exceptions who weren't lucky enough to die instantly, without any chance of resurrection or healing. The chief ordered his warriors not to get distracted by anything and to keep fighting to save most of the people. The situation turned tough as within just the first few minutes, one warrior was crushed and 3 archers died from the monster's breath. People are getting anxious and blaming the Zarvi clan for not keeping their word and dying off quickly. The Barbarian understands that they're doing everything they can to hold the front line while the mages try to suppress Ryakas. Things changed when the Lord created several spheres around himself and began absorbing power from the source. The chief noticed them right away and ordered the mages and archers to leave Ryakas and destroy each of the spheres as quickly as possible. Bjorn notices that the clan knows about the second phase of the floor's master, since they're trying to prevent it by destroying the dark spheres. The explorers start trusting the clan less and less, as they can't understand why everyone left Ryakas and started destroying the spheres. More time passed, and with an hour and a half left until the labyrinth closes, the Zarvi clan is still holding their positions. The Barbarian calculates that during this time they've lost 11 people, about 20% of their force, but it won't affect the victory. What really starts to raise alarms is the researchers panic as they realize they won't make it out alive. And every time Ryakas gets angry, someone who paid for protection ends up dead by his claws. Misha noticed the crowd's mood and asked her companion if he had a plan, to which he shook his head no, still pondering. The situation among the researchers heated up, and someone suggested they should defend themselves. Suddenly, a reminder echoed through the crowd that the Zarvi clan had taken all weapons and armor as payment for protection, and people started to go wild. They looked at the pile of their own weapons, armor, and other items, all guarded by other clan members. Things were heating up, and the main character told Misha to follow him and get out of there before it was too late. The enraged crowd rushed to the storage guarded by 2 guys who tried to warn the researchers not to go further. But no one listened as greedy hands reached out to one of the guards. Bjorn wasn't interested in watching the situation unfold, as he was trying to get as far away from the scene as possible. Misha followed him without a word, not even glancing back at the adventurers who jumped onto the pile of stuff. Out of nowhere, ghosts started to appear, trying to stop the main hero and his companions' escape. But they quickly adjusted their path and continued to run for their lives. At one point, the Barbarian and the Beast Woman managed to break away from the monsters, but they weren't safe yet. Their task was to reach the edge of the forest as fast as possible before time ran out. But just as the forest edge was a few meters away, the countdown ended and a new effect started to spread across the area. Suddenly, everything around was engulfed in a thick, impenetrable black fog. It wasn't even a minute before Misha started to notice she was disappearing somewhere and began to panic, hoping for a response. But it was too late, and Bjorn also began to fade away, realizing that they were affected by the monster's skill, the Rift of Evil. The skill involved all living creatures within a 5-kilometer radius being drawn to the center by a force of attraction. So, Misha and Bjorn got zapped to the same spot as the rest of the explorers, just like that. Out of around 300 to 400 explorers, only about 200 were left. From the Zarvi clan, only 20 out of the original 50 survived. The main character started thinking about how tons of people died in just a couple of minutes, which really says something about what went down. When one of the explorers tried to ask about what happened, one of the warriors lost it and yelled at everyone. Following him, another warrior snapped, asking what the hell the adventurers were expecting, causing so many deaths. None of the explorers could figure out what they did wrong, so they started trying to prove their innocence. But no one was listening. They were just warned that no protection fee applied anymore and that they were on their own now. Complete silence fell over the crowd when the adventurers realized their mistake and tried to come up with a plan to avoid death. One of the explorers timidly raised his hand and said that he knew a bit about this place. The guy explained that they only have 45 minutes to survive here, and they need to cover at least 5 kilometers. The further they get from the core, the more monsters they'll encounter. But the dude is confident that together they'll make it. More and more adventurers began to back the guy, since no one else saw any other way out. So, most of the explorers headed towards what the barbarian thought was certain death, but he didn't plan to follow them. Instead, he turned around and led the girl with him, opting for another, more reliable option. They reached the base of the stairs, guarded by the already familiar Tylon. But he quickly recognized who the barbarian was and was a bit surprised, asking what he was doing there at all. Misha wasn't thrilled about this idea and tried to dissuade her friend, but he had already asked her brother if they had found the essence of the Great Orc. The guy didn't notice anything off and just smirked, saying everything went smoothly. But then he realized his mistake and wondered how the barbarian knew they were looking for the essence of the Great Orc. Tyron couldn't hold back and drew his sword, pointing it at Bjorn and asking him the same question, eager for an answer. The hero's first guess turned out to be right, which was definitely a reason to be pleased, so he decided to take advantage of that. The losses for Clan Zarvi were huge, as only a couple of archers, 1 mage, and 1 melee fighter remained from all the warriors. The clan's vice-captain starts getting nervous, not knowing what to do next. Even before the evil rift was activated, they lost another man simply because there was no one nearby to help. Zarvi personally approached the vice-captain and asked what his next actions and orders would be. But the man's mind was blank because the lack of warriors had become fatal, with only 2 melee fighters left. But even they couldn't clear the way for the explorers, since one was a spearman and the other just a swordsman. Just 1 more melee fighter could have been enough for everyone left to survive. The anxious warriors started calling out to Iraz, saying there wasn't much time, so he needed to give an order immediately, or else all the explorers would leave. The chaos was broken by the barbarian's shout that he could clear the path to salvation. The vice-captain turns towards the shout, surprised, and asks Zarvi who that is. Meanwhile, Bjorn tries to get to the squad captain, but Talon rejects all his attempts. The warrior tries to dissuade Iraz from meeting with Bjorn, but he decides to confront the barbarian himself and see if it's worth it. He remembers that they managed to obtain the essence of the Great Orc, which could be used to clear the path. The vice-captain uses his special skill, which highlights the person who can increase the crowd's survival chances. The brightest light was coming from the barbarian, who was trying to persuade Talon to let him through. The decision was made in an instant, and the vice-captain went down to talk to Bjorn. Talon tried to dissuade the boss, but he wasn't even planning to listen. Iraz let the main hero know that he's ready to hear the barbarian's proposal. Bjorn was counting on that, so he just smirked quietly and noted that his second bet had paid off too. They started by introducing themselves, so the vice-captain called himself Iraz Migraine and asked how the barbarian knew about their goal to find the essence of the Great Orc. Bjorn introduced himself properly too and explained that it was just his guess. The main character explains that they prepared really well and brought a lot of valuable stuff, so it was obvious they were after something big. The Great Orc, or Orc Hero, is a 5th-rank monster that can only be summoned using an altar in the Orc settlement, and 777 crystals obtained from them. Surprised by the barbarian's insight, the vice-captain asks with a smirk why they should trust Bjorn. The barbarian explained that he holds the seal of the immortal, the essence of a corpse golem and a vampire from the rift, which gives him an edge. Iraz simplified his story and repeated that the guy can fight and drink potions. The captain pondered that it's pretty good for a 3rd-floor explorer, but he liked that even more and decided to accept the main character as the savior of their clan and explorers. Iraz agreed to Bjorn's candidacy and decided to bet on him, hoping for a win. Karlstein tried to object, but the captain said they could lie to the nobles and tell them the essence didn't drop. He admits he's ready to give up absolutely everything if it saves 1 more life of his clan member. The main character silently waited for them to bring him the essence of the Orc Hero and pondered that the first hurdle was passed. There are 3 different types of Orc Heroes, and their color determines the color of their essence. Also, even though it's a 5th-rank monster, it's important to have a special team ready in case any of them show up. Bjorn got lucky, and they managed to get the essence of a green Orc Hero, which the main character was missing. This luck pleased the barbarian, but also made him think that something bad might happen. Touching the liquid was enough to feel the power of the orc hero filling the barbarian's body. Turns out it's a bit too much power, and he starts feeling a desire to take it all, which made him begin to bare his teeth. Iraz noticed changes in the main character's behavior and suggested he take off his helmet to make it easier for his body to absorb the essence. When everything went smoothly, Bjorn handed the backpack to the girl and started to remove all his remaining armor. The Zarvi clan also brought special enhancements like scrolls for the main character, which he happily activated. He also drank a lot of potions of various origins and characteristics to increase his chances of survival. Additionally, magicians came to the hero's aid, reciting the necessary spells and casting positive effects on him. As a final step, Iraz asked Karlstein to give the barbarian a drop of his blood, since in war, all means are fair. Misha's brother didn't resist and grabbed a dagger, slicing across his veins. Bjorn approached Tylan and drank his blood to acquire one of the skills that Karlstein himself possesses. The guy's eyes snapped open as soon as he felt changes in his body. Iraz smiled and noted that Bjorn had gained the unholy skill, which reduces the number of essences but enhances his abilities. Once all the preparations were done, the vice captain suggested the main hero try using the essence of the orc hero. Bjorn tried to do it slowly and opened his eyes, imagining the transformation. His body began to grow upwards and outwards, keeping the same proportions as the barbarian initially had. It took less than a minute for him to become huge, practically a giant. The researchers couldn't help but be frightened by this turn of events, while Misha stared at him in amazement. Talon agreed with the researchers, and Iraz started taking off his cloak, offering it and a bunch of others for cover. When the hero tied these cloaks around his belt, the preparations for departure were exactly completed. Time was pressing, and the vice captain noted that they had only 30 minutes left, while Bjorn assured Iraz that they would make it. The barbarian took a deep breath and loudly shouted the name of his patron goddess Vahela, then ran forward. Ready to clear the way, Bjorn charged ahead, paying no mind to the monsters. Iraz ordered all clan members and researchers to run right behind the giant. At that moment, everyone listened and started running after him, trying their best to catch up with the main hero. Behind the giant were 23 clan members, Misha, and another 40 people who stayed with them. They were allowed to join in exchange for gear, but Maigret suggested they pay with their lives, meaning to use the sacrificial seal on them. The power of the orc hero and the researcher's strength overwhelmed her, and Bjorn was already itching to smash someone's head. A great choice for a fight and to unleash his full power would be Lord Chaos Riakis. But instead of fighting himself, he created several mini copies of himself, which were also fit for battle. Bjorn started attacking both with his hands and feet, seeing no obstacle in them. He dealt with the second one just as quickly and struck Riakis' second clone with his hand. But the problem was that killing each clone inflicted some wounds on him, even though he remained unscathed. Riakis has this trait, but Bjorn isn't worried since the vampire essence is working fine and healing him. Still, Iraz expressed his concerns about the main character's well-being, asking him to be more careful next time. But being more careful isn't an option, as being inside the Titan's body gives him a high aggro level, which means he draws a lot of attention. So, they continued their journey in silence, listening to the noise of the evil rift and the footsteps of tiny explorers. Tylon didn't want to be left out and decided to help, so he jumped on the monster and stabbed it with his sword. But he was struck by such excruciating pain that made him hiss quietly. Tylon called over a priest to help and heal his wounds. But Bjorn wasn't about to let it slide and scolded the guy, telling him not to play the hero and to stay back. The cat was about to snap back, but decided to hold back while the priest started healing him. The main hero of this raid was the Barbarian, and he intended to keep it that way for his own reasons. The essence of the orc hero is fully unleashed only when the carrier's health drops below 50%, boosting his skills and defense. That's exactly why the protagonist was so eager to get his hands on this essence. And specifically to maximize the power of this new essence, no one but Bjorn should come close to the front line. The barbarian giant kept running and smashing the faces of creatures attacking him. Meanwhile, Talon dashed to the back rows, catching Zarvi's eye, who started a conversation with the guy. He praised Irazamagrain for making the right call to hand the essence over to Bjorn. Talon couldn't help feeling terrible after just one hit caused him so much pain. The guy thought it over and said that no one could withstand such resistance from attacks. At first, he mistook him for a mere third-floor researcher who, along with his team, was collaborating with his sister. The main character didn't respond at all to their plea to get out of there and just seemed like a regular warrior. But now Karlstein is starting to wonder how this barbarian doesn't even hesitate for a second and just goes into battle. Behind him, whispers started that having such a barbarian in the clan means no troubles are too big. Soon, they became curious about the name of the savior they were now chasing. Someone even managed to catch up to Misha and asked if she knew his name, but the girl wouldn't spill the beans about her friend. Zarvi mentions how similar Bjorn and one of the barbarian heroes are to each other. There was no point in trying to find out his name, so Karlstein focused on what was ahead of them. The group of explorers noticed a crimson tear in the space of the rift, so they pushed harder and hurried after the new hero. At first, nothing was visible, just ash and smoke swirling around this cursed place. They almost reached the exit and just had one last burst to go. The first thing to emerge from the rift of evil was the main hero's leg. When he crossed the boundary between effect and reality, his gigantification stopped working due to insufficient spirit. The researchers began to fall to the ground and kiss it, rejoicing that they had made it and survived. But not everyone was so lucky. Others started getting sucked back into the core where they would be killed. Suddenly, a huge crimson beam pierced the air and struck the orc settlement. And from that place, nothing remained but a massive crater. Iris praised the main hero for his speed and was also glad that they managed to survive. But this was far from the end, something Bjorn completely agreed with. After the survivors from the Death Rift remain, one of them will be immobilized as prey. Just as he began to hope for another stroke of luck, he was called out by a frozen Misha. She was trying to figure out why she couldn't move, so she asked him. Out of the 15, fate singled out Misha, and it seriously freaked him out. The girl tried to calm him down, telling him everything was okay, even though she didn't fully grasp what was happening to her. But the moment she looked away, she spotted something and got scared. The researchers' faces said it all. They knew everything and had no intention of accepting or helping her. Her brother was also pissed about the situation now that his sister was monster bait. But he did nothing either and just turned away from her like he always did. When the Lord of Chaos marks his prey, he'll hunt her down to death, and fighting this beast is a no-go. Bjorn was about to grab the girl and leave when Iraz offered him a sweet deal to stay with the Zarvi clan. The freedom-loving barbarian turned down the offer, adding that he'd stick with Misha. The vice captain reminded him that their deal was over, and from here on out, the main character was on his own. Also, the man smiles brightly and offers Bjorn some parting gifts. Priests and mages gathered and used their powers to help the barbarian with blessings. Bjorn mentions he's grateful to the Zarvi clan for their help, and he's told that the best way to thank them is to stay alive. He gets the idea and smiles, assuring that he'll definitely make it to the end. There are just 15 minutes left until the labyrinth closes, and it's already starting to rain. Lord of Chaos Riakas has awakened again, and now he's only after his prey. Misha was strapped to the hero's back, so she didn't need to hold on while he ran. Misha caught the hero's attention by calling him by his name. The girl asked him to leave her behind and keep running, otherwise they'd both die here. She had noticed the way people looked at her and how her family turned their backs on her once again. She didn't want to be a burden, even to the barbarian, and then she started insisting that he let her go while he was rejecting the idea. Misha tried to emphasize the fact that they weren't that close, and besides, her dream had already come true. But the barbarian isn't just going to let her go easily, and he tells her that straight to her face. He knows she doesn't want to die at all and keeps talking to her while they run from monsters. During their escape from the monsters, he says he understands her feelings. He genuinely gets that she's scared of being abandoned by everyone important to her. Misha tried to change the subject and said she just didn't want others to suffer because of her. Bjorn asks if that feeling is really more important than her life, adding that all she needs to do is ask for his help and she'll survive. The barbarian's simple words left a mark on her subconscious, and she started thinking about it. All this time, Bjorn has been doing everything to help her survive, and now she's saying she wants to give up and die. Misha promised her ally that if he could save her, she'd always be on his side. When he wasn't satisfied with the repeat, his companion smiled and promised to give all the money from this expedition, which Bjorn liked much better. Soon, all reinforcements from the Zarvi clan dried up and a reign of despair began. The Lord of Chaos was nearby, making the main hero think about what they were going to do next. The spirits of chaos also increased a lot and started to interfere with the main hero. There was no other choice but to use gigantification and continue on their path. Even though this skill boosted his stats, right now the most crucial thing was the increased stride length. He could only maintain this form for 2 to 3 minutes, so he asked Misha how much time was left until the labyrinth closed. There were 3 minutes and 16 seconds left, so he asked his friend to count out loud since she was bored anyway. Sometimes the main hero had to fight the spirits of chaos, so he started using his hands more often. Seconds ticked by as the guy dashed and knocked down every monster he came across. By the 120th second, he managed to slay a bunch of spirits and remained unscathed, which was definitely a plus. Starting from the 103rd second, the main character began to tire more and more. But at one point, a beam appeared behind him that almost killed them both. The main character froze when he realized what had happened and looked back. They were in the kill zone of the laser, or breath, as other explorers used to call it. The monsters started vanishing, but the rain kept falling and the ground was once again covered with the effect of erosion. At some point, the barbarian found himself right under a clawed paw trying to crush him. It didn't work, and the guy kept dodging attacks from the third floor's boss. Ryaka's finally showed up in front of the heroes, ready to torment and throw around. Misha is trying to convince Bjorn to leave her, but he's adamant about saving her life. She says you can't die over some promise, but the barbarian asks why she thinks they're going to die. The hero kept dodging the monster's breath pretty confidently and quickly. But still, one dodge failed and the guy lost more than half of his arm, which freaked Misha out. Bjorn wasn't about to listen to her suggestions to leave her, so he yelled, asking how much longer they needed to hold on. In tears, the girl repeated twice that they only needed to hold on for another 60 seconds, so they should look around and hang in there. The main hero noted that surviving a minute without one arm and no way to escape would be a bit tougher. Suddenly, the barbarian started running straight at Ryaka's, who was already prepped to shoot, but they managed to hide just beneath his legs from the breath at the very last moment, almost getting scorched by that beam. They had to hold out for another 40 seconds among sharp claws and breath that could kill you. Next time, the guy almost got caught by Ryaka's claws, but he dodged just in time. Bjorn explains how he had learned all the moves back when the Zarvi clan fought the Floormaster. He tried to squash the adventurers with his paws, but the explorers managed to quickly dodge again. This didn't change the fact that Bjorn was getting really tired, especially with only 25 seconds left to run. In the final moment, the barbarian noticed a tail starting to circle around him, and the guy realized he couldn't dodge this time. After a successful kick to the stomach, the main character was thrown toward the rocks. Suddenly, a paw with sharp claws hovered over them, swiftly descending, and the hero couldn't get up. It could have been the end, if the gigantification effect hadn't stopped working and Bjorn hadn't shrunk back to his normal size. Then there were only 10 seconds left, so the barbarian ran towards the same paw that tried to kill them. The hero jumped on the claw, grabbing it with one hand and two legs to avoid falling. The guy just couldn't help himself and bit the Lord of Chaos to get another foothold. The monster tried to shake the barbarian off its paw, but no luck. At some point, it worked, and Bjorn was sent flying right into the waiting tail. The monster's tail coiled around them, squeezing like a juicer, while Ryakis was about to swallow them both. But they bought enough time to tell the Lord of Chaos to buzz off and vanish. Meanwhile, in Raphonia, people were gathering, eager to see their loved ones after the labyrinth. As soon as the portal opens, half-dead and living explorers tumble out onto the ground, startling the crowd. The crowd started to panic and called for the guild's help, as there were many injured. Everyone was dying to know what had happened, that even the barbarian couldn't survive it. After a while, Misha managed to open her eyes. She ended up behind the crowd and started looking for Bjorn, who was lying unconscious. People couldn't accept the fact that even a barbarian couldn't handle what was in the labyrinth and now lay dead. Misha began to make her way through the crowd, trying to find her ally. His condition was pretty grim. He was missing half an arm, blood was streaming from his mouth, and he lay motionless. A frightened Misha immediately ran up to her friend and tried to wake him, begging him not to die too soon. As soon as she put her ear to his chest, she heard the beating of his heart, which made her relieved. Misha sat down next to him and started crying tears of joy upon realizing that her loyal ally was still alive. Soon, the whole town was buzzing with the story of how someone had summoned the master of the third floor. The survivor after this ordeal shared that they only escaped thanks to one person, and it wasn't the vice captain. That name was Bjorn Yandel, who was now lying down and recovering from injuries sustained in the labyrinth. Researchers got to talking and realized that Bjorn is following in the footsteps of a very ancient barbarian hero. This hero among barbarians was nicknamed Little Balkan, and he really resembled the guy who's currently chilling. In some office, a stranger sits talking about how little Balkan was a strong barbarian, considered a hero. A man sat examining some document, pondering how the main character is pretty strong for a newbie. The fact that Bjorn possessed the essence of a corpse golem, a vampire guardian, and a great orc was quite unusual, considering he had only entered the labyrinth 3 times. There have been similar people in this world, born under a special star of destiny and called heroes for their deeds. But the question remains the same. Is Bjorn a hero for Raphonia and the whole world, or an evil spirit that needs to be exterminated right now? At some point, Bjorn opened his eyes and woke up in his hotel room. It turned out that 2 days had passed, during which the story about little Balkan spread across the country, as well as the question of who awakened the floor's guardian. Soon, Bjorn and Misha Karlstein managed to meet up with friends at a bar over some food and drinks. The dwarf mentioned that after the group split up, he had to use an artifact to create a shield and make a getaway. Misha was surprised, since the artifact can only be used once, but the barbarian figured out he used an old trick to reset the usage count to 0. Brown added that the distance between them was too great, so meeting up was out of the question, not to mention the unexpected run-in with that priestess Karui. Luckily, the 3 managed to escape the priestess and went through a portal to the 4th floor, which is a 100-level tower where monsters don't respawn after being killed. So, besides the dwarf, the mage, and the human getting some rest, they also managed to obtain the essence of a 7th-level monster named Mimic, which pissed off the main hero even more. While the Mimic itself isn't very hostile, it has an active skill that allows access to an interdimensional storage, where anything can be stored. Thanks to this skill, the guys got a few powerful potions, 2 million stones, and several unique items, which left the barbarian totally stunned. Overwhelmed by a sense of injustice and outrage, Bjorn ended up bending a fork and then a spoon in his hands, claiming that the essence of an orc hero sometimes can't be controlled, a fact Misha is skeptical about. The main hero explains that the cat physically couldn't have seen everything, but Misha suddenly hints that actually it might have. When it was Misha and Bjorn's turn to share their adventures, the barbarian decided to take over since some details are meant to stay secret. The guy's adventure shocked all 3 of them, especially Misha making a contract with a spirit animal. Hikuro was also surprised that for saving the clan, the Zarvi only gave them 2 million stones and suggested splitting the tower crystals equally among everyone. Suddenly, Murad says that the barbarian truly deserves the title of Little Balkan, a name the people gave him without his knowing. The title turned out to be a comparison to the greatest barbarian of the past era, the Great Balkan, whose footsteps Bjorn is now following. This title didn't exactly thrill our hero, since more popularity means more unwanted attention, complicating his survival as an evil spirit. Misha interrupted everyone and suggested they finally talk about something more serious, as they needed to divide up their loot. But she was out of luck with the barbarian, who reminded her of their agreement to split everything equally, which annoyed her. The next day, after all their affairs were settled, Bjorn met up again with Misha, who was waiting for him. Misha also took care of everything necessary and was ready to start the journey together, which made Bjorn wary. But either way, it's good to keep Neko close, as she's now a full and very important part of his team. At one point, the girl wanted to say something and called out to her friend too loudly, attracting the attention of a huge crowd, which pissed him off. Out of fear, noticed by the barbarian, Misha quickly said she'd go visit her family for 2 days before returning to Bjorn. The girl indeed looked very scared, which made the main character wonder what Misha really wanted to say. But the barbarian's soul and body took over and decided that suddenly and strongly hitting the cat on the back was the best way to lift the mood. Misha immediately perked up and started lecturing him on eating right, drinking less, and not overworking, which reminded Bjorn of his mother and ex-girlfriend. A few hours later, in the stuffy carriage, he returned home to the 8th zone, thinking that his main goal now is to boost his girlfriend's strength in every possible way. Peace didn't last long in this place, and soon the barbarian accidentally noticed a gathering of people in the main square, again because of a murder. This time, there was a rumor that today's prisoner was an evil spirit, so people decided to watch his demise. The main character recognized in the barbarian Tarakan, to whom he once gave money for weapons to get out of hardship and head to the labyrinth before it was too late. It wasn't even a minute before Tarakan also noticed Bjorn, but didn't get a chance to say anything when the guillotine blade flew down and chopped off his head. Barely a minute had passed when out of nowhere, another trouble in the form of a weird adventurer who knew his name showed up. The guy tried to figure out where Bjorn came from in this world, counting real-world parts like Europe, Asia, and America. The blonde guy started making acquaintances, claiming he was from America, but Bjorn wasn't about to trust him. At such words, he always had a response in the form of Einar's tactic, which he immediately used and asked to get to the point without any fancy words. The guy praised the barbarian's acting skills and added that they were alike and ended up here because of this cursed Vigra. The explorer continued his monologue, saying everyone here was evil spirits and all in the same boat. But Bjorn wasn't about to trust the stranger. His barbaric nature and survival instinct took over, and the main character decided against the invitation, asking if the guy was an evil spirit. Completely rejecting the idea, the barbarian shouted to the entire crowd that killing an evil spirit was an order from the elder barbarians. Before anyone could even react, Jack's fist was already flying to smash the face of the bewildered and frightened adventurer. That very evening, the main character was taken to the garrison, where the guard already knew about the status of Little Balkan and thanked him for his brother, who only survived thanks to the barbarian. The hero leans back in his chair and asks when they're finally going to eat, since he's been sitting here for hours. Turns out, Bjorn didn't finish off the blonde guy because knights stopped him, and with the barbarian's loud protests, they brought him here. The guard had just mentioned they'd check if the suspect was an evil spirit, when another knight burst in saying the suspect had a demon hunter's license. So they ended up in the wounded fighter's room, where another hunter confirmed that the blonde was a demon hunter and all his actions were meant to test Bjorn. The hero didn't like that one bit and started complaining about not only the distrust towards him, but also about their fancy talk. The hunter tried to explain that these were just precautions applied to anyone who got famous so quickly, but his explanation didn't help. That's when the guard stepped in and said they suspected Bjorn of being an evil spirit or aiding one. Things got clearer but not quieter, so the barbarian started yelling again, upset that no one believed him, and even the knights couldn't calm him down. After a sensible talk, the main character heads home in a calmer mood, pondering over the incident and how much the hunters already knew. After all, the blonde mentioned many real continents, and if it hadn't been for his slip-up with the word game, which he called Vigra, the lie would have been harder to spot. As soon as Bjorn entered his room, he decided to steer clear of that group of hunters to avoid getting caught by them again and becoming a suspect. But right then, he spots an envelope on the floor with a red pill and a letter, which he immediately sat down to read. From the letter, the guy figured it was written by other evil spirits, offering him to take the red pill and join their community in another world, while his body stays here. Meanwhile, it was already evening, and the hunter who had been giving testimony was already reporting to the royal family about the incident with the barbarian, who was only supposed to be watched, not stirred up. The hunter decided he had nothing to hide, so he suggested His Majesty watch the recording of their conversation in his orb. Usually, evil spirits get scared and run for the hills, which the barbarian didn't do, so the chief decided that all suspicions against Bjorn were baseless and he was innocent. After the hunter left, a stranger looked out the window and thought about how this world lacks talents that could become heroes. The next day, the barbarian was already at the magical tower, where he wanted to seek help to understand the letter and the pill, as going unprepared seemed like a bad idea. Raven had already given a clear answer, saying that such envelopes are common and are sent to all known personalities, so there's no need to worry. But she felt sorry that by the time the main character arrived, the text had disappeared, and she couldn't read what the evil spirits had written. Also, Raven added that the tower has information that it's actually evil spirits who send and enchant letters, so no one else finds out anything. Same deal with the pill, which was crafted so skillfully it's hard to tell what it's made of or by whom, not to mention that the mage has mind control powers. If you take this pill, you can enter the spirit world, another dimension, where evil spirits probably meet up to discuss their plans. Evil spirits usually gather on the 15th of each month, then return to their bodies. But anyone who's taken this pill is found dead in a pool of their own blood the next day. Raven also swore that the pill isn't poison and doesn't contain such alchemical elements, because for a mage, making regular poison is just pointless. She justifies the seeker's deaths by saying that evil spirits have a special way of checking if a soul is an ally or just an intruder, not to mention the soul's appearance, which looks very different in the spirit world. But even though the pill is made of magic, there's just no way to tell who has taken it. Otherwise, all the evil spirits would have been wiped out long ago. When Raven satisfied Bjorn's curiosity, it was his turn to help her and sit in the chair for a new blood draw, which she was eagerly anticipating. The barbarian finally sat in this killing machine and asked himself, should he risk it and swallow the pill to enter the spirit world? The guy spent the rest of the day pondering, and so far, swallowing the pill and getting information, maybe even finding a way out, seems like the best option. But on the other hand, that mage definitely knows how to figure out who's who in town, not to mention distinguishing an invader from an evil spirit. So the main character decides to swallow the pill, but in 2 months. Just tonight, the mage started talking to someone on the other side of the globe and asked if a barbarian had joined them. Unfortunately, no, so the mage rubs his eyes and orders the resumption of the halted mail dispatch to search for new evil spirits. A few days have passed, and thanks to some minor quests, Bjorn gets promoted to a 6th rank seeker. But just like days flow by, so does the money spent on buying new weapons, armor, and extra poison resistance potions. Misha also got an upgrade, specifically the blood of a spiritual beast to enhance her bond level and 2 blades for her weapons. It turned out that the power of the spiritual beast also allows transferring this power to the blades and strikes, which could be a plus in battle. Just a little later, the main character was already screaming in the shaman's tent, as they were imprinting the 2nd stage of the spiritual seal on him. But those 10 minutes were more painful than the 12 hours of the 1st stage. Since Bjorn didn't pass out during the imprinting, the shaman offered him to pick a stick to find out his fate. Just for kicks, the guy picked a stick and was asked about his birth time and date, which would have thrown him off if it hadn't been a joke. The main character is destined to be a man who will be talked about for a long time, as a real hero who will perform many feats along his path. Destiny or not, Bjorn thought, it doesn't change anything for him, as he will do everything necessary to survive in this world. Misha already returned with a basket of food, and the guy thought about getting ready for whatever he can. The barbarian quickly returned for the last stage of the ritual, and the shaman offered him a choice between the spirits of flame, iron, and the spirit of the wild. The main character didn't hesitate and clearly chose the spirit of the wild, which enhances fire resistance, physical resilience, and unlocks the ability to use threat level. The threat level determines how quickly monsters will notice the player, so just breathing is enough to make all nearby monsters attack the barbarian. When the ritual was completed and the barbarian was about to leave, the shaman stopped him again, mentioning that he hadn't told him about the many hostile people he would encounter on his journey, who are best avoided. As Bjorn was leaving, Einar, who had been hiding in the bushes, was waiting to ambush him to ask about all his stories. After hearing his story, the girl looked at him with admiration and added that it's dangerous to go to the labyrinth alone, and it's great to have Hikuro Murata on the team. It turned out that while they hadn't seen each other, Einar had done muscle compression, which resulted in her becoming significantly leaner, not to mention the tripled training sessions. No sooner had the elder shouted her name than the girl knew it was time to run. Before disappearing, Einar looked back and added that the barbarian seemed much kinder now that he had a team he could rely on. Bjorn decided to visit the library where the librarian tried to strike up a conversation, though it didn't quite work out. Before that, he had wanted to get closer to her, but then realized that in the labyrinth, the girl would be useless since she no longer uses her power in combat, a direct result of rationalization. At one point, he felt like doing something silly and decided to approach and ask what the librarian wanted to tell him. The promise of Glistening Water Cafe was very quaint and delicate, totally not for a tall barbarian who couldn't even enter properly. Amid the soft whispers of the guests, the main character noticed a dark-haired girl in glasses sitting and waiting for him. It turned out she was a 7th-rank officer from the Raviona Administrative Management and a friend of the librarian Shavan Imur, who immediately suggested they order something. Unimpressed with the cafe, Bjorn suggested buying beer if they had any, since he's not into sweet stuff. Shavina asked if the librarian Ragna Lataniel had told him about the assignment, and it turned out the barbarian didn't even know the librarian's name. Turns out, during the disaster in the labyrinth, the last squad meant to patrol the city's sewers got wiped out, so the girl decided to find a replacement. She chose Bjorn because of his popularity and strength, which was already well known and talked about in every corner of the city. In passing, she mentioned that even though the payment was 20,000 stones, the officers were picky about candidates, so he'd have to go through several trials to earn their trust. It's not like fame helped the barbarian get assignments, so he agreed without hesitation to patrol the sewers. After Bjorn left the cafe, Shavina pondered how the barbarian knew nothing about the librarian, was clueless about her past, and had shown his best, brightest side. Because of this, The girl sipped her tea and decided it was time for her friend Rani to make her first friends, and Bjorn was a prime candidate for that role. Just 2 days later, the whole adventure-seeking team gathered at the entrance to the sewers, trying to get used to the incredible stench emanating from it. The heroes were given one helmet with a lamp for all and a map of the catacombs before the door was opened and the guys all entered together. It turned out, the main hero told the team about Miss Shavina's assignment and they couldn't pass up the adventure in the city's sewer catacombs, home to spirits. While on their way, Hikuro shared that there's a legend in the town about a monster that lives and prowls these catacombs. The mage adds that they often dump unwanted potions from the magic tower here, so if any of the spilled potions are reagents, the bones lying around could come to life and turn into a monster. Bjorn notes that there haven't been any news from the catacombs for 2 years, meaning no problems have been noticed. At one point, Rottmiller, who had the map, stopped and said that even through the stench, he could sense that they were not alone in their exploration. This scared the whole team, and the guys started looking around, trying to spot anyone who might be nearby, since Rottmiller's instincts are usually right. This time, the instincts were spot on, and Misha Karlstein found a guy stuck in the wall who tried to hide but was too slow. Bjorn offered some simple help and literally pulled the guy out by the hand, throwing him onto the floor. The guy immediately came to his senses and grabbed a knife, ready to attack the main hero and kill him right there. But the stranger didn't realize he was attacking a barbarian, who easily broke the bones in his hand with a simple squeeze of the wrist. When the man was released, he started swearing that he was just unable to pay the taxes of Repdonia, so he was hiding in these catacombs, which had become his home. Rottmiller then notices that the bum has tattoos all over his body and head, which are marks for people who have committed particularly serious crimes. The crime didn't really have any value for the team, so the guys started discussing whether to kill the man on the spot or hand him over to the officers for a reward. Neither option appealed to the homeless man, and he began begging for mercy in exchange for information about someone who would fetch a much higher reward from the officers than he would. It turned out that some time ago, a blonde had taken over a criminal's house, leaving a trail of bodies, which hinted to the guys that this might be the notorious priestess Karui. A lot of water had passed under the bridge since that same girl had tricked the guys in the forest, so some of the team, including Bjorn himself, were skeptical about this information. Eventually, the group of seekers decided to tie the criminal with a rope and let him lead the way, since he knew paths not on the official map. The man led 5 patrolmen to a deep pit, which had a staircase as the only entrance and exit to his former home, now occupied by the priestess. This was a perfect chance for revenge on the priestess, but they needed to stay alert, so the barbarian ordered the man to go down the stairs first, with them following. In the tunnel, the guys switched to whispering to make sure no one could hear them and continued moving forward. Along the way, they encountered a grim scene of dead adventurers and criminals, whose souls had already been devoured by the priestess to boost her power. Things got even worse when they triggered one of the priestess's traps on the next step, and Bjorn ordered everyone to step back. Dead souls suddenly appeared out of nowhere and instantly rushed towards the guy to devour his soul. At that moment, Priestess Eliza heard a trap being triggered and thought that people from their temple were already looking for her, which made her hurry up. A sinister voice, which was the evil god, offered her to make a sacrifice, in exchange for which he would open the path to the city she was desperately searching for. Meanwhile, luckily for Bjorn, the barbarian managed to dodge and defend himself from 120 souls, but their guide ended up dead after the encounter. Before disposing of the body, Murad suggested looking at the tag the man had on him to find out his real name. It turned out the name Hans was haunting him, as this homeless man also carried the same name, which totally threw the barbarian off his game. But when Hikuro suggested they hand over the tag to the officers as proof upon their return, the main character suddenly felt like it was a really bad idea. Soon, the adventure-seeking team arrived at Hans's cozy and rather cute hideout, but unfortunately, they didn't find the aforementioned priestess Karui there. The guys would have turned back if Dwelke hadn't sensed a faint trace of magic, as if something was hidden under the floor. Magic or not, Bjorn decided that plain fists could break the spell, so he took off his armor and started breaking the floor. When several tries didn't do the trick, our main hero pulled out his mace and used gigantification. It worked, and the floor caved in, revealing a hidden passage underneath, covered with wood as if someone had been living there. Rottmiller noticed that the scent of Priestess Karui was getting much stronger, so they could move forward but needed to be extra careful not to be noticed. So one by one, the adventurers started jumping down to continue their search. Meanwhile, in the underground realm of Noark, the guards noticed the intrusion, and one of them was already running to inform the commander about the situation. The head of the guards was freaked out, thinking the royal family had found them, but the guy reassured him that everyone had forgotten about that passage and the magic didn't seem royal. The commander started pondering that the intrusion might be connected to the situation with Karui in this town, so it was best to check the entrance. For that, the man sent his strongest aide, the marauder Amelia we met earlier, who once encountered Bjorn and Einar on the third floor of the labyrinth. Soon, the patrol team stood before a massive passage where the magical trace and the familiar scent of their priestess Karui were the strongest. Rottmiller added that if everyone is going forward, they should be cautious and quiet, as an encounter was inevitable. Eliza thought the same and decided to hurry and find a refuge further down the corridor. But the evil god she relied on started laughing maniacally, which was always a sign that something bad was about to happen. And sure enough, without knowing it, the priestess was heading straight towards Bjorn's team, and when she turned around and started running as soon as she heard their voices, a chase began, and as soon as Eliza realized they wouldn't back down this time, she decided to take on the whole group. Her first spell summoned many restless souls, which rushed at the heroes just like during their first encounter in the labyrinth. This time, the entire team was prepared, including Misha, who immediately started slicing through enemies with her ice blades. Bjorn kept up, using a threat level that made all the spirits attack him while he smashed them. Rottmiller and Hikuro Murad provided support from behind, shooting and attacking the enemies with arrows and electricity. The priestess didn't like this unexpected response, and within minutes decided to cast a weakening and vulnerability curse on the entire team. That's when Devalki stepped in, quickly using his newly learned spell to remove all the negative curses from his friends. The moment for sweet revenge had come, and the main character was finally ready to strike the priestess, just as he planned. But at the very last second, the girl figured it out and dodged the attack, quickly using her ghost form to escape. That's when her god left her out of luck, as the mage quickly cast a spell on her that prevented her from escaping by turning into a ghost. So, the next hit landed right on the priestess's face, and the barbarian decided to unleash his rage on her by tossing her up in the air and then slamming her down to the ground. The barbarian's strength and ferocity stunned the team, and Murad quickly reminded them that if they want the reward for Priestess Karui, she needs to be alive. No need to tell him twice. Bjorn immediately tied up the unconscious and beaten girl, suggesting the guys head back to the surface. But as soon as the barbarian turned around, his entire team was lying unconscious on the floor, which totally baffled him. Just a few minutes later, he felt a strange weakness in his body and realized it was poison, its effects weakened by his muscles and reduced vulnerability to poisons. Now the main character noticed Amelia, who was watching them from the shadows, slightly surprised that Bjorn could still stand. The barbarian figured she came to check if the guy had spilled any beans and was ready to cover up her tracks, something Bjorn hadn't planned at all. The idea of being dead didn't sit well with the barbarian, and he quickly reminded her that he kept quiet about their first encounter in the labyrinth like a fish. Amelia cut off his explanation by reminding him that somehow Bjorn had found the secret passage they were standing in, which is why she wasn't keen on letting him go. Unexpectedly for the assassin, the main character didn't know anything about the passage and only broke through the floor to follow the Karui priestess who had fled there. When Amelia saw the unconscious girl, she recognized her and remembered a similar priestess was wanted, so there was nothing to charge her with for the assault. Since things turned out so well that there were no charges against anyone, Bjorn suggested they quietly leave and forget the encounter, which unfortunately, the assassin didn't approve of. Yes, he didn't know about the passage, but now that they were here, the girl reminded them that she couldn't just let them go, no matter how much she might want to. To the barbarian, this sounded like an invitation to fight. So he began removing his armor while talking about 2 ways to anger an enemy. The first was being cryptic, and he didn't even get to mention the second as he immediately made a move by throwing his mace at Amelia, which she dodged. The second time, the hero decided to use Captain America's throwing technique with his shield, hoping to at least hit her this time. When he realized the assassin was too agile, the barbarian decided to use his leg, trying to catch her off guard. But then his luck ran out and Amelia managed to dodge, jumping away from him. At the last second, Bjorn tried to grab her with his hand, but unfortunately, he missed. So, in that crucial moment, our hero used his gigantism skill and finally caught the assassin by the shoulder. The barbarian immediately took advantage of the situation, teaching the girl a lesson while fighting for his and his friend's freedom. But out of the corner of his eye, the guy spotted a blade in her hands, which started glowing as Amelia decided to stab him in the arm, infecting the enemy. But Bjorn was ready for this too and used Flesh Explosion, covering the opponent from head to toe with acidic blood, making the assassin lose her vigilance. Victory was close, and the main character continued his assault, this time kicking her hard in the back, forcing her to drop the blade. Finally, the girl showed weakness and started coughing up blood, a sign that victory might be near. The joyful barbarian even cracked a smile, proud that he could fight her on equal terms and possibly defeat her. But to his surprise, Amelia's voice came from behind him, where the real girl stood, not the copy he had been beating. The assassin seized the moment and charged at Bjorn, adding before striking that if the barbarian really did absorb the essences of a corpse golem and a vampire, he should survive this. The guy didn't manage to dodge, so he got a kick from Amelia that hit his neck and decapitated him. The essences indeed saved his life. As soon Bjorn woke up to the girl's words that only one potion of restoration was needed to regenerate his head. Once everything was back in order, the main character immediately sat up and asked why the assassin had spared him, and Amelia remembered that he had asked the same thing at their first meeting. Instead of answering, the girl pointed out that the barbarian had attacked her first, even though she had no intention of killing him. Bjorn reminded her that she didn't want to let them go, and Amelia explained that her words didn't imply any killing at all. Her words shocked the main character, as he saw no other option but murder that he would have to commit. He was about to reach for his mace, but Amelia immediately stopped him, noticing his movement. But it's not like the girl was totally against it, understanding that the barbarian wanted to be on the safe side in case she changed her mind. The best defense is a good offense. Sounds too much like a barbarian's life motto, so the assassin wasn't surprised by this turn of events. Bjorn noticed blood on his hand and asked if the assassin had taken a healing potion, but got a no-go because some essences react badly to those potions. Instead of a potion, Amelia decided to give the guy a snail-shaped pill from the underground city that actually erased memories but looked sketchy. The redhead noticed his look and asked who she reminded him of, and Bjorn kept quiet because saying crazy wouldn't save his life. Anything's better than death, so the assassin reminded him of that and shoved the pill into his mouth, forcing him to swallow and let it work. Amelia hadn't heard of any side effects, so she reassured the barbarian and suggested he lay down and rest easy. But before sending the guy off to sleep, she asked what the second best way to piss off an enemy was. Unfortunately, she got no answer because the pill kicked in and the main character collapsed to the ground, falling into a deep sleep. But soon enough, Bjorn woke up because the pill didn't work, the blessing couldn't be applied, and his memory was intact. The next day, the barbarian went to the officer's department where he learned more about the Hansa crime, which Hikuro had found a badge for and suggested showing. The camera and the helmet light were broken during the expedition, but Shavina assured him that there was no need to pay, as she had already sorted it out with the management. The main character remembered that when he woke up, the camera that was recording everything was broken, but all his other stuff was intact and in place. The whole team was trying to figure out what happened and why they were here, since no one remembered how they got here. But only Bjorn somehow remembered everything. The only thing that had changed was Eliza's body, who was already a cold corpse by the time they woke up. Rottmiller came up with a theory that the priestess Karui had put them to sleep and did something to them, and since no one could remember anything, the idea took hold pretty well. Right at the entrance to the catacombs, the team was awaited by Shavina and the librarian Ragna, who got worried when they realized the guys were still not in sight. The main character doubted the team's success, which included a librarian and an officer, so Shavina pointed out that Ragna was a good mage. The blue-haired girl added that she didn't come here by her own will, so she wasn't exactly keen on coming here. But Shavina was really worried about them. The officer tried to play on this and started successfully embarrassing Ragna, reminding and telling her how much she also worried about them. Misha tried to eavesdrop on the conversation, but turned away as soon as she looked at Ragna, whether it was because of all that gold on the mage or her love for books. A bit later, another officer came up and thanked the squad for their help, and offered to head to the office to receive a reward for the expedition. As soon as Little Balkan walked in, everyone in the office knew about him and started talking, which really annoyed him. Luckily, Shavina quickly eased the tension and told the girls to get back to work, threatening to charge them with harassment otherwise. After all the issues were settled and Bjorn was about to leave, the girl asked him to visit the library when he had some free time because Ragna had prepared something for him. The barbarian walked into the bar with the guys and realized he was a bit late, as 3 were already drunk as skunks, leaving Rottmiller the only sober one. The moment Hikuro saw the main hero, he first called him their lucky bag, and then even the goddess of luck, which immediately pissed off the barbarian. On the other hand, you can understand them because they not only forgot everything and thought it was just luck, but also got 10 million stones for Eliza, 2 million each. After a couple of drinks, Misha got tipsy enough to approach the barbarian and tell him that her father wanted to meet Björn as soon as possible. A beautiful romantic moment was interrupted by a strange man who introduced himself as an old acquaintance of Björn, Hans, or as the main hero calls him, Hans number 2. It turned out that Hans number 2 was the one who advised the barbarian to go to the guild to form a team when Einar had to leave him. The man tried to cozy up to little Balkan, but he flatly refused, not willing to trust any Hans, who only seemed to bring trouble. Just like now, because 2 knights from the Velaz order just walked into the bar, and rumor has it, the only way to escape them is if they kill you. No other way. Barely had Bjorn started to count the reasons they might be after him when the knights turned to a totally drunk Dvalki and presented an arrest warrant for desecrating noble blood. Just 3 hours later, a morally crushed group stood at the closed gates of the Velaz Knight's office, almost mourning their sometimes foolish but strong mage. Hikuro Murad turned out to be the least optimistic and decided to ask whether Dvalki would survive this encounter, which immediately scared Misha and Rottmiller. Not even half a year passed before the guys were rejoicing and saw the mage himself walking towards them after a long investigation. But Dvalki's mood was no better, and he immediately dropped his head, scaring everyone, even Bjorn. So they all decided to talk it over in the bar. Once there, the blonde confessed that he'd have to leave their team because he was actually a noble, since his older brother is Baron Martin. He calls himself a half-noble, as he was born to the previous Baron Martoon and his maid, which was unheard of. From birth, he was considered a disgrace to the family, so Dvalki was adopted by the Baroness Tira's 3rd brother, albeit only on paper, as he grew up alongside his mom. Time passed, and Baron Martoon, his father, was killed, and soon someone took the lives of several more of his sons and daughters, leaving just a few of them. The knights turned out to be a warning from Baron Martin's brother, whom Dvalki is really scared of right now, especially since he noticed how well Dvalki has taken to the role of an adventurer. In the end, for his freedom in life, he'll have to lay low and from now on give up on venturing into the labyrinth, which is set to open in just 5 days. The conversation hit a dead end, so the guys decided to continue tomorrow and started heading home, while the barbarian decided to hit the library since he had some free time. Misha heard about his decision and asked to go with him, since they both had plenty of free time. But Björn quickly switched into mom mode and suggested she'd better spend her time training if she's got nothing else to do, even though the girl could use some rest. Right before the library was about to close, the main character walked in and decided to immediately talk to the girl, who still didn't know what he was going to quiz her about. Not beating around the bush, the barbarian asked if the librarian wanted to join him and head to the labyrinth in 5 days. But Ragna quickly responded negatively, not even wanting to discuss it, maybe because she's comfortable staying in the city and working as a librarian. The main character gave the strangest reaction and with a beaming smile said he didn't expect the librarian to be so poor at magic, since she didn't want to go fight. Ragna didn't like where the conversation was heading and decided to end it by asking if the invitation to the labyrinth was his only reason for being there. Luckily for her, Bjorn brushed off the invitation to the labyrinth and added that Shavina told him about the gift Ragna had prepared. The girl closed her eyes and said it was a gift from Shavina, not Ragna, which Bjorn dismissed as nothing more than a pathetic and unnecessary excuse. But the gift turned out to be really interesting, as the spell Ragna cast gives the barbarian the ability to find hidden books in the library that don't respond to the usual enchantment. The librarian asked him to keep quiet about this spell since very few have it, not to mention that not many are interested in what happens here. Bjorn was caught off guard by the statement, because you don't hear that everywhere, and he became even more curious about what could have happened to affect Ragna so much. The hidden and almost forbidden books are very different from the usual ones, which are open to everyone and which he had read before. These books contained a lot of information about the complete map of Rapdonia, the labyrinth, even detailed and complete information about the rifts, from secret passages to places where the tears of the goddess might be hidden. Towards the end, Bjorn's face twisted when he saw the author of the book, who was none other than someone signed as Auril Gevis. Auril is the very person who created this game, Dungeons of Stone. likely the reason the main character ended up in the game worlds. At the same time, the main character wondered if Aurel could be a god here, and how little he, as a person and as a player, knows about this world. If you think about it, the guy doesn't even know if he'll make it back home if he opens those gloomy doors, since the first time around he ended up here instead. But the barbarian isn't planning to ignore the name and decides that asking everyone about this person would be too risky, so he needs to find another way. After several hours of rereading the book, Bjorn didn't even notice how the sun was already shining outside, and he hadn't closed his eyes for a second. The main character was so focused that even Ragna managed to fall asleep in her chair, not really minding the sunlight streaming through the windows. The barbarian gently woke the girl up to apologize for not leaving the library at night, although she didn't really mind and decided to rest before opening. She suggested that he calm down and take her word that she wasn't upset about him spending the night in the library and that he shouldn't beat himself up about it. Her words had enough impact to make the main character start thinking about how mysterious and unfamiliar Ragna really is. That same morning, Bjorn was already standing in the magic tower in front of the still sleepy Raven's room, who definitely wasn't expecting any visitors, especially so early. The guy tried to offer the mage to join his team in the labyrinth, but the girl shut the door mid-sentence and was about to go back to sleep. Eventually, the barbarian managed to lure the girl out with a piece of paper, which he asked her to check for the date and time of creation. Since Raven agreed to work for free, she decided to ask Bjorn how and where he managed to get the goddess's tears while they were still in the rift. The barbarian played dumb and answered all her questions by saying he just smashed the statue in anger and only knew how to use the goddess's tears because he saw the goddess's symbol on the bottle. Eventually, Raven mentioned that this kind of info should be in a book called The Complete Book of Rifts, which nobody can seem to find. Turns out, the manuscript has a ton of useful info, but it's hard to find, which made Raven sad and made the guy start thinking about telling her that the book is literally lying in the library. For analyzing a piece of paper, the mage asked for a favor in return, to help her friends with research just once, and he would see the results in a week. A bit later, Bjorn met Misha at a cafe, who started panicking when she didn't find him at home in the morning and began to doubt that he was just reading books. But when the barbarian asked what she wanted to talk about yesterday, she got embarrassed and immediately turned to the team that had joined their tea party. It was time to discuss what the team of outcasts would do without Dwalki, so everyone decided to speak up one by one. The main character spoke first, suggesting they look for another mage, adding that he had already met two who both refused to join. Hikuro didn't like that idea, so he, the dwarf, suggested solving the issue that's keeping the mage from joining them, which means talking to his older brother. Turns out, the Baron usually drops by this cafe around this time, and Bjorn would have given up long ago if it weren't for the teary pleas of two friends who didn't want to lose each other. As expected, just a few minutes later, Baron Martuan's older brother entered the cafe with his guards and 3 servants, so it was time to make a move. Dvalki immediately jumped up from behind the table, dropped to his knees, introduced himself, and asked his relative for a few minutes to talk. But when it came time to discuss the story, all words got stuck in his throat, and the main character had to step in and save the situation. The barbarian approached the Baron and introduced himself too, adding that he wanted to talk about the ban on Dvalki entering the labyrinth, which was supposedly issued by Martuan. Oddly enough, the Baron was unaware of this situation, so one of the servants decided to explain that the situation was so trivial that he chose not to bother the Baron with it. The barbarian tried to ask the Baron to lift the ban, but he quickly refused, as if brushing off the problem. But when the same servant explained to his master that they were dealing with none other than Little Balkan, Martuan literally lit up and immediately ordered a raise for the man and a reward for the barbarian. Bjorn's fame helped here, as the Baron immediately agreed to lift the ban if the main character would be his bodyguard at a banquet in a few days. Also, the Baron asked him to show some of his tricks to the audience at the same banquet, basically, to play the role of a circus monkey, as the barbarian himself put it. But the offered 1,000,000 stones quickly resolved the situation, and the main character, with a beaming smile, agreed to join the Count's celebration. Soon after, the issue was resolved, and Dwalki were released with permission, which pleased everyone except the still depressed mage. Also, the team was given stones for their fame, but in the end, everyone refused, and Bjorn felt too embarrassed to accept the gift alone. This appeased Murat and Dwalki, so they promised the main character to make up for all the stones he lost because of them, while the barbarian blushed and tried to decline. The next day, the labyrinth opened again, and all the seekers gathered together. as always the loudest being the barbarians who praised Little Balkan. While heading to the labyrinth, a group of barbarians got lost, but were accidentally found by Bjorn, so he decided to lead them there and share everything he knew. Hikuro noticed his friend's actions and decided to ask why he was doing this, and the main character reminds him that learning from his own mistakes would be too harsh. Actually, after the last trip to the labyrinth, the barbarian accidentally met Karak, son of Vannon, who was energetic and cheerful in the first expedition. But now he's reflecting on how the elder prepares them too little, causing many barbarians to die right away. There was no time to waste, so when the whole team was assembled, they entered the labyrinth together, intent on getting more stones. The team breezed through the first 2 floors very easily and quickly, also defeating many monsters in the desert, which they managed with ease. This time, the 3rd floor was a breeze. No Karui priestesses or awakened floor guardians, so they moved on to the 4th floor in just 9 days. The tower was similar to the 3rd floor regarding monsters, but there was a higher chance of encountering special monsters from the previous floor, so the cleanup went smoothly. But after the labyrinth, the team's tally was no more than 4 million stones, which wasn't exactly thrilling. Bjorn wasn't having an easier time either, but he tried to comfort himself with the thought that next time, the team could score much more. The next week was spent in the library with books, and then in Raven's office, who asked the main hero to help her friends with research in exchange for analyzing a document. The analysis revealed that the book about the rifts was written 1,500 years ago, right when the history of Radponia and the game began. But what exactly happened at the time the book was written remains a mystery, and these thoughts occupied almost all his time, even when he was supposed to be listening to Misha. Soon after, the date for the 5th expedition into the labyrinth came, and afterward, the squad only earned about 800,000 stones each. Later that night, the barbarian lay in bed thinking that things were still going okay, so no need to worry, and with that thought, he fell asleep. But just a few seconds later, the main hero woke up again, thinking about how the last time he relaxed like this, something bad happened, and even the thought itself was a bad omen. Now's not the time to give up and relax, so the guy slapped his own cheek and reminded himself that he needs to be ready for anything. The next morning, Misha, who had made some food for Bjorn, noticed his bad mood and asked about it, but got no reply. So she brought out some cat ears, thinking they might calm him if he petted them, but the barbarian was totally not ready for that kind of offer. She explained that her younger brother, with whom she was still close, felt much better after touching her ears. The main character leaned in closer and tried to explain that her desire to help was nice, but it's better not to talk about the ears to anyone else. After breakfast, Bjorn headed to the library and decided to have a chat with the librarian, who seemed to have something to tell him about the labyrinth, too. Magician Shernal from Tarutane School, which studies the labyrinth, mentioned that at the next opening there will be a collapse of dimensions in the labyrinth. In the game, a dimensional collapse is an extremely dangerous phenomenon that happens only once in 100 runs, but in this world, it happens regularly. Just like the labyrinth, Tarutane School and Shernal Furgang himself had been studying the dimensional collapse phenomenon for several years, which might have given them a chance to foresee it. Right after this meeting, the barbarian suddenly realized that he had found his evening entertainment, searching for at least some information about this mage. No info at all, but rumors have spread all over Rapdonia in just 10 days, shocking every labyrinth researcher, including Misha, who heard the story. Soon, even the bar's juicy rumors were replaced by the frightened voices of researchers who didn't know what to do next, or why the collapse was happening. This started to annoy the main character, as the rumors were getting on his nerves too, since no one knew what would happen in the labyrinth. So the barbarian had no choice but to take a pill that was supposed to send him to the spirit world, even though it was 3 months early. When the clock struck 12, Bjorn fell asleep, and his soul immediately shifted to a strange white world where there was nothing but a floor that looked like water. Meanwhile, back in the real world, an investigator was offered a case involving a guy named Jack, a simple office worker with only a mother who hated him left in his family. A few days ago, a camera spotted Jack returning from work to his apartment. But then he didn't go out for several days, although he wasn't in the room. The doors weren't broken into and the windows weren't smashed, with clothes left on the chair as if his body had just dissolved. No other way to put it. The case indeed turned out to be interesting, so the detective requested a fingerprint analysis, and then of the clothes. But first, the man showed Jack's computer monitor. Right then, The monitor turned on and launched a game, displaying character information, which scared both the man and the detective, especially since the monitor wasn't even connected to a network to work. While the detective was trying to figure out what kind of vision glitch it could be, the man added that the disappearing people incident wasn't just happening in Korea, but all over the world. Meanwhile, falling back into an old habit, Jack immediately sat down at the computer and started logging into the system using a password his fingers remembered by heart. But after a slip-up, the guy finally noticed that he wasn't in some barbaric body, but in his own, real one. The body he had lived in for most of his life. As soon as Jack thought about his life, an unknown white mill transformed into the main character's room, which looked exactly like a copy of his real room. Everything looked so real that he immediately rushed to the fridge where he found a bunch of his favorite drink, cola, which made him really happy. With a calm soul and a desire to try something from his own world, Jack started guzzling the cola without holding back. Unfortunately, the drink turned out to be fake, as it tasted nothing more than water. The hero couldn't drink his tears for long, as he heard a knock on the door and a female voice asking for permission to enter. The girl introduced herself as the Queen of Showers, a kind of guide for spirit hunters, who decided to help Jack and explain that this wasn't the real world, just his perception of it. Also, the girl said she couldn't see his room because of his protection stats, which made Jack doubt himself, as this was the only thing that distinguished him from the invaders who don't last long here. The Queen of Souls added that they can't kill using the tactic of separating the body from the soul anymore, so the main character has nothing to fear, especially since he's now a full-fledged member of the Evil Spirits Club. Once all the questions were sorted, the guide helped the guy figure out their forum system, which are basically rooms you can enter and see other people. For the forum, he needed to come up with a nickname, and since Bjorn was taken, Jack typed something else, which kinda surprised the girl, and she asked if Jack was a fan. The guide was running out of time, so she reminded him that if he has any questions, just call her, and then she vanished into thin air. When Jack was left alone with the laptop, it was time to join one of the forums, so he decided to start with the one for newbies. In just a few seconds, the room Jack was used to switched to a meadow with a campfire, surrounded by other players with nicknames above their heads. The first person came up and introduced himself as the team leader, then suggested the newbie think of a nickname to make himself visible. It was all so easy that within a couple of minutes, this nickname appeared and quietly shocked all the forum members, who then started grilling Jack. After just one question about the country where the main character lives, the evil spirits immediately turned away and began mentioning that if Jack is who they think he is, their chances of survival just went up. Finally, Jack thinks about how he picked his old nick Elf Nunna, under which he later posted his game walkthrough stats. But back then, it didn't bring him any popularity. To avoid more trouble, the guy immediately apologized and lied about being just a fan, even using 2 N's in his nickname instead of 1, like in the original. The moment all hopes and joy shattered with Jack's words, the team spirit instantly dropped and everyone was left hanging. Unfortunately, the negative vibe backfired on Jack, and soon all the forum members left him, leaving him alone with someone else. A person with the nickname Pink Guy decided to approach and befriend the main character, mentioning that most people receive a letter when it's clear they are evil spirits. At the same time, the guy suggests finding out what's happening in real life, which isn't worth worrying about, since 5 months in the game is just 1 month in the real world. As expected, there's no specific way to go back, but there are many different theories, just as Jack anticipated. Answering a question about the first player, the pink-haired guy talked about someone who just completed the game 5 years ago, although he's been here for about 20. After a brief survey, the main character realized that many here will see the gates before him. So, fortunately or unfortunately, he's in no rush. The pink guy immediately asked what difficulty Jack played the game on, but then added that in Korea, the game isn't original, so you can't choose the difficulty there. The stranger himself completed the game on the easiest difficulty, where unique artifacts appear more often, enemies are weaker, and there's a lot more loot. Jack was shocked because he could have just bought or found the original game and finished it in less than a year, instead of spending over 5 years on it. Most people here also played on the easiest difficulty, and those who completed the game on level 15, which is way harder, are few and far between. But that didn't help fix our hero's ego. Meanwhile, the stranger went to her boss and reported that she had collected all the necessary evidence and erased all traces, so nothing would leak online. The girl added that the disappearance victim was a bit mean, but otherwise a completely normal person in everything except for inheriting the Oriel Gevis game. The game was perfect 5 years ago, but it was soon scrapped because no one could ever beat it, which made the fact that someone did beat it even more surprising. And that someone turned out to be the main character, who spent a ton of time and proved that even this game could be beaten with a hell of a lot of effort. Meanwhile, Jack continued to explore the world of spirits, recalling a conversation with the pink-haired guy that happened in that room. Although the talk soon turned to favorite foods and drinks from the real world, this fireside chat helped the main character relax and shake off all the stress, knowing he wasn't alone here. Similarly, Jack learned that the spirit world only summons players for 12 hours, and with only 7 hours left for him, he needed to hurry. After browsing through several sites in Jack's database, he found a market where you can pay for answers to your questions with the local currency, ghost points. Jack's massive gaming experience really paid off here, earning him some good cash by answering questions and sorting them by value. At one point, an evil spirit decided to make an offer using the points earned, and right then a seller responded, asking for a one-on-one meeting. The main character decided to specifically ask about the Taratane school and its associated Chernal Fergang to better understand if the seller was legit. When the guy mentioned a collapse, the dude almost believed the rumors were true, but the seller dismissed it since high-ranking officials and political turmoil were involved. The man began to explain that the Taratane school focuses on researching different dimensions and their magic, including the labyrinth. Chernal decided to experiment by artificially reducing the number of researchers entering the labyrinth this time, hence the rumor about a dimensional collapse. But soon, the royal family, wanting to earn more, will force more researchers into the labyrinth. Jack, happy with what he heard, was about to transfer 400,000 stones and an extra 20 for the information. But the man declined, saying he had already been quite harsh with his fellow Elf Nuna enthusiast. The main character pondered how well the seller had settled in here, to the point where 400,000 stones didn't matter much to him, and he had loads of information, while Jack found nothing despite days of searching. When the deal was done, the guy decided to head back, thinking that the spirit world isn't part of the game. So no matter who anyone is or how hard the game they play, here he's still a newbie. And despite all this, with more questions than answers, he felt a strange joy. He actually enjoyed figuring it all out. The evil spirit pondered that it never even crossed his mind to think about how many years someone had spent on the game, or whether he could complete it solo. Meanwhile, in the real world, a man watched Jack's progress and noticed that the Barbarian was the first to reach the second floor of the labyrinth from his very first attempt, despite being in such a terrible state. He decided that such success in 2 months wasn't just luck, because otherwise they would have seen something similar with other evil spirits. But it was still an unusual situation. The man recalled a time when everyone was trashing the game, calling it a failure, criticizing its difficulty and impossibility to complete. There was someone who denied everything. This someone swore to train at least one person well enough to send him into the game world and increase the survival chances of other evil spirits. Meanwhile, all 12 hours in the spirit world passed, and the main character wakes up in the body of the Barbarian right where he fell asleep, noticing that only 13 seconds had passed here. The Barbarian decided to be more careful with the pills to survive and avoid suspicion, but for now, pleased with the situation, Björn stretched and decided to go back to sleep. The next morning, the Barbarian walked ahead of Baron Martuan's carriage in his finest outfit through the streets of Carnona, the Empire's capital, already planning where to go after the meeting. Despite the main character's desire to avoid any conflicts, the Barbarian's walk did not sit well with a servant, who immediately scolded the Barbarian and explained that he needed to walk right down the center. It's not like the Barbarian liked the suit, and now there's this lowly servant scolding him, who could easily be put in the middle or at the end of the procession. There are still 6 kilometers to go to Baron Martuan's banquet, so they'll have to somehow get along with the perpetually disgruntled, almost old man who keeps yelling. Upon arrival, the carriage is greeted by the Baron himself, almost glowing with happiness to see little Balkan at his banquet, and immediately mentions a reward. But soon Martuan had to step away, and Bjorn was left standing alone, like a monkey in a circus, surrounded by people worried that the Barbarian might disrupt the banquet. Suddenly, out of nowhere, an officer approached the main character, offering him to sit down with him on a bench and take a break, which the main character was happy about. A bit later, the stranger introduced himself as Karls Erimor, a current officer and former explorer, which kind of endeared Bjorn to him. From the start, Karls proved to be a good guy, and it was even strange that he didn't show the typical knightly arrogance, something the servant could learn from. Speaking of the servant, there he is, already going off on the main character for deciding to sit down out of the blue, but the officer immediately explained that it was his idea. That didn't help much, and the servant continued, asking what all the guests and knights would think when they see such a huge and intimidating barbarian sitting on a bench. They'll think Bjorn is weak, so the servant suggests he stand up and be a warrior with iron blood to entertain the crowd, and little Balkan immediately started to doubt. The promise of 1,000,000 stones quickly changed the barbarian's mind, and with the law out for a stroll, the guy got up and let out his fiercest war cry, instantly grabbing the crowd's attention. When asked why, his answer was as simple as the soul of any strong and typical barbarian, because he just felt like it. The plan is working like a charm, especially when Bjorn immediately starts devouring food at the feast table, scaring the servant even more. And chewing on a bone, the barbarian turns to the servant, subtly hinting that his shiny bald head looks very smashable and he's not joking. The servant's smile quickly dropped when he figured that no one was joking around now. Better not to disturb the barbarian, the servant decided, and fled the scene to cheers from Karls, who really enjoyed the show. Turns out it wasn't just Karls, but other banquet guests started laughing too, and the festive atmosphere gradually began to liven up, all thanks to one huge man. Everyone got so lively that right after the show, 2 girls ran up to the barbarian and asked to touch his hand, having never seen such warriors before. After the girls, an elderly couple approached Bjorn, asking him to shout just like he did the first time. Instead, he thought it was a better idea to mention the goddess Behela in an opera song, which is exactly what he did. Either the old folks decided to play along, or they were so moved by the aggressive barbarian's opera that they started crying from memories right there. It ended up with all the banquet's attendees gathering around the barbarian, wanting either to get acquainted or to sing a little song. Only the knight cadets, who were initially the center of attention, were displeased and began discussing little Balkan. Luckily for Bjorn, but unfortunately for the crowd, Baron Martuan had returned and decided to take the guy with him, wanting to introduce his bodyguard to the barons and other high officials. The first new acquaintance for the barbarian was Mr. Wincont, who immediately asked what brought little Balkan to such a place. Bjorn explained that he pays service for service and is ready to protect the baron at the cost of his own life. Of course, Baron Marton wanted to appear selfless, so he started arguing that he was somewhat against it, but little Balkan insisted on it himself. A similar script followed for the next 13 conversations with other officials, and among them, fewer than 15 were worthy of being called aristocrats. When the barbarian was reintroduced to all the nobles, it was time to talk with them and also to show his strength, as Bjorn and Marotan had agreed. A bit later, a knight who was already familiar with the main character joined them. Baron Martuan was a bit surprised that Bjorn knew the current Captain Krovitz, whose status had already baffled the barbarian himself. Paul Krovitz explained that he temporarily took over as captain of the 3rd Paladin Division, even though he was dealing with the body of Eliza, brought by the Balkan squad from the catacombs. Right there, the captain shared the story of their meeting and added that the order he belongs to really values their friendship, so they're always ready to help. After 3 more hours of talking, new steps echoed in the hall, and the crowd happily noted that a certain Count Ferdehilt had finally arrived at the ball. Baron Martuan wasn't too pleased with this encounter and got nervous right away, especially since the Count was very eager to meet Bjorn, which Bjorn didn't like either. Count Ferdehilt joyfully shook the barbarian's hand and shared that he had been looking forward to their meeting for a long time, which made the barbarian a bit wary, since in the game such an event could only happen after a long time, not just a couple of weeks. If the Count started cozying up to the main character, calling him Big Balkan because of his height, it meant he needed something from the guy, the main character figured. As expected, a duel competition of knight cadets was to happen a bit later, where Count Ferdehilt wanted to invite Bjorn as one of the duelists. But when they offered him 2,000,000 stones just for participating, no snide looks or words from the knights could stop him. Especially since winning the competition would earn the artifact Garfasa's necklace, which could melt a crystal into a random substance. And just like with the Frosty Ring, which had similar designs, there's another hidden use that nobody knows about. Baron Martuan and his servant decided to be extra cautious around Bjorn, who was already geared up for victory and was emitting a strange, bloody aura as if he was ready to kill for it. At that moment, Things were lining up so interestingly for the Barbarian that he decided to take the risk and stop preparing for the worst-case scenario where he couldn't defend himself. Marchuan still decided to approach and ask how strong the Barbarian was, and he claimed that 10 seconds was all he needed to smash most of the contestants' skulls. The servant remembered their last encounter at the banquet and decided it was better to save his own head, while the Baron offered to throw in an extra million if the main character won. So the Barbarian decided he'd do everything possible to win, especially now that he was being offered a financial incentive. But as soon as Baron Marchuan and the servant left, a group of knightly rats gathered around the guy, seriously doubting the warrior's strength. The Barbarian decided to teach the knights a lesson and added that not even a newbie would attack 3 against 1, as it's the most basic disrespect to warrior's honor. To further teach his opponents a lesson, Bjorn yelled across the area about how 3 of them decided to attack their opponent before the duel to scare him. The offended knights immediately turned around and swore that the guy would pay for publicly shaming the knights, which the Barbarian was only too happy about. The duel kicked off, and the judge announced the 3 warriors who'd be fighting, including Bjorn from Baron Martuan's house, just as he wanted. The first opponent facing our main hero turned out to be a red-haired knight who had previously insulted his warrior honor, even though he was no better himself. The red-haired knight raised his sword to the heavens and began reciting a knight's oath for a fair fight, introducing himself as Sylvanius of Baron Hessen's house. But his oath was suddenly cut off by a barbaric battle cry, which immediately earned a storm of loud applause, annoying Sylvanius. The knight's first attack, during which he duplicated his sword, was in vain as Bjorn parried all 3 swords, including the real one. Underestimating the knight was a bad idea, so Bjorn unleashed a wild surge, boosting his physical attributes 3-fold. A wild surge in front of people works differently. Either your enemy starts fearing you more, or gets filled with fighting spirit and charges into battle. Sylvanius was the latter and immediately lunged at the main hero, just as he remembered he didn't have a shield, so he'd have to defend in another way. The sword struck Bjorn's arm but only caused a minor wound, although it was enough for his poisonous blood to start spraying. The blood splashed onto the knight's face, and he didn't even notice when the Barbarian grabbed him by the neck and decided to deal with his head problem. Right after the fight, in the makeshift hospital, the priestess was healing Sylvia and scolding the Barbarian for such a heavy hit that could have killed the knight. And when the main character suggested counting the knockout since the guy was still alive, the priestess felt an unprecedented level of stupidity, as if her head was filled with 3 clueless barbarians. At some point, the knight managed to wake up, seemingly forgetting the entire fight, but still thanked Bjorn for his help. The Barbarian didn't believe Sylvia's sincerity, so he asked him to repeat exactly what he had said to his opponent before the fight. After repeating the words verbatim, all his memory came rushing back and the guy frantically grabbed his head, as if checking if his brains were still there. The knight immediately knelt down and started begging for forgiveness for his words, while Bjorn smirked and added that it looked like his head problems were indeed over. On his way out, the main hero ran into Baron Martuan and started discussing the near-fatal incident with Knight Sylvia and whether it was okay that the Barbarian nearly killed someone from a wealthy family. Baron Martuan reassured the warrior that duels are meant for someone to die, but there would be no issues, as both he and Count Ferdahilt vouched for the Barbarian. Bjorn's next opponent turned out to be Sir Quartian, the second of the trio of musketeers, who was very unhappy that the Barbarian decided to fight again after nearly committing murder. But no more words were said when the Barbarian grabbed his axe and struck the knight, winning in just 3 seconds, just as he promised the Baron. The crowd was cheering and shouting with joy, which kind of surprised the warrior. 'Cause really, did they enjoy watching a knight get his head smashed in? That's how the Barbarian made it to the semi-finals, showing off how he could break not just heads, but also the spines of knights, though not the spine of Sylvia and Quartian's friend. Meanwhile, in the makeshift hospital, this was the 3rd knight who really wanted to convert to the priestess's faith, leaving the priestess just sitting there, baffled. Even the Baron was damn surprised and pleased with the spine-crushing techniques and was about to ask where Bjorn learned all that, but he decided to rest before the final battle. The last opponent turned out to be Knight Albatross, who swore service to Baron Ferdahilt, possessing essences of an orc hero, a cyclops, and a giant golem. Before the fight, the main hero took off his armor, deciding it was too uncomfortable to lug that carnival costume around. As soon as the fight started, Albatross immediately pointed his two-handed sword at the guy and offered the barbarian to strike first, dropping his guard. Bjorn expected such a reaction, and that's exactly why he used Gigantism and Wild Surge together now, scaring the knight and intimidating him with the threat level. That was enough for the opponent to freeze in place and not even be able to move, as the barbarian started approaching. Finally, the survival instincts kicked in, and Albatross started running for his life from the field, even dropping his sword. When the main hero canceled his gigantification, the knight's head snapped back into place. He was already past the battlefield, so he started heading back, mumbling that he did it on purpose. But then, the evil and disgraced Count Ferdahilt stepped in, asking how much longer he intended to embarrass the Count, which even scared Bjorn. Meanwhile, Erwin couldn't accept the situation and kept practicing her magic and working with spirits, motivated by the thought that if she got stronger, she wouldn't lose anyone. Tercia was standing outside the door when she noticed her sister's distressed state and decided to go in and ask if everything was all right. Erwin immediately changed her expression and reassured her older sister that all was well. She was just practicing with the spirits, so it would be better if Tercia came back later. Tercia had to agree and left the room, wondering whether to tell her younger sister that Bjorn was still alive. Grief and ignorance helped Erwin make contracts with all 4 spirits, and she had already given 3 of them free reign, which amazed Tercia, especially in such a short time. Ultimately, Tercia decided it was better to tell her later and give her more time to train, since Erwin was already capable of facing 7th-rank enemies on her own. But when Tercia noticed that the grieving situation was getting much worse, she ran to the library and checked the book on essences, where she found Kanibaro with his special effect of obsession. After a few more pages, Tercia realized that obsession was also an effect of the Goblin Archer and the Defender of the Steel Valley's essence, which explained Erwin's behavior. Since the elf found the cause of the illness but couldn't just remove the essences, she decided to find a substitute first, then sign up for their removal. But while resting, the girl suddenly woke up and wondered, what direction would Erwin's obsession turn if she found out Bjorn was still alive? At 2 in the morning, the carriage with the main character arrived at the hotel, and now it was time to rest. For attending the banquet, fighting in the tournament, winning it, and even taking home the cup, all in one day, the barbarian scored an unbelievable 4 million stones and long-lasting fame among the high ranks. Even though Baron Martuan was happy, Count Ferdahilt was really pissed and kindly asked the barbarian to wait until he called him and not to accept offers from other nobles. Bjorn also got a necklace that's super rare in the labyrinth, but he used up all his luck for the day, so he decided to keep breathing carefully. By morning, the main character realized what the Count was talking about, as his table was covered with letters from nobles inviting him to banquets and then duels, offering good money too. In the end, he had to write a refusal to each one by hand, because ignoring them could lead to nobles seeking revenge, and accepting even one would provoke the Count. Eventually, Bjorn decided to find out more about the Count when the evil spirits community opens up again. But for now, he needs to go see Raven. Today, the main character was supposed to help someone older than her, but for some reason, the mage decided not to tell who exactly. So, it turned out to be the old man who always doubted Bjorn, and that very wizard who gave him the frost ring and with whom the barbarian has terrible relations. While the guy was fuming about the meeting, Raven tried to calm everyone down and explained that the man insisted, or as the barbarian heard, forced her to arrange the meeting. It turned out he needed help testing a machine that should be able to detect an evil spirit among people. After all the torture he went through with Raven, the barbarian first asked if the thing was safe, to which the master laughed, and then asked if the barbarian doubted the mage of Xolya Altemion. Bjorn pondered that the girl would likely side with her teacher, and the machine might not even exist, as the master himself wasn't sure of the results. When the barbarian finally agreed to the experiment, the mage suddenly got nervous and asked if Bjorn should have doubted the machine's safety. The annoyed guy immediately added that it would be great to just do the experiment and leave, since his beloved warrior's sleep awaited him at home. In the end, when the main character stepped out the door, Raven immediately started questioning the master about what all that was and why he hadn't told her anything. The girl pointed to the chair where the main character was supposed to sit and added that she understood the master's suspicions, but they were very strangely implemented. Raven explained that if the mage saw the barbarian as so suspicious, instead of this circus, he could have just reported him to the secret police and be done with it. The master mentioned that if things had gone that way, Little Balkan would have been killed already and then decided to leave, saying he wanted to sleep, so better not ask anything more. At some point, the girl realized the evil spirit needed to be alive for the master. But why, exactly? Meanwhile, Bjorn was lying in bed, a bit worn out from the emotional shock. But luckily, barbarians are pretty good actors. Just a few seconds later, his thoughts shifted to Misha, who hovered over the main character as soon as she entered the room, since he was the one who gave her the keys. So he grabbed her hand and led her somewhere, murmuring that he needed her. Eventually, Misha started helping the barbarian write responses to the nobles, because although the answers were always simple, there were a ton of letters. At the regular team meeting of outcasts, the dwarf, Dwalki, and Rotmiller refused to enter the labyrinth due to widespread rumors of a world collapse. Not that the main character minded, since after his last trip to the Blood Citadel, it had resumed, and he decided to take only Misha with him to pave the way to the Citadel. Soon, news spread across the country that the dimensional collapse was a hoax and nothing terrible would happen in the labyrinth. As Bjorn was getting ready to leave, he turned down Hikuro, who begged to come along, explaining that he had already taken on the task, which made the dwarf burst into hysterical laughter. Hearing this, Misha got visibly nervous, not understanding when the barbarian had taken up the bodyguard gig. But he reassured her it was just an excuse. The guy openly admitted that this time he was planning to head to the rift and had even specifically researched in the library how to get there. Misha was curious why they couldn't tell Hikuro, even though she herself hadn't told anyone about using the Ring of the Frost Spirit. As she polished her weapon to a shine, she almost swore to him, seeing he was a bit doubtful of her words. But after all, he had asked her to keep this secret. Then she realized that Hikuro, who loved to chat over a drink, would have spilled the beans long ago if he were in her shoes. Dvalki would try his best, but he might still accidentally blab, though she was more skeptical about Rotmiller. Looking at his interlocutor, Bjorn noticed that her words perfectly matched his thoughts. This guy was the simplest and most talkative of the entire team. Rotmiller could keep a secret, but he'd be nosing around with questions about who, what, where, and why. Genuinely surprised, Misha now understood why her companion hadn't told anyone about his intentions. But it was to her that Bjorn confessed, simply because she was surprisingly meticulous about almost everything, but mainly because she knew how to keep quiet and couldn't lie. With these signs, the barbarian can always tell if she's lying to him or not. Plus, she's never let him down before. Suddenly, he stunned the beast girl by admitting he trusted her, and she almost choked on air from surprise, even got a bout of hiccups. At that moment, she felt it getting really stuffy, not understanding why Bjorn felt nothing. There are just 8 days left until the labyrinth opens, seems like a lot. But there's so much to prepare, and it's going to take a ton of time. A bit later, the barbarian tried on some enchanted gear soaked with lightning, and now his weapon temporarily gains the lightning element. Then he picked up a potion Bjorn had been wanting to try for a while, but never got around to it, and had to spend 2 million stones on everything. The first day of preparation was intense, and the next day he brought the shaman 4 million, even though it had been 2 months since he promised him that. After a small ritual, the barbarian's willpower and spirit increased, and the immortality mark was activated. The next day, Misha was worried about her friend and almost begged him to eat and wash up, but with his increased spirit, he can now stay in his giant form 1.5 times longer than before. When Bjorn headed to the library, the girl kept tagging along, insisting that she likes to read sometimes too. The barbarian didn't push her away. After all, she was a good helper and they set off together, only to be forced to learn the Parsitive spell. Ranga only shared it with them because she couldn't use it around others, and Bjorn suddenly declared that it should have been told only to him, as if he still didn't trust his companion. Maybe he was right about that, and the librarian asked Karlstein to forget what he had just heard. There were 5 days left, during which the barbarian also had to endure Raven's instructions, and he didn't even thank her, just said it wasn't easy. He was gifted a pass to the tower in the form of a round stone. Now he can come any time, since the mage girl is curious to see how the real trouble magnet is doing. The rest of the time flew by quickly, and D-Day arrived, with many sending off little Balkan with sincere wishes of good luck. They also thanked him like a hero, which made him laugh, but they saw him as a reliable mentor. Somehow everyone believed in him, though he had only given a couple of tips, but even Hikuro now looked at the barbarian differently. This friendliness from the fans seemed suspicious to Bjorn, and he asked the dwarf not to take everything to heart and not to blindly believe. Rotmiller and the others left first, while Misha and the Barbarian stayed behind, saying they still needed to meet with a client. Dwalki, genuinely wishing his friends luck, gave them a farewell smile, hoping they'd meet again soon. Half an hour later, the heroes stood by a portal glowing with pink light, but it was too early to enter. Bjorn was waiting for the right moment. He wanted to double their experience and was staring into the glow, and a minute later, they found themselves on the first floor of a crystal cave. Suddenly, Misha exclaimed in surprise as a portal to the second floor appeared right in front of them, but she couldn't figure out why this phenomenon occurred. It might have been an instability in the dimension. The girl was hesitant about whether to enter, but the Barbarian knew something and confidently went through. Rottmiller, in such a situation, would have considered all his efforts pointless if he knew about such a shortcut, just like Misha when she used the ring. Braun took his class very seriously and believed that he could open the portal himself if he worked hard enough. But Bjorn thought he was lucky, and when they stepped through the portal window, he doubted that luck as they ended up in a rocky desert. Moreover, they needed to reach the beast's lair and obtain the necessary crystals, and Bjorn, pulling out a compass, figured they had to go back and head east for about 2 days. On their way, they encountered a herd of 9th-rank gnomes looking more like clay dolls, but they possessed an integration skill, so you could only see them within 3 meters. These gnomes turned out to be weak opponents. The heroes dealt with them quickly, but Misha had more trouble collecting crystals, which would have been easier if Dwalki had been there. Suddenly, the girl heard something and then saw people heading their way, but she wasn't sure what the right move was. Examining the approaching crowd, the Barbarian wasn't sure either, but it definitely didn't mean anything good, since they got here in just 3 hours. Looks like they used a spindar, that's why they were so fast, but Bjorn wasn't bothered since the portal was already open. Seeing their top-notch gear, which could open portals, Misha felt a bit jealous, while the Barbarian believed they'd soon have the same. They were always treated as outcasts, and the girl was used to it. But now she was surprised by her companion's ambition, thinking it was because he was a barbarian. With a hint of irritation in his voice, the guy thought she was trying to insult him, but she explained to the fool that her words had a different meaning and that she thought he was cool. Realizing his first reaction was hasty, Bjorn stayed silent, just that this girl could sometimes be too straightforward, and she giggled merrily at his behavior, which showed that he also thought of himself as a silly barbarian. The travelers kept going. It had been 19 hours since the labyrinth opened, and then they met a few more strangers. People noticed that these two had a huge mace and an expanding backpack. It was clear they were envious and probably planning to snatch their stuff. Plus, Bjorn's appearance seemed odd to these folks, travelers who looked like they should be on the upper floors, yet were wandering the starting area. For a moment, the Barbarian remembered the crap he had to go through in the past until he met Erwin. He even wondered how she was doing now, though she must be fine since her little sister is loaded. Thinking about this, Bjorn decided to meet up with her, but then he noticed a guy from the crowd staring at him like he was drilling a hole through him. The look in this guy's eyes didn't sit well with the Barbarian. It screamed envy and greed, as if he didn't realize that taking him down would be easier than a goblin. Staring back at this dude, Bjorn felt uneasy, and then bluntly asked what he wanted from him. The redhead started shaking, realizing that the huge traveler was pissed off by his staring and quickly apologized. Misha, who hadn't seen any danger from the encounter yet, didn't understand why her companion was getting so worked up. The tension was rising, though, and you could tell by the Barbarian's demeanor that he was about to rip the poor guy's eyes out, who was just looking their way. Bjorn decided to clear something up and asked what the audacious guy's name was, and he introduced himself as Hans Ivan. This really surprised the Barbarian. He couldn't believe the name was different by just one letter, and yet he asked the redhead to repeat his name. For a moment, Bjorn's rage subsided when he realized his mistake, but then the guy admitted that his name used to be Hans, but he changed it because it was too common. The Barbarian's anger returned. He understood why he felt something unpleasant the moment he saw this dude, and in a terrifying voice, he demanded that the redhead never dare change his name back, or else there would be trouble. While he was sorting this out, Misha noticed something and immediately told Bjorn, who realized they needed to run because a rift was about to open. As they ran, he was consumed with anger towards the stranger, not believing that changing a name could help, and if you were born Hans, you'd stay Hans. But they had to hurry. From the game, he knew rifts open every 3 days, and since they were only on day 1, someone must have used his method. This made Bjorn even angrier, considering he had spent so much money on the game. It must be an ex-player or someone smart, but they would only find out once they got inside. And to reach their goal faster, the barbarian scooped up Misha like a doll and ran faster. While running, his feet barely touched the ground. He just managed to shout to the girl to hold on tight. And suddenly, they found themselves in a different place. After jumping through a rift, they landed on the first floor covered in snow, where they immediately ran into 3 people. These people, who seemed trustworthy to the barbarian and the beast girl right away, introduced themselves. The young guy was Carlson, the bear-like man was named Abman Urikfried, and the brunette was Jensia Nefrin. The barbarian also introduced himself to the new folks, and shared that he and Misha were traveling together. The girl was visibly surprised that her friend didn't start off with aggression and was now taking on a defender's role. Nefrin admitted she was trained in reconnaissance and had absorbed the essence of a goblin archer, while Carlson had already fought in the vanguard using a sword and shield. Bjorn realized that this girl was a first-floor level, and the guy was second floor, noting that things here weren't like in the bloody citadel. Then the barbarian quickly figured out that since rifts open every 5 to 6 months, there shouldn't be any explorers from the middle floors here. They themselves planned to head to the beast's den and then open a rift 3 days after the labyrinth opened. It now seemed logical to him that these 3 were just newbies who hadn't even peeked at the second floor for a minute. Carlson and Nefrin seemed okay, but the huge guy with them was making the barbarian suspicious. On Abman's shoulder, the barbarian noticed a massive crossbow that matched well with this bruiser's size. Bjorn introduced himself as a 6th-rank researcher and his girlfriend as 7th. Then Urikfried admitted he was only 5th rank. Now both big guys were suspicious of each other, and the bear man kept answering a question with another question. But then Bjorn got chatty and shared that usually their team was bigger, but this time they came in pairs without a scout. That's why they were stuck on the first floor. Coincidentally, Abman had the same issue, except he claimed he had left his team a long time ago. After sizing up the bruiser from head to toe again, the barbarian figured his words could be true. This guy didn't look like a newbie at all. Then he took another hard look at the other 2 researchers, who suddenly seemed flustered as if trying to hide their real identities. But they still had to decide how to split the loot, and Bjorn decided that Misha would absorb the Guardian's essence, and they'd split the rest with a dice roll. After everyone agreed on the terms, Abman suggested they move out, and they continued their journey together in battle formation. This place seemed weird and unfamiliar to the barbarian. He used to roam only through the dark spots of the labyrinth, but this place was super bright. They walked carefully, ice under their feet almost all the time, slippery and seemingly ready to crack open any second. Ahead was the rift, exactly where Bjorn wanted to get initially. Plus, the items they bought should really help them out. At first, the path seemed relatively calm, but after half an hour, they ran into a huge Yeti monster that only lives in glacier caves. Nefrin was a bit scared, unsure if they could handle this beast, but this monster guards the rift they need to pass, so they have to beat it to move on. The barbarian just smirked. For him, such a creature was just a minor nuisance, confident he could handle it alone. He asked the others to stay out of the way and not interfere. But Abman didn't want to seem like a wimp and volunteered to go first, loading his massive crossbow on the move. The arrow he loaded was no small thing either, more like a spear, and he already aimed at the monster ahead and pressed the trigger. The arrow, with a grappling hook skill, hit the target, but the monster wasn't fatally wounded, yet it started thrashing trying to pull it out. This gave the other heroes a chance to show off their skills, and Abman stepped aside to let them finish the job. Not everyone charged forward because the barbarian was already heading to finish off the monster while it was trying to pull an arrow from its paw. With his shield in front, Bjorn went straight for it head-on, his fierce gaze as fearless as ever. The ground was slippery, but the barbarian kept his footing well and landed several blows on the beast before calling for Misha. Without wasting a second, the girl immediately dashed forward and, flipping through the air, flew at the monster with her blades out. It was one of her signature moves, as the blades of her weapons found their target in the creature's eyes and pierced right through its skull to the back. The Yeti was defeated. The barbarian felt proud, hoping the others realized the special skills he and his feline friend possessed. While all 3 looked on in amazement, especially Carlson and Nefrin, the barbarian's glance made it clear that they shouldn't become his enemies. Abman didn't want to show his surprise. He just smirked and complimented the abilities of his new acquaintances. Next, they headed to the ice cave, where they easily defeated a countless swarm of frost wolves, gaining a lot of experience. Everyone worked together smoothly, and no one shied away from participating in the fight, though Bjorn and Misha did most of the heavy lifting. Sometimes wolf monsters surrounded them from all sides, but the cat girl's agility helped her dodge and skillfully slash them with her blades. Even Mr. Bear managed to take down a couple of monsters. His crossbow works great for hitting a single target, but it wasn't much help in area attacks. After dealing with the wolves, the explorers found a pillar with information that could get them through the rift in just an hour, but no one volunteered to lead the group. Now the barbarian thought that the huge guy was just pretending to be a hose, and ahead of them was a descent that gave off creepy vibes. But the barbarian wasn't scared and just asked the others not to get in his way. Stepping on one of the steps, Bjorn realized there was a hideout there, but he decided to come back for it later to keep it secret. As they descended deeper into the cave, it got significantly brighter, which didn't make sense to Carlson. Further on, they entered a large hall where the icy chunks magically sparkled, which the girls particularly liked. But the main thing was a structure in the middle that looked like a pillar, and Nephrin immediately wanted to touch it, after which the pillar started glowing. Thinking it through, Abman guessed it was a key, which meant that some monsters should appear now, and then the passage itself would open. The brute's thinking was like a gamer's, and the barbarian agreed with him, but he expected a whole horde of monsters to appear, and with them, a boss too. Just like that, the long-sealed tyrant began to awaken. The walls around him cracked, and from those cracks, a bunch of monsters emerged, sensing their boss waking up. Nephrin got nervous, and even Abman was surprised. He didn't expect this at all, while the barbarian thought it best to retreat to the staircase where it would be easier to set up a defense. The first wave hit them with about 20 frost wolves, followed by 8th-rank fanged tiger monsters. Misha took on the tigers, while the barbarian had to deal with an ice golem that needed to be smashed immediately because such creatures slow down the debuff. Bjorn used all his strength and with one swing dealt with the huge ice monster, smashing its skull with his mace. Once the bulk of the smaller beasts were destroyed, a chilling screech echoed around, and onto the field stepped the Lord himself, Katumba, a Yeti mutant with an incredible array of skills. Seeing the humans, the monster first used a suppression skill, and the explorers were immediately enveloped by an unpleasant, paralyzing sensation. Bjorn had already felt this skill on his own skin once before thanks to marauders, but this time the feeling was even stronger. Nephrin and Carlson couldn't move and got really anxious, but they didn't know that the effect could be easily removed if you take damage right after freezing. Misha knew this and immediately bit her lips so hard that the blood wouldn't stop, and it helped her overcome the suppression. The barbarian used a different method to boost his magic resistance stats, and as soon as he could move, he charged into battle. With a wild surge, he rushed to finish off the remaining monsters to reach the boss and destroy it. Misha immediately followed him, annoyed that he didn't listen to her plea to not go into the thick of battle alone. As the heroes approached the boss, it unleashed a cold blast, and instantly, an icy whirlwind burst from its mouth, freezing everything in its path. The barbarian quickly shielded himself, and thanks to his skills, the whirlwind just tingled, and he immediately struck the Yeti monster in the face. The hit was so powerful that the beast immediately swallowed a couple of its own teeth and was washed in its own blood. That wasn't the only hit. Bjorn kept pounding the monster like a punching bag, only instead of gloves, he had a shield and a mace. While the barbarian was busy, Abman cast an enhancement, and the arrow he loaded into his crossbow was now covered in fiery energy. His weapon became much more dangerous, and when he pulled the trigger, the arrow flew straight into the eye of the huge monster. The damage was so severe that it hit not only the mutant monster, but also scorched the remaining minions with a blast of flames. Misha was shocked. She'd never seen an arrow that powerful before, and even the barbarian doubted his knowledge, thinking an arrow could only hit one target. But now he realized that the Bear Man had always had an area of effect skill, and he never even mentioned it. On the other hand, it wasn't exactly an area attack, but thanks to Mr. Bear, they quickly dealt with the 9th wave. After defeating the monsters, it was time to divide the loot, and as a reward, there was an essence that Abman allowed his comrades to share among themselves. But then the barbarian stepped up, stating they could only take the essence of the frost wolf, which he couldn't care less about. The other essence, from the Yeti monster, Bjorn decided to keep for himself, making it clear that he wouldn't take no for an answer. His voice at that moment was so menacing that Carlson and Nephrin immediately waved their hands, asserting they were totally fine with it. Misha immediately approached the barbarian with congratulations, saying that with this essence, he would now become much stronger. But he slightly snapped back, annoyed because he had grabbed that item specifically for his companion, which really surprised her. The girl was quite flustered. She naturally would love to have such an item, but something else was bothering her. Before asking her question, Misha warned her buddy not to take it the wrong way or get offended, wondering what she owed Bjorn for the essence. This question caught the main hero off guard. He wanted to give it to Misha as a gift, even though it was quite pricey, and now he couldn't figure out what she thought of him. The 7th rank Yeti essence really has some solid stats, it boosts a bunch of skills, and even helps with cold resistance. Plus, it increases sensitivity to cold, and all these skills could be useful for many years to come. The essence also provides a passive skill that lowers the target's immunity to cold, while the active skill greatly increases cold sensitivity. Bjorn noted that the game was too balanced in these parts, though it would be better if the stat bonuses were significantly higher. Misha's touch, almost in tears, still eager to know what she owed for such an essence, distracted him from his thoughts. The barbarian actually decided to invest in his own safety this way, explaining to his friend that you need to look out for your buddies. Meanwhile, he couldn't understand why Misha was still fussing over the gift and not rushing to consume it, just staring at it as if mesmerized. While Bjorn kept grumbling, the girl decided to delay no longer and reached for the essence, which immediately penetrated her soul. Karlstein immediately felt something off and figured it might be because it had been 2 years since her last absorption. Suddenly, Carlson and Nephrin approached them, looking oddly out of sorts, then handed over the essence that the barbarian had given them. They declared they didn't need the item, which sounded more than a bit weird since they were supposed to be noobs. Yet here they were, tossing away a precious essence. Carlson immediately explained that since the essence came from a frost wolf, it definitely wasn't a fit for him. It was a 9th rank essence. He saw nothing special in it and thought he'd get something better later. The barbarian still found it suspicious, though the answer was ambiguous, but the chances were high that this rift would drop a lot of essences. It was the same story with Gensia. She already knew how costly removing an essence could be, so she didn't want to repeat past mistakes and still only use the essence from a goblin archer. Previously, Bjorn might not have suspected anyone in this mafia list of using essences, but now nobody had taken it using flawless excuses. These two seemed to be in cahoots, though they acted all innocent, pretending to be simpletons, but they had to keep moving. Suddenly, Misha sounded the alarm after spotting a sudden danger above and screamed at the top of her lungs. Everyone immediately saw a huge paw breaking through the ice, and then a monster wolf emerged, its size unbelievably massive. Misha instantly recognized it as a lycanthrope, whose size made Amban stutter, and everyone realized this was the final boss. Boss Tyrant Tarunbas spotted the uninvited guests himself, and it pissed him off. He unleashed an icy crush. The ground beneath the people trembled and threw them aside. Bjorn tried to keep his footing, bracing for battle, but the icy surface beneath them kept breaking apart, forming a massive chasm. All the explorers plummeted down, thinking they might smash into pieces, but eventually, they splashed into cold water. Bjorn was the first to surface. Even there, he felt the intense cold, and now he was annoyed that the patch was way too realistic. The place they ended up was an underground river with strong currents that now tossed the barbarian left and right, eventually spitting him out of a waterfall. Finding a secluded spot and shaking off the water, Bjorn felt his entire body was bruised from being thrown around like a sack of potatoes. He even thought about taking a short break, but changed his mind when he saw his wet and shivering companion in front of him. Carlson and Nephrin were also getting themselves together, though they were shivering as if they were continuously being zapped. Abman was the first to come up with a good idea in this situation. He quickly started a fire, inviting everyone to warm up and dry off by it. He often had to travel alone, so he always carried extra firewood, which came in handy this time. People were happy for the chance to warm up, but even wrapped in blankets and sitting close to the fire, they kept shivering. The bear man figured this must be a special region, and it made sense that it was very cold, but for some reason their limbs were freezing particularly badly. Meanwhile, Misha didn't feel much cold, having a resistance of about 40, and she wouldn't feel anything until it really got freezing. The girl was still worried her friend was cold, but he tried to hold on, knowing it would pass soon. Even though his whole body was shaking, he didn't feel pain, but he didn't want to worry his companion and wanted to appear strong. The girl knew he was playing the hero again, but aware of the dangers of hypothermia, she invited him to warm up with her under the blanket. This annoyed the barbarian, as such a situation could definitely be misinterpreted. And even Mr. Bear whistled, hinting at something. A little later, the heroes decided it was safe to camp here, so they set up camp, but Bjorn chose to sleep away from his partner. He was hesitant to expose his back because he still hadn't figured out which one of these three was the mafia. The new acquaintances were a bit worried they might freeze away from the campfire, but Misha assured them they had enough firewood, so all was good. Stepping further away, the girl suggested the barbarian should sleep first while she kept watch, but the guy wanted to discuss something first. He was eager to know if Misha found anyone in the trio suspicious, and turns out she did notice something odd about them. For about 5 minutes, she went on about what she observed in these travelers. She could have gone on, but Bjorn asked her to stop, especially since from everything she said, he picked up on something important and now had no doubts about who the main troublemaker was. 6 hours flew by almost unnoticed, but everyone managed to get some decent rest before they continued their expedition. They walked for a while through a dark cave, relieved that there was only one path and they just needed to follow the main trail. Naturally, they encountered monsters along the way, but the barbarian and the other travelers quickly dealt with them and took the loot. Moreover, most of the monsters were of the 8th rank, and the difficulty of advancing turned out to be a bit tougher than in the Bloody Citadel. The cold still lingered even after some time, and the shock from the hits felt more intense due to the debuff, making it clear why this region was so unique. The young explorers kept whining and worrying about their own skin, which the barbarian thought was kinda off. Now that they were fighting, Bjorn felt like their presence was totally useless, as if they might as well not have been there at all. But 4 hours later, they ran into new monsters, their skin white, making them look like ghosts, and they were called ice orcs. However, they were only rank 7, and Abman thought they'd be easy to handle, but his companion had serious doubts. She might have seemed like a scaredy cat, but she believed these beasts weren't just thrown in here for no reason, and they were already breaking through the icy barrier. They moved pretty fast, so it was hard to even get a good look at them, but the bear man was confident in his strength. Bjorn also got ready for battle, urging the others not to panic, but secretly he hoped this would make it easier for Misha to keep an eye on the rest. The monsters began their assault, and they had massive weapons they intended to use to flatten people to the ground. Meanwhile, the barbarian guessed that the mafia just wanted to clear the rift, but he was prepared for any turn of events. Their fight with the monsters was hardcore. Bjorn fought the hardest, all while thinking the mafia might pull a fast one. He acted cautiously himself, not showing all his cards and just chopping down monsters one after another. Every now and then, he noticed Carlson starting to shake with fear when an orc piled on him, even if it was wounded. Abman got curious why Misha was keeping her distance instead of running to her lover, but she countered that she and Bjorn were together, plus it was too early for her to join him. The bear man noticed his buddies fighting like kids and realizing this could end badly, decided to take matters into his own hands. He used a special skill and summoned the Iron Hero, Iradun, who not only looked terrifying but was also radiating flames. The barbarian was even surprised by this move as he had no idea Mr. Bear was a summoner. Meanwhile, Iradun didn't just stand there waiting for orders. Seeing an icy foe, he started smashing all the orcs in sight with his powerful paws. Watching the monsters shatter into pieces, Bjorn understood how Abman managed to explore alone despite just being a shooter. But now it was clear he could clear out the place before the mafia made their move, so it was time to switch to Plan B. Re-energized, the barbarian dove back into fighting the relentless ice orcs. Caught up in his aggression, he barely noticed his surroundings, missing the orc's hammer flying at him from the other side. Bjorn took a massive blow to the jaw, spat out blood, flew several meters back, and crashed to the ground with a loud thud, startling Misha. Luckily, his helmet, thick skull, and natural regeneration protected his head, and he only felt a slight dizziness. As he was coming to, he hoped his companion would stick to their plan. Suddenly, Carlson showed sympathy and concern for the barbarian, seeing he was still moving but unable to get up. Just then, an orc with a hammer appeared over Bjorn, ready to flatten him, but the guy started yelling at him like crazy. He was too scared to fight him, but then he saw a fiery arrow pierce the monster's head. That was the end for this orc. Dark energy began to flow from the wound on his head, turning into a swirl, and the orc let out its last shriek. Then it literally exploded, splattering everything around with purple blood, and the blast wave knocked people aside. Bjorn realized that Abman hadn't been idle and had used dangerous materials to defeat the huge monster. But it didn't end there. Suddenly another ice orc wizard appeared, casting an ice wall spell, and everything around started to freeze. But it seems like this monster was too confident in his own power and underestimated his opponent, as his skull was also smashed. The barbarian was just amazed at how fiercely the bear man was fighting, as if he was set to wipe out all the monsters with just one crossbow. What pleased the barbarian even more was that the orc wizard left behind a valuable essence, and now he could calmly proceed with his plan. It turned out that orcs weren't the only trouble here, and then the barbarian saw Nerfin switch weapons and adopt a beastly stride. Now she was moving in seconds, and she also used the skill Revenge, causing the enemy to suffer a fiercely sharp wound. At that very moment, unexpectedly for everyone, she stabbed Abman with a sword, admitting that she would get 30 million stones for him. Thus, the Mafia revealed their cards, and the Iron Hero Iradan was recalled because his summoner had been wounded. While Nerfin was happy thinking she'd soon be rich, she didn't notice the purple orbs flying towards her, and one hit her in the head. She figured out it was the cat girl's doing, and it pissed her off even more, but Misha just signaled Bjorn that it was time to make a move. The barbarian quickly jumped in, and standing right above the sneaky girl, unleashed a wild burst. His strike even left a hole in the ground, but Nephren managed to dodge just in time to save her life. She realized that the brute had figured out her intentions and decided to activate stealth again and use the beastly stride. But things went south when she tried to activate her skill, only to find out that her invisibility had been cancelled by a witch's paw potion. Clearly, she should have kept her mouth shut. The barbarian would have never guessed her stealth skill if she hadn't mentioned absorbing the energy from the goblin archer. Besides, there were enough hints already that the Mafia was Gensia, since she acted like she knew how to navigate this location. Plus, it was suspicious how she mentioned key things needed to advance and pretended like she didn't understand what she was talking about. Bjorn was finally convinced when Misha told him that Nephrin's scent had changed after they got out of the water. At first, this girl smelled like a beast's den, but apparently, she just dragged the mud from there on her boots. She really had to go through the beast's lair to unlock the ice cave, and after all that, there was no doubt that Nephrin was Mafia. The moment Genzia realized her skill wasn't working, Misha immediately jumped at her, ready to teach her a lesson. The cat girl wasn't just playing with her like a mouse, and she barely dodged when the blade almost gouged her eye out. She instantly jumped back, but in her panic to save her own skin, she didn't notice a barbarian was right behind her. The guy seemed to just wait for her to back into his armor and then slammed his massive shield into her spine. The hit was so hard that Nephrin started spitting blood, feeling like she was about to cough up her own spine. But she gathered her last bit of strength, leaped to the side, and cursed the barbarian, calling him and the others dumb NPCs. It was only then that Bjorn realized this girl was also a player, but even so, it changed nothing for him. Now the guy was determined to destroy her since she was planning to finish him off, and he didn't care whether she was a player or not. But trouble, as they say, never comes alone. While Bjorn was dealing with Nephrin, another ice orc appeared behind him. The guy wasn't worried at all, because with that wild surge, those creatures couldn't even scratch him. The presence of the ice orc just gave the barbarian chills. But he knew that killing this monster would bring out the final boss. Meanwhile, Nephrin decided to take advantage of the situation while the brute was distracted and tried to make a run for it while she was still in one piece. It seems the recent events had a weird effect on her since she didn't even look where she was running and ended up in a dead end. But Bjorn knew it was because of the orcs, since when they wake up, the ceiling collapses and that blocks the passage. He should have been more careful because a cornered rat can bite a cat, but he got distracted by the orc standing behind him. The monster didn't waste any time and smacked the barbarian on the head, making his ears ring. But Misha decided to help her friend and deal with the orc. Bjorn just managed to shout to her not to kill it. She didn't understand why, but followed his advice and just distracted the orc. This gave the barbarian a chance to deal with the villainess, who realized her end was near and started begging to talk, like civilized people. But her pleas didn't work on the guy. He remembers how she took her revenge in Abman, and now she's just buying time to pull the same trick again. But this skill won't reset for another 3 minutes, so she can't break through the shield for another 2 minutes, no matter how hard she tries. Nephrin actually started fighting the barbarian, but he immediately knocked her weapon out of her hands with his mace. The sword, glowing with a nephrit light, flew to the side, leaving the cunning girl empty-handed with only one option left. Gensia started begging to talk again, not understanding why the barbarian didn't trust her, and he decided to give her a tiny chance if she could provide a reasonable explanation. The girl started to stutter, searching for words, but then she took a massive hit, foolishly thinking the barbarian was actually ready to listen to her. Her lifeless body fell to the ground, and her PvP-tuned gear scattered at Bjorn's feet, which he planned to give to Misha. But first, he crushed all of Nefren's limbs and forced her to switch weapons to remove her noob gear as well. Barely breathing, Gensia begged for her life, now ready to do anything, and the barbarian demanded explanations for why she attacked them. It turned out that rumors of her deeds had spread throughout the guild, and she wanted to make sure no one blabbed, planning to kill anyone who entered the rift. Of course, she could have chosen not to open it, but she had heard that one could obtain the heart of the snowfield here, though she didn't expect such big trouble. But then it hit her, and she wondered how the barbarian figured out it was her who opened the rift, and then she realized he was a player too, and a wicked spirit at that. This realization was a total nightmare for her, and she started begging for mercy because she just wanted to go home, especially after all the crap she had to go through just to survive here. Nefren pleaded to be let go. She didn't know Bjorn was a player too, otherwise she would have apologized right from the start. Plus, they were both humans, and humans shouldn't kill each other. The barbarian just silently listened to her whining, surprisingly calm and not feeling sorry for her at all. Plus, she might blab that he's a player. He just gave her a warning look, like she had time to make a wish before he smashed her head in. Bjorn realized this was the first time he had killed another player, but it wasn't easy or hard for him, and he felt no fear from shedding blood. For him, it didn't matter anymore, because he simply did what he had to do. The barbarian paused to think about this for a moment, but Misha noticed his reaction and worried something might have happened to him. They were both immediately distracted by Carlson's scream, who was still fighting the orc and calling for help. Carlson had taken on the warrior role and was holding on as best as he could, but he was running out of strength and the orc was about to crush his head any moment now. Seeing this, the barbarian didn't interfere, letting his companion handle the monster all by herself, once and for all. The girl was actually glad and immediately used an enhancement and condensation of cold, which significantly increased the sensitivity to cold. Meanwhile, Carlson's screams continued to echo throughout the cave. He knew he couldn't last much longer and only a miracle could save him. The miracle happened just as the orc swung his axe at him. A burst of light pierced the orc's paws because Misha used her weapon. It didn't chop off his paws, but now the monster felt severe frostbite causing him pain, even though he was an ice orc. The thing is, such damage stops regeneration, which was quite useful at the moment, but most importantly, it also restricted his mobility. Usually, ice orcs have a huge resistance to cold, so only his wrists were affected, but that was already something. To get more results, the barbarian advised Misha to try again, but this time aim for the neck, and the cat girl swung her sword immediately. A short scream from the monster and his robotic-like head movements made it clear that the move worked, and the frost reached all the way to his brain. They could finish off this monster now, since the barbarian had learned what he wanted, and together with his companion, they set about finishing him off. With the last ice orc down, the boss himself should show up, ready for the barbarian to kick his butt big time. True enough, as soon as the monster's body blew apart, the cave shook with the roar of Tyrant Tarunbas, who had just regained his strength after a long slumber. This monster had a few tricks up his sleeve. Not only was he 1.5 times bigger, his stats were also twice as high. His weapon was a massive ice club that dealt maximum damage and caused hypothermia as a result. The monster seemed incredibly intimidating, but not to the barbarian, who was sure he could take him down in 10 seconds. He had his own tricks, and before entering the fight, he took a special gnome herb that boosts lightning damage several times for 10 seconds. The guy knew this monster was extremely vulnerable to lightning, and that was his edge in the fight. The next moment, the cave lit up with a bright glow, and the boss was covered from feet to head in lightning strikes, causing him unbearable pain. Because of this, the monster was paralyzed, but the barbarian didn't stop, making sure the creature couldn't escape the trap. Tyrant did indeed use his indomitability, which gave him a bit of strength, but it wasn't enough. The lightning kept tearing through his body. He just used that skill to remove the debuff, but he can still be paralyzed, and Misha has also joined the fight. She launched lightning bombs at the monster, shaped like fiery orbs, which in the game are also called storm blasts. The attack knocked Tyrant Tarunbus out cold, giving the heroes a chance to finish him off easily. And it all took just about 3 seconds. Now all that was left was to finish him off with a weapon enchanted with the element of lightning. After the boss was dealt with, the heroes earned 3 experience points, which really surprised Carlson. Then the monster's dead body evaporated, leaving behind a precious essence that offered even more incredible opportunities. Bjorn and Misha stood over it for a few seconds. The Barbarian had promised to give her the reward right away, but she still couldn't believe such generosity. Bjorn didn't understand why his companion continued to doubt his kindness and urged her to swallow it before it disappeared. The next moment, the lycanthrope essence penetrated her soul. It seemed like it was all over, when suddenly they heard a faint moan from Abman. The girl, screaming with joy that this guy was alive, rushed to him. But Carlson was surprised, since just a second ago he wasn't breathing. But he gave Misha a flask with a special potion to restore his strength, and she decided to use it right away. The potion was supposed to be poured on the wound, which Misha did, but then they noticed that the wound wasn't healing as it should. The Barbarian, watching this, started to suspect that the traitor's blade was coated with something, maybe poison that was preventing the healing. The others also realized it was poison and used an antidote that should have helped, but the poison turned out to be the kind that aggravates the wound, and the medicine didn't work. Bjorn even thought that nothing could help this guy anymore and told his buddies not to sweat it. But Misha didn't want to give up. She remembered that the Barbarian had an advanced potion and begged to use it to heal their new friend. The guy agreed, but that wasn't enough. They kept using various high-rank potions, and only then did the wound start to close a bit. The advanced potion only provided first aid this time, though it was supposed to work instantly. Seems like the poison was incredibly strong. When Abman felt a bit better, the Barbarian reminded his companions that they still hadn't split the loot and handed Carlson a small bag. The guy was quite surprised. It seemed too much for him, and his reaction didn't show any pretense. Bjorn told him to stop showing off and just take it while it's there, especially since he still hadn't gotten the essence. It was already clear that Carlson came from a pretty annoying family, but now he was overdoing it with his politeness. The Barbarian just advised him not to tell anyone about what happened today if he felt the reward was undeserved. Then Carlson thanked them and decided to go his own way, while the heroes stayed to watch over Abman, who soon woke up. On the other hand, the Barbarian was actually annoyed that the bear man survived, because then he and Misha could have cooked up more rewards. Ulrichfried seemed to read Bjorn's mind and promised to pay 5 million stones for the potion spent on him, since advanced potions go for 1 million each. That's when the Barbarian realized he got ripped off when he bought the medicine. Then Abman added that prices can change depending on the situation. Maybe that was the case with Bjorn too. Then he admitted he didn't have any money on him, but promised to pay later, leaving one of his numbered items as collateral. This item turned out to be the Gravedigger's Deception, which makes the bearer appear dead when they take lethal damage, but they then gain immunity to damage for a certain time. Now the Barbarian understood how this guy managed to survive and even thought about just taking the item instead of money. But Abman wasn't up for that, calling Bjorn the son of Yandel in the process. Misha and the Barbarian were both shocked. They couldn't figure out how he guessed it, while Ulrichfried just said his goodbyes, promising to never forget their services before heading through the rift. It was time for the heroes to move on too, but the Barbarian headed in a totally different direction, not towards the rift, explaining that they needed to pick something up. The cat girl didn't argue with him, and soon he pulled a small red orb from a block of ice and handed it to his companion. It was an ice crystal, which Misha immediately absorbed, and it made her even more sensitive to the cold. They could have moved on, but Bjorn was tired and decided to stop here to sleep since it was now safe. They settled down, but the Barbarian couldn't fall asleep for a while, imagining how things might have turned out if he had been alone. In fact, as soon as he killed the player, all sorts of crazy thoughts started flooding his mind. Looking at Nefren's bloodied body, for a moment he hoped she would open her eyes and her dreams would become reality. Yes, Bjorn was a bit disappointed in himself, but despite everything he had done, greed had consumed him. He clearly heard Jensia's words that a bear man was worth about 30 million stones, which could instantly elevate his spiritual seal to the 6th level. Maybe he should have just waited a bit to get what he wanted, but he still poured the potion on that person's wound. Bjorn thought it would be wrong to let him die in front of someone he was going to work with soon. Eventually, the guy fell asleep under the Milky Way's blanket, while the frosty wind tickled his nose and the fire's warmth hugged their bodies. On the third day in the Crystal Cave, they scored a super cool sword as a reward for defeating monsters, which Bjorn thought of getting appraised later. He guessed it was a cereal item, very valuable, but he didn't plan to sell it and let Misha use it. The guy really wasn't planning on taking the weapon back from his companion, unlike what barbarians usually do. Further on their journey, they encountered another huge monster wolf, signaling that they would soon make it to the second floor. But first, Bjorn recommended his friend get used to the new sword and its essence, as more dangerous adventures lay ahead. The heroes continued on for about 3 hours, during which they encountered quite a few monsters, and Misha got pretty good at handling the sword. From the side, the barbarian could see that these battles were still too few to hone her skills, and the girl didn't argue with him. He always tried to stay out of the way during battles, convincing everyone he was giving his friend a chance to sharpen her skills. Though Misha sometimes thought he was just being lazy, the barbarian insisted otherwise, and she pretended to believe him. Her suspicions were partly true, but Bjorn was still proud of her, and he never expected they'd actually capture the Guardian's essence. The essence of a lycanthrope is as good as that of a yeti. Its cutting power is simply indispensable for a swordswoman. This allows for an excellent strategy with cold condensation, which is very effective when you need to strike multiple times in a row. It also helps cover the weak spots in the defense of damage dealers, who are usually vulnerable to control. Bjorn suggested Misha try using the Ice Crush right after condensing the cold, as it instantly kills monsters. The girl was a bit hesitant since killing enemies quickly gave her less time to practice, and the barbarian advised her to go with a punch. Misha agreed and gave it a shot, but her strikes were still so powerful that the monsters would go down after just one encounter. The barbarian realized there was nothing to be done about it and decided that with such skill, it would be good to practice on the second floor. He wasn't about to give her a break, and Misha realized that the easy road is the long road, and for some reason she felt quite proud. Not quite getting her reaction, the barbarian thought her pride came from stealing his words right off his tongue again. He knew she'd only relax when he messed up somehow, and even thought about deliberately playing into her hands. Either way, they had to keep going, and they moved through a cave dotted with blue crystals. After a while, they noticed the scenery changing with red crystals appearing ahead, meaning someone had already summoned the floor's lord. But he didn't see anything to worry about and suggested they push on, which Misha readily agreed to. Then it hit her that they were actually talking about the floor lord, and her scream nearly made the barbarian's ears pop. The girl even started shaking, and Bjorn realized he'd have to calm her down, continuing to assure her there was really nothing deadly ahead. This lord is considered balanced, unlike Ryakis, who wipes out the entire floor. This one just sits quietly if the raid fails. This reassured Misha, but she was curious about who could have summoned him, suspecting it was done on purpose. Maybe some clan wanted to take down the lord, and the guy who bought the guide only had 2 weeks to prep. But there was no time to figure that out, and our heroes went through the portal, ending up on the second floor of the land of the dead. The journey took almost a whole day, and Rotmiller's absence was really felt, especially since they hadn't been here in a while. The barbarian recognized a familiar spot where he and Einar smashed some skeleton's bones and mashed up a death fiend too. While there, they ran into a crazy marauder, nearly got killed themselves, and only survived because they promised to keep quiet about what happened. These memories made the barbarian feel so sick that even Misha got worried when she saw his sudden mood change. She admitted she didn't like it here either, unlike the rocky desert, even though that place had its own complications. But the barbarian had a reason for choosing this path. It was much quicker to reach the third floor from here. Now they need to head north, and since it's just the two of them, they can open a raid on the Death Knight. Fighting this monster, Bjorn will quickly see how strong Misha is, and just then, they ran into some three-eyed monsters. Bjorn took on the main fight with the monsters, asking his companion to focus on consecutive attacks. He was referring to that trick he wanted to try on the first floor, and the girl immediately got ready to test her strength. The barbarian started smashing the monsters, not killing them outright, giving his friend a chance to practice with her new weapon. Misha used cold condensation and ice shattering in battle, which allowed her to quickly freeze any part of a monster's body and rip it apart. But the death fiend wouldn't give up and used the Call of the Dead, after which slimy, disgusting green corpses started crawling out of the ground. These green monsters began surrounding the barbarian, preventing him from confronting the main beast. They even bit him wherever they could, as if they hadn't been fed for eternity and now wanted to devour him alive. Still, the guy proved stronger and swatted the undead away with a single swipe of his hand. then returned to attacking the three-eyed monster. Misha, though fighting, noticed that the spot on the shoulder where the living corpse bit the barbarian looked strangely odd. It worried her, but in the next moment his wound began to heal rapidly, as if he was some kind of monster himself. Bjorn just asked her to stop staring at him and keep fighting, even though he knew that once he finished leveling up, she might stop seeing him as a human. Soon they had dealt with those monsters and continued north, leveling up along the way, and Misha figured out something too. Now she knew how much damage it took to cause frostbite without actually freezing. On their journey, they also encountered a chimera wolf with a control skill, and now the cat girl knows how to use indomitability. The barbarian noticed that it was costing her a lot of stamina and asked her to use it only in extreme cases. The girl assured him everything was fine, but after a while, she realized she was wrong and now felt strangely drained. Bjorn felt sorry for his friend and scooped her under his arm to let her rest a bit, even though she grumbled that she could walk on her own. After a while, they found a secluded spot among the ruins and stopped there to rest and get some proper sleep. Soon, the barbarian, who was on first watch, heard voices arguing about something, and it seemed these unknown wanderers had no clue he was there with his partner. The guy hoped Misha had gotten enough rest since it was time to wake her up, and he really didn't want to deal with anyone else right now. But suddenly, he heard something he couldn't ignore. They were talking about a sleeping barbarian whose heart they planned to cut out and sell to mages. Bjorn realized they weren't talking about him. Apparently those guys were after some little barbarian kid and he couldn't let them harm him. Of all the barbarians who had undergone the initiation ceremony with him, at least a third had survived to this point. Most of them had fallen to monsters, and heart hunters were constantly on the tails of the others, looking to make a quick buck. Now, hearing these hunters, Bjorn decided to first check out the situation and carefully peeked around a piece of the destroyed wall. Eavesdropping on their further conversation, he figured out that they probably weren't planning to do anything today, so he started thinking about a plan. His first thought was to just kill them all, as it seemed the simplest and most convenient solution. But then he thought of that little guy and went to wake up Misha, quietly explaining that they had a new task. In the neighboring camp, 2 of the hunters were sound asleep, while the third kept watch over their sleep and the sleeping barbarian nearby. Suddenly, a menacing breath was heard, waking up the sleepers who were confused because no one was visible yet. And then they saw 2 travelers approaching from the darkness, one a barbarian and the other a cat girl. The people immediately became wary and started waking up the young barbarian, who was still snoring heavily. Half asleep, he didn't catch on to what was happening and thought they were being approached by monsters, so he quickly grabbed his weapon. But when he realized they were just explorers, he started grumbling about being woken up for no reason, especially since he was having such a great dream. One of the hunters reminded him that explorers can be just as dangerous as monsters and brought up a past incident. The young one agreed, but then noticed that one of the newcomers was also a barbarian and was actually glad to meet a fellow tribesman. Bjorn was also thrilled, and in their excitement, they immediately rushed to each other to exchange a special handshake. However, they weren't acquainted, and the young barbarian introduced himself first as Haran, son of Tarson. Then Bjorn introduced himself, adding that his father was Thor, and he gave his tribesmen a firm handshake to show his friendliness. Meanwhile, Misha was slightly puzzled by such behavior, though she understood that her friend was just putting on an act, but decided to step back a bit. The young barbarian asked the folks ready to fight to lower their weapons, claiming his relative wasn't a bad explorer. 3 men hesitated a bit, staring at the 2 barbarians, trying to believe things weren't that terrible. And Bjorn kept going on like a broken record, repeating his name and emphasizing that his dad is Thor. He also suggested that they should keep repeating his full name until they remember it, but his smile looked pretty intimidating. Because of this, the men weren't sure he was friendly and even started shaking in panic, which Bjorn found amusing. One of the men even dared to suggest that the huge guest should go his own way, explaining they were just taking a break there. The barbarian was a bit surprised. He thought the young one was a hostage, but he didn't let go of that thought and declared they were also looking for a place to rest. Then he started spouting some nonsense about how they could all become friends during the break. But from the looks on the men's faces, he realized he had annoyed them with his chatter. One of the travelers explained that you don't look for friends on the 2nd floor for the night because it's unwise to go up with people you don't trust. These words were somewhat offensive to Bjorn, and he started yelling that these men's heads were just for decoration. Looks like it still didn't click for them, so the barbarian clarified that there were 4 of them, but he was only with his girlfriend, and if they all took turns keeping watch, everyone could get more sleep. Sharon agreed it was a cool idea and didn't get why the explorers hadn't thought of it earlier. Bjorn scanned the three men, who at that moment looked like they crapped themselves, and realized it was pointless to talk with them. But suddenly, one of them decided to show off and yelled that they could take care of themselves, then hinted that it was time for the guests to hit the road. However, he immediately saw the fearsome barbarian's companion and was mesmerized by her beauty, even started drooling. His speech came back almost instantly, and he suggested that the beauty should decide whether they should all spend the night together or not. The girl thought these strangers weren't bad people, since they too were traveling with a barbarian. Then she played along with Bjorn, catching on to his game, and claimed that he had lost his weapon, so she couldn't trust him with her sleep. The barbarian then played dumb and explained that he had stuck his weapon in a monster, and the monster ran off with it. This excuse was totally made up on the spot, but it worked, even though the men were still looking baffled. They found it all pretty weird, but eventually they let the two travelers stay the night with them. They even let them hit the sack right away, explaining that they'd be the last ones on guard duty. Misha and Bjorn settled down a bit away from the fire, and the girl wanted to ask him something, but the barbarian asked her to keep it down. Actually, they weren't sleeping and were listening intently to how these three cocky guys would behave. Turned out it was for good reason. Soon, Misha heard them start to hustle, and only the young barbarian's snoring was genuine. Bjorn figured out by the sounds that two of the men were heading their way, and the third was going towards Harun, apparently planning to finish them off simultaneously. And just as the men, gathering their courage, raised their weapons over Bjorn, he yawned so big he could have swallowed everyone around. He pretended to have just woken up accidentally, and seeing the men around, he guessed they couldn't sleep because of hunger. He acted like he was starving, and they offered him some jerky, clueless that they were about to become a snack themselves. The barbarian kept up his act, and as he turned away, one of the guys tried to strike him with a weapon, but missed. Pretending to be a clueless fool, Bjorn assumed the guy almost hit him by accident, but then declared that you can't miss that badly even if you're starving. This left the villain stunned, and the barbarian started to rage and smack the scoundrel across the face so hard that his eyes popped out in different directions. Just then, another marauder approached. But seeing his buddy's eyes flying past, he realized his end was near too. Meanwhile, Bjorn couldn't understand why barbarians were considered so dumb, and his yelling woke up Karen, trying to figure out what was happening. A man named Royce was ordered to shoot the young barbarian immediately, and an arbalest was promptly aimed at him. Noticing the reflection of danger in the mirror-like blade of the axe, Karen reacted and stuck out his hand, catching the arrow. He then demanded an explanation from Royce, who now stood there green with fear, guessing that the barbarian's revenge could be terrible. Karen really got mad at such an absurd action by someone he shared a shelter with and was now ready to tear his throat out. He grabbed the insolent guy by the neck and squeezed so hard that the guy felt the veins in his nose pulsating. The barbarian kept demanding an answer, but the guy stayed silent, though basically, he just couldn't make a sound with his throat being squeezed. Still, that wasn't enough reason for the barbarian, and he just slammed Royce to the ground so hard that he plowed a furrow in the soil. Meanwhile, Bjorn was dealing with the other guy, and Misha finally realized her friend was right. These guys were indeed marauders. The barbarians gave the scoundrels a good beating, but still left them alive, and Royce had to read out loud from a notebook about what the trio had been discussing earlier. They were planning to kill the barbarians, thinking them hopelessly dumb, and believed it would be very easy to finish them off since they had taken down many before. Royce paused for a moment, realizing the next part of the note was even more intense, and out of fear, he couldn't utter a word. But this only made Bjorn angrier, and he made it clear his threats were no joke, which made the guy tremble even more. The note went on to say that these idiots were basically walking monsters, and their pathetic cunning could easily be judged by their approach to battle. These words struck a chord with Karen, and he asked which one of the three had said that, to which Royce admitted it was Victor. Royce read on, saying that even without the barbarians, they had plenty to feast on since the beast woman seemed just as stupid as a barbarian. They were comforted by the fact that her face was quite pretty, and all of them were eager to have some fun with her. Hearing that, Misha boiled over and immediately snatched the notebook from the trembling marauder to make sure those words were really there. Then she demanded to know who exactly had said that, and Royce, still shaking with fear, confessed it was leader Bryol. Clearly, her honor was at stake. She was so enraged that she asked Bjorn to let her deal with that bastard herself. Next in the notebook were various dirty words that the barbarian decided to skip over. Then the discussion moved on to who would kill whom. Royce was supposed to deal with Heron, as his patronizing attitude about him being an archer really pissed him off. The young barbarian stood there baffled, not understanding what he'd done wrong, and asked a comrade for advice on what to do in this situation. Bjorn just glanced at Heron, and he got the hint without words, after which the archer's head instantly flew off his shoulders. As for the leader who took a liking to Misha, she first crushed his nuts into pulp, and only then did she slit his throat. The last one left was Victor, who begged for mercy and swore he'd become a good person from now on. For a moment, Bjorn pretended to believe him, while he continued to blubber on about doing anything the barbarian's heart desired. He's so naive, like he doesn't even realize what he's saying, because a marauder can never truly change and become good. Anyway, his head quickly turned the other way, and after dealing with the villains, the barbarians decided to treat their wounds. Bjorn dripped a special potion on Heron's wound, but he asked not to pour much, wanting to keep a scar. Scars are like medals to barbarians. They keep them as reminders of their mistakes. There were a lot of items left from the marauders, and Bjorn offered Heron to pick anything he liked, but he modestly declined. Bjorn reminded him that his relative had killed a marauder, and then the young man chose a hammer to go with his axe, which was just right for a barbarian. Misha was surprised by the new friend's modesty and asked him to take something more, but for Heron, the rest seemed too trivial. The girl explained that if the items weren't needed, they could be sold, and Bjorn suggested then to take his friend down to the first floor. Soon they passed through the southern portal of the floor again and entered a crystal cave, where Bjorn decided to properly introduce himself to his friend. He explained that he is actually the son of Yandel. He had to lie a bit, but what shocked Heron wasn't that he realized he was in the presence of a celebrity. Misha confirmed that this was indeed Little Balkan, which made Heron proud of such an acquaintance, and he agreed to take all those items and sell them to buy the necessary equipment. Bjorn just asked him not to forget that the stronger he becomes, the easier life will be for the young warriors and to value their people. Right now, barbarians are the weakest kind, with huge personal potential. But still, they often become targets for people with bad intentions, and due to lack of proper support, many die too soon. Bjorn believed it would be very beneficial if they start increasing the number of capable barbarians. This would lead to them living longer, and eventually, they themselves will become advanced researchers and start a cycle. The influence of the barbarians would then grow, which would ultimately reflect well on Bjorn himself, since he's also a barbarian. Then even the mages won't be able to afford such a dismissive attitude, as right now they're getting cocky because of the tower. Bjorn decided he could increase the odds by helping folks like Haron and immediately gave him a couple of tips on how to choose his team. The young barbarian thanked his buddy, but couldn't stop admiring how he managed to hide his axe behind a friendly smirk. Then Heron confessed that from now on, he'll only take people as friends at night, and if someone shows their rotten core, he'll crack their skulls open. But he also promised that if he met a young warrior, he'd share his story and give advice, just like his older brother Bjorn did for him. Bjorn himself, noticing Heron's gaze while he was talking, decided that anyone who crosses this guy is going to be in deep trouble. Later, Bjorn and Misha continued their journey together, and after 2 days, they reached the lands of the dead, where the Night of Death resides. However, they still hadn't found him, and the barbarians started thinking maybe they should just drop it. Suddenly, Misha remembered a story Bjorn had told her about a tombstone in these lands, from which the Night of Death emerges on the 7th day. But she knew that books don't always tell the truth, and asked him to spend less time lounging in the library and more time going out for walks with her. The barbarian didn't quite get it and just asked to keep moving when suddenly he felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. He hoped Misha felt something weird too, but in reality, he was just hurt and his regeneration power had decreased. To check if it was really true, Bjorn bit his lip, and the wound should have healed in seconds, but it kept bleeding. This meant only one thing. The Night of Death was nearby, and moreover, the barbarian realized someone was already waiting for him, maybe another player. The barbarian started planning his next move, speeding up so much that Misha could barely keep up. Soon, they reached a spot where some warrior in armor was fighting a monster, aided by a mage, an archer, and some guy in a cloak. Bjorn immediately charged forward to help those folks take down the Death Knight, shouting that he'd definitely save them. The barbarian wanted to do a good deed, but when the monster was defeated, those people suddenly got mad that someone interfered in their fight. The guy in the cloak then recognized Little Balkan and remembered how he once helped them on the 3rd floor. Bjorn also recognized the guy who had led researchers out during a battle with Ryakis some time ago. When the rest heard it was little Balkan, they quickly apologized for their hasty reaction. But the archer was still upset because some hero took the last hit. The guy in the cloak decided that fate had brought them together again and thought it would be useful to get to know each other better. Bjorn was open to it, introduced himself first, but then froze in confusion when he heard that this guy's name was also Hans Kreisen. Varvara was so shaken he couldn't believe that name kept haunting him, and then his emotions just burst out. Misha got scared by his sudden scream, but he himself didn't expect that to happen. He just decided to get out of there fast. Grabbing the girl's hand, the barbarian dragged her along, saying he'd explain everything later, but right now they needed to bolt. It seemed too much for him. The fact that a player had taken over Hans's body. The thought almost made his heart jump out of his chest. Meanwhile, it was noon in Rapdonia, just when Karen returned with many other explorers, welcomed by family and friends. No one came up to Charon with hugs, but that didn't bother him. On the contrary, he looked incredibly happy. Those who recognized him couldn't believe they were seeing the very son of Tarson. Plus, he had loads of bags with various things. Some guessed he'd been looting to gather so much loot, but he objected and invited everyone to hear his story. He told them what had happened in the labyrinth, and his tribespeople were outraged that someone dared call them monsters. And then they really liked how Bjorn, the son of Yandel, predicted the actions of the evil marauders and how he dealt with them. And the first award Heron got was thanks to Bjorn, but he earned everything else himself because he followed the advice of little Balkan. The other barbarians also loudly cheered the hero's name, which annoyed the nearby marauders because they were too noisy. Heron kept shouting that until now the barbarians were at a low level in the labyrinth's hierarchy, but now he promised to teach them everything. The guy believes that this will be the first step towards the greatness of their people, and believed that from now on, everything would be different. In the labyrinth itself, in the latter half of the 9th day, the travelers reached the mouth of the Black River on the 3rd floor on the Pilgrim's Path. Bjorn was now mentally kicking himself for not bringing a scout along, even though they had recently encountered a group of explorers and followed them all the way to the portal. Misha also realized that meeting Hans was a bad omen and thought it would have been better to leave from the 1st floor. But Bjorn explained that if Hans's curse was real, they wouldn't become invulnerable upon returning to the city, so it was better to continue with their original plan. After hearing him out, the girl started feeling sick, which slightly upset the barbarian, but he felt better after sharing the problem. He tried to speak sincerely, but Misha felt like he was just making fun of her and even got a bit angry. To calm his friend down a bit, Bjorn admitted he'd started to rely on her without even realizing when it happened. For that, Misha praised him and recommended he keep it up instead of suffering alone. But then he confessed he was just joking, which made him immediately run away from her, knowing what he might get from his partner for that. Still, she didn't stay mad for long since they were companions and friends. And besides, they had a long journey ahead, and the barbarian had always mostly taken care of her. Even when they had to cross a river, the big guy carried the little lady so she wouldn't wet her boots, and only then set her down on the ground. Later, Misha generously admitted she forgave him because she had a big heart, but the barbarian knew it was something else entirely. And as they kept chatting, suddenly someone from behind the trees asked them to shut up because people were trying to sleep. Misha immediately recognized the voice. It was Hikuro's, and when they rushed over, they saw their buddies gathered in the clearing. Hikuro was there with Rothmiller and Dwalki, and by fate, they had just ended up reuniting into one team again. Bjorn shared with the dwarf about his mission, explaining it was on the 1st floor, and the client had already returned to the city. Hikuro also admitted that they figured out the task on the 2nd floor and got to the 3rd floor using a backup task they took just in case. After that, they all completed the task their bearded buddy picked up on the 3rd floor and scored some frog-eyed loot. Everyone was thrilled their battle went smoothly, but Dwalki was sure it was all thanks to Misha, who was like a lucky charm for them. But Hikuro thought it was all thanks to Bjorn, believing luck was on his side. He was even ready to bet on it. And only the barbarian, not wanting to listen to their pointless argument, suggested they move up to the 4th floor to look for better rewards. He didn't want to linger there, and everyone agreed to head out right after they dealt with the corpse. Soon, they reached the 4th floor, and after 3 days of travel, they entered a special zone with a field effect in place. Still, the travelers reached the portal just 3 hours before the 3rd floor closed, and Bjorn knew it was all thanks to Rottmiller's excellent work. Now, all they had to do was take one more step into the brightly shining window before them, and the heroes didn't hesitate. But as the barbarian stepped into the portal, and while he was still in that bright glow, someone called out to him and the voice sounded very familiar. But before he could take a good look, he found himself on the 4th floor of the Celestial Tower the very next moment. The voice just wouldn't leave his head. He thought it was Erwin's voice, although he couldn't understand how she could be there. His friends hurried him because monsters would swarm immediately in this place, which is exactly what happened as they were surrounded by beasts. Among them were an orc sorcerer, a stone golem, living armor, and a Dullahan, a truly hellish combo, but the heroes confidently began to fight them. Hikuro faced one of the tough ones, or maybe he had just exhausted a lot of his energy earlier. But this fight didn't seem easy at all. He kept swinging his mace, unable to help himself from barking orders, urging the others to stick together. And in the next moment, all the monsters were lying on the floor, dead, while the rest of the party each boasted about their skills. Hikuro couldn't figure out how they managed to handle them all so easily, remembering how he himself had just struggled. But then 4 portals opened up as a reward for defeating the monsters, yet the heroes couldn't immediately decide which one to take. Dvalki suggested figuring out the tower, and Misha agreed with him since the lower floors had very simple rewards, so they decided to head into the Wisdom Portal. The Staircase of Wisdom is a path where you need a scout, because it's a maze full of traps and monsters, but it's the way to reach the 5th floor. For a moment, Bjorn was curious about what would happen if they had taken a different path, and his guesses turned into a grim reality. After a while, a terrifying troll-like devil attacked them, scattering the heroes all over the cave. But it wasn't just a scattering. The monster that appeared was so powerful that the heroes barely felt alive. However, they chose the Door of Wisdom on the 1st floor, then Courage, and Wisdom again, and this way they made it to the 12th floor. There they encountered a troll monster of the 5th rank, known to everyone as a huge pain in the ass. Hikuro and Misha were visibly scared by such a massive monster, and doubted for a moment if they could handle it even all together. The Barbarian just got angry, not understanding why this piece of crap showed up now. Although 5th rank monsters do appear in the tower, but very rarely. In 10 years of playing, the guy had only encountered such a monster about 7 times, but even then, it was on the 100th floor. However, he hadn't heard of a boss appearing on the 12th floor, and at that moment he remembered the ominous omen of the name Hans. Still, Bjorn wasn't about to give up and yelled at his buddies to get their asses in gear and get ready to fight. He himself used a wild surge, because if they were already in this mess, they had to strike preemptively. Yes, they all charged to attack the beast, but it seemed not only to take no damage but to get even more ferocious. At one moment, it struck so hard that it almost knocked the shield out of the Barbarian's hands, who barely managed to hold on to it. The monster's huge fists kept swinging over the explorers, trying to smash them into the ground while they barely dodged in time. Hikuro, using resistance to repulsion and inertia absorption, was also barely staying on his feet. Still, he took a heavy hit from the monster and had to use emergency recovery to avoid dying. The Barbarian noticed this and was actually glad, since he had long advised the dwarf to ditch his crappy shield. With a huge mace charged with lightning, he kept hammering at the troll. But even after that, it took no damage. They needed a new plan, and on his command, the guys used Enhancement and Ice Spear and immediately attacked the monster again. This method turned out to be pretty useful. The troll froze in place for a while, taking damage, but still wouldn't fall. But that didn't last long, and the monster shattered the Ice Spear, holding him back, leaving the heroes in disbelief at such brute strength. Even Misha, with all her skills, couldn't penetrate the troll's thick skin, which really got her rattled. In a panic, Dvalki yelled that the best option now was to retreat, as they couldn't beat this beast. But the Barbarian disagreed. He told him to shut up and instead think of a better way to handle the fight. Besides, there was nowhere to run. The only way out of the cave was blocked by the troll wanting to devour them. Bjorn remembered that when he fought a similar 5th rank monster, he was with a 6th rank sorceress. Back then, the sorceress bombarded the monster with light element attacks, which it was vulnerable to, while the Barbarian used the goddess's tear. Thanks to that, he became strong enough to defeat the Death Knight with a single strike. But even then, it was a tough fight, despite vampires having high regeneration but low defense. This troll's got way better stats than most 5th rank monsters, where you wouldn't even hope for a clean hit. But the Barbarian noticed something and figured they could still make it through, so he shared his plan with the team. He knew this battle was going to be a long one, and the odds of winning were slim, but it was still worth a shot, and now Dvalki had to focus all his energy on casting curses. Meanwhile, the Barbarian and Hikuro would hold the line like two tanks, while Rottmiller distracted the troll. Then it would be Misha's turn, who would focus her attacks exactly where he pointed. Bjorn believed this plan had to work. The main thing was to avoid the monster's powerful swipe. The guys agreed. They did everything right, though there was a close call when Valky almost got caught, and Rottmiller barely managed to pull him back. Now they all knew what it was like to walk the edge of danger, but they didn't consider themselves cowards and kept fighting. Dvalky kept throwing curses, but even his mana was running low, now only enough for about 3 minutes. Though if he pushed it without slowing down, he could last about 7 minutes. But he wasn't sure everything would work out perfectly. Bjorn trusted his buddy and asked him not to use the slow spell to keep the curses active longer. Turning to Misha, he saw her efforts but still pushed her, and she just grumbled back, insisting that the troll's skin was too thick anyway. A new idea popped into the Barbarian's head, and he asked Hikuro to cover him while he headed in a different direction. This was his plan B, aiming to sneak up behind the troll and try to deal maximum damage that way. His mace was ready to help, but the troll instantly used a frenzy spell, which temporarily removes pain and greatly enhances physique. This made things harder, but the Barbarian wasn't about to give up, feeling victory was just around the corner. He swung his mace left and right, turning into a raging beast ready to tear his prey to shreds. Misha saw her friend using all his strength, but knew her help was still needed, so she pushed even harder in her skills. For a moment, the heroes thought they had defeated the troll, as its frozen paw fell to the ground. But it was too early to celebrate, as the monster used super regeneration, which can heal any damage. The Barbarian was totally blown away by this. The beast really lived up to its reputation, able to regrow its frozen paw in just 2 minutes. Those 2 minutes also meant that the monster couldn't redirect its regeneration powers to other body parts. So, the Barbarian used gigantification, deciding to smash the creature's brain or heart this way. Hikuro was a bit stunned. He always found his friend's transformation into a mountain-sized man unbelievable, but now he truly believed they could finish off the troll. Bjorn grabbed the troll by the neck and yelled to Misha to strike at the monster's eyes without worrying about hitting him. The girl knew this was no time for soft blows and swung her sword with all her might, but since the monster kept wriggling, trying to shake off the Barbarian, she missed on her first try. However, the support team, Dvalky and Rottmiller, encouraged her to keep stabbing the beast until it was eyeless. Getting even closer to the fearsome face, Misha tried again, but found her blades wouldn't penetrate. Then Bjorn gripped the monster even tighter and asked her to try and pierce its skull to the brain, which should at least do some serious damage. On his next try, Misha finally managed to do it, and now, instead of an eye, the troll had just a bloody hole. But the tough bastard kept on fighting, charging towards Dvalky, apparently trying to stomp him into the ground. The mage was amazed how the monster could still move, being blind, while Rottmiller tried to quickly drag his buddy out of the way. Bjorn was puzzled too, not understanding how the beast knew which way to move, though maybe it sensed mana. But anyway, just as they were getting a bit closer to victory, their luck turned sour again. Seeing the situation getting dangerous, Hikuro decided to distract the monster, making it chase after him so he could try to rip it a new one too. It turned out the dwarf had underestimated the troll's strength and took a massive hit. Even his new shield shattered into pieces. Misha saw things weren't going their way and they might all get killed. Now all their hopes were pinned on the Barbarian's brute strength. The guy did everything he could, asking his companion to focus on the creature while he tried to snap its neck. Once again, ice swords flew at the troll. This time, the girl hurled them one after another, sparing no effort. And as soon as she got the hang of it, the effects of the curses on the troll stopped working, which really freaked Misha out. The Barbarian kept yelling at her to not stop, since this might be their only chance to try their luck. Then she used Ice Crush, hoping it would help finish off the monster, throwing her weapon over and over like she was possessed. But then another problem popped up as the gigantism started to wear off and stopped working. Bjorn couldn't hold on to the monster's thick neck and fell to the ground, feeling his own strength fading. Trying to get up, the guy saw a huge paw in front of him about to step on him, and even the ground trembled with its steps. Then a huge shadow started to cover the Barbarian. But then he saw a petrified troll falling next to him. The team was glad about the victory, though they were completely exhausted, and all they got as a reward was a lone magic crystal. There was no essence or anything like that, and that made Bjorn realize the reality of the situation. He heard Misha scream, who saw that the rest of their comrades were lying motionless. The heroes headed to their friends, and the barbarian knew that Dwalki had suffered a lot because of the decision he made. Rottmiller was starting to come around, but probably because the cat girl was shaking him really hard by the shoulders. After checking all three of them, Bjorn realized that Rottmiller only hurt his leg. Hikuro was knocked out, but Dwalki's problem turned out to be more serious. The guy was lying on the ground, stiff as a spring, and wasn't responding to anything. At that moment, he looked more like a crazed, dead zombie. After checking his pulse, Misha was horrified. Dwalki wasn't breathing, and she didn't know what to do. While the barbarian asked her to step back, Bjorn was already on the move, preparing a special potion and poured the contents of the flask into the mage's mouth, though he knew it was only a temporary fix. Dwalki was a normal human, though a mage, but he was quite fragile, and now his spine was severely twisted and his leg broken. He likely had severe internal injuries too, since blood was oozing from his mouth and nose. This probably enraged the barbarian even more than when he couldn't strangle the troll. He even regretted using the advanced potion in the ice cave. Now all sorts of trivial thoughts were creeping into his head, but then Rottmiller handed him a flask with some kind of potion. It was actually an advanced potion. The guy just bought it just in case, and now he was glad it came in handy. After setting Dwalki in a proper position, the barbarian fed him the medicine, hoping it would make the mage feel a lot better. Yet the girl couldn't stop crying. Though they all survived and no one died, she felt more than lousy. At the same time, she was also happy that Bronn had the right potion and now Dwalki should recover. Still, their collective joy was preceded by too many stressful events. But they all made it through. And they made it not because Bjorn tried hard and planned everything in advance and reacted correctly to surprises. They just got lucky. Recognizing this fact, the barbarian realized what it really means to be an explorer in this cursed world. In a moment, he remembered everything that had happened to him and his comrades, and the hardships they had to endure. And the main thing Bjorn understood for himself was that today's luck can't always be with them. Soon after, Hikuro also woke up, realizing that they had indeed survived this terrible battle, more like a meat grinder. So, Rottmiller suggested making a donation at the temple once they got back, since they survived that troll. No one argued with that, and the barbarian apologized to his buddies because he didn't realize the troll would act that way at the end of the fight. The friends couldn't understand why Bjorn was blaming himself, since none of them would have survived if it weren't for him making all the crucial decisions. The barbarian was surprised that Bronn was trying to calm him down, knowing full well the tough choice he had to make at that moment. Just then, they heard a faint groan from Dwalki, and immediately everyone's attention shifted to him, telling him not to move and reassuring him that all was well. He looked at Misha and was relieved to see she was safe and sound, as if his own health didn't bother him at all. The girl started nagging him, but not out of spite, just wishing he'd take better care of himself. The mage just responded with a sweet smile. Yet everyone understood that they couldn't really brag about this battle, since no one would believe they took down the troll by themselves, and they didn't even get anything valuable from it. Bronn reminded them again that the main thing was everyone was alive, and Hikuro praised him for using the last potion and suggested they all chip in for him when they got back. Then Misha asked the barbarian what they were going to do next, but he knew there was no point in going any further up. He decided to stay here safely until the maze closed, especially since their injured buddy needed time to heal. Soon after the maze closed, the team started heading back to Rapdonia, annoyed that they got nothing valuable after the troll. By evening, a mysterious figure appeared in the city, realizing she had arrived at the right place and could finally meet that very person. Upon their return, the heroes immediately went to the temple with Dwalki in their arms, and it was there he finally felt much better. Divine power helped him heal, something even advanced potions can't match, but even this power can't help with psychological scars. Rottmiller was worried that the healing took longer than expected, but Dwalki told his friends not to worry, assuring them he was as good as new. This cheered up his friends and they agreed to meet in 2 days, while in the meantime, they all could use some serious rest. They decided to split their reward after they get paid for the completed tasks, and it would be about 400,000 stones each. Bjorna was still bothered that the reward for the troll was so meager. He couldn't understand why there wasn't at least some essence. Misha kept up with him on the way back and learned about his plans to first take a bath and then sort out his stuff. It seemed a bit odd to her, but the barbarian asked her not to bail since they had already rested in the maze. She didn't argue. She needed a wash too, but it was a long trek to her place, so she asked if she could bathe at Bjorn's. The barbarian took the first bath, telling his friend she could enjoy the warm water as long as she wanted while he sorted through their stuff. The guy planned to separate the items that could be sold from those he could use himself. While working, the barbarian pondered many things, but was interrupted by a knock on the door, even though he wasn't expecting anyone. At the door was some short guy from the Explorers Guild who looked tiny next to Bjorn. This guy even hesitated before the barbarian, but still delivered the message that Heron Tarson was asking him to be his witness. Looks like something went wrong for this young barbarian, and now he needs someone to vouch that he's not a marauder. In the short time Bjorn had spent with him, they'd become good friends, and now our hero was worried about his buddy. Before leaving, he just managed to shout to Misha that his plans had drastically changed, and now he needed to head to the guild because of Heron. He advised her to head home or do whatever she wanted once she was done. The girl from the bathroom tried to shout to him, asking for a clear explanation but never got a reply. Meanwhile, in District 9, a little blonde fairy named Erwin was searching everywhere for a certain person, convinced he had survived. A few days earlier in the witch's forest, her sister Tertia instructed her that she should already know how to find her way to the 4th floor. For that, she needed to listen to the mana and the sounds of the portal. Then she focused and managed to hear something. That's how Erwin figured out which direction they should head next to reach their destination. As they moved deeper into the forest, which seemed even denser, the sounds of mana grew louder. And there she heard the voices of researchers. She heard the name Rothmiller, who was being praised for his excellent work. The girl immediately ran towards it, ignoring her sister's warning, eager to reach that rough yet warm voice. The fairy was certain it belonged to the one she was looking for, even spotted him from a distance, though his face was hidden by gear and a helmet. It was indeed Bjorn who had stepped into the bright light of the portal when he heard Ervin's voice, but they didn't see each other. Wanting to catch up, she decided to follow the barbarian into the portal, but unexpectedly, Tertia blocked her way. Her sister reminded her that on the 4th floor, she could be mistaken for a marauder and she shouldn't take the risk without being sure it was really Bjorn. This really upset Erwin. She didn't care about the consequences at that time and scolded her sister for stopping her. Besides, having been through so much with this barbarian, she couldn't believe he had become so famous. Now they were calling him Little Balkan, and the fairy began to gather more information about him to track him down faster. She learned about his fame quite by accident, having spent all her time in her room, and now she was eager to meet him. But what surprised her more was that her sister already had the information, but for some reason hadn't told Erwin. Although Tertia might have just been very busy, Erwin didn't care. She just wanted to see Bjorn and apologize to him. The girl even found out his address and set off to see him, wondering along the way if the barbarian might have been looking for her too, but hadn't found her. But there she was, already at his doorstep, feeling her heart about to burst out of her chest. She knocked on the door with a trembling hand. Erwin squinted, unsure of what to expect or even what to say first to this person. But when the door opened, it wasn't who the fairy wanted to see. Instead, a surprised Misha stood there. The cat girl even thought that this woman must have gotten lost, but still asked what she needed, and she seemed confused herself. Erwin also thought she might have gotten the room wrong and asked for directions to Bjorn Yandel's place. Without a second thought, Misha admitted that he had just taken a shower and left somewhere, then invited the guest to come in and wait for him inside. The beast woman's words seemed a bit odd to the fairy, but she realized she had the right address and this was indeed the barbarian's room. She didn't understand what was going on, and Misha, realizing the guest wasn't coming in, asked her to identify herself so she could tell Bjorn who had come by. Moreover, Misha said it as if she and the barbarian were living together, which was even more baffling. Plus, the cat girl, who was very confident and had just come from the bath herself, added even more to the fairy's astonishment. Erwin's shock didn't last long, and different thoughts started creeping into her mind. But to clear things up, she asked to come in. The room was a bit of a mess, as Bjorn hadn't finished unpacking his stuff, leaving it scattered all over the place. But that didn't surprise Erwin. She recognized the stuff and proudly admitted that she too had dealt with similar things with a barbarian. Then Misha realized that the visitor was also a researcher, who probably got the whole situation wrong. This worried her, but Erwin reassured her not to worry, believing Bjorn would never stoop to looting and had earned everything honestly. Yet, giving Misha a strange look, she declared that those who covet what isn't theirs deserve to be punished. Meanwhile, Bjorn was at the 7th Guild of Researchers where they were trying to persuade him to meet a woman he had once taken hostage. But the barbarian didn't want to meet her. He was swamped with his own issues and was annoyed that he had to come here just for this. He was about to leave, but another man assured him that the lady meant no harm. It turned out that Karen was just a bait to lure the barbarian here, and as soon as he arrived, he had no clue what the real deal was. That's when he found out Miss Urbans wanted to talk to him, especially since the mages figured out it was self-defense during their clash. But that didn't comfort Bjorn. He vividly remembers taking her hostage during their last encounter because she's the district leader's daughter. And now, he was pissed that they didn't tell him the real reason for his visit right away. And he had to waste not just his time traveling here, but also his energy. Meanwhile, that very district leader was discussing with his assistant the incident of her escape, which had put her in that situation in the first place. The assistant agreed that Miss Indeed decided to fall into the barbarian's hands on her own, thus going against her father. Still, she was his dear little girl despite her rebellious age, and he was using her to keep his position. The fact that she was somehow trying to oust him infuriated the leader, and he decided that both she and that man needed to be dealt with. Some guy who was helping her was also constantly getting on the leader's nerves, just like the barbarian Bjorn. After the negotiations failed, the barbarian decided to head back. But suddenly, a downpour started, even though the sky had just been clear. At the same time, he felt hungry, and it was just about dinner time, and luckily, there was a diner not too far from there. Heading out to fill his stomach, the guy ordered a hefty portion of meat dish, which was served to him pretty fast. Everything looked really appetizing. Even the smell was nice, and Bjorn didn't hesitate to pop the first piece into his mouth. He realized that the first impression was misleading, as Misha definitely cooks better than what he was just served. Then he remembered food from the real world and suddenly craved a pancake with green onions and to wash it down with some soju. However, this world was quite different, and the barbarian knew that such a dish was unlikely to be found here. Yes, he missed the food from before, but despite everything, he didn't want to go back there. After all, he had just gotten used to the local way of life, to that squeaky bed, and to having just one room with a bath for the whole inn. Besides, he found it interesting to spend his days with new buddies, despite all the crap happening around. Bjorn really began to grow fond of this world. Now he thought about it quite differently. Not like at the beginning when he first arrived. Now he himself was eager to reach the higher floors, but to do that, he needed to put together a new team. He'd had similar thoughts before, but now he was absolutely sure that with his current group, climbing any higher was a no-go. The guy knew from the game that the higher floors housed monsters way more dangerous than the troll they barely managed to beat. His current team? Great guys, but you can't expect too much from them. Luck can't be on their side forever. And while the barbarian was pondering all this, Urikfrid, whom he'd almost forgotten about, approached him unexpectedly. Abman himself was surprised to see the barbarian so soon, but he was happy nonetheless, and then admitted that his wife owned the place. This surprised Bjorn even more. He would have never guessed that an explorer, especially one like this, would be married. He shared a problem with him that lately the business wasn't doing well, but he wanted to help his wife somehow. The werebear even had an idea, and now he was really glad that fate had brought him back together with someone he was happy to fight alongside. As he kept beating around the bush, trying to get to the point, the barbarian asked him to be more specific, and he admitted that he wanted to join his team. Abman was sure that Bjorn would never betray him, especially since he'd never forget how the barbarian saved him in that dire situation. The guy didn't think twice because this character with summon can cover for the tank, and he's definitely reliable on the 5th floor. Still, Bjorn was slow to agree, reminding that he already had a team, which kind of bummed Abman out, but he insisted his offer still stood. He explained that, one way or another, a spot might open up, or the barbarian might decide to leave, though he knew that such a thing could happen. Then they discussed when Abman would pay him back and agreed to meet in 10 days, after which Bjorn headed home. Meanwhile, in his room, the girls continued their earlier conversation about how anyone desiring something that isn't theirs should be punished. Both noticed that a storm had suddenly started outside, seeming even more severe than it appeared. All this time, Erwin felt jealous, so she figured that the cat girl had her eyes on the barbarian and decided to take him for herself. However, on the other hand, she decided to form her own team with her sister and left him. Feelings inside her were mixing up, one trying to outdo the other, and she also felt a strong dislike for this redhead. For a moment, Erwin imagined them fighting and wondered if she could beat the Beast Girl. Misha seemed clueless and just wanted to meet the guest, and then they introduced themselves to each other. The cat girl suggested the visitor take a break while she cleaned up the mess made by the Barbarian. Erwin still couldn't settle down and almost directly asked if Misha was seeing someone. Misha realized she was referring to Bjorn and assured her that they were just partners and explored the labyrinth with other researchers. This calmed the fairy down since she had totally misunderstood, thinking something was up because they both had recently taken a shower. She also figured out that the cat girl must live quite far away since she asked to take a bath at another man's place. Misha confessed that she didn't live that far, which again made Erwin think she was playing dirty tricks. Still, she didn't show it and admitted that she too was once part of Bjorn's team and has called him simply Mr. since then. Misha found this amusing, unable to imagine such a tough guy having a nickname like that. Erwin wanted to show she was more important and confessed that she and the Barbarian were the first partners and had their first drink together upon returning. The Beast Girl wasn't as dumb as the fairy thought, and she got right away that this was a big deal for her. But then she snarkily added that she's been with the Barbarian in the team for months, yet she never heard of Erwin. This shocked the guest into a frenzy. She even jumped up, refusing to believe that it was actually true. And Misha was starting to get angry too, because this lady was treating her like an idiot while trying to hide her disdain. In fact, Karlstein knew from the get-go that this person would become her enemy. But for now, she decided to just thank the fairy for something. However, from her tone, Erwin realized that the Beast Girl was just trying to steal something important from her, and it looked like a fight was brewing. Now, both of them sat opposite each other, like enemies ready for battle, and Misha made it clear she wasn't going to back down. The cat girl looked quite threatening at that moment and also showed off her icy power. An image of an ice monster appeared above her, and Erwin realized that she was totally outmatched. But the fairy didn't want to accept that someone was about to take something important from her again, just like last time. She broke down crying and just begged Misha not to take her Barbarian away. Her words sounded genuine. She even fell to her knees in front of her. At that moment, Bjorn walked into the room and was more surprised by Erwin's presence than the fact she was sobbing on the floor. The girl immediately got up, and Misha was happy that the Barbarian had returned and explained that a guest had come to see him. It seemed the guy figured out that these two had just met. But then Erwin suddenly threw herself at him for a hug. Bjorn didn't get what was going on, but just in case, he stepped aside and the fairy almost fell over, losing her balance. His reaction pissed her off. She realized it was all because of that redhead and immediately demanded an explanation from her ex-partner. This left the Barbarian confused, although he suspected it might just be a trivial girls' fight. But then Misha approached with an innocent look on her face and started asking why he had been away from home for so long. He briefly explained that some people mistook Karen for a marauder and he had to vouch for him. The cat girl continued playing her strange role, cozying up to the Barbarian and now chirping around him like a little bird. Bjorn even got goosebumps. He just couldn't figure out what happened to her today. It's like she was switched. And she kept praising him about how good he really is. Even said they were like family, which just teased Erwin even more. The redhead noticed her friend was all wet from the rain and, caring for him, put a towel on his head so he could dry off and not catch a cold. Bjorn still couldn't figure out what was going on. Then he turned to Erwin, admitting that he was about to look for her too, which made her really happy. Those words filled her with happiness, as she thought Bjorn had forgotten about her. But he remembered that they were partners and even had drinks together. The fairy realized that event was still very important to him, and hearing all this, Misha was almost jumping out of her shoes. However, things calmed down a bit, and Erwin shared everything that happened to her, chirping like a bird. She also bragged that she can now control the spirits of all 4 elements and even willed 3 of them. She had worked hard for this, although she was naturally talented, but still, the Barbarian could have praised her for such achievements. Not everyone can endow a 4th spirit with will, and that gave Bjorn a chance to implement his new plan. The guy liked that she was focused on self-improvement, but was surprised that she managed to find him since he had switched hotels. Suddenly, Misha approached Erwin and also stated that since it was only her first year as a researcher, it was very important to find her own path. Actually, this scene looked quite meaningful. As if the cat girl was giving some kind of warning, even the Barbarian noticed. He also noticed that Erwin seemed genuinely scared of Misha's touch and asked what had happened while he was away. It all looked as if the girls had a spat, but Misha insisted that wasn't the case and even asked Erwin to back her up. Erwin had no choice but to agree. But from her facial expression, the barbarian could tell that things weren't as smooth as they were trying to make it seem. After a while, the rain stopped and Bjorn asked both to head home because he was very tired and wanted to get some sleep. The girls stepped outside and it turned out they were going the same way. But Misha didn't want to walk together and asked the fairy to go first. But the fairy insisted on the opposite, realizing that the redhead was just trying to send her off so she could go back to the barbarian's room herself. Misha disagreed. Both were thinking the same thing and tension arose between them again. But Erwin was the first to give in. But she didn't want to leave the beast girl behind, so she suggested they go together, which surprisingly, she agreed to. They walked in silence for a while, but the fairy knew that if Bjorn hadn't shown up on time, she would have had a tough time pleading with that witch. At that moment, Erwin was only thinking about keeping this person by her side. She also realized that in the cat girl's eyes, she must look really weird and pathetic. After some time on the road, it turned out they needed to go in different directions, which seemed to please them both. Before leaving, Misha couldn't help asking if Erwin would visit the barbarian the next day, to which she answered yes. She was hoping to have a good time with him, but it seemed like her answer really upset the redhead, who didn't say anything back. Misha just said goodbye and wished her a safe journey, but it looked like she was plotting something nasty. Still, Erwin didn't want to escalate things and just thanked her for not telling Mister about what had happened between them. The beast girl just understood that this lady would keep visiting the barbarian anyway, even if she tried to stop her. But she asked to keep their misunderstanding just between them, as it wouldn't be fair to make Bjorn worry about that too. It seemed odd to the fairy, coming from someone who was ready to kill her, but she agreed to the condition anyway. At home, Erwin was greeted by her sister, and from her sad face and demeanor, she knew she had met with the barbarian. Tercia even thought that she wouldn't train anymore, but Erwin objected, saying she now wanted to try even harder. She just had a special reason now because there was someone she needed to defeat. She was afraid that this redhead cat was planning to steal Mister from her and promised to become the one who steals. The next morning, Misha knocked on Bjorn's room door, urging him to wake up, hinting that it was already late. The guy checked the clock, not understanding her concern, and saw it was only 6:30 and didn't get why she showed up so early. The girl ignored his annoyance and just asked him to get ready because she wanted to treat him to something tasty. The barbarian agreed, and besides, they still had to split the loot, so they spent time together until the evening. After saying goodbye, Bjorn headed home, but was surprised to find Erwin barely standing at his door. The girl was tired but lit up when she saw the barbarian, even lied that she hadn't really been waiting for him. However, she realized he had spent time with Misha, and he admitted they had a lot of issues to sort out. Then Erwin confessed that starting tomorrow, she would begin special training with her sister so she could only meet Bjorn once a week. Holding back tears, she then said she wished they could meet more often, but that would make the training last forever. Suddenly, she just said goodbye until next week and ran off, almost crying, and her behavior seemed a bit odd to the barbarian. Meanwhile, in the office of the head of the 7th District of the Explorers Guild, the head summoned Rottmiller. He praised Braun for not asking too many questions, who simply asked him to get to the point. The head noticed his guest was very tense, but assured him that his proposal would benefit both him and Rottmiller. The next day, the team of explorers gathered in the tavern to discuss the loot, and Bjorn calculated that it would be 550,000 each. Some items sold for more thanks to Rottmiller, who was better at this than fighting itself. But the barbarian was thrilled that this time he made more than he had in the last 2 months. Plus, Mr. Bear still owed him 5 million. At this rate, he could quickly reach the 6th stage of spiritual imprinting, which was great news for him. In his excitement, he downed a mug of the hoppy drink in one gulp, which made Hikuro grumble since they were supposed to drink the first glass together to celebrate their return. Still, the dwarf wasn't offended, and the friends happily clinked mugs, celebrating their successful completion of the labyrinth tasks and their safe return. They spent a long time discussing their adventures, and then Misha got ready to leave because she still needed to check on her family. Next, Rottmiller got up, saying he had to go too, but his face showed that something was bothering him. Meanwhile, Brown knew if he ran off now, the dwarf would lose it. But it turned out that he found some acquaintances at the next table. The barbarian noticed that the group was starting to disperse and decided it was time for him to head off to rest. But Dvalki stopped him. The mage was quite tipsy from the booze and felt chatty, as they had never just gathered to talk before. His face was serious, and the barbarian thought Dvalki was about to share something important. But it turned out this guy just wanted more fun, and Bjorn kinda regretted not bailing out right away. Then the mage openly admitted that he felt a bit off right after healing, but now he's feeling great. However, the barbarian was more concerned about his mental state, knowing that what he went through could have messed with his psyche. Not everyone can forget being folded in half, and the barbarian understood that Dvalki might not want to return to the labyrinth after that. He confessed that even thinking about the labyrinth sent him into a panic, believing those were his last moments. But everyone goes through tough times and somehow manages, so the mage believed he could overcome these dark memories too. With a new smile, the blonde admitted he really wanted to become a top-notch explorer because that would be awesome. He also confessed that he hadn't been completely honest with everyone at first, and his journey wasn't about bringing glory to his clan. All that guy wanted was to get his father's attention, but the journey lasted so long that his father passed away by the time it ended. His brother hadn't even heard of him before, and the servant didn't report the existence of Dwalki, thinking it wasn't that important. All this really upset the mage and cooled his feelings towards his family. After that, he just went with the flow and overcame his emotional attachment to them. Then he proudly announced that he succeeded because he had his friends with him, whom he now loves more than his family. The conversation gradually shifted to one that the barbarian didn't like, and he regretted agreeing to have another drink with the mage, who got more drunk with each mug. And then he started confessing that he found Bjorn very friendly and caring, even though he tries not to show it. After having another drink, Dwalki started whining that he wanted to ask the barbarian something, and the latter was barely holding his patience not to run away from there. He had no idea what the question would be, but the mage was curious if the barbarian was dating Misha as a couple. Now Bjorn realized that this weirdo was deliberately dragging out the conversation, laying the groundwork to satisfy his curiosity later. Meanwhile, Rottmiller was walking down the street deep in thought, recalling how his meeting at the chief's office went the previous night. He found out that after 8 years of hard work, Brown had barely reached the 7th rank, whereas the barbarian had instantly climbed to the 6th. The boss was sure the rest of the team could make it without Rottmiller, since they weren't your average folks. He also asked Braun to think about how long they'd stay a team, hinting they might want to ditch him too, though maybe they'd keep him around just out of pity, seeing him as weak and in need. Now the boss really hoped Rottmiller would make the right call, hoping he'd decide in his favor. Later, Bjorn got back to the hotel and was horrified remembering how Dwalki downed several mugs in one go and then just passed out. It pissed him off that the guy was showing off like some college kid, and of course, it ended just as you'd expect. But the barbarian decided no more drinking with him. At his door, Bjorn ran into a girl again, but this time it was Miss Urbans who urgently needed to talk to him. The guy realized she got the message that he didn't want to see her, so she showed up at his place. He tried to send her packing right away, reminding her he wasn't into getting involved in messes. But then she blurted out that Rottmiller had met with her dad. That caught the barbarian's interest, and he agreed to talk, only to find out that the boss was trying to manipulate Braun somehow. Miss Detail herself didn't know much, and Bjorn decided to take advantage of the situation since she was here and maybe get some info out of her. He was curious about the real reason for her visit, and the girl admitted she wanted to end her father's career, which sounded pretty harsh. Basically, her life was more like a puppet's, which she didn't want, so now she came to ask the barbarian for help. But Bjorn couldn't care less and demanded that she leave and never come back to him with her requests. He knew it would be a disaster if the district head became his enemy, but Miss Urbans clung to him like a leech and wouldn't back off. Bjorn got tired of her persuasions about how good this would be for him, and just shoved her out the door without even apologizing for being so rough. She just yelled through his door, telling him to find her if he changes his mind, as she was the only one who could hinder her father's schemes. The barbarian retreated all the way to his bedroom just to avoid hearing her voice, but hoped she wouldn't linger at his door all evening. However, her words about Rothmiller, who hadn't mentioned meeting with the district head, got him thinking, and he decided to keep an eye on him. The following days were pretty routine, though Misha made him a tasty breakfast every morning, which he really enjoyed. From lunch till late evening, he'd sit in the library, filling up on knowledge about this world, which was a bit different from the game. Once a week, Erwin would pop in, and the three of them, including Misha, would have dinner, with a noticeable tension between the girls. They also held team meetings, but no matter how much time passed, Rottmiller never mentioned meeting the boss. The happiest event so far was when Mr. Bear Bjorn got 5 million stones and he returned the bracelet to him. Time flew by, and when the night of the 15th arrived, his soul began to gravitate towards another world again. It was a special time when he could feel the keyboard under his fingers again and browse through channels to catch up on some news. Suddenly, he spotted an interesting offer and his finger instinctively clicked, transforming the room he was in. Still, Bjorn decided to explore it, but suddenly a man in uniform walked in, his badge reading Sergeant Lee. The guy never expected to see someone like that here, and then the man suddenly roared that he was transported right after he was discharged. Bjorn stared at him for a few seconds, then realized this guy was from Korea, but somehow that made him uneasy. Then for about 5 minutes, they cried on each other's shoulders and shared their woes. Then they finally decided to introduce themselves. Bjorn introduced himself as Lee Han-soo and said he was 29, and the sergeant was surprised to find out they shared the same last name. The guy in the military uniform is named Lee Baek-ho, and he's just 23. At least he was when he got sucked in. But since then, more than 10 years have passed, which means he's actually older than Bjorn. Still, the sergeant hoped to return and asked his new buddy to consider their ages as they are in the real world. Suddenly, Baek-ho took on a commanding tone and made it clear to the young man that he didn't have much choice but to agree. Then he went back to acting like a regular guy. He just wanted to run some kind of test. This slightly surprised Bjorn, but it also piqued his curiosity, especially since the sergeant said he fully trusted him. Bjorn later realized that although it was embarrassing for the guy to admit, he seemed to be quite well known in the gaming community. Now, the sergeant decided to start some sort of game and asked his new acquaintance to say the first thing that came to mind in response to what he would name. Bjorn agreed, but for some reason he was really nervous. He didn't know what this game was all about, but it sure was a change from his barbaric life. The sergeant first mentioned kimchi, and the guy also named a dish, just a different one, and when it came to a cow's head, he replied with soup. Then there were more questions, and when it got to military service, the sergeant even stood up sharply, but Bjorn responded with another army chant. After that, he admitted that he actually used to be a civil servant, hoping that Baek-ho wouldn't bother him further with military stuff. The sergeant didn't continue on that topic, but just wanted to ask the player one last question, making a very serious face. Bjorn had the feeling that everything up to this question was just a rehearsal, but then Pak mentioned the name Lee Wan-yong, which the guy didn't even want to remember. Realizing things were going too far, Bjorn angrily declared that he wasn't going to play this stupid, pointless game anymore. And the sergeant just leaned back in his chair and calmly admitted that he wanted to check if his new acquaintance was Korean. Baek-ho himself was a Korean player who got dragged in on the day he finished his service and had already spent 10 years here. At first, he seemed like a totally normal guy, but after they talked, Bjorn started to doubt if everything was all right in his head. The sergeant understood the player's reaction and apologized, explaining that he'd been dreaming of conducting such a test and couldn't hold back. But still, he was really glad to meet someone from his homeland. He'd been feeling pretty lonely all this time, and now he couldn't even control his emotions. Bjorn got that when he was teleported here, there wasn't even a community, so it made sense why he was losing it and decided to help him out. Then they continued with a more normal conversation, where the barbarian tried to clarify a few things. Bjorn also told the sergeant that he played the game at 10 times the speed, which even made him a bit jealous, but then remembered that Koreans are the best gamers. His words were almost always tinged with patriotism, but that's understandable since he almost went wild only talking to foreigners. Later, the sergeant felt the urge to help the guy and offered him some gold, but he refused since he wasn't planning on cashing it out. That's when Bjorn realized they were quite similar, except for their personalities. Pike might seem carefree, but that doesn't fully reveal who he is. He noticed that his refusal slightly upset the sergeant, so to calm him down, he suggested they meet up from time to chat. This delighted Pike so much that he promised to share everything he knew, hoping to at least repay him with information. For the barbarian, this seemed useful, but the first thing he wanted to know was who was in charge here, but unfortunately, the sergeant didn't know. He just mentioned a trio of mages he suspected, then advised to keep his identity hidden, as there could be some real scumbags around. You can discount the local administrator, since this dimension wasn't created by them. More likely, they just remodeled it. Bjorn also found out that evil spirits have been visiting Rapdonia for 100 years, which equals about 20 in earthly terms. This was shocking news, since the dungeons and stones weren't even in development then, and it seems they ended up here from other dimensions after reading a book about Rapdonia. Back then, there were very few of them, but each had unique abilities, and eventually, one of them created this dimension. Presumably, the current administrator just inherited it, but now Bjorn couldn't figure out how the sergeant knew all this. Peck also admitted that he has little current information because he has to stay hidden, but he decided to tell about a channel where you can get the latest updates. It's something like a club for internet addicts. There's also a community called the Round Table Watchers, where players gather secretly and not everyone can get in. Bayek told Bjorn all the details like he was sending a kid off to a school trip, and then it was time for him to leave. The sergeant's pill turned out to be a prototype, so he was only here for an hour, but he managed to grab some mini safety gear. All this sounded informative, yet weird. Now Bjorn couldn't figure out what kind of life this guy had been leading. But when Bayek left, the Barbarian decided to try his luck at getting to the Round Table Observers, which was scheduled access only. His registration went smoothly, the timing was right, and next thing he knew, he was in the personalization room. Still, he didn't want to go in there like an open book, so he decided to disguise himself a bit and was immediately given a mask. After walking down a long corridor, Bjorn entered a huge hall where a round table stood in the middle, with several people already seated around it. They were all masked too, but as soon as the newbie walked in, everyone immediately turned their attention to him, as if he was something special. It seemed that the mask Bjorn was wearing was unfamiliar to the others. Then they started asking how he got there, since they weren't expecting any new members. The newcomer was asked to state his name and the name of his recommender, and was warned that here you must speak only the truth. Bjorn heard that if you lie here, the mask immediately shatters, and the liar gets kicked out of the clan right away. However, this rule only kicks in after the meeting starts, but everyone just watches him like they're in on it together. Maybe they're just curious. But then Bjorn remembered the sergeant's advice to stay tough from the very first second. Now the Barbarian understood why his new buddy was so insistent on it, and, gathering his courage, he addressed the fox mask. The guy boldly claimed that this dude's mom advised him last night to come here, which stirred up the crowd. The attendees were shocked by such a response, but the newbie just repeated the phrase, trying to assert his dominance. And then Bjorn noticed that the fox had a skill that could only be used in the spiritual world, and it was deadly intent. The fox stood up indignantly at the table and asked the newbie to repeat it, sending chills down his spine. The guy hesitated to answer, even though he had just been acting too cocky, which only angered the participant. It seems like they were trying to pull off pathetic tricks of experienced players. But right now, the intensity of the threat had really escalated. Bjorn was asked to repeat his words again, and thinking it couldn't get any worse, he calmly did so, not seeing what the big deal was. The fox suddenly felt embarrassed because the newbie was supposed to be scared shitless, yet he acted like he was picking fights. The guy looked around and saw one looking curious, another arrogant, another one pathetic, and the last one was just infuriating. He had already planned his persona well and continued to talk in the same manner with these dudes. He knew everyone here were veterans who, according to the sergeant, had offed a bunch of people, though they themselves were hanging by a thread. Yet they had strong wills. Standing before them, Bjorn pondered how to use the sergeant's advice. And first off, he needed to see his target as an enemy, to look at them as someone to finish off no matter what, which is what the Barbarian started doing to the fox. Suddenly, she felt an immense pressure, then collapsed, spitting blood, and barely managed to ask him to stop. The other participants also begged him to stop, but the Barbarian saw no reason why he should. After the fox stopped moving, Bjorn also started staring intensely at the others, who eventually also began to bleed out. The guy actually liked how this thing worked, squeezing the enemy's brain like a wet rag. But that was about all it could handle. He didn't kill those creatures, but he sure tortured them and enjoyed how they all begged him for mercy. The man in the jester mask even praised such a skill, imagining how many people he'd need to wipe out to get that good. Anyway, Bjorn's move worked, because he knew as soon as he entered that these beings would try to force him out. But in the end, the Barbarian was now seen as a tough guy no one would dare to mess with, and then he saw all the doors slam shut. This meant it was time to start the meeting, and Fox guessed that Leon, who was Bjorn in the past, had already been a member of the club. Meanwhile, everyone remembered how his mask had been hanging on the wall all this time, and the members guessed that he was invited by the master himself. The Crescent Man politely offered to pay just to get a straight answer. He suspected the newcomer because he was the first to join their society after the master disappeared. Bjorn later found out that this was exactly why Fox tried to test the waters. But in the end, she just got what she deserved. Meanwhile, Bjorn figured out that the master was the one who created this room, but the guy wasn't planning on answering any questions from the participants. Not wanting to trigger his attack again, they agreed and suggested to just start the meeting. The rules here are simple. Everyone shares information, and if half the people in the room don't know it, the crystal turns green. But if most people already know it or the information is false, the crystal lights up red and you have to say something else. The guy in the jester mask started off by claiming that King Rapdonia's illness had worsened, and the crystal turned red. They asked him to share something useful, but Bjorn was glad to hear about it since such rumors don't reach the city. The jester insisted it was very important information, while looking at the newbie like he was an idiot. Then came the news that yesterday the captain of the Order of the Rose Knights had died, and a big fight had broken out in the palace. Also, the Yagan clan successfully took down the first-floor boss, and now the Barbarian realized who had bought the guide, although he never found the buyer back then. The Crescent Man shared that if you activate the secret on the island of Calm Elves, up to 3 Ravgans can appear. Lise got curious about the secret, but was reminded that she couldn't ask for more info, and they moved on to the next question. However, Half Moon wasn't agreeing. Before, it was enough for him to share his stories, but now he had to consider another person as well. Then he declared that the elves had tracked the thief of the holy relic, but the information about the relic's location was top secret. Bjorn had been listening all this time and realized he had gathered a lot of useful information, and then suddenly, it was his turn. He decided to keep his mystique and shared only that if 3 of them go against the demon, it would drop an essence. His news was a hit and the crystal lit up green. But Lisi was really surprised by this info since it was about a 3rd-rank monster. Bjorn didn't get why everyone was so shocked. After all, such a monster is considered a half-demon and is pretty easy to take down. Still, he was glad he chose that as his first piece of info, and then it was Deer's turn, ending the first round. After that, the participants needed to discuss if there would be another round, but 3 of them decided to call it a day right away. Lion also decided to wrap up, knowing that if he stayed alone with Lisa, there was a high risk of being exposed. The guy got up to leave the room, but everyone stared at him like they expected a farewell speech. He realized he had unintentionally become the main character today and decided to drop a line to solidify his image. Bjorn declared that what they offered wasn't enough, and then he left that community. Later, Lisa suddenly trembled, realizing this guy had stopped before she took serious mental damage. But what shocked her the most was that Leo stopped just when he realized she was at her limit, almost instantly. Crescent Moon agreed that the newcomer managed to completely conceal his will in just a second, something previously thought impossible. But Deer was more concerned about the notion that a half-demon could be defeated by 3, even in a game, finding it utterly absurd. And only the Jester Man asked the others not to rack their brains over it now, but to better prepare for next time. This new guy seemed very mysterious to him. It's crucial he doesn't lose interest, as he might reveal something very important. Then he reminded the others about Leo's words before leaving, which could be interpreted as the newcomer being a disappointment. The jester told the other participants that if they didn't find anything interesting, they should create a juicy scandal themselves. That's what the secret meeting of the Round Table Observers was like, which regular players aren't even aware of, and they all take pride in being a part of it. But the last remark from the new participant made them admit that for everyone else, this meeting isn't anything special. Meanwhile, Bjorn returned to Rapdonia, thrilled that he managed to get into such a place where one can gather complex information. At the same time, he realized that someone who's considered a player would just blindly help him, and he didn't really want that. But he knew that it's important to recognize the boundaries that shouldn't be crossed to maintain any relationships. He also felt that everything went so smoothly because he adopted a killer attitude, but it also drained him, and he decided to get some sleep. The next moment, as it seemed to him, Misha was hovering over him, telling him he had slept through the entire day and that she was really worried about him. The Barbarian simply explained that he had slept poorly at night, then realized his girlfriend had been with him all day and asked what she was doing there. The cat girl honestly confessed that she had been training non-stop, had visited her parents, and even managed to meet up with Devalki. The mage told her something was bothering him, and the Barbarian got curious, so he asked Misha to spill the beans in detail. At first, the girl hesitated, as if she felt awkward talking about it, but she hoped the Barbarian wouldn't get upset since they were friends.